Chapter 1. Good news, you've become the eldest brother. Bad news, the apocalypse is upon us. Year 4725 of the Zhu Xia calendar. The Great Xia Empire, Huadu City, Heaven on Earth nightclub. Brother, technician number 18, is resigning. Resigning? Lu Yu opened his half-closed eyes, slightly leaning forward, his feet still resting on the boss's desk. Gazing at Zhang Wei before him, he pondered briefly before asking, wasn't she doing well? Why is she leaving? She said she has earned enough money over the years and plans to return home to get married. During her last leave, she even arranged a marriage with an honest man who works a mundane job. Zhang Wei replied with a nod. Lu Yu silently mourned for the honest man for 3 seconds. He then nodded, I understand. Let HR process it and settle her wages. Brother, are you really just letting her go like that? Zhang Wei's eyes widened, a hint of urgency in his tone. Isn't that too? Why shouldn't we allow an employee to resign if they request it? Before Zhang Wei could finish, Lu Yu's voice interrupted. We are a legitimate entertainment venue, not a den of thieves. I see. You're reluctant to let her go, aren't you? Lu Yu discerned his underlying thoughts with ease. Hey, you know me too well, brother. Zhang Wei scratched the back of his head to mask his embarrassment. There's a saying, it's better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. If you interfere with someone's lifelong happiness, you'll face divine retribution. Yes, I understand, brother. Also, inform the finance department to give her an additional 66,600 as my contribution. After all, we've known each other for some time, and heaven on earth could be considered half her family. It would be remiss not to offer something. Brother, you are so benevolent. All right, you may leave now. Okay. Zhang Wei responded and exited the office, remembering to close the door behind him. Indeed, a boy holds unique feelings for the first woman who aids his transformation into manhood. I wonder how my first woman is faring in another world. Lu Yu mused to himself, leaning heavily against the chair's backrest. Indeed, he was a traveler from another realm. As for how he traversed worlds, the story is somewhat intricate. Before his journey, Lu Yu was a mercenary fighting for money. At that moment, he was gripping the trigger of a heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the enemy tribe. However, the intelligence was flawed. The rival tribe had reinforcements. Under the relentless onslaught and reinforcements from the enemy, his comrades fell one after another. Desperate to survive, Lu Yu prayed fervently to the celestial beings, including Yuan Shi Tianzun, Taishang Lao Jun Buddha, and Yu Huang de Tianzun, beseeching them for assistance for their devout follower. To his astonishment, a miracle occurred. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, striking his head and entering his soul. Treasure gathering. This was a supreme treasure, colloquially known as Golden Finger Daddy. Its function was to randomly bring benefits from the vast multiverse every month. At that moment, it bestowed upon Lu Yu a valuable item, Heavenly Treasure Mirror. This treasure originated from the glazed fairy realm, crafted by the Fairy Emperor's exquisite mirror, possessing the ability to traverse space and time at will. In a moment of crisis, Lu Yu had no time for experimentation and used it directly, transforming into a streak of white light amidst the astonished gazes of the enemy, escaping to safety. Thus he arrived in this world. This realm appeared vaguely familiar, yet distinctly different from the world he had known, resembling a parallel universe. Lu Yu initially believed that the enemies would not wait too long, thinking he could return after hiding for a while, only to discover it was a one-way ticket. The Heavenly Treasure Mirror had exhausted its energy after its first activation, and to use it again required immense magical power, which he did not possess. Consequently, he had to survive in this world. Lacking an Imperial Citizen certificate, many jobs were inaccessible to him, and he dared not pursue them. So he settled for a low-paying job at a factory that did not require a citizenship certificate. While working, Lu Yu gathered information about this world, particularly the various tidings in the underworld of Huadu, while awaiting new benefits from the treasure gathering. As the first month concluded, the treasure gathering provided him with a 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill from a certain fantasy world, which granted him the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers upon consumption. Lu Yu swallowed the pill, transforming into a mini superhero, and with a few subordinates from the factory, plunged into Huadu's underworld, gaining his first fortune through illicit means and establishing a reputation. By the end of the second month, The treasure gathering gifted him a spatial ring from a magical world, freshly crafted by a female demon lord, yet to be bound by a mark. It could recognize its master with a drop of blood, and its internal space was equivalent in size to the island he came from, with a vertical height of several thousand meters. The arrival of the ring greatly facilitated Lu Yu's endeavors. By this time, he had already subdued several underground factions and had invested a significant sum to acquire this upscale nightclub, renaming it Heaven on Earth as the headquarters for his burgeoning power. As the third month concluded, the treasure gathering provided him with a cache of military supplies from a parallel world, consisting of both light and heavy weaponry, all brand new and unsealed, with abundant ammunition and various military necessities, enough to arm an entire enhanced battalion to the teeth. With the acquisition of arms, Lu Yu felt even more emboldened. He stored all the military supplies within the spatial ring, ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. At the end of the fourth month, the treasure gathering granted him the most formidable physique from a certain fantasy world, the supreme, chaotic body. This ability allowed him to absorb the essence, soul, lifespan, cultivation, bloodline, talent, and memories of all living beings, merging them into one without any conflict. Additionally, during the consumption process, he could selectively eliminate defects while retaining advantages. Ultimately, it could evolve into all paths, creating the multiverse. It could also obliterate all laws, returning to chaos. Due to its nature of usurping the creation of heaven and earth, harming sentient beings for selfish gain, it was indeed tyrannical, earning it the title of supreme. However, due to his current weakness and lack of knowledge of cultivation methods, he was unable to fully activate this physique or unleash its full potential, temporarily only able to utilize one ability, the absorption of other beings' talents. To be honest, this was an extraordinarily formidable physique, unparalleled in its might. Yet this is a normal world. There are no cultivators, no magical powers, and certainly no bloodline talents. At least, Lu Yu had inquired extensively and had never heard of such things. Thus, the supreme chaotic body remained a remarkable yet impractical concept, impressive in theory, but devoid of practical application.
Today marks the first day of the month, and I ponder what delightful surprises the esteemed Lord Rui might bestow upon me. A smile graces Lu Yu's lips as he closes his eyes, focusing his mind in earnest invocation. In the next moment, from the depths of darkness, a magnificent Rui of jade green hue gradually emerges, radiating a soft, ethereal light. This is none other than the gathering treasure Rui. Surrounding it is a mirror with a frame of purple gold, elegantly swirling around the Rui. Although it possesses the ability to emit extraordinary brilliance, it remains concealed, as if reluctant to compete with the luminescence of the sun and moon, resembling a humble star that seeks to please. This mirror is aptly named Heavenly Treasure Mirror. Oh, dear mirror, you are of no use at present. Kindly step aside and allow me to communicate with Lord Rui. Lu Yu muses inwardly. The mirror replies, Rui, esteemed one. The time has come. I humbly request your assistance. As the words resonate in his mind, the radiant light emitted by the Rui intensifies, illuminating the darkness in its entirety. Lu Yu seizes the moment to open his eyes, reciting with keen interest, Rui, Rui, heed my heart's desire. Manifest your powers swiftly. Oh, do manifest. One might wonder why he shows such reverence towards the Rui. Naturally, if one possessed a golden finger, akin to the esteemed protagonist of a novel, would they dare to treat their system like a mere servant, barking orders without the slightest respect? Or worse, would they hurl insults at the system during times of distress, believing the world revolves solely around them? Lu Yu is not one to act thus. He understands that a golden finger is a privilege, not an obligation. It is not owed to him. To act arrogantly towards such a boon would be sheer folly, even if the golden finger has its own motives. One should not fear being used, but rather fear lacking any value to be utilized. The Rui's work is accomplished in but a fleeting second, and Lu Yu instantly realizes what he has received this time. A new constitution known as the Peach Blossom Divine Body. Immediately, he feels a warm sensation enveloping him, and the world before him begins to blur, as if a colossal peach blossom tree is gracefully ascending, enveloping the realm. Concurrently, an unexpected influx of information regarding this constitution manifests in his mind. This extraordinary constitution originates from a vast and magnificent realm of cultivation, recognized as one of the most prestigious types, known as the endowment of the celestials. It is not inherited through bloodlines, but chosen by the heavens, emerging only once every 30,000 years. The abilities of this divine body include 1. the appearance of the divine body will gradually approach perfection, bestowing top-tier cultivation talent and speed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Activation occurs upon practice of the cultivation techniques. Otherwise, it will only grow with the passage of time. Upon absorbing this wealth of information, the depth of Lu Yu's astonishment is beyond measure. He can only express his exhilaration with 2 words, utterly overwhelmed. Brother Rui, your kindness towards me is truly unparalleled. I am utterly fond of your delightful and charming nature, akin to the esteemed readers before the screen. Your prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Yu raised his thumb in approval of Rui. He sensed that something remarkable was forthcoming. Yet he could hardly anticipate the arrival of such a coveted treasure that countless old enthusiasts would yearn for. Such a splendid constitution, indeed. No wonder it is referred to as the peach blossom divine body. With such capabilities, could one truly lack in romantic fortune? Contemplating the myriad abilities of the peach blossom divine body, he hastily procured a mirror to behold his reflection. Has this already borne fruit? Lu Yu mused, gently caressing his cheek. His already strikingly handsome visage had undergone a subtle transformation, becoming even more alluring, particularly those eyes that seemed to harbor the stars themselves. Indeed, it was akin to witnessing the elegance of the distinguished figures here. However, the full potential of the peach blossom divine body hinges upon both myself and my sparring partner possessing the capability to cultivate martial arts without practicing any techniques. Its powers could not be fully awakened and would instead require the passage of time to gradually unfold. Suddenly, Lu Yu became acutely aware of his current limitations. Whether in the realm of immortality or martial arts, one must possess a technique, or else the divine body's capabilities would be significantly diminished. Although the abilities were only activated at a rudimentary level, they far surpassed the supreme chaotic body, which could only harness a single power and required cultivation to be fully realized. Before Lu Yu could fully contemplate this, he felt an unusual stirring within his being. The supreme chaotic body was beginning to manifest its might, actively engulfing the peach blossom divine body and assimilating it into itself. Lu Yu had been prepared for this and found no surprise in it, though he did feel a tinge of annoyance. This was a thoroughly modern society, devoid of immortality. Magic, or sorcery, and even the most rudimentary martial arts were non-existent. Was it truly the case that to unleash the potential of these 2 extraordinary constitutions, he would have to await Rui's acquisition of some techniques? If all else fails, perhaps I could delve into the treasures of knowledge available online. They might indeed belong to the realm of martial arts. Lu Yu conceived a promising idea, feeling a spark of inspiration. Just as he was about to search on his phone, he suddenly noticed a dimming of the room. Frowning, he realized that the sunlight streaming into the office had vanished. What could be the cause? Rising from his seat, he opened the window, only to be met with the cacophony from outside. Quick, look up at the sky. My goodness, what is this? The fearful exclamations piqued Lu Yu's curiosity, prompting him to lean out and gaze upwards. The sight that met his eyes left him astounded, as he beheld an otherworldly realm, advancing steadily and resolutely, as if a dark cloud were enveloping the sky. Indeed, it was quite literal, another world. As one gazes upward, it feels as though one is peering down from a great height, clearly observing the mountains, the earth, the plains, rivers, and oceans of another world above. The map expands continuously until the very city, known as the Steel Jungle, occupies the entirety of the view for all in this floral metropolis. Goodness, could this be the end of the world? Lu Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by this thought, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Must I endure such misfortune? I have only just taken on the role of the elder brother for a few months. Chapter 2. The SSS class ability of Thunder Control is mine. A blinding light instantaneously enveloped the entire globe. In that moment, countless individuals like Lu Yu believed they were witnessing an event akin to Mars colliding with Earth, filling their hearts with despair. Yet, the reality was far from anyone's expectations. Merely seconds later, that radiant glow dissipated, and the encroaching otherworldly presence in the sky vanished without a trace. What? Is everything truly fine? Could it be that all that transpired was merely an illusion? No. I sense something dire is about to unfold. Those nearby, both in the heavens and on the earth, now felt a profound eeriness and horror. A screeching sound erupted as brakes were slammed to the floor, the tires grinding violently against the pavement. Boom. It was too late. 2 vehicles collided abruptly, producing a thunderous noise, leaving the unfortunate souls within their wrecked machines. Bang, bang, bang. Following this, more traffic accidents ensued. The blinding light had engulfed everything moments ago, rendering many vehicles unable to take evasive action, resulting in a cascade of tragedies now unfolding. Is it truly over? Lu Yu was not inclined to ponder these matters. He kept his head craned upward, searching for traces of the reflection of that other world. Just then, a series of chilling howls echoed through the streets. Lu Yu's ears perked up, and he instinctively lowered his head. To his astonishment, he noticed numerous swaying figures emerging on the street. Upon closer inspection, they were ragged, their hair gone, their skin a ghastly gray and highly decomposed, each visage grotesque and terrifying, reminiscent of demons from the depths of hell. Zombies. Having watched countless films and series on the undead, the first thought that crossed Lu Yu's mind upon seeing these beings was precisely that. Goodness, there are monsters. What on earth are these people? Many on the street gasped in shock, their faces reflecting sheer panic. They appear to be zombies. Keep your distance. Those with quick wits immediately raised the alarm, yet it was too late. Hey, what are you doing? A zombie was dangerously close to a man. After a brief moment of hesitation, it lunged forward, knocking him down and sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth in an instant, accompanied by the man's agonized cry. Nearby, a woman suffered a similar fate, her legs exposed beneath a short skirt as a zombie clung to her, feasting upon her flesh, eliciting a piercing scream. Onlookers were rendered speechless. The vivid red blood was a visceral sight, instilling a primal fear deep within. Run for your lives. On the bustling street, chaos erupted in an instant, with various sounds rising and falling like a cacophony. The zombies immediately began their relentless assault on the surrounding populace. People scattered in all directions, yet the undead were ubiquitous, and some were inevitably caught, toppled, and reduced to mere delicacies for the ravenous zombies. The air was thick with terror as screams, wails, roars, and pleas for help intermingled, composing a sinister symphony of death from the depths of hell. This gruesome scene caused Lu Yu, standing by the third-floor window, to feel his pupils constrict sharply. He observed that these zombies were not the sluggish, easy targets one might expect. Their speed resembled that of a human sprinting. Lu Yu forced himself to remain calm, coldly watching the pandemonium that unfolded below. The good news was that it was not the apocalypse of planetary destruction. The bad news was that the world was succumbing to the onset of the undead. Crackling with energy, an SSS-class elemental ability known as Thunder Control was exhilarating. Just as Lu Yu was about to summon his staff and barricade the entrance to the establishment, he suddenly heard laughter and halted, turning to gaze outside. There, on the street corner, stood a youth of about 15 or 16, wearing glasses, arms spread wide, with brilliant arcs of lightning dancing upon his palms. An ability? An SSS Class 1? Elemental? Thunder Control? Who is this boy? He seems to harbor some kind of secret. Lu Yu's heart raced, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. Zombies. Meet your demise. The boy waved his hands, and two bolts of lightning flashed through the air. One zombie trembled violently from the electric shock and fell. Its brain cooked to a crisp. Incredible. I am indeed the chosen one, the protagonist of this tale. I shall establish my harem. Just then, as the boy reveled in his triumph, a zombie lunged from behind, tackling him and sinking its teeth into his neck. The boy struggled desperately, yet the weight of the zombie pinned him down, rendering him immobile. His body betrayed him as dark red threads appeared beneath his skin, his pupils fading, and the electric light in his hands flickering out. Seizing the moment, Lu Yu felt an instinctive urge surging within him, an insatiable craving. This was the supreme chaotic body, responding to the presence of a worthy target to devour. Regardless of the nature of this power, an SSS class ability sounded immensely appealing, an opportunity too ripe to overlook. In an instant, Lu Yu leaped through the window, descending from the third floor. With a heavy thud, his feet landed firmly on the ground, and he dashed towards the boy's lifeless body. Bang! The zombie gnawing at the boy suddenly turned its head, only to be met with a fierce kick from Lu Yu, which crushed its skull, splattering blood and gore in all directions. Lu Yu paid no mind to the headless corpse. Driven by an instinctual compulsion, he reached out and placed his hand upon the boy's body. Buzz! Lu Yu suddenly felt an immense gravitational force within him, drawing forth unseen essences from the lifeless body of the youth. It was the youth's extraordinary power, a manifestation of the might of thunder. His elemental ability, classified as SSS level, Thunder Control, endowed him with the following capabilities. First, by expending physical energy, he could absorb, condense, manipulate, and command the thunder elements present in the natural world, including those unleashed by adversaries. This ability stood as the pinnacle among all thunder-related powers. Second, he gained immunity to electrical assaults and exhibited remarkable resistance to extreme heat. Third, with the enhancement of his life essence and physical form, his extraordinary ability would also grow stronger, for the potential of an SSS-level ability belonged to an elite minority. This knowledge was imparted to Lu Yu by the supreme chaos body, enlightening him to the formidable nature of this power. With a crackling sound, he extended his palms, and two radiant orbs of lightning began to blossom in his hands. Indeed, extraordinary abilities are a matter of talent. For now, I can only devour powers. What serendipity this is. Brother, may you find fortune in your next life. fulfilling the wish of a small horse pulling a great cart. The only assistance I can offer is to vanquish a few more zombies in your name. With a swift motion, he crushed the skull of the newly transformed youth beneath his foot. At that moment, other zombies took notice of this living being and began to rush toward Lu Yu. As the living, you are inadequate, for you possess no soul. And as the departed, you are equally deficient, for you have not found rest. Lu Yu smiled broadly. And at the instant the final word left his lips, he violently swung his hands toward the approaching zombies. In an instant, blinding bolts of lightning shattered and obliterated the heads of several zombies, causing their bodies to crash heavily to the ground. He not only acquired newfound strength, but also demonstrated a power far surpassing that of the youth's earlier display. Lu Yu speculated that this was due to the robustness of his life essence. After all, ever since consuming the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill, he had already possessed an extraordinary physique, formidable strength, astonishing speed, and seemingly boundless stamina. Of course, Lu Yu did not let his recent acquisition of SSS-level powers lead him to recklessly embark on a rampage. The cautionary tale of the youth was laid bare before him, and he had pressing matters to attend to. I shall not linger with you. Enjoy your time. Lu Yu turned and sprinted back to the spot from whence he had leapt, then propelled himself upward, gripping the edge of the balcony with both hands. With a powerful push against the wall, he flipped back over. Thud, thud, thud. Brother, are you there? There's a grave situation. As he ascended, he coincidentally encountered his anxious subordinates shouting outside, pounding on the door. Lu Yu straightened his collar and replied, "Come in." Upon hearing his voice, the door swung open, and 4 individuals rushed inside. Brother, there are zombies. The outside is swarming with them. Brother, the apocalypse has arrived. Just as the zombies appeared, a voice resonated in our minds. Yes, we all heard it. Zhang Wei, Yu Yang, Geng Biao, and Song Wentao. These are the 4 principal aides under Lu Yu, who have ventured into the world alongside him after emerging from the dark factory. Zombies. I have seen them. They are everywhere outside, Lu Yu remarked, gesturing towards the window. He continued, as for that sound, I have heard it as well. What sound? They queried. Surely it must be of great significance, likely connected to these extraordinary abilities. Lu Yu thought to himself, feeling he had made a significant mistake. Nevertheless, at this moment, he lied without revealing any telltale signs. What did you hear? Please share, and let us compare our experiences. Chapter 3. The most detested of all agricultural tools. Zhang Wei promptly replied. The voice was a cold female tone, proclaiming the upheaval of the heavens, the merging of worlds, and that the will of the world would bestow primordial power upon all beings, granting them the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities. Indeed, what we heard aligns with this. That voice must represent the will of our world, Song Wentao added. Yu Yang and Geng Biao nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. The content I perceived matches yours. Lu Yu maintained his composure, though internally, he was tumultuous with questions. Merging of worlds? The will of the world? Primordial power? He finally grasped the situation. But why could others hear it while he alone could not? He began to conjecture. Having traversed from another realm, he was, in the eyes of this world, akin to an illegal immigrant, an outsider, not a native being. Thus, it seemed reasonable that while others could hear the voice of the world's will and receive the blessing of primordial power, he was left out. Damn it. This realization infuriated Lu Yu. So they choose to treat him differently? They do not regard him as one of their own? If they refuse to grant him this, then he would not covet it. He had the gathering wealth and fortune as his stronghold, and that was sufficient. Brother, look, I have acquired a B-grade ability. A transformation type, Flame Spit. Zhang Wei boasted, demonstrating his prowess. He opened his mouth, and a long stream of flames erupted from his throat. Brother, I have obtained an A-grade ability, a transformation type, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Once activated, my physical attributes can double in enhancement. Yu Yang grinned, a smile illuminating his face as he introduced his ability. Geng Biao, unwilling to be outdone, declared, Brother, I have acquired a B-grade ability, a transformation type, Corrupted Hand, capable of emitting a corruptive light from my hands that can dissolve matter. He extended his hands, and 2 dark orbs of light appeared in his palms, glimmering with a menacing hue. Brother, my ability is also B-grade, an elemental type, Ice Blade, which allows me to summon ice elements to form a blade. Song Wentao extended his hand, causing the ambient temperature to plummet, and a cold ice blade gradually materialized in his palm. Excellent. All of you have gained extraordinary abilities. As the elder brother, I shall not allow you to underestimate me. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction, then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room crackled with brilliant flashes of lightning. Is it also an elemental type, related to lightning? This feels incredibly powerful. The 4 individuals were suddenly struck with shock, their faces paling slightly. Indeed, my extraordinary ability is of the elemental type, classified as SSS level, Thunder Control. Lu Yu spoke with a smile, silently commending the young man who had contributed his power. Without him, Where would I find the opportunity to flaunt my prowess? Incredible, brother. Truly remarkable. As expected of our esteemed leader, possessing an SSS-level ability. This signifies unparalleled potential, does it not? Indeed, it has utterly dazzled my 24K gold-plated eyes. The four companions engaged in a lively discussion, showering compliments without restraint. Enough, Lu Yu interjected with a wave of his hand, halting their chatter. He turned to Song Wentao and inquired, have the front and back doors been secured? Brother, the moment trouble arose outside, I instructed the staff to gather all available items to barricade the doors. Both entrances should be secure now, Song Wentao promptly replied. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, Lu Yu said, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Among the four stalwarts, Zhang Wei was the most astute, Yu Yang the most audacious, Geng Biao the most ruthless, and Song Wentao the most level-headed. It was for these reasons that Song Wentao was appointed as the vice president of the establishment, concurrently serving as the procurement manager. Lu Yu continued, what about the sand pit, the mine, the construction site, and our other locations? Have you made contact? Brother, I will call right now, Zhang Wei exclaimed, swiftly pulling out his phone. The other three did likewise. Brother, the person in charge of the sand pit isn't answering, Zhang Wei reported. The foreman at the construction site, Li Hu, is also unreachable. He must have, Li Depao's phone is off. There has been no word from the restaurant either. Bad news continued to pour in, causing Lu Yu's expression to darken considerably. He remained silent, returning to his chair. Just as he retrieved a cigarette, Zhang Wei offered him a light. Lu Yu then took out his phone and dialed several numbers. Hello, Councilman Huang? Hello, Director Chen? Hello, Captain Li? Damn it, is everyone unavailable? After 3 consecutive calls met with silence, Zhang Wei's voice broke through with good news. Brother, Zhang Wen is still alive. Zhang Wen was one of those who had joined Lu Yu after his rise to fame, a leader among the subordinates. Quick, hand me the phone, Lu Yu said urgently. Mosquito, are you alright? On the other end, Zhang Wen replied, Brother, there are zombies at the mine. I'm currently hiding with my brothers and the workers in the dormitory. We should be safe for the time being. That's good to hear. Gather food and water and barricade all doors and windows. You must protect yourselves and hold your ground until help arrives. Rest assured, you all must stay vigilant as well. Understood. Keep in touch at all times. After ending the call, Lu Yu addressed the four. Let us go out and assess the situation. Heaven and Earth comprises 6 levels, with an additional basement. The first floor serves as the reception area and storage. The second floor houses the disco hall and kitchen. The third and fourth floors are designated for KTV private rooms and massage therapy rooms. The fifth floor is entirely composed of rest chambers. The sixth floor accommodates staff dormitories and some offices, while the basement is a casino. Lu Yu descended from the third floor to the first, only to find the main entrance barricaded by various debris. What to do? The emergency line is busy. Can someone let me out? My wife and child are at home. If you wish to perish, don't drag everyone down with you. The outside is teeming with zombies. How can we escape? At this moment, a multitude of individuals had gathered on the first floor, comprising both staff and guests, all engulfed in fear amidst a cacophony of voices. Why the panic? The zombies haven't breached our defenses, yet you are all in disarray? Lu Yu, with a serious countenance, stood at the center of the staircase and, with a commanding shout, swiftly quelled the tumultuous noise. Manager Lu! Manager Lu! Upon seeing Lu Yu and the officials, the employees greeted him in unison, particularly the security team led by Yu Yang, whose spirits were immediately lifted as if they had glimpsed their anchor in the storm. Lu Yu inquired, why haven't you armed yourselves? Yu Yang promptly replied, we await your command, brother. Very well, retrieve your weapons and distribute them. Lu Yu was pleased with Yu Yang's composure. Yes, all security personnel, come with me. At Yu Yang's call, the security staff clad in black suits swiftly followed him to the hidden armory. Lu Yu, accompanied by the remaining 3, gradually descended the staircase to the reception area. Before long, Yu Yang emerged, leading his team, each member wielding steel pipes, machetes, and other melee weapons, while several bore firearms, crossbows, shotguns, and modified nail guns of formidable power. Brother, here. Yu Yang approached Lu Yu and handed him a handgun, distributing 3 more to Zhang Wei and the others. After tucking the handgun into his coat, Lu Yu addressed Yu Yang. Yangzi, take your team and summon everyone downstairs. What about the guests who are resting? Should we disturb them? Absolutely. Regardless of what they are doing, they must come here now. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. Yu Yang departed with a contingent of personnel. At that moment, Lu Yu's phone rang. He answered to find it was Officer Li from the district police station. Hello, Officer Li. What is the current situation? Don't even mention it. It's chaos. Zombies everywhere. Officer Li, we are in desperate need of rescue at the mine. Can you send assistance? Rescue? Let me tell you. Not only have you called, but others have too. Who should I prioritize for rescue? Moreover, we are trapped in the station ourselves and cannot venture out. Everyone must fend for themselves. Perhaps the army will arrive in due course. A few beeps, and the call was terminated. Lu Yu expressionlessly stowed his phone, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before long, more individuals began descending from the upper floors. Manager Lu, what is going on? The old master was in high spirits when suddenly someone barged in demanding he leave. Is this the kind of service one can expect from the heavenly realm? A balding man, clad only in his pajamas and radiating resentment, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Yang while unleashing a tirade towards Lu Yu. Were it not for the weapons brandished by Yu Yang and his companions, the balding man would have unleashed a verbal barrage. This was all due to the fact that his brother had just experienced a setback. They say the heavenly realm offers the finest service. Is this truly the case? Lu, you must provide us with an explanation. After an entire night of revelry, I was merely trying to catch up on my sleep. Indeed, in a place as lavish as this, it is the first time I've been yanked from my slumber. Those who can afford to indulge here are either wealthy or noble. Each possesses their own temperament. Thus, when the balding man voiced his grievances, others who felt similarly discontent began to chime in. Most notably, those who had not awakened their powers were entirely oblivious to the voice of the world's will. Occasionally, a few who had awakened their powers were also sleeping soundly in their rooms, equally unaware of the commotion. In response, Lu Yu remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Yu Yang. Instantly understanding, Yu Yang raised his firearm and pulled the trigger towards the ceiling. The sharp crack of the gunshot silenced all chatter, causing the eyes of those present to widen and their throats to constrict. Enough of this nonsense, Yu Yang bellowed, his voice resonating through the space. As his gaze swept the room, those who met his eyes quickly looked away, none daring to hold his gaze. Do you dare defy me? Who are you to challenge my authority? Yu Yang advanced on the balding man, seizing his collar and shouting, spittle flying onto the man's face. Who do you think you are, speaking so boldly before my brother? Answer me. Forgive me, I mean no disrespect, the balding man stammered, raising his hands in a gesture of submission, his face paling as his heart raced. And you, anyone who feels aggrieved, step forward. What is happening outside? Do you still wish to play? Are you attempting to sleep while chaos reigns? My brother is calling you down for your own good. And yet you treat his kindness with such disdain, as if I were merely a lenient parent. Yu Yang swept his gun across the room, a furious tiger ready to pounce, appearing utterly unhinged. All right, that's enough. Yangzi, Lu Yu signaled for him to cease, indicating that the display of intimidation had served its purpose. Enough of this insolence. Yu Yang released the balding man, who crumpled to the floor, drenched in sweat. Just as Lu Yu was about to address the assembled crowd, a clumsy voice piped up. You cannot treat guests this way. It was deemed clumsy because, although the words were spoken in Mandarin, the accent unmistakably revealed it belonged to a foreigner. Indeed, a figure resembling a coal-black humanoid emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a woman. You are far too aggressive and rude, completely lacking the demeanor expected in the service industry. This individual pointed at Lu Yu, seemingly oblivious to the armed men surrounding him. Have you lost your mind? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to speak up in such a situation. Hey, Zhang Wei exclaimed, equally surprised, before breaking into laughter. Geng Biao and Song Wentao exchanged puzzled glances, both feeling a sense of bewilderment. What the hell? Yu Yang was instantly incensed, unleashing a torrent of curses as he prepared to confront the intruder, only to be halted by Lu Yu's outstretched arm. Lu Yu turned to Geng Biao and inquired, Biaozi, how did this fellow manage to slip in? Did I not make it clear that P and MO are prohibited from entry? As the manager overseeing the front desk, Geng Biao found himself at a loss, unable to provide a satisfactory answer to Lu Yu's probing question. Biao Gu. It seems that the woman accompanying him brought him in through the back door. She is one of our esteemed regulars, and my brothers, in their forgetfulness, allowed them into the basement area for leisure. Fortunately, a subordinate intervened, and Lu Yu, disinterested in pursuing accountability, cast a sardonic smile at the intruder, addressing it. What is the matter? Do you have any objections? My dear, please do not restrain me. The woman beside Mo, understanding the gravity of the situation, urgently attempted to pull him into the crowd, yet ultimately failed to prevent him from standing his ground. With an air of righteousness, Mo declared, I shall call the authorities to lodge a complaint against you. Your actions are intolerable. Moreover, you are clandestinely harboring weapons, which is a criminal offense in your country. Mo's audacity was not born of a genuine sense of justice, but rather stemmed from a belief that those in this realm were weak and easily intimidated. Thus, it felt free to act without fear of repercussions, convinced that no one would dare retaliate. Some individuals here, having succumbed to cultural infiltration, had become excessively self-deprecating, leading them to believe that the moon outside was invariably round. A mere compliment from outsiders would send them into euphoric rapture, mistakenly believing they had garnered affirmation, thus showcasing a supposed grandeur of a great nation. All the while forgetting that such prestige is not attained through empty notions of peace, but through the might of cannons and bayonets. Are you afraid upon hearing of my intent to report you? Mo defiantly raised its middle finger. You worthless beings of this nation, dare to strike me if you can. Who would dare lay a finger on me? This place will inevitably become our new homeland. However, this time it was gravely mistaken. The mafia operates on a different level, and Lu Yu was even more formidable. Before his crossing into this realm, he had been cornered by Mo and nearly lost his life, while his comrades had perished, instilling in him a deep-seated animosity towards such beings. Biaozi, Lu Yu coldly uttered. Watch closely. Capture it. Gung Biao led his men to charge forward, swiftly overpowering Mo and pinning it to the ground. Beat it to a pulp. Gung Biao shouted as he kicked, harboring intense loathing for the creature. Mo emitted anguished cries, writhing in pain. Stop. Please, do not continue. You cannot harm him. He is a Moa. The woman accompanying Mo was in a state of desperation, tears streaming down her face, desperately shouting, hoping that invoking Mo's identity would be of some use. However, her cries only fueled the determination of those who were striking. Damn it. Why do you not stay in your own tribe? Why come here to create a ruckus? Enjoying our benefits without enduring our struggles, yet remaining utterly oblivious and arrogant. Such behavior is utterly despicable. With such thoughts resonating, their fists fell relentlessly upon the target. A young thug continued to kick mercilessly at Mo's groin, causing excruciating pain that made Mo's eyes bulge with agony. Chapter 4. The Fate of the Farming Tools. Control the situation. Stop. You must stop. If you continue, he will be beaten to death. The woman, frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, cried out, even resorting to pulling and striking the young thug attacking Mo. Get away, you filthy witch. With a forceful shove, the thug sent the woman tumbling to the ground. Lu Yu's keen gaze caught sight of a spade-shaped tattoo on the woman's neck, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Stop. Bring her to me. Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, several thugs reluctantly withdrew their fists and feet, revealing Mo, who was left in a pitiful state. What do you want? Is there no law anymore? Stop. The thugs moved to seize the woman, who struggled in vain and was swiftly dragged before Lu Yu. What is your name? Lu Yu's icy stare made the woman tremble within. She felt as though she were facing not a mere man, but a bloodthirsty beast bearing its fangs. Intimidated by Lu Yu's imposing presence, the woman dared not conceal her identity, stammering, Li Chun. Lu Yu questioned, Are you a member of the Spade Queen organization? Startled, Li Chun's eyes widened in shock. She had never anticipated her secret would be so bluntly exposed by Lu Yu. However, she could not bring herself to admit such a disgraceful truth, shaking her head vigorously like a rattlesnake. At Spade Queen? I am not. I do not understand what you are saying. Ah, still pretending. Lu Yu observed her subtle expressions and concluded his suspicions were indeed correct. Without further addressing her, he lifted his head slightly and called out to everyone present. Does anyone know about this Spade Queen organization? Many exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lu Yu's intentions. Yet, a middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and responded, Mr. Lu, could it possibly be that seductive farming tools organization? Yes, that's precisely what you mentioned, Mr. Bai. Lu Yu recognized the man, a frequent patron of Tianshang Renjian and the owner of a logistics company. I would like to trouble Mr. Bai to explain this organization to everyone. Could you assist me with that? Of course, Mr. Lu, it would be my pleasure. Mr. Bai smiled and stepped forward, surveying the crowd before beginning his discourse. There exists a certain type of woman in this world, known as. After Mr. Bai concluded, he retreated back into the throng. Goodness, is there really such shamelessness in our great Xia? Yu Yang stood agape, gazing at the crumpled Li Chun, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. I previously thought such tales were mere fabrications circulating online, yet here I am, confronted with the reality. It seems nothing is without foundation, Zhang Wei remarked, a former recluse who, after being deceived and forced to work in a black factory, had become more knowledgeable due to his internet usage. No, I am not. Please don't slander me. Li Chun appeared exceedingly agitated, her voice rising in distress. You are not. I shall not indulge in the sordid details of this narrative, but I will provide a refined and elevated translation of the essence of the text you have provided. With a sudden, forceful advance, Gung Biao tore open her garment, exposing the dark spade tattoo on her neck to the harsh glare of the lights. This woman was utterly repugnant, a disgrace to her nation, a traitor to her people. How shameless and despicable she was, deserving of 100 humiliations in days gone by. She brought shame upon all women. I, as a representative of the female populace, hereby expel her from our ranks. Even the vilest of beings would be cleaner than she. Do you realize you are insulting the dignity of young women? These ladies endure the biting cold, trembling as they offer their kindness, embodying the spirit of bodhisattvas. They earn their living through their own merits, unlike her, who willingly degrades herself for the likes of beasts. Only such creatures could harbor affection for her. Even associating with the likes of Puer is beyond my comprehension. Does she truly revel in being toyed with by such primitive, intellectually deficient beings? Is her mind so clouded, or does she genuinely enjoy this predatory dynamic? Alas, she likely finds pleasure in the embrace of the basest kind, and one wonders if her parents are aware of their daughter's proclivities. Despite their disdain for Lu Yu's nefarious actions, the guests present shared an astonishing consensus on their contempt for Mo and May Mo women, launching into a fervent discussion. The scathing remarks, disdainful glances, and mocking laughter pierced Li Chun's heart like daggers, leaving her feeling utterly exposed and engulfed in a wave of humiliation. "No, I am not. Please do not look at me with such disdain," she cried out, her voice cracking in anguish, her expression contorted with despair. "Ah, now you feel shame. Do you? It's too late for that." Song Wentao cast a loathsome glance at Li Chun before turning to Lu Yu. "Brother, how shall we deal with this wretch and her companion?" Lu Yu smiled faintly and addressed his subordinates. "Is there anyone here who desires her? If so, I could grant you the favor of taking her off my hands." To his surprise, every man in the room shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, "Good heavens! This is utterly terrifying. Mr. Lu, do not jest. Who would want such a wretched creature? Indeed, she is poisonous. We wish to live a few more years." Laughter erupted, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. "Since none of you are interested, we cannot allow her to roam free and pose a threat to society. And given her fondness for beasts." Lu Yu mused, stroking his chin, before turning to Gung Biao and commanding, "Biaozi, throw her and her paramour from the second floor, ensuring that the zombies witness it. Do you understand?" "Understood, brother." The weight of Lu Yu's words lingered heavily on Gung Biao, who immediately grinned maliciously and approached Li Chun, signaling his underlings to seize the nearly incapacitated Mo. Are they to be fed to the zombies? How ruthless! The others present shuddered at Lu Yu's chilling command, beginning to grasp the true nature of this seemingly charming and affable youth. No, you cannot do this. Please, no." Amidst her desperate cries, both non-human figures were dragged upstairs. "Silence. Let us now quiet down and listen intently." Lu Yu gestured for everyone to refrain from speaking. At that moment, he was the authority here, and naturally, no one dared to defy him. Each individual fell silent, refraining from making even the slightest sound. Before long, the chilling howls of zombies and the anguished screams of a man and woman echoed from outside, a sound more harrowing than that of pigs being slaughtered during the New Year festivities. Once the screams had completely faded, the only sounds remaining were the faint noises of gnawing and tearing, discernible if one listened closely. At this juncture, a look of sorrow crossed Lu Yu's face as he lamented, "It is truly regrettable that one of our ladies and a foreign friend have tragically fallen outside." A profound silence enveloped the room, for everyone understood that this was Lu's way of conveying the events that had transpired. Regardless of who might inquire or investigate this matter in the future, it would be as he stated, and only thus. Lu was indeed correct. It was a grave misfortune. "By the first to break the silence," echoed the sentiment of mourning for the unfortunate victims. "Indeed, it is their carelessness that led them to the edge of the second-floor window for amusement. In pursuit of thrill, they have brought this upon themselves." How true. Everyone had cautioned them, yet they would not listen. The crowd quickly began to exchange their thoughts, weaving an elaborate narrative that seemed absurd. When Gung Biao returned with his companions, Lu Yu positioned himself in the center of the staircase, allowing him to survey the entire gathering. "Ahem. Let us now address the matter at hand. I trust you are all aware of the situation outside?" The echoes of the world's consciousness had resonated in everyone's ears, requiring no further elaboration. As for the future, who could claim certainty or predict what lay ahead? However, regarding our present circumstances, they are decidedly grim. Lu Yu's words prompted nods of agreement from those present. Indeed, the outside was teeming with zombies, although the entrances to heaven and earth had been barricaded, providing temporary respite from death. Who could say whether the zombies might breach the barriers? Lu continued, "Previously, when my people called for you, they may have been somewhat brusque, and I apologize on their behalf. I must convey to you, as the proprietor of this establishment, it is my duty to ensure the safety of every esteemed guest of the great Xia who enters here. However, while we can manage for a brief period, this is not a sustainable solution." At this point, some were visibly moved and spoke up. "Lu, you cannot possibly intend to expel us." "Indeed, Lu, you must not do that. We are, after all, your customers. If you cast us out at such a critical juncture, where shall we find refuge?" "Yes, Lu, please do not take such measures. I have wealth. If it is money you desire, I can pay to remain here." "Absolutely, I'm not short on funds. I too will pay." Faced with the dire threat to their lives, the guests set aside their apprehensions regarding Lu Yu's ruthless demeanor and earnestly pleaded. "Money? What use is currency now? It is of no value, not even sufficient to procure toilet paper." Lu Yu scoffed inwardly, shaking his head repeatedly. If the world of the undead is indeed the first realm of convergence as the global consciousness suggests, then one can scarcely guarantee that the future will not descend into a cataclysmic era rife with warfare, death, famine, disease, and chaos. In such tumultuous times, power reigns supreme. To elaborate, at this juncture, food, armaments, and individuals with extraordinary abilities are of utmost importance. What good is wealth? Those who fail to grasp this reality seem to be still in slumber. Alas, must I be silenced? What is all this clamor about? Yu Yang bellowed, overpowering the cacophony of voices. Dear friends, you exaggerate. Many of you are my loyal patrons, and even if you are newcomers, you have come to support me, Lu. How could I ever engage in such treachery? Lu Yu gestured dismissively, smiling at the assembly. In simpler terms, during these extraordinary times, our establishment may not be able to provide the diverse services we once did. Ah, that is acceptable, President Lu. If you can provide us with a place, we can endure as long as we are not expelled, came the response. Yes, it won't be long before the police arrive for our rescue. If not them, then the military will. Indeed, all we need to do is hold our ground and await assistance. The patrons finally exhaled in relief. Yet, that alone is insufficient. Lu Yu chuckled, stating, what I mean is, with so many of us gathered, a lack of unified coordination could lead to chaos. Therefore, from now on, I hope everyone will heed my commands. Only through mutual cooperation and solidarity can we weather this storm. Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent. The patrons exchanged glances, finally grasping Lu Yu's intentions. Many among them were prominent business leaders and executives, possessing considerable prowess. Thus, despite their reluctance to concede, they recognized the validity of Lu Yu's assertions. A bird cannot fly without wings, nor can a snake move without a head, especially in such dire circumstances. Humph. Why the silence? Is my brother's assertion flawed, or do you harbor dissent? Speak up if you do, Song Wintao remarked coldly. Yu Yang furrowed his brow, adding, indeed. My brother's temperament is not as explosive as mine. He will consider your words. So, let us have a decisive response. Shall we abide by my brother's guidance? Those unwilling may leave, but those who wish to stay must heed him. Gung Biao spoke most candidly. Ah, Biaozi, do not hastily drive people away. That would be unwise. Lu Yu gently chided Gung Biao, though it was clear there was no reproach in his tone. After all, our employees are willing to follow President Lu's direction. Are they not? Zhang Wei scanned the room, encompassing the subordinates, female attendants, and service staff. Indeed, a chorus of agreement resonated throughout the establishment. Who would dare dissent? Lu Yu was not only their employer but also treated them with fairness, earning their trust. Moreover, the imposing presence of armed enforcers lent a significant aura of intimidation. Most importantly, what fate awaited those who refused to comply and were cast out? In these times, no one wished to become fodder for the undead. We are, of course, willing to adhere to President Lu's directives. In such circumstances, a leader is essential. Mr. Lu, please take the lead. Everyone here is willing to follow your command. It was evident that, apart from the reckless non-human that had previously revealed itself, the remaining customers were not fools. Fully aware that those who recognize the times are the true wise. This is what you all have said, and I am inclined to believe it. Lu Yu immediately responded. Since you have elevated me to this temporary leadership role, I shall not decline. Let me express my hope that in the time to come, no one will present me with a dilemma. Anyone who causes discomfort to my elder brother shall find themselves in greater distress. Yu Yang let out a sinister laugh, perfectly embodying the role of the enforcer. Now, let us commence our investigation. Surely, among you, some have awakened their extraordinary abilities. Please, share your experiences with me and demonstrate. The crowd shifted uneasily upon hearing this. Those who had awakened their powers were not daft. They understood that at such a critical juncture, their abilities were their greatest assurance of survival. But who would be willing to reveal their powers to others? Speak up quickly. What are you waiting for? Are you hiding something with ulterior motives? Do you think we are armed only with firearms? Just because you have awakened your powers, does it mean we lack any? Zhang Wei and others spoke up, startling those who had indeed harbored such thoughts. Indeed, Lu Yu and his gang were not merely armed. Some among them had also awakened extraordinary abilities. To confront them, one would need to deal with both the gunmen and the wielders of those powers. Thus, the small schemes in certain hearts were quickly extinguished. Let's have our subordinates go first, setting an example for everyone, Lu Yu suggested. Very well. Song Wintao promptly arranged for all those who had awakened their abilities to step forward and describe their powers. Mr. Lu, I have awakened an F-class ability. A transformation type, strength, which has significantly enhanced my physical prowess, announced a waiter who had been slicing fruit. Brother, I have awakened an E-class ability. A transformation type, iron arms, which allows my arms to become as hard as steel, followed a younger member from the security department. Brother, I have awakened an E-class ability. A transformation type, copper skin, which enables my skin to become as resilient as copper, another disciple chimed in. The abilities displayed by these individuals did not particularly astonish Lu Yu. They were rather unremarkable, especially when compared to his own thunder control and the powers of his four formidable subordinates. which were leagues apart in strength. Mr. Liu, someone here has awakened a C-class ability, a special type, healing, capable of releasing a healing light through the consumption of stamina to mend injuries. This ability caught Lu Yu's attention. At last, a power of a higher caliber had emerged, and it was a type he had never encountered before. Upon a closer look, she wore a fitted white qipao, complemented by white stockings and high heels, her cascading waves of hair and fiery red lips exuding allure, her beauty quite striking. Could it be the technician number 18? Sister Fongfong, you have awakened your abilities too? Zhang Wei spoke immediately, his expression brimming with surprise. Indeed, Xiao Wei Gu. Technician no. 18 covered her mouth with a smile, drawing envious glances from the surrounding female technicians. Among all these female technicians and hostesses, she alone dared to address Zhang Wei in such a familiar manner without inciting his displeasure. Of course, the primary source of jealousy stemmed from the fact that she had awakened her extraordinary abilities. Mr. Liu, what do you think of her? Technician no. 18 turned her gaze towards Lu Yu, her eyes alight with fervor. Prior to this moment, she had longed to engage in a friendly spar with Lu Yu, the esteemed boss and figure of the underworld, never daring to dream of becoming his woman, yet knowing that being favored by him would bring her significant advantages. However, Lu Yu seemed disinterested not only in her affections but also in all the sisters in this establishment, leaving her somewhat disheartened and plagued by self-doubt. Now that she had awakened her abilities, she felt she might finally hold significance in Lu Yu's eyes. Moreover, she couldn't quite understand why. Ever since Lu Yu had emerged from the office, she perceived him as exceptionally handsome and irresistibly charming, as if he had been enveloped in a captivating fragrance that enthralled women, rendering her utterly captivated. Not just her. She had also noticed the peculiar glances her fellow companions cast towards Lu Yu. This newfound ability was indeed remarkable. To her disappointment, Lu Yu merely offered a brief compliment before shifting his attention away from her. Continue next. Mr. Liu, I have awakened the ability of strength. The remaining employees and subordinates began to speak in turn. The awakening of abilities was a matter of chance. Among the 500 or so employees, only a little over 50 had manifested extraordinary powers. Moreover, few of them were as impressive as technician number 18, with most being F-grade strength, while others possessed F-grade abilities such as F-grade fangs, F-grade claws, and F-grade iron fists or iron fingers, essentially negligible at best. Alright, all of you come over here. Wen Tao, please register them. Lu Yu had finished introducing his own team, and it was now time for the awakened individuals among the customers. Though reluctant, there was no alternative. The circumstances dictated their actions, especially since they were on someone else's turf. Furthermore, the abilities they had awakened were not particularly formidable. Had anyone awakened an SSS-grade ability like Lu Yu's Thunder Control, showcasing immense combat prowess from the outset, they would have likely stepped forward to flaunt their strength or negotiate with Lu Yu already. There was no concealing the awakening of their abilities. Each individual had to demonstrate their powers on the spot. Jiangsu, you assess them, one by one. Zhang Wei chuckled mischievously as he pulled over a bespectacled subordinate, who appeared cultured and refined. Zhang Su, a seasoned psychologist and a luminary in his field, was adept at discerning lies. Unless the individual had undergone specialized training as a spy, having incurred the wrath of a certain underworld figure, he was marked for elimination, and Lu Yu, recognizing his talent, had taken him in. Now, it seemed, his skills were indeed required. If these individuals can deceive in his presence, then Zhang Wei can only concede and acknowledge their prowess. Manager Liu, I have awakened my F-class ability, a transformation type, strength. Manager Liu, I have awakened my E-class ability, a transformation type, iron skin, which is similar to that of my brother who awakened copper skin. Manager Liu, I have awakened my D-class ability, a transformation type, blade palm, allowing my hands to become as sharp as blades. Your gaze instinctively averts. Hence, you are lying. What? I am not. Absolutely not. We will know for sure after a beating. Strike me. Damn, I won't back down. I refuse to believe my C-class ability. Bang, bang, bang. Your C-class ability is also lacking. Couldn't withstand a few shots? Trash. Come on. Come on. Everyone, stop looking at the bodies. Let us continue. Out of over 200 customers, only about 20 have awakened their abilities. Among them, the most formidable are 2 who have awakened C-class abilities. One is a transformation type, lizard man, capable of metamorphosing into a half-human, half-beast lizard form, greatly enhancing all physical attributes upon transformation. The other has already perished under the egalitarian gunfire, best left unmentioned. C-class abilities are truly worthless. Why is it so difficult to absorb a decent ability? Lu Yu shook his head internally. If anyone among these individuals is worthy of absorption, it would be his own 4 formidable subordinates. But why would he sever his own limbs? Besides, there is only an 18th technician whose ability barely qualifies. Yet, she is still one of his own employees. and Zhang Wei harbors some special feelings for her. Eliminating her would not be appropriate. Forget it. I shall not consider anything below B class. Absorbing such worthless abilities would merely distract me. With that thought, Lu Yu instructed his subordinates, Biaozi, Yangzi, Wentao, you three gather everyone and collect all food and water, remember. All of it. Understood, big brother. The three immediately sprang into action, calling upon others to assist in the task, including those customers who had not awakened any abilities. The customers had little to say. Given the circumstances, what else could they do? Compared to those who had met a tragic end outside. Being alive and standing here was already a stroke of luck, and working a bit would not bring about death. As long as they could endure until the police arrived for rescue, until the army came to their aid, it would all be worthwhile. Xiaowei, you lead and move some items to block the front and back doors. I still have some concerns. Yes, big brother. After giving his orders, Lu Yu ascended to the top floor and gazed out the window. Chapter 5. Where to go from here? A strategy for division. At this moment, the city of Huadu was in utter chaos. Gunfire, shouts, explosions, and a cacophony of sounds surged together, chaotic like a tide. Thick plumes of smoke rose in numerous places. Taking it all in, Lu Yu's face remained as serene as water. He was a time traveler, not a reborn soul, unaware of what this world would ultimately become. Yet, he understood that a tumultuous era had begun, not to mention the so-called world, well, that purportedly brings forth other worlds. Just the sheer number of zombies arriving has already plunged the entire world into turmoil. Peering through a narrow lens, the once vibrant city of Huadu has metamorphosed into something unrecognizable. What of the other cities within the Great Xia Empire? And what of the nations beyond our borders? The long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived, thought Lu Yu, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lit a cigarette. As the smoke swirled upward, he murmured to himself, the oppression of the lower and middle classes in this parallel world is even more pronounced than in the one I traversed before. Ambitions are stifled, endeavors thwarted. Merely standing firm amidst it all is a Herculean feat, and for those at the bottom, aspiring to rise above their station, that is a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. The only recourse is to remain humble and await the opportune moment. Truth be told, one might call it a resignation to fate. After all, most times, individual effort appears inconsequential. It is often the grand events of history and the sweeping currents of society that dictate one's fortune, where seemingly trivial choices can lead to drastically different futures. Yet now, that great tide has arrived. This unprecedented upheaval is upon us, and the question remains, who will seize the opportunity? In these tumultuous times, amidst the chaos, I find this moment utterly exhilarating. I have no desire to depart from this world just yet. As he pondered, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotions, his spirit ignited. Indeed, though he is a traveler from another realm, endowed with extraordinary gifts, until he attains the power to rival nations, he must adapt to the rules of this world, reigning only within limited bounds. But now, the apocalypse has dawned. For many common folk, this signifies a catastrophic disaster. After all, there is an old adage, better to be a dog in peaceful times than a man in chaotic ones. Yet for the discontented and the ambitious of this peaceful era, it presents an opportunity, a chance for resurgence. And Lu Yu stands among the most ambitious. With the collapse of order, the erosion of morals, and the gradual disintegration of old norms, all that was once suppressed shall rise anew. The tumultuous forces of the underclass will awaken, heroes and tyrants will emerge, and a myriad of characters will grace the grand stage of this new epoch. Who will navigate the currents of change? Who will stand out? He chuckled to himself. Surely, I must play a part in this. As the last ember of his cigarette extinguished, Lu Yu flicked the butt away, raising his head with a beaming smile. His eyes sparkled with an intense dissatisfaction with the status quo, a fervent desire for transformation, a burning eagerness for chaos. He then picked up his phone and opened a short video application. Unsurprisingly, every video that flashed before him was tied to this unprecedented calamity. Some individuals vociferously criticized, questioning where the military had vanished. Others captured the chaotic scenes of cities, depicting the gruesome and brutal realities. Some sang and danced in celebration of this new era, showcasing their extraordinary abilities, while others, abroad, revealed the conditions of foreign lands. Has even the enforcement of prohibitions become a lost cause? Lu Yu stroked his chin, and through these glimpses, he could subtly deduce the current circumstances. Perhaps the reviewers have turned into zombies, or have already been consumed by them. Upon closing the application, Lu Yu once again logged into various forums, discussion platforms, and knowledge communities, only to discover that, without exception, all were engrossed in discussions regarding the calamity. Oh, a new continental plate has emerged in the ocean? The topography of the world has undergone significant transformations, revealing numerous unfamiliar cities never before seen. Experts are urgently analyzing this phenomenon as a manifestation of the merging of two realms. My goodness, A foreign soldier still finds time to record a video while fleeing for his life. He claims that these zombies appeared out of nowhere in the military camp, resulting in devastating losses for the army, which has now lost its combat effectiveness. In this light, it becomes a matter of which military force is unfortunate. Might the troops surrounding Huadu also be affected? Just as Liu Yu was scrolling through videos, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Senator Huang. He answered immediately. "Hello, is this a you?" Came the rich voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. "Uncle Huang, it's me." Liu Yu, holding his phone, plopped down onto a chair. The gentleman in question, Huang Shorin, is a member of the lower house of the Empire's parliament, hailing from Huadu, and wields considerable influence within the local government. Moreover, he is the man behind Liu Yu's group, often referred to as the Protector. Rewind a few months. After Liu Yu traversed into this world, he initially toiled in a black market factory. By the second month, he had acquired power and began to make a name for himself in the underworld of Huadu, quickly attracting the attention of various influential figures. When one disrupts the interests of others, it is only natural that they would retaliate. The intricate web of interests is not something a mere outsider can hope to dismantle. Yet, Huang Shorin, being a shrewd and self-serving politician, did not seek to eliminate Liu Yu's group after his own underlings were dealt with. Rather, he chose to co-opt them for his own purposes. Faced with the olive branch extended by old Huang, Liu Yu accepted with alacrity, instantly transforming his previously precarious situation into one of acceptance within the Huadu underworld as a so-called member of the Huang faction, thereby elevating him to the status of a brother within that realm. This illustrates the exchange of interests and the dark rules that lurk beneath the surface of light. Of course, one must possess strength. Otherwise, the weak are rendered mere pawns, lacking even the right to play the game. You. I was in a meeting and didn't notice your call. I hope you don't hold it against me. Haha, how could I, Uncle Huang? Liu Yu chuckled. Yet he keenly sensed an unusual tone in Huang Shorin's voice. In their previous encounters, whether in person or over the phone, Huang's demeanor had always been one of measured authority, neither overly arrogant nor excessively warm. But now, there was an unmistakable hint of concern in his words, as if he were trying to ingratiate himself. "How are things on your end?" Huang inquired. Liu Yu shrugged and replied, "Don't even mention it, Uncle Huang. You are well aware of the current situation outside. I suspect my subordinates' establishments have all been wiped out, leaving only this place I'm guarding unscathed." "Indeed, the situation is dire," Huang Shorin sighed, then suddenly asked, "By the way, how many people do you still have with you?" Liu Yu was acutely aware that his inquiry was not about the number of subordinates, but rather about the resolute and valiant individuals among them, those endowed with combat prowess. After a moment's contemplation, he mentally adjusted his estimate and replied, "There are approximately 100 or so brothers." "Then, you do take care to hold these individuals firmly in your grasp." At this juncture, Huang Shorin's tone softened considerably. "I have taken note of that, Uncle Huang," Liu Yu responded, his eyes glimmering and a smile playing at the corners of his lips. One could certainly say that he was a true politician, treating the underworld as one would a chamber pot in daily life. Yet now, in light of the current situation, he recognized what was paramount and began to devise strategies for alliance and control. However, a sudden unease washed over him, suggesting that something troubling might have transpired. Given Huang Shorin's extensive network of information, he promptly inquired, "Uncle Huang, has something occurred?" Huang Shorin remained silent for 2 seconds before revealing, "News has just arrived. The navy at the port, along with the nearby army, has suffered grievously, with significant casualties reported, and some units have been completely annihilated." Such severity? Although Liu Yu had mentally prepared for this possibility, hearing it from Huang Shorin still left him somewhat astonished. Huang Shorin, unperturbed by Liu Yu's interruption, continued, "Indeed, the merging of realms has led to a situation where you exist within me and I within you. Our soldiers were utterly unprepared for such an occurrence, and typically, ammunition is not distributed outside of target practice and drills. Thus, faced with the sudden emergence of zombies in their barracks, they found it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective counterattack, resulting in the rapid spread of the zombie virus and the ensuing calamity." With each revelation, Liu Yu's delight grew. The army's heavy losses signified a diminished governmental grip on society, thereby presenting greater opportunities and a more expansive stage for his grassroots power. Some surviving troops managed to turn the tide because soldiers awakened extraordinary abilities and swiftly made their way to the armory to distribute ammunition, salvaging the situation. However, in contrast to these rare instances, the majority of units had suffered grave damage, leading to the expectation that few military forces would be able to advance into the city for rescue operations. By the way, have you or your subordinates awakened any extraordinary abilities? Upon hearing this question, Liu Yu's eyes flickered as he replied, "Yes, indeed, many of my subordinates possess such abilities." Without waiting for Huang Shorin to respond, he deftly shifted the conversation, Uncle Huang, we likely cannot rely on the police departments in each district. But we still have a considerable number of guards in various areas, correct? The Great Xia Empire possesses 3 armed forces, a royal army dedicated to the imperial family, and 2 military branches under the Ministry of Defense, namely the National Defense Army and the Guard Army. The National Defense Army boasts the largest numbers, primarily stationed outside of urban centers, while the Guard Army, in stark contrast, is typically deployed within cities, tasked with counterterrorism, stability maintenance, and disaster relief. Huang Shoren, somewhat displeased by Lu Yu's diversion, fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Yu, opting not to speak further, patiently awaited, the smile on his face growing ever more pronounced. Times have changed. The roles of offense and defense have been reversed. I have men and weapons at my disposal. Whether I continue to heed your counsel will depend on my own disposition. Do you still wish to probe into my depths? Huang Shoren suppressed his emotions and remarked, indeed. The various divisions of the Huadu Guard have mobilized and are currently engaged in rescuing several key individuals. They have commenced the establishment of a secure zone, which should yield some results. The safety zone will be centered around the Jinghai district. If possible, I hope you can come here at your earliest convenience. Jinghai district? Lu Yu remained silent, swiftly contemplating in his mind. This district lies on the outskirts of Huadu, often referred to as the development zone. In the past, the urban populace avoided it, preferring to congregate in more prosperous areas. Yet, in the current context, it indeed presents a suitable opportunity for establishing a safety zone, indicating the government's discerning insight into the present situation. As Huang Shoren grasped the implication of Lu Yu's words, he realized that Lu was currently there. His invitation seemed intended to augment his influence. These bureaucrats, how predictable. Regardless of the circumstances, their first thought is always to vie for power and profit. Noticing Lu Yu's silence, Huang Shoren could not restrain himself. Ayu, you are an astute individual, fully aware of the current predicament. As long as your subordinates remain united, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let me tell you, although the city government has not approved the proposal to arm the populace, there are now preparations to expand the military and consider the formation of civilian corps. As he stated, this indeed represents a significant opportunity. With proper maneuvering, those from the underworld could swiftly transform into soldiers, and leaders could easily become officers of the civilian corps. However, Lu Yu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he evasively replied, Uncle Huang, I will do my utmost. Very well, I shall await your favorable news. If you can bring people here and organize more manpower, surely there will be a share of this bounty for us. I appreciate Uncle Huang's guidance in advance. After ending the call, Lu Yu scoffed, Go? Not a chance. Can't I develop on my own? He promptly summoned his subordinates. Boss, we have gathered food and water, Song Wentao reported as soon as he arrived. Good. Lu Yu nodded and then addressed them. Given the current situation, it seems the military outside Huadu has largely collapsed. Waiting for rescue may take an eternity. Upon sharing the news he acquired from Huang Shoren, his subordinates reacted differently. The Jinghai district is quite distant. Attempting to reach it would be perilous. Zhang Wei frowned. What is there to fear? They are merely zombies. Let us take action. Yu Yang grinned, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. Old Huang and his crew are quite swift, while others remain oblivious. He has already reached the safe zone. Geng Biao shook his head in contemplation, his expression laden with meaning. Our resources are limited, and remaining here without assistance equates to waiting for death. Unless we send someone out to scavenge supplies, Song Wentao remarked, his face grim. We need to scavenge supplies, but we must also leave. This is not a suitable place to linger, Lu Yu declared his decision. Boss is right. We will follow your lead. The 4 nodded in agreement. But we are not going to Jinghai district. Upon hearing this, all 4 were momentarily stunned. Boss, if we are not going to Jinghai district, where are we headed? Zhang Wei inquired. Let me show you. Lu Yu promptly retrieved his phone and magnified a map. Sansha Island, surrounded by water on all sides, sits in the middle of a river, connected to the mainland by only 2 grand bridges. The island boasts lush greenery and clusters of villas, renowned as an affluent enclave, a veritable stronghold that is both advantageous and defensible. To the east lies the dock and urban area, readily accessible for scavenging supplies and rescuing survivors. The eastern outskirts, sparsely populated and with few zombies, could serve as an escape route at any moment. If we secure that territory, regardless of whether we subsequently block or destroy the bridges, it shall become our sovereign realm. Upon concluding his statement, the 4 were left astounded. They were taken aback not only by Lu Yu's words, but also by his audacious ambition. The most contemplative among them, Song Wentao, merely pondered how to align himself with Lu Yu, aiming for an official position within the militia to legitimize his identity as a bona fide officer. Yet, he could scarcely fathom, or dare to envision, that Lu Yu harbored such separatist aspirations. Observing their bewildered expressions, Lu Yu smiled subtly. He then adopted a serious demeanor and addressed the four. Brothers, we can foresee that the future will undoubtedly be a chaotic era dominated by war and bloodshed. Only those possessing strength and wielding formidable forces will hold sway, and wealth, beauty, and more shall inevitably follow. As the winds stir the green reeds and waves form amidst the tranquility, how could we allow this golden opportunity to slip by? Serving others as mere lackeys pales in comparison to seizing control for ourselves. If we can establish a military-political coalition, who knows what heights we might reach, brothers? This was merely what he articulated. He withheld deeper thoughts, fearing they might overwhelm his loyal confidants. He envisioned the creation of a power structure centered around himself, allowing him to seize the realm and dominate both land and sea, while also ensuring a stronghold in turbulent times. Let us not dwell on distant aspirations. Consider the tangible. If I have a loyal entourage, a band of followers, and the strength to command, I could very well be a local sovereign, a ruler amidst chaos. After all, we have traversed realms, finding ourselves in an apocalyptic world, with a golden opportunity at hand. Why not aim for something grand? Especially since this is not our own world. Brother, are you serious? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. When have you ever seen me jest? Lu Yu replied with a smile. Let us do it. Yu Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, just tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead. A militia? Such a noble term. Who knows what it truly entails? We wouldn't want to end up as examples of severe retribution in this chaotic era, executed without mercy. Geng Biao cautioned. What you propose sounds far more reliable. Brother, let us form our own contingent. In the end, we shall be far better positioned than to serve under the scrutiny of others. Indeed, let us take action, Zhang Wei exclaimed, waving his arms with equal fervor. With your boldness, how could we possibly falter? Ever since I followed you out of that wretched factory, I have no desire to return to that previous life. Among the four, only Song Wentao exhibited a sense of composure and a pragmatic outlook. He addressed Lu Yu, saying, Brother, our number of subordinates is limited. Whether we venture to Jinghai District or Sansha Island, it will not be an easy task, even though the latter is relatively close. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, patting him on the shoulder before replying with a smile. Indeed, even if we reach Sansha Island, aspiring for greatness will not be a mere stroll in the park. With that, Lu Yu stepped out of the room, prompting the others to exchange glances before following him outside. They observed Lu Yu entering another room, from which his voice soon echoed, Come in and take a look. As the four entered sequentially, they heard Lu Yu's voice again, I have been well prepared. What lay before them left the four in utter astonishment. Chapter 6. The display of arms, astounding vision, strategic planning, and the formation of the team. Their amazement was not without reason. The room was filled to the brim with military supplies. Am I seeing things? Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This was simply unbelievable. Song Wentao's mouth gaped open as he turned his gaze toward Lu Yu. My heavens, this is inconceivable. Geng Biao swallowed hard. Compared to what lay before them, their current collection of hunting rifles, homemade firearms, and modified guns seemed utterly inadequate. Brother, is this for real? Yu Yang asked, his face alight with excitement. Ha, what do you think? Lu Yu replied as he walked over, picked up an M4, aimed it a couple of times, and then addressed the four. With these treasures, the journey to Sansha Island will be much easier. Indeed, this batch of equipment came from the Eagle Sauce family in a parallel world. In the first month after his transference, his golden finger had provided him with 9 cattle and 2 tigers pill. In the second month, a spatial ring, and by the third month, this impressive cache of military supplies had been stored within the spatial ring on his finger. Given the current turbulent times, he no longer hesitated to reveal the arms he had previously kept hidden, especially as their utility had now become paramount. Absolutely. With these fine items, we can do whatever we desire. Yu Yang exclaimed joyfully. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lu Yu tossed him a gun, allowing him to handle it freely, his own face lighting up with a smile. While others hoard food, I hoard weapons. Your home is my granary. Bai Baoshan once said, a gun is a man's courage. The warlords of the past remarked, he who possesses a gun is a king among the grass. These truths were especially pertinent in the apocalypse. No resources? Then seize them with firearms, particularly from those who stockpile supplies. I hope I don't stumble upon any resource hoarders. If I do, I'll take everything, even from the system. Lu Yu mused internally. Of course, if there were indeed individuals who had reincarnated to hoard food and possessed systems, their strength would likely be formidable, making them no easy adversaries. Wow, not only are there rifles and handguns, but also machine guns. Is that a rocket launcher? Zhang Wei remained astounded. Brother, are you preparing for war? There are even grenades and landmines. With these supplies, we could wage a small-scale battle, Geng Biao murmured. He was right. If Li Yunlong had possessed such equipment back in the day, he would have undoubtedly dared to assault Taiyuan. Indeed, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was merely a dream, remarked Song Wentao. I never anticipated that my elder brother concealed such armaments. When were they brought here? It is evident that he was prepared in advance, yet this level of preparedness is rather alarming. If the apocalypse had not befallen us, whom would these weapons be intended to combat? Amidst their astonishment, the four felt a profound respect for Lu Yu deepen within their hearts. After tossing a handgun to Zhang Wei, Lu Yu stated, "These weapons, aside from myself, you likely cannot wield effectively. Thus, we must swiftly master their usage and then depart with our comrades." What the elder brother says is true. Indeed, the handguns may be manageable, and the rifles somewhat so. But the landmines, machine guns, and rocket launchers are certainly not tools for the ordinary individual. In truth, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The arsenal Lu Yu acquired is sufficient to equip an entire reinforced battalion, and not just any battalion, but an armored one. Additionally, several mortars, man-portable missiles, armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters lie quietly within his spatial ring. Of course, teaching his subordinates to operate basic weapons within a short time frame is already a formidable challenge. Expecting them to master high-tech machinery immediately is quite unrealistic. This is also the reason Lu Yu refrained from showcasing those advanced arms. Lu Yu remarked, "The zombies outside serve as perfect targets. If we allow everyone to practice shooting a few times from the windows, they will soon learn." Yu Yang cheerfully suggested, "Should I call the brothers now? Not so fast. We must first prepare mentally for our departure and ascertain the willingness of the customers to leave with us. What does it matter? If they refuse, we can leave them here to await their fate. That's right. Those willing to accompany us are our own. And those who choose to stay can be easily identified. All valid points. Let us proceed and gather everyone." Soon, the employees were summoned. Upon learning they were to depart, they expressed considerable reluctance. However, upon catching sight of the armaments, their sense of security surged dramatically, and they swiftly reversed their stance, wholeheartedly supporting Lu Yu's decision to leave for a safer location. With the employees' concerns settled, it was time to address the customers. Over 200 patrons were quickly gathered. They were rife with emotions, uncertain of the latest developments. "I have spoken, what are your thoughts?" As Lu Yu conveyed the news of their imminent departure to Sansha Island, a murmur of discussion erupted among the attendees. Some deemed Lu Yu mad for proposing to venture into the zombie-infested world, a sure path to demise. Others mentioned they had just seen the Empire's announcement urging citizens to safeguard themselves while the military was mobilizing to provide comprehensive aid to cities across the nation. The government of Huadu echoed this sentiment, suggesting it was wiser to remain and wait rather than risk exposure. Some assert that venturing out to gather supplies is a serious matter, yet traversing perilous neighborhoods to reach Sansha Island seems utterly absurd. Regardless of whether they are employees or customers, no one endorses this notion. "Very well, if you are unwilling to accompany us, I shall not force you." Just as Lu Yu finished speaking, his words were abruptly interrupted by a bespectacled rotund man. "Wait, General Lu, I wish to join you. But could we possibly avoid Sansha Island? What about heading to Jinghai District instead?" "I share the same sentiment. Jinghai District appears to be quite favorable. Yes, there are fewer people and zombies there, allowing us to break through to that location. Indeed, although Sansha Island is nearer, it pales in comparison to Jinghai District." Soon, 5 or 6 others voiced their agreement, all echoing the same thought. Lu Yu chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at these individuals. "General Zhang, General Wang, General Gu. You all are quite remarkable." "Ah, it is all thanks to you, General Lu. Indeed, without you and your comrades, what use are our ideas?" They hurriedly flattered him. Yet none clarified their thoughts, leaving the remaining customers bewildered. What is going on? It sounds as though there are unspoken implications. However, Lu Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly. He coldly declared, "Those of you who wish to accompany me must be prepared. I will not concern myself with those who choose to stay. In a few days, this place will belong to you. Now, make your choice immediately." The outcome was evident. Of the more than 200 individuals, aside from a handful who seemed to place their faith in Lu Yu and wished to take a chance, the majority were unwilling to follow him. Lu Yu then summoned his subordinates and ascended the stairs to practice shooting by the window. Over 500 individuals, regardless of gender, donned military uniforms and were each equipped with firearms. Then, the sound of gunfire rang out continuously. Zombies fell from the sky and the ground, while others were blown away by grenades, the noise attracting nearby zombies towards the commotion. With so many weapons, why not mention it earlier? Indeed, had he disclosed this sooner, it wouldn't have mattered. I believe Lu is clearly intent on abandoning us, which is why he deliberately withheld this information. Exactly, this man from the shadows is truly malicious. A group of customers from the realm above gathered in a room, each filled with grievances. Upon witnessing so many practicing with firearms, grenades, and rocket launchers, they were left dumbfounded, filled with regret. Should we not approach him now and express our willingness to follow? "I see you are daydreaming." Old Wang was just soundly rebuffed. He stated that no amount of pleading would suffice, so do not embarrass yourself further. I've received word that the security detachment in our district is also planning to withdraw, prioritizing the establishment of a safe zone. If we remain here waiting for rescue, it could take a considerable time. How long can we endure? Who can guarantee that nothing will go awry while we wait for assistance? It is far more prudent to make haste towards the safe zone. Yet this individual seems to be heading in the opposite direction, even if he brings us along. We are not destined for Jinghai District. Old Yuan, what do you think? Yes, Old Yuan, we shall follow your lead. As they spoke, the group's gaze shifted towards a middle-aged man. The individual in question is named Yuan Feng, the one who has awakened a sea-level ability, transforming into a lizard-like entity. Currently, he possesses the greatest strength, prompting many patrons to instinctively gravitate towards him. Yuan Feng's countenance is shadowed, reflecting his troubled mood. Observing the crowd around him, he pondered briefly before whispering, "You are all not ordinary individuals. Each of you possesses talents. While we still have access to mobile phones and a signal, I urge you all to leverage your connections." However, the outcome was the same. No one could arrive in the short term. As he spoke, the expressions of those surrounding him grew increasingly grim. The absence of immediate assistance was not particularly daunting, as with Lu Yu and his group present. They could endure for a while. As long as they could survive until help arrived, following his directives would not be an issue. Yet now, with Lu Yu's group planning to flee and leaving them behind, the situation would become dire. Yuan Feng continued, "To venture forth for supplies, or even to the safe zone, relying solely on our awakened abilities may prove exceedingly challenging." "Ah, Old Yuan, do not dampen everyone's spirits. Share your thoughts," someone interjected. "Indeed, we are all aware of the situation." After a brief pause, Yuan Feng ominously declared, "We must acquire firearms." Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the group. In truth, they all understood, yet no one wished to be the first to verbalize it. Each individual exchanged furtive glances, and soon, a more subtle murmur began to arise. Clap, 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 clap. On the second floor, Lu Yu, arms crossed, silently observed his subordinates as they dispatched zombies with gunfire. At that moment, Geng Biao, clad in military attire, approached him, his face etched with concern. "Brother, I conferred with Wen Tao, and we can't shake the feeling that those fools will not remain idle." These were not mere novices in the tumult of political intrigue, nor were they inexperienced in the competitive realm of commerce. Faced with a challenging situation, some would certainly eschew passivity. Lu Yu spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the scene outside the window. One could simply eliminate them all, thereby alleviating the need for vigilance. Geng Biao's expression darkened, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. "Indeed, exterminating them is not out of the question," Lu Yu mused. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "Surely they have contacted their families via phone by now?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Geng Biao was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Brother, it's my fault. I was preoccupied and overlooked this detail. If their families were unaware, eliminating them all would pose no issue. However, if their families, along with friends in the government and military, were cognizant of their whereabouts, then the plan to eliminate them would become rather troublesome." Lu Yu did not reproach Geng Biao. Instead, he continued his analysis. The current state of affairs has not yet descended into complete anarchy. If we merely aspire to be a band of ruthless brigands, we need not hesitate. We could simply eradicate them without remorse. However, should we seek to grow and avoid becoming the primary targets of the military and government, then our actions must be calculated, rather than impulsive and reckless. Among this group of over 100 individuals, many possess influential connections. Annihilating them all may not reveal immediate repercussions. When we engage with the authorities and the military, this matter may well become a hindrance. The elder brother raised an eyebrow, lost in contemplation. "We successfully reached Sansha Island, and then what? Shall we raise our banner and establish a new government, openly defying the entire empire? If that were the case, the surviving military forces around Huadu would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate us." Lu Yu gestured, continuing, "At that time, even if we recruit soldiers and strengthen our forces to the point of challenging them, we would still need to establish relations with the Huadu government and even the military, ideally becoming a force that listens to orders but not proclamations. Although the government and military have suffered heavy losses, we cannot be labeled as rebels until we possess the means to overturn the table and eliminate them." The elder brother truly possesses foresight. Geng Biao spoke these words from the bottom of his heart, a look of admiration gracing his face. Indeed, while he was still contemplating how to recruit personnel upon arriving at Sansha Island, Lu Yu had already considered the future trajectory of this group. However, we must remain vigilant. Keep a close watch on them, for I am curious to see who will foolishly step forward to seek their own demise. I suspect that even if there are those seeking their end, they will not number more than 100, at most just a portion of them. A chilling glint flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. "We have done all that we ought to. Those who seek their own demise cannot blame us. Even if their families collectively exert pressure on the military and political spheres to hold us accountable, we will stand firm. Of course, whether we choose the path of submission remains uncertain. Perhaps if we develop well, we will entirely avoid dealings with the military and government. If that is the case, eliminating a few fools will pose no trouble at all. Gung Biao was utterly in awe of Lu Yu. He truly considered every aspect and had everything planned meticulously. Thus, he immediately declared, "Such covert machinations and backstabbing are my forte. Rest assured, elder brother, I will keep a close eye on them. If reporting is delayed, you may handle it directly." "Very well, I shall make arrangements at once." Chapter 7. Conspiracy unravels. Killing requires heartfelt retribution. For 3 consecutive days, the vicinity of Tianshang Rinjian echoed with gunfire and explosions. The surrounding zombies were systematically cleared from their elevated positions, and it was time to send others out to lure them, as there were plenty of live targets available. Notably, this incessant gunfire led many survivors in the surrounding neighborhoods to mistakenly believe that the military had arrived. However, hearing the sounds yet seeing no sign of them left these survivors disappointed. Some survivors, gritting their teeth, took the risk to traverse the neighborhoods for a closer look. And upon discovering it was not the military, they chose to remain and plead for inclusion. Faced with their pleas, Lu Yu did not refuse. After a selection process, he accepted them, expanding his ranks from the original 500 to about 700. This group comprised both men and women, all capable fighters, as the elderly, weak, and children could not possibly navigate through the neighborhoods to reach this place. Amidst an abundance of ammunition and the personal guidance of the esteemed Lu Yu, the 700 men under his command, while not all becoming highly skilled marksmen, have at least acquired a fundamental understanding of how to wield their weaponry effectively, ensuring they target the undead rather than accidentally harm their comrades. This afternoon, Lu Yu announced the cessation of training, allowing everyone to indulge in a hearty feast, replenishing their strength in preparation for their early departure tomorrow, leaving the realm of celestial beings and heading straight for Sancha Island. However, they had little choice in the matter, for their provisions and water were nearly depleted. In the early morning hours, within the confines of the celestial realm, shadowy figures stealthily ascended the stairs. Is this unfolding too smoothly? Has Lu neglected to assign even a single guard? One whispered. Another immediately retorted in a hushed tone, "Shill, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed?" We have maintained an air of obedience these past few days to lull Lu into a false sense of security, making him believe we have accepted our fate. Indeed, do you think your ill-fated words will make him wary? If so, our lives are forfeit. This moment is when one is most relaxed, and they are likely in a deep slumber. Lu would never dream that we would seize the leader first. As long as we secure him, he will have no choice but to comply. Silence. Continue forward and halt just before the corridors bend. Then cautiously peek to observe. Our survival hinges on this singular opportunity. Failure here would spell our doom. Upon reaching the corridor, one individual cautiously extended his head forward. "Old Zhang, what do you see?" "Pitch darkness, but after careful observation, it appears to be unoccupied." "Good, let us press on. Lu is in room 404. We'll burst through the door and capture him with utmost swiftness." Yet, as the group collectively advanced into the corridor, a sudden crack reverberated as the overhead lights flickered to life. Not only the lights above them, but the entire corridor was illuminated. "This is bad. We've been discovered." A collective shudder coursed through their hearts as they felt themselves plummet into an abyss of despair. "Gentlemen, what are you scheming in such a furtive manner?" The situation had indeed deteriorated to its direst form, as they beheld a throng of people at the corridor's end, with Lu Yu reclining in a chair, casually resting his legs. The leader, Yuan Feng, stood rigid, his face twitching in disbelief. What? Mr. Lu. Those surrounding him wore pale expressions, utterly at a loss for an explanation, as they had never anticipated failure. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy footfall echoed behind them. Turning around, they realized their escape was blocked by a multitude of armed individuals, led by Yu Yang and Zhang Wei. Did you truly believe your meticulously crafted plans were flawless? Did you think the inhabitants of this world could be easily deceived by your ruse? Zhang Wei brandished his firearm, a cold smirk etched upon his face. What a group of fools, thinking they could so easily ascend to the 4th floor. Are you still basking in your own self-satisfaction? Yet everything is under our control. We were aware of your plans from the moment you began to conspire. Yu Yang laughed heartily, mockingly deriding those who fancied themselves clever. This is impossible. How could you possibly know? Yuan Feng's face darkened, his heart brimming with unwillingness. The ones who conspired and devised plans had all accompanied him. They were all in the same boat, rendering the possibility of betrayal non-existent. So how did the information leak? He found it utterly perplexing. Initially, I was reluctant to believe that you would dare to undertake such an act. Lu Yu interjected, a faint smile gracing his lips. Or perhaps you are foolish enough to plot a conspiracy under the barrels of hundreds of guns. For any rational individual would choose to venture outside in search of food and water after our departure, rather than risk their life attempting an utterly absurd endeavor. Lu Yu lamented, yet I miscalculated, completely underestimating the depths of human folly, never anticipating that someone would indeed choose such a path. Indeed, it is exceedingly foolish. Song Wentao remarked with a smile, then turned to his companion Gung Biao. What do you think, Biao? Gung Biao replied, it is as foolish as it gets. They are the most foolish individuals I have ever encountered. As for how we came to know of your conspiracy, Lu Yu's smile grew more pronounced as he beckoned Zhang Wei, who stood behind him. Xiao Wei, you may enlighten them. Huh, how could they not be deemed foolish? Zhang Wei laughed heartily. To conspire over matters of life and death on our territory, believing that hiding in a restroom would keep them safe? A listening device ensures we hear every one of your schemes with crystal clarity. Thus, we have orchestrated tonight's spectacle. Yu Yang added, just to keep you under the illusion of success, I concealed myself in a corner, nearly suffocating from the anticipation of giving you a glimmer of hope and a final moment of joy before your demise. Lu Yu and his four subordinates exchanged words, their banter akin to a lethal dance of wits. In the next breath, Lu Yu's men erupted in laughter, leaving the surrounded individuals pale as death. Listening devices. Yuan Feng gritted his teeth, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He had considered this possibility, but never imagined the depths of depravity that would lead to such an invasion, not even sparing the restroom. Yes, placing it in the restroom was a suggestion from Zhang Wei some time ago. Listening devices, pinhole cameras, they are virtually omnipresent in every corner of this establishment, intended to gather incriminating evidence to be wielded as leverage when necessary. Do not think that even the rats in the sewers can escape scrutiny and surveillance. Mr. Liu, I was wrong. I was blinded by ignorance and momentarily confused. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and spare me. Suddenly, one man fell to his knees, wildly slapping his own face in a fit of self-punishment. The sound of his palms echoed, and within moments, his cheeks swelled. Yes, we were foolish. We were indeed foolish. Please, Mr. Liu, show mercy. The rest quickly joined in pleading for mercy, fearful that a moment's delay would invite misfortune. Only Yuan Feng remained standing, furiously cursing, do you not know who he is? At this point, what good is it to plead with him? Yuan was right, indeed. Pleading with me bore no semblance of value. Lu Yu slightly shook his head, stating, before undertaking any endeavor, one must consider the cost. The consequences shall be borne solely by oneself. Upon finishing his words, his companion, Gung Biao, gestured with a hand. Receiving the command, everyone disengaged their safeties, pulled back their gun bolts, and aimed their weapons at Yuan Feng and his cohort. You want to let me live, Lu? Then I shall fight you to my last breath. Faced with the ominous muzzles, the others were paralyzed with fear. But Yuan Feng let out a furious roar and charged at Lu Yu. During his reckless dash, he unleashed his supernatural abilities. The shadow cast upon the wall instantly morphed into that of a monstrous creature. The lizard man bared its cavernous maw, eyes glinting with malice, its claws tearing through the air, accompanied by a howling wind. Not a soul spared. Lu Yu rose, hands clasped behind his back, turning away. In an instant, gunfire erupted, metallic casings flying wildly. Simultaneously, the air was filled with anguished cries. These individuals were turned into sieves, including Yuan Feng himself. Indeed, transforming into a lizard man could not alter the fact that his flesh and blood could not withstand bullets. At best, he could endure a few more shots than an ordinary person. Gasping, lying in a pool of blood, Yuan Feng could no longer maintain his transformed state. Slowly reverting to his original form, his hollow eyes fixated on the overhead light, his pupils gradually fading. Lu Yu's subordinates, some experiencing their first kill, found it distinct from slaying zombies, requiring them to overcome immense psychological barriers, and one was immediately compelled to vomit. Swallow it back. Yu Yang's cold gaze swept over them, jolting those on the brink of retching, interrupting their spell and forcing it back down. Is this where you falter? You're retching at the mere murder of a few small fry? I'll tell you, my brother's team has no room for cowards. Gung Biao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Having joined us, one must be prepared psychologically. Dawn is approaching. Let us make our final preparations before departure. Glancing at his watch, Lu Yu casually remarked and descended the stairs. Did you hear? Ensure your weapons are checked thoroughly. No room for mistakes. Are the magazines fully loaded? Those that are not, hurry and fill them. I reminded you just yesterday. Dispose of these corpses. They are an eyesore. A few of his subordinates issued commands, bustling everyone into action. Brother Tao. Zhang Wei caught up with Song Wentao, draping an arm over his shoulder. What is up? Song Wentao raised an eyebrow. You know, my ability is Ice Blade, and yours is Flame Breath. Why is it that yours, like the elder brothers, falls under the elemental category, while mine is categorized as a mutation? Zhang Wei voiced a question that had long perplexed him. About that, Song Wentao did not conceal his thoughts. The day before yesterday, I discussed this matter with my elder brother. According to his analysis, my extraordinary ability allows me to summon ice blades through sheer physical exertion, while he possesses the power to conjure lightning. In contrast, your ability manifests as a fiery organ that has developed in your throat. Therefore, my brother speculated that only those like us, who can summon and manipulate elemental forces from thin air, belong to the elemental category. Your ability, which is predominantly physical in nature, although it can also harness elemental power, falls under the category of mutations. This reasoning seems quite plausible. Zhang Wei instinctively nodded. Noting that while their abilities can be continuously unleashed as long as they have stamina, he must pause to recover his voice after prolonged fire breathing. Why overthink it? He mused. While extraordinary powers are indeed significant, as you've observed, the world still belongs to firearms. Possessing a gun means one can remain untroubled. Moreover, with a mere 1/10 chance of awakening an ability, and the majority of individuals awakening rather feeble powers, your ability is already remarkably strong in comparison. Chapter 8. Crushing Zombies with a Metal Storm. Discovering mutated zombies and crystal cores. As dawn broke, a team prepared to set forth outside the gates of heaven and earth. Each member donned military attire from the Eagle Nation, equipped with backpacks and armed to the teeth. Among them were fierce young men, composed middle-aged individuals, and spirited young women. Their morale was high, filled with hope for the future, and the weapons in their hands served as their greatest reassurance. In stark contrast, over 100 individuals who had been denied entry to the team lingered inside, gazing out the windows with bitter expressions, filled with regret as they helplessly watched. But what use is regret? This was a choice they had made. Abandoned here, their fate lay in the hands of chance, reliant on their courage. If they dared to venture forth to gather supplies, perhaps survival was still within reach. Brothers, how prepared are we? Lu Yu called out from the front of the line. All set, echoed the voices of over 700 people, creating an impressive chorus. Very well, let us depart. Team 1, follow me in the lead. With a grand gesture, Lu Yu signaled for the team to head towards Sansha Island, leading a group at the forefront. In recent days, Lu Yu had reorganized his subordinates, ensuring that only capable fighters remained, no elderly or weaklings, dividing them into 5 teams. He himself led one team, while the remaining 4 were entrusted to the 4 formidable warriors under his command. Although the 700 individuals could easily form 2 battalions, structured into companies and squads, Lu Yu refrained from such complexity. Their combat training was far from that of professional soldiers, and overwhelming them with intricate organization would only confuse them, creating an unwelcome sense of disarray. Brother, more zombies have emerged. One of the subordinates pointed at the wandering figures on the street, remarking, in recent days, we have been exterminating zombies daily. Logically, there should be no more zombies left on the streets. However, it appears that these have come from other districts. Lu Yu nodded in agreement with his subordinate's observation and promptly gestured with his hand, advance and eliminate them all. Yes, the members of Team 1 immediately dispersed, pushing toward the center of the street. The zombies, alerted by the sounds of the living and drawn by their scent, lunged toward the members of Team 1. Unbeknownst to the zombies, they were not facing disorganized civilians, but rather a fully armed and organized human force. As Team 1 closed the distance to the zombies, they assumed standing and kneeling positions, employing precise bursts of fire that conserved ammunition while ensuring the zombies were put to rest. In a matter of moments, the dozen or so zombies ahead were dispatched, established defensive positions, and remained vigilant. With Lu Yu's command, the members of Team 1 began to construct a rudimentary defensive line on the street, forming a watchful perimeter, utilizing the knowledge he had imparted to them. Satisfied with their performance, despite their considerable distance from a true military unit, Lu Yu nodded approvingly. He then removed the walkie-talkie hanging from his chest and spoke into it. Xiao Wei, Yangzi, Biaozi, Wentao, gather your teams and scour all the buildings along the street for anything of value. Move all usable supplies out. Received. Understood. Got it. Just watch, big brother. The 4 responded in unison, then began directing their respective teams. Did you all hear? Let's get to work. Start with this supermarket and extract everything inside, but remember to operate in groups of 3, maintaining combat formation. If you encounter zombies, engage them with full force. You 3 head to the bakery, you 4 to the milk tea shop, and don't overlook the hardware store over there. Soon, hundreds of individuals sprang into action, boldly rummaging through the buildings on either side of the street. Food and water were the primary targets, followed by various useful resources and supplies. As if they were oblivious to their surroundings, displaying none of the fear that characterized other survivors in this apocalyptic world. After all, with their numbers and firepower, any zombies lurking within the buildings posed merely a minor inconvenience. Thus, after approximately half an hour, a substantial amount of supplies was gathered and moved to the sides of the street. No survivors were found during the operation, as this area, being so close to the realm of the living, had seen most of the potential survivors flee to join the ranks. What purpose do we have for these items aside from food and water? One questioned. Indeed, while the valuables in the jewelry store might be acceptable, these tables and chairs, although quite new and nice, take up space. We can only carry a backpack each. What do you know? Since the big brother has spoken, there must be wisdom in his words. Amidst the murmurs of the team members, Lu Yu returned from the front. With a wave of Lu Yu's hand, everything he touched vanished into thin air, absorbed into the spatial ring. This astonishing display of material absorption elicited exclamations of wonder. What on earth is happening? Could it be the fabled spatial ability? Spatial ability? Is it akin to what is depicted in those apocalyptic novels? Indeed, have you read them too? Yes. I have perused some on Hongwa Novel Network, though most are illogical and rather foolish. But perhaps this elder brother possesses such an ability. That would be remarkable. However, Zhang Wei and his companions exhibited no reaction, for they had already been astonished when Lu Yu showcased his powers to them earlier. Enough boasting, let us proceed, Zhang Wei called out, urging his subordinates to regroup as Lu Yu returned to the front. Thus, they traversed an intersection and arrived at the next street. As per usual, Lu Yu led the vanguard, utilizing ample ammunition to eliminate over 100 zombies on this street before the subsequent teams prepared to begin their tasks. Is that the army? It doesn't seem to be our country's soldiers. Their uniforms are not right. Regardless, as long as there are rescuers, it matters not. Over here, we require assistance. Help. Save me. Numerous survivors in the buildings along both sides of the street began to cry out as they spotted the large group. Brother, zombies are approaching. Before Lu Yu and his team could scavenge for supplies and rescue survivors, the gunfire attracted the attention of the zombies, who began to converge upon them in increasing numbers. First team, listen up. Seal off the front entry, prepare grenades and incendiary devices, and mount the squad's machine guns, ready to fire at my command. Rocket launcher team. Be prepared. Only act when I instruct you to. What about the mortars? Bring them over. This is a rare opportunity for on-site training. So pay close attention to how I operate them. Wen Tao, your team is to secure the rear and establish a defensive position, ready to eliminate any encroaching zombies. Xiao Wei, Yang Zi, Biao Zi, hold off on your tasks for now. Ensure your third team is vigilant for any zombies that may spring from the buildings. Standing by to assist in the front and back. Lu Yu's expression remained calm as he swiftly issued a series of combat orders. At this juncture, establishing a defensive position on the spot was imperative, should the overwhelming number of zombies disrupt their formation. It was likely that only he and a few awakened individuals with formidable abilities would survive. The zombies, moving with a speed akin to a brisk jog, rushed toward their coveted flesh, their guttural sounds chilling to the bone. Open fire. Shoot. Orders rang out simultaneously, and soon the sound of gunfire reverberated through the air. With the increasing numbers of zombies, precision shooting would no longer suffice. One merely needed to pull the trigger. Submachine guns, assault rifles, squad light machine guns. In an instant, a plethora of metal casings were ejected, and a storm of bullets erupted, wreaking havoc. The zombies, which surged forward from both flanks, fell like wheat harvested by a combine during autumn. Those with severed limbs lost their ability to move, and if struck in the head, they were instantly dispatched. Incapable of approaching the human defensive positions, the heavy machine gun roared to life, its terrifying rate of fire inducing sheer terror. The bullets were no trifling matter, far from the feeble representations seen in films. Though zombies lacked the capacity for pain, any contact with the machine gun's projectiles resulted in shattered limbs or gaping wounds. Truly formidable. It is indeed the military at work, impressive in its might. In light of this, one might wonder whether humanity truly faces extinction. Hey, you up there? What are you pondering? We possess aircraft, artillery, naval vessels, and missiles. What can a horde of zombies do against us? This is merely a momentary chaos. Once humanity regains its composure and organizes itself, eradicating the undead will just be a matter of time. Survivors perched in the buildings on either side watched with exhilaration, either engaging in conversation or cheering for those below, their previously dimmed hopes rekindling in this moment. They were correct. The merging of worlds and the emergence of zombies, while presenting great challenges and plunging the world into turmoil, would ultimately prove surmountable once humanity regained its stride. Distance is sufficient. Throw me a grenade. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the anti-infantry grenades is undeniable, although zombies do not lose combat capability upon being struck by shrapnel as living beings do. Each explosion renders some of them immobile, with others being obliterated entirely. Rocket launcher, 11 o'clock, fire. Whoosh. A rocket soared forth, detonating amid the throng of zombies, instantly propelling several of them into the air, while the shockwave toppled even more, clearing a substantial area. Crossfire. Do you understand crossfire? Are you incapable of grasping the instructions? Have you forgotten what I taught you yesterday morning? If you can't manage, I'll have to replace you. Hey, don't unleash a full magazine. While I still have plenty of ammunition, I cannot afford your recklessness. Moreover, if you don't leave time for your comrades to reload, aren't you courting disaster? Short bursts. Everyone except the machine gun, give me short bursts. If I catch anyone faltering, I'll make them regret it. What? No mine's laid. What were you doing previously? From now on, remember this. My orders are not open to interpretation. Failure to comply will be dealt with under military law. Liu Yu commanded from the front lines, his voice a blend of authority and urgency, effectively managing the chaos. In the realm of military strategy, he was a consummate professional. Reflecting on his pre-transmigration days, he recalled the envy he felt towards his comrades who earned high salaries as bodyguards overseas after retiring. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the tumultuous world abroad. After numerous twists of fate and opportunities, he became a notorious mercenary, fighting for gold and traversing the globe. Much of his expertise was honed through these experiences. For instance, while a retired non-commissioned officer may not have excelled in command, the company frequently received assignments from third-world nations. They lacked the financial resources to engage more qualified officers, thus relegating individuals like Liu Yu, who merely filled the void, to the role of instructor for training. Over time, he naturally honed his abilities and developed his own methodologies. For instance, in tactical planning, Liu Yu had only ascended to the position of squad leader, essentially serving as a sergeant acting as a platoon leader. Yet, enticed by the substantial rewards offered by the anti-government forces, he confidently claimed to have served as a regiment commander. Due to the esteemed reputation of the Huaxia Military Academy in Black Continent, his assertions left many astonished, compounded by the inadequacy of their adversaries. After accumulating multiple experiences, his proficiency in this domain proved commendable. You are the most incompetent soldiers I have ever commanded. With ample ammunition and such an impressive commander, your performance is utterly abysmal. The memories of the past surged within Liu Yu, prompting him to utter familiar phrases he often used. Striding back and forth behind the crowd with hands on his hips, he exuded confidence. Was the boss once an officer? One subordinate asked while firing. I heard from a foreigner that he must be. Otherwise, how could he thrive in a place as treacherous as Huadu for over a decade? It must be due to his capabilities, his companion replied. He's relying on our Northeast gang. We were among the first to fight alongside him. Come on. The boss is loyal and has plenty of followers. Even without our Northeast gang, the Zhanghuai gang and the Northwest gang have pledged their allegiance to him too. Indeed, he possesses extraordinary skills, akin to the Golden Bell Shield. I remember him single-handedly pursuing over 100 foes. What a breathtaking spectacle. Regardless, I now understand he has connections within the military. Just think of the vast arsenal at his disposal. He must have significant ties within the ranks. Right. What are you all whispering about? Liu Yu interjected. Nothing much, they replied. Just focus on fighting well. If we win, we'll feast in luxury, but if we lose, I'll abandon you all. In stark contrast to the unwavering front lines, Song Wentao's position faltered. Although Liu Yu had ordered the 3 other squads to support the rear, it remained precarious, with the line continuously retreating. In desperation, Liu Yu surged to the rear, directing and organizing until he managed to stabilize the line, using the opportunity to impart some wisdom to the officers. Boss, a special type of zombie has appeared. The voice over the radio caused Liu Yu's expression to shift. It's in your hands now. I'll return to the front, Liu Yu instructed before making his way back to the front line. Boss, look. The one that was hit by the rocket launcher has now been joined by another. Liu Yu followed his subordinate's pointing finger and indeed observed a distinct type of zombie. With a sharp head, limbs on the ground, and an irregular array of teeth, it was a grotesque green creature. Moreover, its speed far surpassed that of ordinary zombies, as it approached the position like a green shadow. Taking an assault rifle from his subordinate, Liu Yu inhaled deeply. 2 seconds later, a series of accurate shots struck the creature's head, sending it tumbling over, clearly lifeless. Boss, you're incredible. Boss, you're magnificent. Just as the crowd was reveling in their victory, several grotesque creatures emerged from the horde of corpses. Throw grenades, throw grenades. Do not let those things approach. Faced with an adversary that seemed impossible to contain, deploying high-powered weaponry was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. After issuing the command, Liu Yu approached a mortar, summoning his team members. Pay attention. Adjust the firing parameters, load the shells, aim, and fire. As he executed these commands, a shell was propelled from the cannon, landing beyond the tide of corpses. Boom. Although the exact number of zombies vanquished remained unclear, the sight of many corpses soaring into the sky indicated substantial damage had been inflicted. Liu Yu waved his hand. Now, you all give it a try. I've made the necessary adjustments. Let each one of you fire a few rounds. Absolutely. I'll unleash 10 rounds. The team members eagerly took their turns, unleashing a barrage of fire that reduced more zombies to mere fragments. Liu Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in satisfaction. These are all seeds. In the future, if we each bring one along, forming an artillery unit will no longer be a dream. This thought led him to contemplate a crucial matter. Given the military's substantial losses due to the sudden emergence of zombies, could there be an opportunity to seize weapons and equipment? Yes, this golden opportunity must not be squandered. Searching for fallen military bases, army camps, or even armories would be an excellent strategy to bolster their ranks and strength. Delaying could allow others to claim them first. Suddenly, Lu Yu spotted a creature within the throng of corpses. It was twice the size of an ordinary zombie, towering over 2 meters, its physique rippling with muscle, and its body a mottled grayish-white. Its speed matched that of a typical zombie, yet its defensive capabilities appeared formidable. Not only did Lu Yu notice this creature, but his subordinates also engaged it, shooting at its body, only to see bullets merely splatter green ichor without displacing the creature or hindering its movements. Aim for its head, Lu Yu commanded as he positioned himself beside a heavy machine gun, directing the gunner to target the creature. This time, the strategy proved effective. The creature was forced back by the relentless barrage of bullets, and when its head was obliterated, it collapsed heavily to the ground. This type must belong to the category of mutated zombies, he mused. Moreover, according to the videos he had seen, the other realm seemed to mirror a modern world. Yet the zombie virus had likely been spreading for years, with the absence of any living souls serving as irrefutable evidence. Thus, humanity must confront not only the zombies transformed from their own infected kin, but also a multitude of advanced mutated zombies that had been evolving in another dimension for quite some time. Contemplating this filled Lu Yu with a sense of foreboding. If viewed from this perspective, the crisis facing humanity was poised to intensify. As time passed, the relentless firepower gradually decimated the horde. From his elevated position, Lu Yu could see that the mutated zombies had been eradicated, and the remaining zombies were scattered and few. Cease fire. Let me take over, Zhang Wei called out, immediately halting the team's actions. Under the puzzled gazes of his comrades, he sprang from the formation. Opening his mouth wide, flames erupted from his mouth, akin to the forceful spray of a high-pressure water gun, swiftly engulfing the zombies before him in an inferno. He continued to shake his head, expanding the area of combustion, and soon conjured a vast sea of fire. The zombies writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting chilling wails as they fell one by one. Incredible. This ability is astonishing. Zhang Wei's display of prowess garnered cheers and praises from his subordinates. Xiao Wei is impressive. Geng Biao gave Zhang Wei a thumbs up, acknowledging that fire was indeed the ultimate weapon against zombies. Wei Gu is capable. Yu Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing his talent. What? Wei Gu? Let me tell you, I dislike that title. From now on, refer to me as Wei Shun, Zhang Wei proclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. If you are Wei Shun, then what am I? Lu Yu's voice rang from behind, startling Zhang Wei, who shivered in response. Hee, big brother, I am but a pseudo-deity. While you are the true god, a true god, no matter the circumstance, this pseudo-deity shall always remain beneath your command and guidance. Zhang Wei quickly turned around, donning a sycophantic smile as he flattered Lu Yu. Behold, Song Wentao's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Above his head, ice blades formed, and with a flourish of his hands, they soared forth, decapitating several fire-enshrouded zombies that had breached the flames. Tao Gu is formidable. The captain is impressive. What? The number he has vanquished pales in comparison to our captain's tally. Though he may not have incinerated as many, he certainly looks dashing. This spectacle of flair elicited another round of applause. I shall join in. Unable to endure the displays of bravado from the two, Yu Yang donned thick clothing and a motorcycle helmet, arming himself with a machete to engage the zombies in melee combat. This fellow was a natural-born madman. Even in the Black Factory, he relished brawls and chaos, earning the moniker Madman during his time with Lu Yu in the underworld. In this moment, his abilities unleashed. He moved with unprecedented speed and strength, like a whirlwind, cleaving through zombies and severing their heads with ease. A true man, Yang Gu is the fiercest. Hey, let's join in and give it a try. There are hardly any zombies left. With your iron fingers or my sharp fangs, given our lackluster abilities, perhaps it's best to sit this one out. Our lives are paramount. Listening to the discussions and feeling the gazes of his subordinates upon him, Geng Biao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, his abilities were not suited for long-range combat, and he had no desire to engage in close quarters like Yu Yang. Thus, he began to incite. Big brother, why not showcase your talents for us? Boss, show us. The members of the 4 squads joined in the clamoring, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zizizi. Oh, goose, goose, goose. Lu Yu indeed showcased his powers. All those who had clamored found themselves jolted and convulsing from the electric shock. Who else wishes for treatment? Who desires to see my demonstration? The crowd scattered in fright, no one eager to endure the electric therapy. Let us take a break, then resume our work. Gather all the supplies. Let the survivors who descended from the building stand over there to undergo inspection. Following this, Lu Yu issued various commands, and the team began a brief period of rest before cleaning up the battlefield. Boss, we found something intriguing in the zombie's brain. Someone had stumbled upon a glimmering object within the shattered skull of a zombie and reported it to Lu Yu. He held this thumb-sized object, which shimmered like a diamond, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Could this possibly be the zombie crystal core? Zhang Wei inquired, leaning in with excitement. Oh, Lu Yu, well versed in novels, was aware of its implications. I once read a comic about a zombie where the protagonist inadvertently discovered a zombie crystal core and became stronger after consuming it. Zhang Wei's assertion bore some merit, as some post-apocalyptic novels indeed depicted such scenarios. Indeed, this object should possess some utility. Listening to his subordinates, Lu Yu nodded slowly and then suggested, how about we find someone to experiment with it? His words were met with agreement from his team. Yes. If we wish to understand the crystal core's purpose, we ought to find someone to try it out on. Thus, we are in need of a brave soul. Lu Yu's gaze swept over his four stalwart companions. Yu Yang, Geng Biao, and Song Wentao exchanged glances and then stepped back in unison, inadvertently highlighting Zhang Wei. This left Zhang Wei utterly bewildered. Since Wei Shun is so courageous, you shall be the one. Lu Yu, with the crystal core in hand, approached Zhang Wei's mouth. What? Me? No, please, brother. I still have a useful life ahead to serve you. I have contributed to the gang. I have bled for you. Chapter 9. Are you the Lord? Let us see how arrogant you can be. Ultimately, Lu Yu refrained from forcing the zombie crystal core into Wei Shun's mouth, despite Yu Yang and the others having already restrained him. While the object warranted experimentation, the lack of a suitable test subject was a concern. Using one of his own people would undoubtedly sow discord. Thus, Lu Yu commanded his subordinates to split into two teams, one to continue scavenging for supplies within the building, and the other to wear gloves and wield knives to search the deceased zombie's brains for crystal cores. It became evident that not every zombie's brain contained a crystal core. It was a matter of probability, with some zombies possessing them while others did not. However, most mutated zombies did possess crystal cores. These mutated zombies were remarkably swift, having nearly breached their defenses earlier. Yu Yang kicked the corpse of one such green mutated zombie and frowned. Indeed, it matches the speed of a normal human running swiftly. Lu Yu, arms crossed, scrutinized the corpse, his brow furrowed. The more he observed, the more he felt that this creature resembled the lickers from the movie Resident Evil he had watched before his journey through time. Both crawled on all fours, differing only in that this one did not have its cerebral cortex exposed, nor did it stick out its tongue. Perhaps it resembles the shadow fiends that appear in the ruins of Giant City from the game Crossfire. Brother, take another look at this. Its speed may be akin to that of an ordinary zombie, yet its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Just observe those muscles. I wager its strength must be formidable. Zhang Wei pointed at the corpse of another grayish-white creature nearby, his expression exceedingly grave. If our team encounters more of these beings during our journey ahead, it could spell trouble. Indeed, Lu Yu pondered silently. That creature resembles a shadow fiend, while this one is akin to a green giant, though not identical. They bear a striking resemblance. At that moment, Song Wentao approached to report. Brother, the survivors have all descended and have been examined. None have been infected. Let us go and take a look, Lu Yu said, stroking his chin as he walked toward the gathering of survivors. There were roughly 100 of them, a mix of men, women, and children. At this moment, some cast furtive glances about, others whispered among themselves, while a few voraciously devoured bread and water, having gone several days without sustenance. Sir, are you from the military? How will the Empire accommodate us? Are there any provisions? Due to Song Wentao's earlier orders for the team to maintain strict silence, the survivors had received no responses to their inquiries. Now, seeing individuals who appeared to be in charge, they immediately began to clamor with questions. Moreover, one particularly loud voice rang out. Who among you is in charge? This question left Lu Yu, who was about to speak, momentarily taken aback, as were his companions Yu Yang, Zhang Wei, and Song Wentao. Who is this person? Quite audacious. The speaker was a rotund man, his belly protruding like that of a pregnant woman. Upon noticing Lu Yu in the center, he scrutinized him up and down before inquiring. You must be their commander? Indeed, that would be me, Lu Yu replied with a smile, nodding. May I ask your name? I am Wang Shuang, chief of the Comprehensive Division at the Municipal Finance Bureau. The self-proclaimed Wang Shuang introduced himself with a hint of arrogance. He had every reason to feel superior, for in times of peace, civil officials had long overshadowed military officers, creating an air of unwarranted superiority and pride when civil officials encountered their military counterparts, though it had not yet reached the extremes of the late Ming dynasty. Ah, Chief Wang, my apologies, Lu Yu responded, his smile somewhat lacking in sincerity. Song Wentao's lips twitched, for he knew that whenever Lu Yu displayed such a smile, misfortune was sure to befall someone, usually in a significant manner. Spare me the pleasantries. Wang Shuang waved dismissively. I now request that you escort me and my family from this place to the Jinghai district. Is there an issue with that? Yes, yes. Quickly protect me and old Wang from this dreadful place. A sharp-tongued middle-aged woman pushed her way through the crowd, grabbing Wang Shuang's arm. How did you two even come here? Yu Yang was incensed. These two seemed to have an inflated sense of self-importance. What do you mean by that, young man? The middle-aged woman retorted, glaring at Yu Yang. When adults speak, you should know your place and not interrupt. How utterly disrespectful. Afterward, she shook the rotund man's arm, saying, Old Wang, just look at this. No matter your title as a chief, how can a mere soldier dare to speak to you in such a manner? Where will your dignity reside after this? Wang Shuang's expression darkened as he turned to Lu Yu. You must discipline your subordinate. He is utterly lacking in decorum. Good grief. Are you two fools trying to play games with me? It's always Yu Yang hurling insults at others. When has he ever been on the receiving end? At that moment, he rolled up his sleeves. What do you intend to do? Wang Shuang's eyelids twitched, and he quickly looked at Lu Yu. You need to stop him at once. How on earth did someone like him even become a soldier? Does he deserve to be part of our Imperial Defense Forces? Yangzi, fists are crude. Use this instead. Lu Yu tossed a pistol to Yu Yang. You think you're so tough, huh? Trying to act like a big shot? Yu Yang seized the fat man's collar with one hand and pressed the gun's muzzle against his forehead, bellowing. A middle-aged woman screamed in terror and recoiled. Hey. Young man, don't be impulsive. You mustn't tread down the path of crime. The fat man, nearly paralyzed with fear, turned pale, pleading for mercy in the face of Yu Yang's furious gaze. Look at your rotund figure. How many people's resources have you consumed? Yu Yang shouted. Damn you. Bang. A shot rang out, brain matter splattering as the fat man collapsed, eyes wide open. And you, what are you pretending for? Do you think you're invincible? How many have you bullied in your daily life? Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Bang. One death is a death. Two deaths are also a death. Driven mad with rage, Yu Yang fired again, executing the middle-aged woman, sending her to join the fat man in the afterlife. Murder. The surviving witnesses were initially stunned, but soon the women among them began to emit piercing cries. Bang, 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 bang. Yu Yang fired into the air, emptying the magazine, and roared at the survivors. Shut your filthy mouths. When faced with a dilemma, all you do is scream. What else can you do? What more could you possibly offer? You're all a burden, just like in those soap operas. The survivors trembled in fear, none daring to meet the gaze of this demonic man. Humph. Once he had vented his fury, Yu Yang returned to Lu Yu's side, bowing his head slightly. Brother. Lu Yu patted his shoulder without uttering a word, lamenting the lost opportunity for the experimental zombie crystal core. He approached the survivors and said flatly, We are not military personnel, we are a civilian militia. That much is clear, given your methods. No need for you to elaborate. The hundreds of survivors felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Our organization is called the Brotherhood. Lu Yu had already considered the name for the organization in advance. Although it was somewhat pedestrian, one must understand that the government had not yet collapsed during this period and the military still existed. If you were to create something like a survivor alliance or a mutual aid society for self-rescue, or a Brotherhood of Light, such formally appealing names would make you appear far more threatening to the court than any notorious gangs like the Black Dragon Society or the Fierce Tiger Gang. Lu Yu's plan was to later accept official recognition, nominally aligning with the court and military, ideally securing a place within the military structure. So this organization name was merely a transitional measure for the time being. To speak candidly, the extermination of zombies and your rescue was merely a secondary concern. Henceforth, we shall not escort any of you. You are free to depart. However, should any wish to join the Brotherhood, I extend a warm welcome. Though we shall not accept the frail, the ill, or those who refuse to obey commands. Do not label Lu Yu as cruel. In these chaotic times, self-preservation is a formidable challenge, let alone the act of rescuing others. Lu Yu currently possesses the capability to lead only those with combat prowess to their destination. He neither has the means nor the desire to burden himself with those in need of care. Naturally, those who fight for their own survival, even if injured, are exceptions. His ability to assemble a cohesive team and ensure the survival of his followers is, in itself, a remarkable achievement. I wish to join the Brotherhood. I want to join. I am merely 36. I can still fight. I request to be part of the Brotherhood. I possess a D-class ability, and I believe I can contribute. I can wield poison and fire, and I have a strong physique. Upon hearing the prospect of joining the group, the survivors eagerly expressed their desire, with some desperately showcasing their skills and advantages. Observing a few women attempting to employ their charms, Zhang Wei scoffed, Look over there. Can you compete with them? Upon inspection, they saw a cadre of military women whose beauty and poise far surpassed those of the others. Thus, Lu Yu assimilated dozens of strong young men and women from the survivors. Naturally, they were not immediately armed. The team had sufficient combat strength. and distributing firearms recklessly was out of the question, given their lethal potential. For the time being, they would be tasked with logistical duties, cleaning the battlefield, gathering supplies, and similar tasks, until the observation and assessment period concluded. After thoroughly scouring the street and collecting all the zombie cores, the team continued their journey. They traversed 3 streets without encountering significant trouble, simultaneously scavenging a substantial amount of supplies. This was likely due to the prior battle, during which Liu Yu and his team had attracted and eliminated most of the surrounding zombies. They also encountered several survivors who descended from their hiding places due to the diminished zombie threat. Most of them joined the logistical division of the Brotherhood, swelling its ranks to over 300 individuals. Calculating the numbers, with 5 combat teams comprising 700 members and a logistical team of 300, Liu Yu's following had astonishingly surpassed 1,000. Halt! Liu Yu commanded, raising his hand to stop the squad. He had heard gunfire. This sound was distinct from the firearms he wielded. It belonged to the Great Xia Empire, which he had previously procured from the black market and could easily identify. "What's the matter?" Zhang Wei inquired, catching up from behind, perplexed. "Gunfire. Listen, it's not far ahead. Take 2 people and investigate," Liu Yu ordered promptly. Understood. With subordinates at his disposal, he need not intervene in every situation. After all, what was the purpose of having followers otherwise? Watching Zhang Wei depart, Liu Yu surmised that someone ahead was likely in distress. However, given the presence of firearms, they were unlikely to be ordinary individuals. They were probably either military personnel or fellow travelers. However, this is not certain. He had previously taken the initiative to inquire about the specialized security companies in the Great Xia Empire, where obtaining a firearm license for legal possession of weapons was indeed possible. Shortly after, Zhang Wei returned, breathless, and reported, "Brother, there are numerous zombies on the street ahead, making it impossible for me to approach for the time being. I've sent 2 brothers upstairs to observe. I estimate we will soon ascertain the situation." After a while, the intercom left for the 2 brothers crackled to life. "Brother, there is a convoy trapped in the street, surrounded by zombies. There are approximately 200 to 300 people, many of whom are armed with firearms, including handguns, and it seems there are also submachine guns and assault rifles, but we are uncertain who they are. Did you encounter zombies while going upstairs? You have worked hard. We did encounter some, but we dealt with them swiftly. And brother, we are not weary. All right, return now. But do exercise caution." As he set down the intercom, Liu Yu's eyes glimmered with thought. Not military or police. Who could they possibly be? "Brother, the way ahead is blocked. If we wish to proceed, we must either rescue them or take a detour. Taking a detour would still require us to clear the zombies. We might as well see if they are acquaintances of ours." Chapter 10. Xiao Mingyuan and Leng Riyue finally make their appearance after 10 chapters. Is it too late for these stunning beauties? The sounds of various firearms echoed incessantly down the long street. Armed personnel clad in iconic black combat vests were divided into 2 groups, protecting the convoy in the middle as they relentlessly and accurately shot down one zombie after another. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Despite the constant fall of their comrades, the undead pressed forward, their reckless ferocity sending chills down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. In light of this, the armed personnel had no choice but to repeatedly fall back, all the while engaging the enemy. "Click! Captain, I'm out of bullets," cried a man, his face paling as he stared at his rifle, now devoid of ammunition. "I'm out too. Me as well. I have only 1 magazine left." Following the man, the remaining comrades in battle voiced their own dire situations. "Damn it," the captain cursed, continuing to aim and fire at the approaching zombies. Suddenly, a mutated zombie, crawling on all 4s, leaped through a window from a nearby building, knocking one of the armed personnel to the ground. "Xiaohu! Xiaohu!" His companions gasped in horror, but before help could arrive, the unfortunate Xiaohu had his skull partially devoured by the mutated zombie. Though he was undeniably dead, his body continued to spasm. "Damn it!" One comrade frantically unleashed a hail of bullets at the mutated zombie, slaying it as his ammunition was entirely expended. "Captain, we are out of ammunition. At this rate, we will be annihilated," a team member lamented. "Indeed, Captain, we must think of a solution," another female team member echoed. "I am aware. But what can we do at this moment?" The captain gritted his teeth, gazing ahead at the relentless tide of zombies, his face ashen. Was this to be our final stand? To perish at the hands of the undead was a fate too horrifying to fathom. I still have 1 bullet left. Which brave soul would accompany me on this journey to the beyond? If only we had grenades, we could take a few of them down with us. Yet, what use is it to drag along the dead? Come forth, you wretched creatures. As despair enveloped them, the team realized their grim reality. Some were paralyzed with fear. Others prayed for miracles, while a few contemplated a final act of madness. There remained one option: retreat to the buildings on either side and hold the fort. However, with so many zombies, not even the sturdiest door would withstand their assault. Even if we sought refuge, it would merely prolong our inevitable demise. The captain conceived an idea. The only viable course of action to alleviate their plight. Delaying death was preferable to an immediate end. Captain, let us retreat, urged one. Indeed, Captain. We might just endure until help arrives. Absolutely, our esteemed leader, the government will not abandon us. Upon hearing this suggestion, the team's spirits lifted, finding solace in the notion of survival. Better to cling to life now than to succumb prematurely. What if a miracle did occur? Very well, ahong. Please consult the boss for a decision. No need. I have already heard. A cool, melodic voice interjected. Xiao Mingyun gracefully approached, a breathtaking beauty. Accompanying her were a man and a woman. The man, her brother Xiao Minglong, had a striking appearance, while the woman, the alluring Lung Ryue, served as Xiao Mingyun's secretary and confidant. The chance of breaking through seems slim. We must follow your plan and retreat to the buildings to await rescue. Xiao Mingyun stated, her gaze fixed on the approaching zombies. With a fierce glare, an invisible force surged forth from her, sending several zombies crashing away. Silently, Lung Ryue raised her hand, conjuring hundreds of ice spikes, each as thick as a human arm, causing the temperature to plummet. With another wave, the ice spikes shot forth, transforming the zombies into pincushions. Please, you retreat first. We will cover your escape. The captain nodded in agreement. No, let the others go first. I will remain and fight alongside you. Xiao Mingyun resolutely declined. This cannot be. You are our leader. Here, there is no hierarchy. Only a group of individuals struggling for survival. The captain was about to argue when Xiao Mingyun's unwavering voice interrupted him. Moreover, Ryue and I are no longer helpless maidens. Indeed, Lung Ryue affirmed, continuing her assault on the zombies. After another volley of ice spikes, her complexion paled slightly. Very well. We shall fight alongside our leader until the bitter end. The captain nodded emphatically, discarding the bulletless rifle in his hands, and faced the horde of zombies. His physical form began to undergo a transformation, growing larger and gradually becoming more beast-like. To the bitter end. Witnessing their leader, a woman, display such valor ignited a fervor among his subordinates. They erupted into fervent shouts, awakening their latent powers. Those without awakened abilities affixed bayonets to their rifles or brandished daggers, preparing for close combat. Xiaolong, lead the team into that building. Xiao Mingyun utilized her powers twice more, the exertion draining her strength and paling her complexion. Understood, sister. Her brother, Xiao Minglong, responded promptly, turning to rally the surviving employees amidst the calamity towards safety. What? Chairman Xiao is still up ahead. I won't retreat. My powers may not be potent, but I can still fight. I shall provide support from the rear. I am a man. I cannot let women bear the brunt of danger alone. I will assist as well. As the employees voiced their willingness to face peril, Xiao Minglong was taken aback. Feeling a twinge of shame, he hastily called out to the elderly and frail, quickly, leave. Do not become a burden. Follow me. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated, causing Xiao Minglong to halt in his tracks, gazing in astonishment at the source of the sound. A shell. It was undoubtedly a mortar shell, given its trajectory. Captain. Boss. It is likely military personnel. We are saved. Wonderful, reinforcements have arrived. Up ahead, upon witnessing the scene of cannonballs raining upon the horde, launching zombies into the air, jubilation erupted among the crowd. Brothers, hold on. The captain, equally elated, bellowed before continuing to wield his claws. Transformed, his strength and speed were greatly enhanced. With a single swipe, he crushed a zombie's skull while deftly dodging incoming attacks, twisting and turning with agility. After all, awakening one's powers did not guarantee immunity from becoming a new zombie, if wounded and infected. Luyu, we must assist the rear. Xiao Mingyun discerned that regardless of the identity of the reinforcements, their arrival signified that the crisis was halfway averted. With allies and unknown reinforcements flanking the zombies, their immediate concerns were alleviated, leaving only the vulnerable defenses at the rear. Agreed. Lung Luyu nodded, promptly following in Xiao Mingyun's footsteps. 3 rapid shots, fire. Satisfied with the trial shot results, Luyu issued another command. Boom, boom, boom. The mortars from the 2 teams had been calibrated, allowing his subordinates to simply load the shells, resulting in a rapid-fire barrage upon the undead horde. First team, second team, advance steadily. Third team, fourth team, maintain distance and follow closely. Fifth team, hold the position, execute immediately. With yet another order given, the members of his crew, now resembling seasoned soldiers, readied their weapons and began to press forward. Sensing the presence of living beings behind them, numerous zombies turned their heads and commenced an assault on the Brotherhood, causing the horde to fragment into 2 parts. The sound of gunfire erupted as several machine guns were already set up, their operators unleashing torrents of bullets that formed a metallic tempest, causing waves of zombies to fall. The riflemen, positioned at a sufficient distance, began advancing while shooting, their formidable firepower creating a recoil effect that continuously diminished the advancing horde. Do not falter. The vanguard must maintain a steady advance and eliminate every single zombie. Lu Yu urged, moving through the center of the ranks while commanding in real time. Holding a megaphone, he amplified his voice above the assaulting troops. Brothers, kill. Kill for me. The one who slays the most zombies shall be rewarded. For those cowards hesitating to move forward, I shall kick your behinds. The women of the 5th squad were watching us, so let us not disgrace the name of manhood. Haha, Yu Yang, like a madman, charged at the forefront with a light machine gun. He relentlessly fired at the zombies, his eyes ablaze with fervor, undeterred by the fact that he was barely a few meters away from the undead. Goodness, Yang, you are incredibly fierce. You are my hero. Zhang Wei, hiding behind a few soldiers, waved his arms and shouted encouragement. Despite possessing abilities, he understood all too well the grim fate that awaited anyone surrounded by zombies. He dared not take such a risk. No wonder they call him a madman. Even if we had not encountered the leader, this fellow would inevitably find his way into the world of chaos, merely having met his guide prematurely. Indeed, aside from the leader, he is the most reckless and fearless person I have ever seen. When Chun Air invaded our territory, the leader returned just in time and chased 100 men alone. That fool woke up shortly after and had the audacity to take a shortcut to intercept the enemy, and astonishingly, he succeeded. In the end, he had dozens of stitches on his body. Thinking back on it sends shivers down my spine. In the rear, observing through binoculars, Gung Biao and Song Wentao were both impressed by Yu Yang's audacity. You reckless fool, come back. Meanwhile, 1st and 2nd squads, halt your advance and shoot in place. 3rd and 4th squads, push forward and continue the assault. Lu Yu issued his commands, provoking a round of laughter from the troops behind. As the number of zombies dwindled, a slight smile crept across Lu Yu's lips. He had every reason to take pride in his capabilities. With strategic deployment and measured command, he maximized the strengths of his forces while minimizing casualties, avoiding impulsive or chaotic decisions, qualities every soldier yearned for in a commander. Under such relentless assault, it wasn't long before the zombie tide dissipated, their figures becoming increasingly scarce. Who are these people? The captain pondered as he gazed at the armed figures drawing ever closer. Having decimated the zombies, they are not Imperial troops. Look at their uniforms. Foreign military? No, that is impossible. How could foreign troops appear on Imperial soil? Stop your incessant chatter. They have saved us. Regardless of who they are, we must repay this life-saving grace. Upon discerning the attire of the Brotherhood members, those accompanying the captain erupted into a buzzing commotion. Old Wang was right. They had rescued them and were their benefactors. Come, let us express our gratitude, the captain intoned. Leading the way, the two groups encountered each other on a street strewn with the remains of zombies. The captain's gaze was immediately drawn to Lu Yu, who was surrounded by a throng, invigorating his spirit. Some individuals possess an innate charisma that sets them apart, making them easily distinguishable, and Lu Yu was undeniably one of them, particularly with the extraordinary allure emanating from his peach-blossom divine body. As the captain approached Lu Yu, he saluted with a precise military gesture and proclaimed, "Thank you for your support and assistance, sir. This boundless kindness is something my men and I can never repay." Lu Yu returned the salute and introduced himself, taking a moment to observe the man standing rigidly before him. "Greetings, Commander Lu. I am Shenfeng, and my comrades and I are subordinates of the Dragon War Company." Ah, the elite of Dragon War. It was no wonder they had withstood the relentless assault of zombies for so long. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement and exchanged pleasantries. During his first month in this world, he had fervently sought to gather information, thus he was well aware of this company. Dragon War Company is a distinguished private security firm, one of the foremost in the Great Xia Empire, and it also boasts considerable international recognition. This explains their ability to openly possess firearms within the empire. Moreover, the company undertakes not only security tasks but also external military operations, engaging in the dirty and laborious work that the imperial government prefers to keep at arm's length. For context, one might think of Blackwater in the U.S. and Xiangfeng in China, with whom Lu Yu had dealings during his time as a war profiteer in Africa. Chen Feng quickly remarked, "Your soldiers exhibit remarkable valor. I witnessed their steadfastness and decisive actions. They are indeed fine troops." Lu Yu smiled faintly and inquired, "May I ask what objective you were protecting that led you to find yourselves in this predicament?" "Yes," Chen Feng nodded, but then abruptly recalled the situation of Xiao Mingyun behind them. He turned to Lu Yu and urgently stated, "Commander, our employer is still at the rear. We must hasten to her aid. Please, may we borrow some ammunition? I assure you we will repay you doubly." Having come this far in assistance, Lu Yu felt compelled to follow through. He waved his hand and commanded, "1st and 4th squads, follow me." "Thank you, Commander. Our employer will surely reward you and your men handsomely." Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. "Which employer do you speak of?" Lu Yu inquired. "Xiao Mingyun, sir. You must have heard of her. What? Who did you say? Chapter 11. You intend to go to Sansha Island as well? What shall we do? Though there were numerous zombies attacking the rear of the convoy, the line was valiantly held by the superhumans Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ryue, along with their companions, preventing the undead from breaching their defenses. Get out of the way. The bullets are indiscriminate. Clear the path for us. Aim for the zombies and fire with all your might. At that moment, Lu Yu's troops arrived as reinforcements from the front of the convoy, swiftly annihilating the zombies that had pressed forward. Wonderful. The army has come. I thought we were doomed. I love my country. Long live our motherland. Long live the soldiers. The individuals who had stepped aside from the combat positions sighed in relief. Yet, it was evident that they mistakenly identified the Brotherhood members as military personnel. Their uniforms did not belong to the Imperial Army. They resembled those of foreign troops, lacking any distinct foreign insignia or shoulder patches. Xiao Mingyun leaned against the wall, gazing at the Brotherhood members with a significant question mark in her mind, her complexion pale and her breathing labored. Using superpowers drained physical strength. Some abilities even consumed mental energy, and Xiao Mingyun was now utterly fatigued, her spirit dwindling to the brink of collapse. If reinforcements did not arrive promptly, she would surely be overwhelmed by the zombies. Who were these people? Beside her, Lung Ryue was not faring much better. Her face devoid of color as she too discerned the anomaly, murmuring as she observed the Brotherhood members eliminating the zombies. Soon, they spotted Lu Yu, who was surrounded by his comrades. Both women, astute in their observations, quickly concluded that he was likely the leader of the reinforcements, and an immense sense of gratitude arose within them, for he represented their salvation. Lu Yu, in turn, noticed the two strikingly beautiful women at once, a smile breaking across his face. The headquarters of the Shao Corporation, one of the Empire's premier enterprises, was located in Huadu, reputed to possess assets in the hundreds of billions. Xiao Mingyun was the chairwoman of the Shao Corporation, the master steering the course of this colossal commercial vessel. Moreover, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman Lu Yu had ever encountered, with lips like ruby, teeth like pearls, and eyebrows as delicate as crescent moons. Her enchanting visage sparkled with an ethereal brilliance in her expressive eyes. Her hair flowed like silk, her skin resembled pure cream, and her long, perfect legs embodied the ideal golden ratio. Her figure was voluptuous, curvaceous, and strikingly alluring, particularly the prominence of her bosom, akin to towering peaks, threatening to burst forth, reaching a threshold where any further increase would disrupt her exquisite beauty. Beyond her physical allure, her demeanor was truly extraordinary, poised and elegant, exuding regal grace. She possessed a warmth that, while not cold and unapproachable, made others feel a sense of inadequacy in her presence, as if she were an otherworldly fairy, both desirable and unattainable. This unparalleled beauty, a rare gem, was the dream goddess of every married and unmarried man in the elite circles of Huadu. It is said that suitors for her affection could be found from the vibrant Huadu of Guangdong to the bustling metropolis of Jiangzhou, including scions from prominent political and business families. 2 months prior, Lu Yu accompanied Huang Shorin to a charity gala, where he caught a distant glimpse of the resplendent Xiao Mingyun, who was surrounded by admirers. In that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant, a mere passerby unnoticed by all. Naturally, being known as Huang's enforcer, a figure in the underworld, no one was inclined to approach him. Yet, when Lu Yu beheld Xiao Mingyun, it solidified in his heart that only a woman of such caliber deserved his pursuit, dismissing the ordinary and commonplace. After all, a mercenary, akin to a war dog, could hardly be expected to uphold lofty morals. Lu Yu resolved that when the benefits bestowed upon him by his golden finger multiplied, and he grew stronger, unafraid of the state apparatus, he would boldly pursue Xiao Mingyun. Should he fail, he would resort to force. This woman would be his, and he must savor her essence. The unpredictable nature of life is such that no one could have anticipated the onset of an apocalypse. Lu Yu certainly did not foresee that amidst his journey to Sansha Island, he would encounter the enchanting beauty he had long yearned for. Upon this second meeting with her exquisite visage, Lu Yu was once again captivated by her breathtaking beauty, struck by the profound elegance she emanated. Truly, she embodied the notion of unparalleled beauty, a rare flower among blooms. Beside her stood another exquisite figure. Her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully, with a few strands tucked behind delicate ears adorned with ruby earrings that accentuated her allure. Beneath those strands lay a long, elegant neck and exquisitely sculpted collarbones. The contrast between her fair skin and the red earrings strikingly vivid. Though her ample bosom was restrained by professional attire, it could not conceal her remarkable figure. If Xiao Mingyun was the peony reigning over a garden of flowers, this lady was a solitary snow lotus blooming in grandeur. She radiated an air of aloof beauty, a proud demeanor that was both enchanting and frosty. "Boss, this is Lu Yu, the esteemed officer who, along with his subordinates, rescued us." Chen Feng promptly introduced Lu Yu to Xiao Mingyun upon their approach. Xiao Mingyun mustered her spirits, inhaled deeply, and formally addressed Lu Yu. "Hello, Officer Lu. Thank you for your support." "Ah, we are all familiar acquaintances. There is no need for formality," Lu Yu replied with a smile, extending his hand. This took Xiao Mingyun by surprise. She reached out, questioning with a hint of confusion. "Forgive me, but my memory seems a bit hazy. Have we met before, Officer Lu?" "Indeed, at the charity gala 2 months ago. I even exchanged pleasantries with you, Miss Xiao." "It seems you have many important matters weighing on your mind," Lu Yu replied, weaving a casual conversation while grasping her delicate hand. One word, soft. 2 words, exquisitely soft. Such a hand was truly remarkable. To shake it felt a disservice, as it seemed destined for something far more refined. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xiao Mingyun's face as she apologized. "I sincerely apologize. With so many responsibilities and the demands of the corporation, I seem to have forgotten that encounter. I hope you can forgive me, Officer Lu." She struggled to recall Lu Yu's figure in her mind. It was challenging to remember which individual he was amidst the multitude of conversations she had engaged in during the banquet 2 months prior. Perhaps she had truly forgotten. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence, for fate had conspired to bring them together again. "Mr. Xiao, would you not agree?" she mused. "Indeed, we are destined to meet again. And it is thanks to Officer Lu that Mingyun is safe this time." As she spoke, Xiao Mingyun suddenly furrowed her brow and pressed her forehead, a consequence of overexerting her abilities earlier. Yet, in Lu Yu's eyes, her delicate demeanor resembled that of a classic beauty, more captivating than usual, evoking feelings of tenderness and a desire to embrace and cherish her. "Mingyun, are you all right?" Her close friend, Lung Ruyue, hurriedly checked on her. "I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest," Xiao Mingyun replied, waving her hand. She had learned from her previous encounters with zombies that excessive use of her powers merely required her to recuperate to restore her vitality. Lu Yu, observing Lung Ruyue, smiled. "I noticed the remarkable display of abilities between you and Mr. Xiao. Surely, both of your awakened powers must be impressive?" "This is my dear friend, Lung Ruyue," Xiao Mingyun introduced. "As for our abilities," with a furrowed brow, she hesitated momentarily before, almost instinctively, revealing, "Officer Lu, you are our savior. So I shall not keep it from you. I awakened an SS-level psychic ability, while Ruyue possesses an SSS-level elemental ability, specifically frost control." After uttering these words, she felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of why she had disclosed such information. However, upon reflection, her brow relaxed. There was truly no need for secrecy, as their team had already witnessed their powers, and it would not be difficult for others to discover. An SSS level and an SS level? Lu Yu's heart raced with surprise. He had not anticipated that these two were not only extraordinary, but that their awakened abilities were so formidable. While levels do not necessarily reflect current combat prowess, they do indicate potential for the future. If they could grow, their limits would undoubtedly be extraordinarily high. "Absolutely, I cannot let them slip away." He resolved that he must either recruit them or absorb their powers to prevent them from becoming adversaries in the future. His determination was further fueled by an undeniable attraction towards them. There was no need for pretense. "Mr. Lu?" At that moment, Xiao Minglong approached, exclaiming upon seeing Lu Yu. "This is my brother, Xiao Minglong." Xiao Mingyun introduced him to Lu Yu, then turned to her brother, Xiaolong. "Do you know Officer Lu?" "Know him. We are practically family," Xiao Minglong exclaimed, overwhelmed by the revelation that their savior was none other than the owner of his frequent haunts. "Indeed, I have had dealings with Xiao Xiao," Lu Yu acknowledged with a nod. As one of the elite VIPs in the bustling district of Jing'an, how could he not know Xiao Minglong? However, he was uncertain whether Xiao Mingyun was aware of her brother's indulgent escapades, so he refrained from elaborating further. In the vibrant district of Huadu, who would dare not recognize Mr. Lu? Lu Yu did not elaborate much, but Xiao Minglong spoke at length. The youngest leader in Huadu, a formidable figure in the underworld, known as the Jade Tiger. Everyone is aware of the tale when General Lu wielded a watermelon knife, pursuing Chun Lao and slashing down 100 men, only to turn around and eliminate Lai Wu'er, unifying the underground world of Jing'an District. This is a living legend of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyun furrowed her delicate brows as she began to understand the true nature of Lu Yu. Chen Feng and his companions were equally taken aback. The Black Society? They exchanged glances, bewildered. Given that the Great Xia Empire is a nation with stringent gun control laws, the Black Society within its borders often operates in the shadows, reminiscent of ruffians and thugs, a topic scarcely worthy of discussion. "But you mean to tell me that this Lu commander belongs to the Black Society? Surely, this is a mistake. So much weaponry, such formidable firepower, an abundance of armed personnel. This is the Black Society? One might easily mistake it for a warlord faction from some other country." Of course, if Xiao Minglong had not brought it up, Chen Feng and the others would have merely speculated about Lu Yu's identity in silence. Yet, this revelation only deepened their astonishment. This was not a war-torn region where weapons and ammunition could be acquired for a pittance. To amass such a stockpile of arms capable of beheading 100 men, and to organize a force of nearly 1,000 at such a time, what immense power, what extraordinary skill, what audacity this person possesses. Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ruyue shared similar thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, they concluded that this Lu commander was indeed extraordinary. If he were merely an ordinary leader of the Black Society without any military background, how could he muster such an armed force? Truly remarkable, as Xiao Xiao put it. Lu Yu reflected. Indeed, I had once dabbled in some inconspicuous businesses. However, with disaster upon us and the authorities overwhelmed, I had no choice but to lead my brothers in carving out our own path to survival. Commander Lu, I admire your resourcefulness, Chen Feng said sincerely, clasping his fist in respect. Ah, is that not young Master Xiao? It turns out this is your convoy. Zhang Wei approached, astonished upon seeing Xiao Minglong. Yes, indeed. Xiao Minglong recognized Zhang Wei, the public relations manager of Tianshang Renjian. When the disaster struck, many zombies breached our headquarters, and my sister, unable to maintain control, led the employees to break through. Fortunately, we encountered you here. Truly fortunate to meet my brother, Zhang Wei grinned, walking up to Xiao Minglong and placing a hand on his shoulder, a mischievous expression on his face. Young Master Xiao, would you care to meet number 19 and no. 32 from our establishment? Last time you visited, you were eager to meet them, but they were on leave. This time, they're in the group. And I can introduce you. Who are you? What are you saying? Don't speak recklessly. Xiao Minglong exclaimed in shock, quickly shaking his head, for he had already sensed the weight of two murderous gazes fixated upon him. Xiao Long. Xiao Mingyun's face darkened immediately as she regarded her ineffectual brother, her voice cold and filled with ire. Didn't you assure me before that you would never frequent such places again? What is this all about? Speak. How many times have you been there in the past 2 years? Following the demise of their parents, the Xiao family had been under the firm control of Xiao Mingyun, whose authority was formidable and whose discipline over Xiao Minglong was stringent. He was terrified of her. No. He is lying. He is slandering me. I don't know him at all. Xiao Minglong protested vehemently, shaking his head vigorously and pushing Zhang Wei away, refusing to acknowledge such accusations. Come now, Master Xiao. Haven Tea, I served you well. Every time you visited, I personally attended to you, never daring to be neglectful. Why are you now turning your back on me? Besides, we saved you this time. I don't know you. Don't speak nonsense. I've never been to that heaven on earth place. Ah, sister. Please don't act rashly. Just hear me out, he exclaimed as Xiao Mingyun pinched his ear. By this time, the battle had concluded. The zombies had proven utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of bullets and grenades, and now lay as lifeless corpses. Team 1, advance forward. Team 2, move to the rear. Establish a defensive position and organize a watch. Teams 3 and 4, scour the nearby buildings for supplies. Team 5, the logistics unit. Clean up the battlefield and extract the cores from the zombies' heads. Leave no stone unturned. Simultaneously, Lu Yu issued a series of commands. His subordinates wasted no time, swiftly organizing themselves to act in accordance with his orders. Observing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. He discerned that, while this team had not been long established as a professional military force, their adherence to the commander's orders and their operational conduct exhibited characteristics akin to that of a regular army. Given more time, it was evident that this team would undoubtedly transform into a formidable military unit. It was clear that the individual responsible for forming this team possessed exceptional capabilities in military organization and command. May I ask where you are headed, Director Xiao? Lu Yu inquired after she had finished reprimanding her brother. Oh, us. Xiao Mingyun turned, pondering briefly before responding. We are returning to my home, to Sansha Island. Oh. A smile crept onto Lu Yu's lips, pleasantly surprised to find her chosen direction aligned with his own. Indeed, Sansha Island is renowned as a wealthy enclave, and it was reasonable for her to claim that as her residence. However, given her status, she was fully entitled to be aware of the establishment of a safe zone in the Jinghai district and the subsequent relocation of the city's guard forces. Thus, why did she choose not to head towards the Jinghai district? Furthermore, the headquarters of the Xiao group was closer to Jinghai district, suggesting that their convoy was deliberately taking a longer route. As he gazed upon her radiant visage, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Inexplicably, a sudden sensation arose within him, a feeling akin to encountering a kindred spirit. In this woman, he perceived a distinct quality, suggesting that she might very well belong to the same ilk as himself. No, that assertion is too vague. It would be more accurate to say that certain attributes she possessed mirrored his own. For instance, ambition. Indeed, while most might be entranced solely by her beauty, overlooking her intellect would be a grave oversight. Rumor has it that in a mere few years, Xiao Mingyun transformed the 200 million company left by her parents into a formidable enterprise, establishing herself as a veritable queen of the business realm, thereby evidencing that she is far from being a mere decorative vase. Thus, Lu Yu inquired, why not Jinghai District? Xiao Mingyun's expression shifted slightly, her inner displeasure evident. Yet she patiently replied, my sister is still at home. I must return. A commendable rationale, Lu Yu mused, stroking his chin before raising a finger. However, once you safely arrive at Jinghai District, given your social standing, a simple request could summon a helicopter to fetch your sister. Surely, that wouldn't pose a challenge? Xiao Mingyun's countenance transformed, and after a moment of silence, she asked Lu Yu, what exactly are you trying to convey? Lu Yu chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of audacity. This probing revealed to him that his assumptions were indeed correct. Xiao Mingyun was a woman of considerable ambition. Her choice to lead the convoy to Sansha Island was undoubtedly motivated by her recognition of its potential. Her reluctance to go to Jinghai District stemmed not from submissiveness, but from a desire to seize her own destiny. While he reveled in his amusement, Xiao Mingyun found little to smile about. Her gaze swept across the street, taking in the armed members of the Brotherhood, and a shadow of foreboding settled over her heart. It appears that we are indeed fated to cross paths, Miss Xiao, Lu Yu remarked, hands clasped behind his back, casting his eyes slightly skyward. To be candid, my companions and I are also bound for Sansha Island. At this revelation, Xiao Mingyun was struck with both shock and fury. He intended to go there as well, with a force of nearly 1,000 men and countless firearms. How could her ambitions possibly come to fruition? Her schemes would be rendered utterly futile. But why was he headed there? What were his intentions? Was he planning to cross the river, leaving Huadu in his wake, while also resupplying on the island? If that were the case, perhaps she could leverage his strength to her advantage. Sansha Island, a prime location situated in the midst of the river, surrounded on all sides by water. If one could eliminate the zombies on the island and secure the two major bridges, it would indeed be an invincible stronghold, allowing for forays into the city to scavenge resources or retreats into the wilderness. How astonishing it was that someone like Lu Yu harbored such ambitions. As Lu Yu continued to articulate his thoughts, the last vestiges of hope within Xiao Mingyun vanished. She realized that the man's intentions mirrored her own contemplations born from the calamity that had befallen them. Meanwhile, the cold and aloof Lu Yu was equally taken aback. After much deliberation with Mingyun, a decision was ultimately reached, only to discover that it aligned perfectly with the thoughts of this man. She bit her red lip with pearly teeth, gazing incredulously at Lu Yu, before shifting her gaze to Xiao Mingyun. Simultaneously, Xiao Mingyun's eyes met Lung Ruyue's. And in that fleeting moment, both women silently cursed their misfortune, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 12. A Match of Wits and Talents. Xiao Mingyun felt she had encountered a kindred spirit. Mr. Lu, this is not a suitable place for conversation. After a brief moment of surprise and anger, Xiao Mingyun swiftly regained her composure, recognizing the necessity of a serious discussion with this man. Casting a glance at the curious onlookers surrounding them, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. By the side of the street stood a cafe, adorned in a chic and luxurious style, frequented by urban elites. The transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, devoid of any bloodstains, provided an ideal setting for their conversation. Once inside, the three of them settled into a window-side table. Mr. Lu, you are no ordinary man. Given that you are aware of the plans to establish a safe zone in Jinghai District, your decision to venture to Sansha Island speaks volumes of your audacity. Seated opposite Lu Yu, Xiao Mingyun, the first to speak, generously offered her compliments, noting his exceptional strategic insight. Her captivating gaze remained fixed upon him, her dark eyes swirling with curiosity. She was overwhelmed with questions. How did he acquire such an arsenal? Was he truly just a leader of a criminal organization in the past? What prompted him to consider Sansha Island? You certainly possess more courage than I, Director Xiao, Lu Yu remarked with a wave of his hand and a smile. To knowingly traverse a perilous path through a city infested with zombies is no small feat. If I were in your position, I doubt I would have such resolve. Where did you procure these weapons? In contrast to Xiao Mingyun's restrained demeanor, Lung Riyue was more forthright, directly voicing her burning curiosity. They were acquired through special channels. Lu Yu shrugged and then countered her inquiry. What, Miss Riyue, do you have an affinity for my firearms? If you like, I could gift you one. Unfazed by the implications of his words, Lung Riyue maintained her icy facade and responded flatly, smuggling such a substantial quantity of arms within the empire. You are the most audacious and reckless person I have ever encountered. Life is but a fleeting moment. How can one endure without striving for something greater? Without struggle, how can one aspire to greatness? Lu Yu shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with reflection. Not everyone is content to remain hidden like dust in the earth. There will always be those who endeavor to become stars in the sky, even if their brilliance is as fleeting as that of a meteor. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Mingyun's mind began to race. Just from this statement, she discerned several facets of the man's character. The madness burning in his depths, the resonant pulse of his ambition, all revealed the essence of who he truly was. This only clarifies that his intentions align perfectly with my suspicions. At this moment, Xiao Mingyun feels a sense of certainty. Moreover, is this not fortuitous? It is precisely because of these weapons that I dare to translate my thoughts into action, enabling me to reach this point with zero casualties. Lu Yu reclined against the back of the sofa, speaking leisurely. One step ahead, every step matters. Whatever we undertake, we find ourselves amidst an unprecedented upheaval of millennia. Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. Lung Ryue was taken aback. An unprecedented upheaval? It should be a calamity. While others perceive this as an extraordinary disaster occurring once in 1,000 years, the person before her perceives it as an opportunity. She could not help but exclaim, "You are utterly insane." Indeed, Lung Ryue's observation was accurate. Lu Yu was inherently a man of madness. Even before acquiring his golden finger, he could not accept mediocrity. Resolutely abandoning comfort and safety to plunge into a chaotic world, fighting fiercely for sustenance, not solely for a better life, but also in pursuit of the extraordinary. This explains why Lu Yu regards Yu Yang as a trusted lieutenant. They share similar dispositions, and he sees a reflection of himself in Yu Yang's fierce nature. While Lung Ryue instinctively recoils from Lu Yu's evident madness, Xiao Mingyun's eyes gleamed with brilliance, shimmering with unceasing fascination. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. Her delicate hands clasped under her chin, intently locking eyes with Lu Yu. "What do you wish to do? What are your intentions?" Lu Yu mirrored her posture, responding with an equally probing question. In that moment, their gazes were so close that their faces nearly touched, resembling a fierce contest of eyes to see who would yield first. They maintained this standoff for half a minute, causing Lung Ryue to furrow her brows in confusion, unsure of what was transpiring between them. Finally, Xiao Mingyun smiled, silent yet expressive, akin to a blooming garden radiating ephemeral beauty. Lu Yu also smiled, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, still fixated on Xiao Mingyun's enchanting eyes. Throughout this mutual gaze, they exchanged an unspoken understanding, intuitively grasping each other's thoughts and intentions. Lu Yu became increasingly convinced that the woman before him was of the same ilk. Both harbored ambitious aspirations, both were unwilling to be subordinate, and both sought to seize the moment amidst this chaotic era to act swiftly, transforming themselves into players rather than mere pawns under someone else's control. It can be said that apart from their differences in specific methods and tactics, as well as their modes of thought, they shared a unified vision, a common strategy, and aligned ambitions. Oh, and one more distinction to note, the difference of gender. Yet, it is precisely because she is a woman that Lu Yu finds himself profoundly intrigued. Able to sit calmly and appreciate the remarkable spirit of a woman who rivals her male counterparts. If it were a man, rather than merely sitting here discussing, Lu Yu would likely have immediately ordered an attack upon sensing the other's ambitions, executing them all without hesitation. Let us speak candidly, shall we? It is quite favorable. As I currently hold the initiative, my vision is to seize control of Sancha Island, commence the gathering of resources, eliminate the undead, and rally the survivors, establishing complete dominion over the entire island. Internally, I propose to implement military governance, identify those with special abilities, reorganize our forces, and institute a system of laws and rewards. Externally, we shall blockade the bridge, collect all available vessels, and dispatch key personnel alongside trustworthy comrades to scavenge for resources and recruit survivors, continuously expanding our reach. Lu Yu raised a finger to articulate his thoughts, setting the stage. Xiao Mingyun nodded in agreement, thinking along the same lines, and thus she continued. Subsequently, we can continually probe the local authorities for their strengths and weaknesses, keeping abreast of military movements. On the surface, we should align ourselves with the authorities, nominally submitting to the court in a bid to secure a legitimate armed status while covertly engaging with military factions. Simultaneously, when recruiting survivors, we must prioritize those with specialized skills such as amateur radio enthusiasts, researchers, engineers, welders, chefs, and masons, particularly those with experience in military factories. Her words brought great delight to Lu Yu, for they mirrored his own contemplations. He then added, once stability is achieved, we can dispatch teams to critical locations for rescue operations, such as various public security bureaus, armories, military academies, esteemed institutions, and military ports, as well as the surrounding fallen barracks. Notably, it appears there are strategic reserve grain depots in the counties surrounding Huaqing. Furthermore, there exist former military stockpiles, constructed in anticipation of a world war, containing vast quantities of outdated munitions. Xiao Mingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued. We must seize the initiative, accelerate our preparations, and remain vigilant, ready for action, ever aware of our surroundings. I surmise that in due course, this area will be rife with civilian factions, and numerous warlords will emerge within the military. Thus, we must adapt our strategies according to the evolving situation, for there may be opportunities to sweep across the land. This woman must not be underestimated. There are only two options, either to eliminate or to recruit. Lu Yu clenched his fist slightly, narrowing his eyes, his voice rising with intensity. Huaqing, the capital of Guangdong province, a vital stronghold of the nation, should an opportunity arise to seize it. We could launch campaigns to the east and west, advancing southward and northward, achieving great endeavors and establishing dominance in the southern skies. Indeed, well said. Xiao Mingyun smiled slightly in agreement. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Had it not been for her feminine modesty, she might have laughed aloud in shared delight, for there was genuine happiness in this moment. Unbeknownst to many, as the apocalypse descends and chaos unfolds, while most are either struggling or consumed with worry, a wise woman has already begun to envision the future and lay the groundwork for what lies ahead. They say it is easy to find wealth, but rare to discover a true confidant. Seeking an individual who understands oneself, shares the same thoughts and ambitions, and can engage in profound discussions is indeed a daunting task. Xiao Mingyun never anticipated that, at the brink of her team's collapse, a man would emerge to rescue her contingent. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this man harbored identical objectives, with their strategies and visions for the future aligning seamlessly, as if he were a male counterpart of herself. Perhaps, as the man suggested, this is fate, or perhaps divine intervention. Mr. Liu, how about we join forces? Together, we can seize Sansha Island and proceed according to our plan. You possess troops and weaponry, while I have resources and connections within the government. By collaborating, we would undoubtedly create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Xiao Mingyun gazed at Lu Yu, extending a formal invitation, her exquisite visage alight with anticipation. In that moment, her heart raced. Beyond the sensation of discovering a rare confidant, she found herself increasingly captivated by the man's remarkable charisma and undeniable masculinity. Mingyun, cool as the moon, felt a surge of astonishment, her crimson lips whispering her dear friend's name. From an observer's perspective, it was evident that Xiao Mingyun's cheek flushed slightly, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with brilliance, rippling like water. Previously, this dear friend had always maintained her distance from any man, regardless of his status. Yet today, she exhibited an unprecedented eagerness and warmth. Chapter 13. Two tigers cannot coexist unless one is male and the other female. Surprisingly, it's a buy one get one free situation I must decline. In response to Xiao Mingyun's hopeful gaze, Lu Yu decisively rejected her proposal. Though he desired Xiao Mingyun's presence, he refused to be a mere sycophant. With his own formidable forces at his command, he questioned why he should share his ambitions with anyone, especially given that Xiao Mingyun's contingent, consisting of merely a handful of capable mercenaries led by Chen Feng, had been rendered ineffective without ammunition, akin to a beast stripped of its fangs. Had Lu Yu not intervened, it was likely that Xiao Mingyun's group would have already perished. Thus, Lu Yu considered it entirely reasonable to pursue Sansha Island on his own, as the disparity in their strengths rendered any partnership impractical. Xiao Mingyun lacked the standing to negotiate on equal terms with him. Have you considered my proposal further? The rejection was anticipated. Xiao Mingyun had foreseen this possibility. In your domain, how can you allow others to rest comfortably? Lu Yu shook his head, adding, moreover you, a capable individual, are not to be underestimated, even as a woman. Xiao Mingyun fell silent, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet she recognized her limited bargaining power, which rendered her incapable of negotiating on equal footing with Lu Yu. After a moment of contemplation, she fixed her gaze upon Lu Yu's eyes and inquired, what are your conditions? A remarkably astute woman, she understood that Lu Yu's continued presence indicated he had something to say, and she had already surmised his intentions. A partnership of equals was simply unattainable. Lu Yu raised a finger and gently shook it, stating, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. He paused momentarily, a significant smile gracing his face as he added, unless one is male and the other female. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could comprehend the implication behind Lu Yu's words. Was he truly contemplating a scheme against his own close friend? Cold Lu Yu felt a surge of anger, her delicate brows furrowing as she slowly activated her powers, causing the temperature in the cafe to plummet. And crystalline snowflakes began to materialize in the air. Don't presume that you alone possess SSS-level abilities. Trust me, if it comes to a confrontation, only one of us will walk out alive, and that will be me, unscathed. Lu Yu did not even glance in her direction. Instead, he summoned his own powers, generating flickering currents of electricity in the air, which startled Cold Ru Yu. So, he wielded elemental powers as well. The force of lightning. Although Cold Ru Yu felt a twinge of apprehension, she remained unconvinced and did not take Lu Yu's words to heart. Perhaps you could elaborate, she retorted. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyun maintained her calm demeanor, undisturbed by Lu Yu's insinuations, and instead displayed a look of intrigued curiosity. Become my woman, Lu Yu declared, gesturing grandly as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Mingyun's stunning visage. He spoke with a deep seriousness. Your people will join my organization. I will oversee external affairs, while you manage internal matters. I will command the military, you will handle politics, and within the organization, you will be second only to me. What do you say? Lu Yu's proposition caused cold Ru Yu's expression to darken. Was he joking? Over the years, numerous affluent young masters had courted Meng Yun without success. What gave him the audacity to think he could win her over with mere words? She remained unconvinced and was poised to follow Xiao Meng Yun's lead, ready to gauge Lu Yu's strength and determine which element, ice or lightning, was superior. However, Xiao Meng Yun's subsequent words left cold Ru Yu utterly bewildered. I agree. Pardon me, could you repeat that? Lu Yu's eyes brightened instantly. I said I agree. In a languid pose, Xiao Meng Yun rested her chin on her hand, blinking slowly. Lu Yu regarded her intently, somewhat taken aback by her response. He had anticipated that she would react with anger, reject his proposal outright, or at the very least, agree under duress while stipulating conditions. Yet, he never expected Xiao Meng Yun to agree so decisively. Meng Yun Yu. Cold Ru Yu stared incredulously at her dear friend, unable to fathom her reasoning behind such an agreement. Ignoring cold Ru Yu, Xiao Meng Yun continued to address Lu Yu. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, you saved my life, and most importantly, I find that I do not dislike you. Lu Yu instinctively touched his cheek. Had he truly reached the point where his looks could earn him favor? Or was this the effect of the peach blossom divine body, bestowing him an allure over women, a testament to his extraordinary charm? In any case, it was evident that his special advantages were formidable. Once again, Xiao Mingyun continued. Considering the current strength of our two families, it is indeed unreasonable for us to unite. I have not given it sufficient thought. Let us include Ryue in this arrangement as well. Having such a remarkably gifted individual as your partner can only benefit you, and I believe you would not decline. Lu Yu was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Cold Ryue, upon hearing these words, was left speechless and quickly exclaimed, Mingyun, have you lost your mind? How can you suggest this? Ryue, we once vowed that we would never part ways, and if we were to marry, it would be to the same man. Xiao Mingyun turned to her friend, her face adorned with a smile that could rival the beauty of blooming peach blossoms. That was merely a jest. How could such a statement be taken seriously? Cold Ryue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her agitation evident as she stamped her foot. This was indeed a sacred promise between two sisters, a testament to their profound bond. Yet how could she acknowledge it in front of a man? Is what Director Xiao said true? Lu Yu observed the stunning pair before him, their beauty equally matched, and his spirits soared. Securing both of these women was precisely what he desired. Yet, while he entertained such thoughts, the actual execution proved to be far more complex. To his surprise, Xiao Mingyun had boldly proposed such an arrangement. What an extraordinary woman she was. He could only wish for more such encounters. It is absolutely true, Xiao Mingyun affirmed, glancing at Lu Yu with a playful nod. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. It is settled. With that, Lu Yu stood up and departed the cafe, leaving no room for Xiao Mingyun to reconsider. He was also aware that the two women required some time to converse. Indeed, no sooner had Lu Yu left than cold Ryue furrowed her brow and asked, Mingyun, what are you up to? Why did you agree to become his woman? Xiao Mingyun raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Not just me, but you as well. This mention only served to inflame cold Ryue's anger further. You sold me out without my consent. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Ryue, Xiao Mingyun's tone shifted to one of seriousness as she looked at her. He is a normal man. He has been concealing his desire for both of us, but I could see the smoldering intensity in his gaze. Tell me, do you think he would easily let us go if I refused him? I do not believe he would dare. Our situation is perilous. You must understand how many men he commands. With a mere command, countless weapons could be aimed at us. He possesses rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and mortars. These heavy armaments could obliterate us within minutes, and that includes both you and me. Cold Ryue bit her lip, silenced by the gravity of the situation. Indeed, thousands of men, thousands of automatic rifles, along with a slew of heavy weaponry, constituted a formidable and terrifying force. Should a confrontation arise between our side and Lu Yu's, the outcome was all too clear. There would be but one conclusion. From a different perspective, even if he does not resort to violence against us out of frustration from his inability to attain what he desires, I share the same sentiment as him. Do you truly believe that a person of his nature would allow a rival, whom he cannot subdue, to thrive? Xiao Mingyun narrowed her beautiful eyes and lowered her voice. Although our conversation has only scratched the surface, I can assert with absolute certainty that he possesses the essence of a formidable leader, akin to a dragon in its prime. He is one of those wild and ambitious figures emerging in this chaotic era, born to lead. And the perspective from which a leader approaches matters is distinct from that of ordinary individuals. If I were in his position and faced with our rejection, my first action upon leaving this place would likely be to order a violent crackdown. Lung Ryue bit her lower lip, her expression growing increasingly complex. She was not a fool. Having followed Xiao Mingyun for years, she had absorbed much wisdom through observation, enhancing her cunning beyond that of her peers. She understood that Xiao Mingyun's insights were unequivocally accurate. Lu Yu was no ordinary person. Those of his caliber could not be compared to mere mortals, as he had simply lacked the opportunity until now, with this tumultuous era providing him with the chance to rise. Those in positions of power prioritized their interests above all else, their fervor for authority surpassing everything. Once they perceive a threat, they are likely to eliminate it without hesitation. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. Even if he is an exceptionally kind-hearted individual who does not react with anger to our rejection and allows us to leave, would our situation truly improve? Our ammunition has been depleted in this battle. What shall we do when we encounter hordes of the undead again? How do we reach Sancha Island? If it were just the two of us, perhaps it would be manageable, but we are accompanied by many others. This thought extinguished all of Lung Ryue's irritation. Despite their formidable abilities, utilizing such powers requires both physical stamina and mental fortitude. They are not inexhaustible resources. Moreover, those zombies exhibit no fear. Should they become surrounded by a multitude of them, the outcome would be dire. In truth, throughout this journey, the primary force combating the zombies along the way has been Chun Feng's team of bodyguards, armed with firearms. The contributions of the two of them and the other ability users in the group have merely served an auxiliary role. Therefore, it would be more prudent to capitalize on this potential asset. No, he has already begun to reveal his prowess. While he is still on the rise, we should bind ourselves closely to him, forming a familial bond. This would not only ensure our safety, but also provide us with a superior starting point and future. After all, we are of an age where marriage is increasingly appropriate. Were I a man, I would undoubtedly refuse to submit to anyone, seeking every possible means to resolve this crisis and distance myself from him as much as possible. But alas, fate has dealt a different hand. As a woman, I must ultimately find a man to rely upon. Thus, I may as well leverage my greatest advantage and take a gamble with this singular opportunity in life. Xiao Mingyun caressed her snow-white chin, the sparkle in her beautiful eyes flickering restlessly. After uttering those words, she murmured to herself, I never anticipated such a turn of events, encountering a person like him. Yet, upon reflection, it does not seem to yield entirely unfavorable outcomes. A battalion of thousands, when adeptly utilized amidst the current turmoil, could undoubtedly seize the initiative and carve a path to resurgence. Lung Ryue harbored a plethora of words she wished to voice, yet they remained lodged in her throat. She could not deny that, from the most rational standpoint, Xiao Mingyun's assertions bore considerable truth, representing the most prudent choice. Nevertheless, the thought of having inexplicably become the wife of a man she had only just met left her feeling somewhat irked. With a resigned sigh, she slowly shook her head. Should I lament my imprudent friendships? Perhaps I should never have agreed to that joint marriage pact with you in the first place? Hee, Ryue, dear sister. You have cared for me throughout our lives. You have always relinquished anything I fancied. This time, I shall not compete with you. Let us share together. The Lung and Xiao families had a long-standing friendship. When Lung Ryue was but a child, her parents perished in a car accident, and she was taken in by the Xiao family. Hence, besides their blood ties, the two girls were as close as sisters. Is that even comparable? I concede defeat to you. Lung Ryue rolled her eyes dramatically and quipped, at least your taste remains commendable. This insufferable man surpasses all those previous suitors, those dandy, effete, and fragile fellows, by leaps and bounds. Indeed, he possesses a remarkable allure, one might even say a commendable masculinity. At this juncture, her own cheeks instinctively flushed. When Lu Yu was present earlier, she could not quite fathom it, but she felt an inexplicable charm radiating from him. Were it not for her inherently aloof demeanor, compounded by her annoyance at Lu Yu's conditions, her perception of him might have been quite different. Reflecting further, she added, yet, this insufferable man's ambition appears somewhat daunting. Were it not for this ambition, I would hardly regard him with any esteem. Xiao Mingyun cast a glance at Lung Ryue and sighed. The world has transformed too rapidly, too drastically. Those devoid of ambition and capability, be they men or women, will inevitably be swept away by the tides of time. To put it eloquently, they are merely drifting with the current. Less charitably, they are unable to steer their own destinies. Only true paragons can navigate these currents and stand resolutely at the pinnacle of their era. This is precisely why I previously endeavored to persuade you and your subordinates to establish a foothold on Sancha Island for the survivor camp. Now, having encountered such a formidable vessel, I can ride the winds and waves without undue toil or the exhaustion of my intellect. Lung Ryue pursed her lips, contemplating ways to challenge her friend's decision, hoping to alter her mind further. After a moment's thought, she remarked, "Are you not concerned that this may be a ship on the verge of sinking? After all, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Who can foretell what may transpire next? I have taken into account everything that surrounds me. With his current strength, as long as he proceeds step by step, there is no way any unforeseen circumstances will arise along the way." Xiao Mingyun's gaze was profound, and a smile graced her lips. "Just wait and see. My choice will undoubtedly prove to be correct. Besides, in all these years, when has any of my investments gone awry? You make a compelling point." I found myself at a loss for words. Lung Ryue spread her hands, acknowledging that there was truly no rebuttal to this. She had personally witnessed how her dear friend became the youngest business empress in Huadu and the entire empire when she first took over her parents' company. Its market value was a mere 200 million. In just a few short years, under her stewardship, this company transformed into the Xiao Group, boasting assets worth over 100 billion. Xiao Mingyun's acumen in business is undeniably exceptional. Her keen investment instincts and innate talent have become the talk of the business world, leaving behind a series of textbook investment success stories. But this time, the stakes you have wagered are far too high, and I have been drawn into the gamble as well. Have you considered how you will compensate me? Lung Ryue expressed a hint of resentment and dissatisfaction. Hee. Isn't that all the more exhilarating? Xiao Mingyun pulled her friend close, embracing her, and whispered warm breath against her ear. As for compensation, how about I allow you to share my bed from now on? Though I do wonder if his stamina can keep up, let us hope he can handle it. Chapter 14. Sister getting married? Xiao Minglong was ecstatic. The team was reorganizing, heading towards the bridge. "Big brother, are we going to take action?" Just as Lu Yu stepped out of the cafe, Geng Biao approached him, whispering a question, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "What are you thinking?" "It can't always be bad news." Lu Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Geng Biao was a ruthless individual, not only harsh on others, but equally unforgiving with himself. Previously, he had stirred up trouble back home, and, to evade his enemies, had hidden in a dark factory, enduring hardship. When Lu Yu discovered his talent, he took him under his wing as a subordinate. In the past few months, Geng Biao had either personally handled the dirty work or supervised its execution. He was Lu Yu's capable assistant, always diligent and uncomplaining. "So, has the deal been struck?" Seeing Lu Yu's demeanor, Geng Biao's eyes shifted, speculating. "Yes, it has been finalized. Congratulate me." After patting his shoulder, Lu Yu walked into the crowd, leaving Geng Biao in a state of confusion. At this moment, the subordinates had already gathered a considerable amount of supplies, piling them up at the entrances of each building. Lu Yu approached, systematically collecting the supplies into his spatial ring. "Wow, President Lu, what kind of ability is this?" Xiao Minglong rushed over, his face brimming with curiosity upon witnessing the scene. "Spatial ability, what do you think? Not too shabby, right?" Lu Yu nonchalantly replied while continuing to gather supplies. "Not just shabby, this is utterly incredible. It's just like the storage bags in cultivation novels." "My goodness." Xiao Minglong's eyes sparkled, filled with envy. Lu Yu cast a deep glance at him, surprised that this kid had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. "Big brother, the zombies have all been dissected, and the crystal cores are all here." Song Wentao led several female team members, bringing bags filled with zombie crystal cores before Lu Yu. "Well done," Lu Yu praised, collecting the cores and addressing Song Wentao. "Please urge them. The pace of the sweep is too slow. Inform them to expedite their efforts. Any seemingly useless supplies can be disregarded." Upon hearing this, Song Wentao glanced at the busy brothers and noted they had only cleared a small portion of the buildings. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, brother. I will go at once." At that moment, Zhang Wei rushed over, bringing with him unwelcome news. "Brother, zombies are coming from the south, and there are quite a few." Lu Yu, unfazed, expected this outcome. After their previous massacre of zombies, those in the vicinity should have been eradicated, but the gunfire would inevitably attract more from a distance. "Can you take charge of repelling the zombies?" Hearing he would lead independently, Zhang Wei exclaimed joyfully, "Just watch, brother. I assure you, I will accomplish the task." Before long, the sound of intense gunfire erupted from the southern street corner. More zombies? The commotion also drew Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ryue, who quickly exited the cafe to stand before Lu Yu. "Do not fret, Director Xiao," Lu Yu assured her. "My team can hold the line. Once we have thoroughly looted the supplies on this street, we shall continue our journey." "Why still call me Director Xiao?" Xiao Mingyun playfully reproached him. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled, and he immediately changed his address to Madam. "Just call me Mingyun," she replied, her lips twitching as she shot him a glance. "Haha, Mingyun," Lu Yu laughed, extending an arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Oh, I almost forgot about Ryue. You should join us too." "Hey, don't." Lung Ryue was taken aback when Lu Yu used his other arm to pull her close. Instinctively, she tried to evade but was ensnared in his hold. "Let go," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing, unaccustomed to such intimate contact with a man. On the other side, Xiao Mingyun observed with a silent smile. Though it was her first time experiencing such closeness, causing her body to feel warm and somewhat unsteady, she had resolved her decision and would not waver. Striving to adapt to the situation. "Why struggle? You are both mine now, and will be forever," Lu Yu pretended not to hear. He noted the instinctual reactions of the two women to their proximity to him, discerning their unmarried status. Mingyun, Lung Ryue, after several unsuccessful attempts to break free from his grasp, turned to her friend with a pleading look. Unable to resist her friend's silent plea, or perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Xiao Mingyun gently said to Lu Yu, "All right, there are so many people watching. I do not mind my face, but Ryue does. Please let her go. Since the first madam has spoken, I must comply." Lu Yu chuckled, loosening his embrace around Lung Ryue, and cheerfully remarked, "Little sister, you ought to learn from your elder brother. Otherwise, how will marital bliss be achieved in the future? The more you adapt, the more accustomed you will become." With a flushed face, Lung Ryue hurriedly fled. "Little sister, are you numbering us now? Do you intend to have a third, fourth, or even fifth?" Xiao Mingyun keenly caught the nuances in Lu Yu's words, leading her to speculate about potential future scenarios. Clearing his throat, Lu Yu was about to speak when Xiao Mingyun continued, "Some things, indeed, are not entirely out of the question." Lu Yu's mouth slowly gaped open, taken aback by her unexpected response. "Well, as long as your stamina is robust enough to satisfy both me and Ryue simultaneously, I shall not object." Xiao Mingyun playfully tapped her ruby lips with a delicate finger, feigning seriousness as she added, "However, it also depends on the woman. Any newcomer must have my approval first, as it is a basic respect for my position." "My goodness, what a divine wife I have." Lu Yu beamed. "Of course, I can manage that. My constitution is quite extraordinary. Not only can I handle you and Ryue, but even if 10 more pairs like you were to join, I would be more than capable. And I shall ensure that I bring you in first." At this moment, he suddenly noticed Xiao Mingyun gazing at him with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief, and Lu Yu realized he had been outwitted. Sighing, Xiao Mingyun remarked, "Oh, these men. Always eyeing what's in the pot while they haven tea, even finished what's in their bowl. Have you not yet consumed what's in your bowl before contemplating what's in the pot?" Lu Yu, unfazed, responded earnestly, "Well, I see you are quite the actress, so I will play along for a moment." Giggling, Xiao Mingyun covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she said, "All right, I won't tease you further. I am being sincere. After all, the elite circles of the empire operate this way. If my man is to surpass them, how could he not possess such privileges? As long as you can meet the two conditions I've mentioned, then anything goes." This time, Lu Yu was wise, refraining from easily engaging further. Future matters could wait. It was prudent to enjoy the present pleasures first. After all, securing one's position was paramount. "Is this for real?" In the distance, Xiao Minglong noticed his sister being embraced by Lu Yu, laughing and chatting in his arms. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he had misperceived the scene. "Sister, Mr. Lu, what is happening here?" As he approached and confirmed his sight, his mouth fell agape in astonishment, large enough to fit an apple. "What is going on? Is this really my sister, who has always been indifferent towards men? Is this the tyrannical chairman of the group, the beautiful-faced demon? Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing her brother, Xiao Mingyun displayed no signs of embarrassment, nor did she break free from Lu Yu's embrace. Instead, she turned and smiled at Xiao Minglong. "Wow, sister, are you serious about this?" Xiao Minglong exclaimed in shock. "I've been single for 26 years. If I don't find someone soon, I'll become an old maid." Xiao Mingyun rolled her eyes and remarked, "I think Yu is quite remarkable. He is a person worthy of trust." Suddenly, Xiao Minglong burst into laughter, nearly leaping with excitement. He exclaimed joyfully, "Heaven has eyes. You are finally going to get married. The Xiao group will soon be my domain." Heaven showed mercy, for as a top-tier rich second generation, Xiao Minglong's life was far from the extravagant existence others enjoyed, especially after the passing of his parents. During the years Xiao Mingyun took charge of the family and the corporation, his situation was dire. While other rich heirs indulged in various pursuits, save for murder and arson, he found himself unable to engage in any leisure activities at all. Even the mere act of acquiring some funds required him to employ various persuasive tactics, all while being constantly monitored by his sister's informants, ever ready to report back to her. Every day, he was embroiled in a battle of wits against adversaries. A single slip could lead to a summons from his elder sister, followed by a thorough reprimanding from her team of bodyguards. Not only was he incomparable to his peers among the affluent, but even many from families less fortunate than his led lives far more carefree. His greatest wish had been for his sister to marry, welcoming a brother-in-law who could bolster his standing. To his astonishment, that wish was finally realized today. Mr. Liu, no, brother-in-law. You are incredible. You managed to win my sister's heart, a feat that many wealthy scions in the capital and the metropolis have failed to accomplish. Bravo. Xiao Minglong enthusiastically gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, his gaze filled with admiration. This sentiment was genuine. After all, how could they have grown so close in such a short time? Even if Lu Yu had previously engaged with his sister, those suitors who had pursued her for months, decorating the headquarters with roses day after day, had not achieved what Lu Yu had. To tame this formidable woman was indeed impressive. You are overthinking it. Even if I marry, I will still be the chairperson of the group. My shares remain mine. Moreover, in the current situation, what good would it do for you to become the chairman of the group? Seeing his exuberance, Xiao Mingyun felt reluctant to dampen his spirits, but the truth was undeniable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Minglong deflated like a punctured balloon, his enthusiasm dwindling. Indeed, in the face of an impending apocalypse, not even a wealthy heir could find solace. The identity one held was of no consequence against a horde of zombies. The wealth amassed by the group could soon be rendered worthless, if it had not already become so. However, being a clever individual, he quickly shifted his perspective and grasped the crux of the matter. He promptly approached his sister and brother-in-law, wearing a sycophantic smile. I still have my brother-in-law. With so many followers and firearms at his command, he will surely become a dominant force. With my brother-in-law's protection, I am still Xiao Dasha. Huh, you clever lad. Rest assured, your brother-in-law will certainly look after you. Lu Yu had always been fond of those who spoke sweetly. I'm grateful to you, dear brother-in-law. Might you allow me to wield a firearm, preferably a sniper rifle? I noticed one of your subordinates possesses one. Previously, I requested a handgun from my sister's bodyguard, but she forbade me. No worries. As long as you master the fundamentals of firearm handling and refrain from aiming at anyone, don't indulge him. He has always been a source of concern for me, and granting him a weapon would merely lead to a waste of ammunition. Xiaolong, your sister may have wed, but she is not deceased, so refrain from celebrating prematurely. The authority to discipline you still resides with me. Ah, brother-in-law, look at her. Your wife is bullying your brother-in-law right before your eyes, and you do nothing. Feeling cheeky again, are we? At that moment, the horde of the undead approaching from the south was vanquished, and Zhang Wei returned with his men, immediately noticing Lu Yu, who was holding Xiao Mingyun's waist. What on earth is happening? Zhang Wei was taken aback and hurriedly inquired of Yu Yang and the others. What is going on? You ask me, but who should I ask? They emerged from their conversation like this. Yu Yang shrugged, indicating his lack of knowledge. Biao Gu, Tao Gu, could you enlighten me on the situation? He went on to question Geng Biao and Song Wentao. Huh, I have no idea. All I know is that our elder brother is impressive. That was Geng Biao's response. You now have a sister-in-law, or rather, two at once. Song Wentao spoke leisurely, then directed his gaze toward the members of the Xiao group. Look, they are likely to join us as well. What? Zhang Wei's mouth fell agape, and he began to ponder. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at the members of the Xiao group and noticed many elderly and frail individuals among them, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Oh no, our elder brother has fallen for a beauty trap. We must alert him. Zhang Wei was alarmed. If you wish to court death, do not involve us. Go alone. Geng Biao quickly distanced himself from him. Indeed, I wonder if you can manage to return in one piece. Yu Yang was toying with a dagger, smirking. Song Wentao squinted, thinking to himself that his elder brother's decision to trade his allure for this endeavor was indeed not a loss. Although the employees of the Xiao group may not be of much use, the dozens of bodyguards from the Zhanlong company are exceptional, each a formidable combatant. The effectiveness of a firearm in their hands differs markedly from that in the hands of our current crew. Just joking. Our elder brother is far too astute to fall for such a ruse. Even if it were a trap, it would be our elder brother who devours the sweet coating, launching the shells back and leaving the adversary with losses. Zhang Wei chuckled and quickly amended his statement. You, indeed, have a keen understanding of our elder brother's tactics. I wonder how much you can truly learn. Geng Biao chuckled upon hearing this. At that moment, Lu Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, those plotting rebellion over there. Come over here. Approximately an hour later, all the supplies on the street had been thoroughly scavenged, and the zombies that had invaded were entirely eradicated. Lu Yu then reorganized the team, integrating Xiao Mingyun's followers into the Brotherhood. He temporarily divided the Brotherhood into two divisions, the Combat Division and the Logistics Division. The Combat Division retained its original 700 members, comprising 5 combat teams. The Logistics Department originally comprised 300 individuals. Now, with the addition of over 100 surviving employees from the Xiao group, the total has approached 500. As for Chen Feng and his cadre of mercenaries, they were employed by Xiao Mingyun, tasked solely with her protection, unlike the loyal employees who steadfastly follow her. Therefore, Lu Yu has temporarily permitted them to operate independently while he seeks opportunities to gauge Chen Feng's intentions. Standing before a crowd of over 1,000, Lu Yu proclaimed, Let me clarify, from this moment onward, Director Xiao, my wife, shall serve as the second-in-command of the Brotherhood and the head of the logistics department. Her words will be my words, and I hope you all will heed them. Do you understand? The response was immediate, with enthusiastic applause echoing through the streets. For the employees of the Shao Group, joining the Brotherhood, under the protection of so many armed allies, was undoubtedly a boon. As for their boss marrying, that was a personal matter for her alone. For the original members of the Brotherhood, this was perceived as an annexation. Integrating their ranks with another group was entirely acceptable. Moreover, their leader had won the affections of the stunning Xiao Mingyun, a woman coveted by countless affluent suitors, which filled them with pride. Now, let us continue our march and aim to reach the bridge before nightfall. With that command, the procession resumed its journey. To reach Sansha Island, they had two routes. One, a land passage via the bridge, and the other, a waterway requiring the search for vessels along the shore, as well as individuals skilled in navigation. After deliberation with Xiao Mingyun, they decided to first attempt the bridge, resorting to boats only if necessary. Lu Yu had confidence in his team's ability to traverse the bridge. Their strength permitted no doubt. Commander Lu, not only have you rescued us, but you've also supplied us with arms and ammunition. Allow us to take the lead and pave the way. It would be our way of assisting. Chun Feng volunteered, accompanied by several capable subordinates. Lu Yu instinctively considered refusing, wishing to cultivate a deeper sense of obligation among them. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Mingyun spoke up. Since Team Chun is eager, let them proceed. Just ensure the safety of your team. Both you and I look forward to your decisions. Chun Feng nodded in silence, turning to lead his men to the forefront of the group. If assistance were declined, they would not remain oblivious to his intentions, potentially leading to counterproductive outcomes. Xiao Mingyun quietly elucidated to Lu Yu, a balance of tension and ease is preferable. I believe, given the current circumstances, the headquarters of Dragon War Company will likely be unable to intervene. They will ultimately make the right choice. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Mingyun. I have been overly anxious. Lu Yu reflected, hands clasped behind his back as he walked. He truly yearned to incorporate these individuals into his ranks. Each was a sharpshooter, with some possessing specialized skills in sniping, demolition, artillery operation, armored vehicles, tanks, and attack helicopters. Their inclusion would significantly expedite the development of Lu Yu's forces. The advantages of having Xiao Mingyun as a wife become apparent. She often devises strategies, validates ideas, and corrects the course when it matters most. In the evenings, they can even spar together, which is simply delightful. Chun Feng, a former sergeant major from the military, possesses an extremely rigid disposition. He is more amenable to gentle persuasion than force. The headquarters of Zhanlong Company has not dismissed him, and he is unlikely to betray them easily. So winning him over will require some time. Xiao Mingyun reflects on this with a sense of appreciation. It is precisely due to Chun Feng's steadfast nature that he remains loyal even in the face of apocalyptic threats, unwilling to abandon his protected boss during life and death crises. This loyalty has emboldened Xiao Mingyun in her plans to venture to Sansha Island. Recently, she has been devising ways to fully integrate him into her service. However, now that Xiao and Lu have joined forces, her focus shifts to how to win over this formidable warrior for Lu Yu. As you mentioned, Mingyun, the situation is dire. It is likely that Zhanlong Company has lost contact with employees in various locations. For the time being, he is unlikely to leave your side, my dear boss, which gives us the opportunity to keep him and his subordinates close. Lu Yu nodded in agreement with his wife's assessment. Upon arriving at Sansha Island, where should they begin? Naturally, with your family. First and foremost, we must rescue my sister, otherwise, my wife would surely be displeased. As they walked and conversed, their bond did not merely intensify, it became increasingly harmonious, bringing them closer together. This left Lung Riyue, who could not interject, feeling somewhat deflated, her cheeks puffing up before she pursed her lips. Witnessing the lively banter between Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun only deepened her sense of discouragement and stirred within her a complex mix of emotions. Mingyun, you've changed. She lamented silently, feeling a sense of frustration akin to unrequited love. In truth, however, the remarkable allure of the peach blossom divine body is a significant factor. It possesses an inexplicable and powerful attraction towards women. Although Lu Yu has yet to cultivate this technique and allow this divine body to mature, its inherent capabilities are already extraordinary. Lung Riyue remains oblivious to this, and even Lu Yu himself has not fully grasped the implications. Otherwise, would he presume that mere words could entice someone as astute and cunning as Xiao Mingyun, a woman of formidable intellect, to willingly embrace him? If Lu Yu lacked the peach blossom divine body, would he dare to try? While Xiao Mingyun appeared to have her own rationale for aligning herself with Lu Yu and agreeing to become his partner, a closer analysis reveals that her reasoning is somewhat flimsy. In truth, under the influence of the divine body, she has romantically constructed a narrative in her mind. Nevertheless, Even without this factor, Xiao Mingyun's intelligence would still guide her to make prudent decisions in such circumstances. Yet, Lu Yu may still be unaware of the immense advantages the Peach Blossom Divine Body will bestow upon him in the future. Chapter 15. Am I now old Huang? Huang Shoren was both astonished and furious. In Jinghai District, I have heard that you command more than 100 subordinates? Within a villa, Huang Shoren reclined on the sofa, one hand clutching a mobile phone and the other delicately balancing a glass of red wine, his expression somewhat somber. This matter. Haha, a few survivors are seeking my protection, wishing to join my ranks. They are all subjects of the Empire. And I cannot simply stand by and watch them perish, can I? The voice of Lu Yu resonated from the other end of the line. Huang Shoren spoke in a low tone. I have also heard that you have set out, yet instead of heading towards Jinghai District, you are advancing towards Sanxia Island. Indeed. I plan to scour the island for supplies. In these times, one cannot afford to be without resources, especially since the court does not allocate any. Huang Shoren had anticipated that Lu Yu would become flustered in response to his direct inquiry, stammering for an excuse. To his surprise, Lu Yu responded with such nonchalance. This only served to incite Huang Shoren's ire. Just as he was about to rebuke Lu Yu, the latter's voice echoed once more through the phone. Old Huang, is this what those characters up in the heavens told you? Let me tell you, they are quite malicious. Do not believe a word they say. Old Huang. Just moments ago, it was Uncle Huang, and now it had transformed into Old Huang. Huang Shoren's grip on the phone tightened, his face twitching with indignation. All right. I have matters to attend to here, so that will be all. Hey, the line went dead with a beep. Huang Shoren slowly lowered the phone, his face darkening to the point where it seemed as if it could drip with displeasure. With a resounding crash, he hurled the glass of red wine to the ground, where it shattered with a sharp sound. Lu Yu, you wretched little beast. How dare you play this trick on me? Huang Shoren seethed, cursing the man on the other end of the line. Father, I have warned you previously. This man is a treacherous wolf with a rebellious nature. You cannot afford to be lenient with him. At that moment, a young man descended the staircase, clad in a loose bathrobe, his gait unsteady, his expression replete with debauchery, evidently fresh from some indulgent activity. He was Huang Shoren's only son, Huang Lei. What do others call him? The Jade Tiger, the Smiling Tiger. And some even bestow upon him the grandiose moniker of the Flying Jade Tiger. Such a character harbors immense ambition and will never settle for being subordinate to others. Given the chance, he will soar. How does it stand now? Have I not spoken the truth? Alas, you were unwilling to heed my counsel back then. Huang Lei approached his father, his gaze fixated on the soiled carpet, his lips pursed in disdain. Humph. Initially, I heeded your advice and sought to eliminate him. Yet, could your men accomplish that? Not only did they fail, but they also suffered complete defeat. Do you think I would willingly harbor him otherwise? Huang Shoren shook his head at his son. When Lu Yu had unexpectedly emerged from the crevices, he had swiftly vanquished Huang Shoren's black-gloved enforcers, establishing himself as a formidable power in Jing'an District. Subsequently, his son had directed Chen Lair and others to conspire against Lu Yu, only to be utterly swept aside, solidifying Lu Yu's reputation and allowing him to dominate Jing'an District. Huang Lei's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily replied, I later contacted Gao Mingsheng. But before I could act, you had already struck a deal with that Lu fellow. Lu Yu is a lone tiger, while the Gao brothers are a pack of ravenous wolves. Do not underestimate them. Huang Shoren's eyes widened in disbelief, increasingly convinced of his son's ineptitude. In merely 2 decades, Gao Mingxiang has transformed from a humble fishmonger into the singular overlord of the city. Do you truly believe such a feat is trivial? Over the years, the Gao family's influence has steadily expanded into Huadu, bolstered by allies whose power surpasses my own. Gao Mingxing's close association with you is merely a ploy to exploit your resources. Are you not aware of the dangers of inviting a wolf into your fold? Huang Lei, somewhat indignant, retorted, I understand that the Gao family seeks to manipulate me, yet we too can benefit from him, cannot we? Look at the Lu you have chosen. As it stands, has he not betrayed you? No. At this juncture, Huang Shoren's eyelids narrowed, his expression returning to its usual composure. Betrayal is perhaps too strong a term. Rather, I suspect our collaborative relationship is poised for an upgrade. Reflecting on his recent conversation with Lu Yu, Huang Shoren realized that Lu had not spoken harshly, nor had he severed ties. It seemed to be unfolding as anticipated. What? Collaboration? This mere servant, obscured from the light, dares to negotiate with his master? Surely, he is deluding himself. Huang Lei exclaimed, his frustration palpable. You, Huang Shoren sighed, shaking his head. This black glove, much like a chamber pot, is only useful when it serves a purpose. When it does not, it is discarded. The individual is merely doing his part, and mutual benefit does not equate to collaboration. Do you think he is akin to a nurtured heir or a steadfast warrior? He is a seasoned politician, deeply aware that politics revolves around exchange, thus contemplating matters more profoundly than his son. This moment is distinct from the last. There is little to be enraged about. Huang Shouren straightened his posture and mused. In the Empire, one cannot thrive in shadows. Even if Lu does not heed my counsel, he will seek another ally. The circumstances have shifted, the world is in turmoil, and with arms in hand, one possesses leverage. Were I in his position, I too would not settle for past standings. Yet, I never anticipated Lu would refrain from turning against me immediately. Indeed, he is quite a figure. Listening to his father extol another's virtues. Huang Lei grimaced. With such limited capability, what can he possibly achieve? I suggest you do not invest too much thought in him. If he is lost, we can simply replace him. Moreover, the security zone is under construction, and those desperate enough to take risks are plentiful. Lei, you are viewing this too simplistically. Huang Shouren advised. Indeed, in this era, many are willing to take risks, yet the ability to rise above remains inconsistent regardless of the circumstances. Why have these individuals not succeeded in the past? While opportunity is vital, capability is undeniably paramount. I fear that if anyone else were to take his place, I would struggle to find another as adept as Lu. At this point, Huang Shouren suddenly exclaimed, yes, quickly procure a map for me, specifically of Sancha Island. The more detailed, the better. A map? Isn't there one on your phone? Father, why do you need a map? Huang Lei was taken aback, shaking his phone. Huang Shouren replied sternly, Lu has taken his people to Sancha Island. I must discern his intentions. He picked up his phone, beginning to examine the map of Sancha Island. Upon glancing at it, Huang Shouren's eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, this man's ambitions may well exceed my expectations. Lu Yu, after setting down his phone, let out a series of cold laughs. The audacity of someone surnamed Huang to confront him? Xiao Mingyun turned her head to glance at him. Prior to receiving this call, Lu Yu had already shared certain matters with her. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, observing his subordinates gathering supplies along the street, and lamented, at over 50 years of age, how can one still fail to discern the situation? My elder brother is right. Show him respect by calling him Uncle Huang, and if he doesn't, he deserve it. Let him be buried without ceremony. Every time my elder brother delivers money to that old fellow, it pains my heart. And his foolish son, how pretentious he can be. For a time, he would swagger into our venue daily without paying a dime, while I served him with utmost care, only to have him nitpick at every turn. I hope I never cross paths with him again. If I do, I shall put an end to him. The officials and businessmen of the Huang faction. When have any of them ever paid a dime? If it weren't for my elder brother's intervention, I would have sought an explanation long ago. My brothers toil tirelessly in our business, while they indulge in leisure without contributing. We will settle this account with them sooner or later. Zhang Wei, Yang, and others chimed in, all harboring long-standing grievances against Huang Shouren and the clique of officials and businessmen surrounding him. Xiao Mingyun remarked, it seems to me, Ayu, that you harbor no intentions of turning against him? Lu Yu replied, indeed, old Huang is not an ordinary individual. For now, maintaining contact with him is prudent. Turning against him would be a childish and impulsive act. As for our future collaboration, that will depend on his choices. Ayu, you are handling this well. I am aware that Huang Shouren wields significant influence in the political arena of Huadu. At this stage, it is best to avoid offending him whenever possible. Xiao Mingyun nodded, expressing her satisfaction with Lu Yu's approach. Zhang Wei interjected, sister-in-law, you are unaware that surname Huang is quite treacherous, using and guarding against my elder brother. He has prevented my brother from attending many crucial meetings of the Huang faction, clearly not considering him one of their own. Is that so? Xiao Mingyun smiled slightly, refraining from further comment. Enough of that. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively before gazing ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. Listen, elder brother, what is it? Yu Yang asked, momentarily taken aback. Gunfire echoed, bang, 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 and then a rapid succession of shots. Did you hear that? Short bursts, long bursts, remarkably stable. Lu Yu imitated the sounds of gunfire, even gesturing with his hands. He then reflected, to achieve double-tap firing in an automatic mode, and even single shots by some. These are indeed skilled marksmen. The faces of the cadre flushed crimson. Lu Yu had previously taught them this knowledge, and with ample ammunition and zombies as live targets for practice, they were still unable to achieve the stability he described. Elder brother, we must subdue Chun Feng and his group. Gung Biao leaned in menacingly, stating, if not, we should eliminate them entirely. Biao is right. Those dozens of individuals are armed, truly formidable, even stronger than an entire combat unit. Yu Yang began to agree, but was interrupted by Song Wentao, who nudged his arm, signaling that Xiao Mingyun was still present. Do not be deceived by my role as their boss. It is merely temporary. Xiao Mingyun smiled and remarked, once their company contacts them, they will leave me at any moment. Therefore, I share the same sentiment as Biaozi. If we cannot win them over, we should not retain them. Zhang Wei clapped his hands and chuckled. Ah, as expected of our sister-in-law, always supportive of our elder brother. With such a sister-in-law backing him, Our elder brother's endeavors will surely flourish at a swifter pace. Yu Yang also joined in the laughter, exclaiming, indeed. This is a case of not being a family, yet entering the same door. Lu Yu chuckled heartily, wrapping his arm around Xiao Mingyun's waist, prompting her to cast a charming glare at him. Geng Biao and Song Wentao exchanged glances, both inwardly impressed. This newly joined sister-in-law is quite remarkable. With such a disposition, could she truly be running a legitimate business? Surely, if she were to navigate the underworld, she would undoubtedly be a formidable female leader. One wonders if the elder brother can keep her in check. Chapter 16. In a fierce confrontation, the combatants engaged in a brutal clash, sending you to your demise. As if to contend with the king of hell, the sound of gunfire erupted, a series of bullets striking the final zombie's head with precision, leaving no trace of the undead on that street. Those armed slowly lowered their weapons and shouted, "Mission accomplished." Hearing this, Chen Feng, positioned not far behind, immediately commanded, "First and second teams, remain vigilant. The rest, take a break." "Ah, is it the army? Come save us." Cries echoed from the buildings, survivors pleading for assistance as heads peeked from the windows. However, Chen Feng and his team paid no heed, for Lu Yu, the main force down the street, would handle the situation. Meanwhile, the vigilant team members cast cold glances around, ever watchful for zombies that might leap forth at any moment. Resting team members either sipped water and munched on biscuits or inspected their firearms, loading bullets into magazines. "This gun feels exceptionally comfortable to wield," one remarked. "It resembles the standard weapons from the West, though the caliber is modest. Its stability and precision are commendable. I wonder where President Liu procured this impressive arsenal. It truly is remarkable." The team members engaged in lively banter. Suddenly, one of them turned to Chen Feng, who was cleaning his gun, and said, "Captain, I believe President Liu is quite admirable. He has been very generous to us, supplying ammunition, food, and even saving our lives. I think we should consider joining forces with him." Another agreed. "Xiao Luo is right. We can't even reach headquarters with our satellite phone," which implies what? It signifies that headquarters must have succumbed. With the company in ruins, we are free agents now. Joining Lu's ranks would provide us a sense of belonging. Indeed, since Boss Xiao has joined, wouldn't it be splendid for us to do the same? Someone chimed in. "I also heard that President Liu has mortars and rocket launchers. I am eager to try them out, though I hesitate to voice it. I heard from a comrade that President Liu possesses armored vehicles and tanks, though I wonder if that's true. While I long to return home, given the current circumstances, traversing such a distance is impossible. It would be prudent to seek a secure place where we can also find sustenance. One person's fullness can sustain the whole family. I'll go along with anyone, as long as the captain agrees." "I will heed the captain's words." Listening to these remarks, Chen Feng remained silent, his head bowed as he methodically cleaned his firearm. "Enough. The captain hasn't spoken yet." A female team member beside Chen Feng glared at those who had been talking. "What is this? Now that you see someone formidable, you're eager to switch allegiances and find a new master?" Her words effectively silenced the chatter. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each feeling perplexed. A man with a scar resembling a centipede furrowed his brow and spoke up. "Ahong, your words are excessive. What do you mean by new master? We are not slaves to a company." At this point, the man cast a deep glance at Chen Feng before continuing. "Everyone knows you harbor feelings for the captain and cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of him. However, the captain must also consider the future of the brothers. How dare you say such nonsense?" Ahong, both embarrassed and furious, glanced at the scarred man and then back at the still silent Chen Feng. "We cannot continue to flounder about like headless chickens in our current predicament." The scarred man's voice grew louder. "Lu Zong has considerable influence, by the looks of it. He intends to sweep across the entire Sansha Island to establish a private militia. Joining now would be akin to achieving great merit in ancient times. Our futures would undoubtedly be secure. I am speaking for everyone's benefit, and I hope the captain will give this serious consideration." All right, Deputy Captain. Let us hear what the captain has to say." Someone interjected to ease the tension. "I will consider it." Chen Feng finally ceased his gun cleaning, lifting his head to utter coldly, causing the scarred man to instinctively avert his gaze. Shortly after, a voice crackled through the radio. "Captain Chen, we have finished clearing the rear and are moving forward." Chen Feng promptly responded, "Commander Liu, the streets ahead are clear. We shall continue to pave the way. If ammunition runs low, we shall halt here for resupply and remind the brothers to exercise caution. There is no need to exert themselves excessively." "How wonderful. Someone is clearing the path for us, allowing us to gather supplies effortlessly," Zhang Wei exclaimed, jumping onto a vehicle, hands on his hips as he observed Chen Feng and the others clearing the streets of zombies with a sense of nostalgia. "Still, exercise caution. There are plenty of infected undead lurking within the buildings," Song Wentao remarked, hands behind his back. "Understood, old Song. I'll take my team to handle this area. I'm heading out now," Zhang Wei declared as he leaped off the vehicle, shouting, All members of the second team, follow me. As time passed, supplies were steadily scavenged, and survivors emerged from the now secured buildings. The survivors were gathered for inspection, and once completed, they were distributed water and bread. As per the usual protocol, only able-bodied young men and women were selected to join the logistics team, excluding the elderly, weak, and disabled. This naturally provoked strong discontent. Yet, under the looming threat of dark gun barrels, all dissenting voices faded away. No fool dared to step forward to protest. Thus, Chen Feng continued to lead the way, with the main force following behind to clear the aftermath. After traversing several streets, they finally found themselves just one street away from the bridge as darkness descended. Commander Liu, we have thoroughly surveyed the situation on the bridge. There are numerous zombies above, yet given the current firepower of our troops, we can push through. Chen Feng has returned with his men to report to Liu Yu. Liu Yu, stroking his chin in contemplation, understood Chen Feng's intention to cross the bridge. It would be necessary to deploy heavy weaponry, such as mortars. So be it, we shall mobilize the entire army at once. Liu Yu swiftly made his decision. Then what about searching this street? Zhang Wei asked, taken aback. Liu Yu replied sternly, night is falling, visibility will diminish, and the dangers will increase. We must cross the bridge promptly, select a suitable location on the island to set up camp, and open up the situation. Indeed, we must decide whether to camp here tonight or on the island. Xiao Mingyun concurred wholeheartedly. Advance. With Liu Yu's command, the grand procession began its march towards the bridge. Meanwhile, the survivors in the buildings on either side, awaiting rescue, were left bewildered. What is happening? Aren't you coming to save us? Consequently, they began to cry out in unison, help, help, we're still up here. Where are you going? You can't just abandon us. Is this how the Imperial Army behaves? Don't ignore us. The cacophony was quite bothersome. In response, Zhang Wei seized a loudspeaker and shouted at the survivors in the buildings, enough of this. The zombies below have all been cleared, and we left you supplies. Are you incapable of dealing with the few zombies in your building? We have a mission and cannot linger here. If you truly wish to join us, come down before we leave. Upon hearing this, the noise from the sides diminished considerably. Many gritted their teeth and resolved to rush downstairs to join the ranks. However, some remained indignant, exclaiming, what kind of imperial soldiers are you? You disregard the lives of ordinary people. Zhang Wei, hearing this, shouted back at the woman who spoke. Then why don't you come down? The woman retorted. There are zombies right next door. How can you expect me to come down? You must come up and rescue me. We don't have time. Fend for yourself. Zhang Wei replied, unwilling to waste further words. If you can't even face a zombie, what use would you be to us if we save you? Family, who understands? A group of men lamented. The woman's shrill voice rose again, prompting many in the troop to look up and see her filming the advancing group with her phone, incessantly babbling. Oh, for heaven's sake, how brazen. Zhang Wei seethed with frustration, wishing he could silence her. Yu Yang, a man of action, had no time to confront her directly. Instead, he seized a rocket launcher from his subordinate and aimed it at her window. This is truly beneath us. The woman suddenly noticed Yu Yang and trembled in fear, dropping her phone. Die! With a thunderous roar, a rocket propelled into the room, illuminating it with flames. The woman's incessant chatter was abruptly silenced. She was obliterated within. Who else dares to chatter on? Which coward dares to expose themselves? Come forth and let me see. Do you think we owe you something? A bunch of fools, only knowing how to court death. Go to the underworld and have a word with King Yama. Let me not encounter another brainless woman, for if I do, one by one, I shall put them to rest. Yu Yang stood atop a vehicle, cursing vehemently at the buildings on either side. This scene rendered the heads of the survivors peeking out pale with fear, causing them to retract into hiding. It instilled trepidation among those newly joined survivors who had rushed down. Such a fierce individual, to wield a rocket launcher so casually. Yet, those familiar with Yu Yang's temper remained unfazed. His explosive demeanor was appreciated. Xiao Minglong gave a thumbs up to Yu Yang atop the vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Wei's mind sparked with excitement, and he turned to Xiao Minglong, saying, Xiao Xiao, could you record a video for me? Of course, Xiao Minglong responded, producing his phone and making an okay gesture. Zhang Wei then seized the loudspeaker and began to shout, You annoying, foolish women, always posturing. Are you still pretending? The law protects you in peaceful times, yet in this apocalypse, you remain oblivious to your peril. Should we continue to indulge you? This apocalypse is not without consequence. Do you not yearn for the romanticism of the Wei and Jin dynasties? Do you not desire to flirt with warlords in chaotic times? Let me impart a harsh reality. In turmoil, you are mere playthings. You are rations, mere flesh. Do not even speak of betrothal gifts. There will be no assurance of basic safety. Continue to fight. Continue your incessant chatter. I shall greet you with bullets. Remember my name, great God. Any brainless woman unafraid of death, come and spar with me. As he shouted, he brandished a pistol and fired into the air, sending the female survivors in the rooms trembling in terror. Afterward, Zhang Wei leapt down from the vehicle and inquired of Xiaoming Long. Did you get it recorded? You spoke well, Xiaoming Long replied, shaking his phone. Posted online, on the largest local forum. I, great God, intend to show those women who truly reign supreme in these times. Have I posted it? Yes, it's done. What's this? Am I not the one trying to show off? How did he manage to do it? Ahead, Xiaoming Yun glanced back and chuckled. Little Wei is quite amusing. Lung Riyue bluntly remarked to Lu Yu. Your subordinate is a bit deserving of a beating. That's precisely what I wanted to say, Lu Yu laughed. He waved his hand, giving Zhang Wei a nod of approval. In an apocalypse or a state of chaos, if one cannot discern friend from foe, what else could they be but foolish? Chapter 17. The fierce battle unfolds at the bridgehead, a shining moment for great God. At this very moment, at the entrance of a grand bridge connecting Sansha Island to the mainland, the air was thick with the sound of gunfire, interspersed with the explosive echoes of landmines, grenades, and rockets. Zhang Wei and Yu Yang led the 2nd and 3rd squads in fortifying their defensive positions, the gunfire drawing the attention of the zombies on the bridge. Naturally, the commotion also attracted the undead from the nearby residential areas, but with the 1st, 4th, and 5th squad stationed there, the threat remained manageable. In the midst of the fray, Lu Yu scrutinized the scene through his binoculars before receiving critical data from his subordinate operating the drone. He promptly issued commands to the 5 mortar teams before him. All artillery, fire at target number 2, the zombies, range XXX, shift left XXX, high explosive shells, 3 rapid volleys. Upon the issuance of the order, the mercenaries swiftly retrieved the designated shells from the ammunition boxes, loading and preparing to fire. It was a waste to confine such elite soldiers to mere frontline duties. Lu Yu assigned them high-tech weaponry, including recoilless rifles, rocket launchers, and mortars, to eliminate the entire horde on the bridge. The sounds of artillery fire resonated melodiously as each shell arced gracefully through the sky, landing precisely within the throng of zombies, causing explosive devastation that cleaved the horde in two, facilitating the defense of their position. Ah, splendid. Look at that. This is what we call professionalism. Take note. And the sooner you learn, the sooner I can rest easy, Lu Yu remarked, observing through his binoculars the accuracy of the shelling, which greatly pleased him, prompting a stream of praise. The artillerymen watching on nodded in agreement. Indeed, as elite soldiers under the auspices of Dragon War Company, their expertise lay in warfare, and the novices among them certainly needed to learn from such examples. Commander, this artillery is truly remarkable, exclaimed a mercenary under Chun Feng during a brief pause in firing. Excitement evident in his voice. Is this all you've got? I've heard you're quite versatile. Would you like to operate an armored vehicle? Perhaps crush zombies with a tank? Or pilot an armed helicopter to sweep the skies with cannon fire? Lu Yu waved his hand, enticing them, confident that soldiers could hardly resist such temptations. Absolutely. I dream of it. To be honest, conducting missions within the Empire is dreadfully mundane. We're often restricted to rifles, and even high-caliber sniper rifles come with limitations. Don't even get me started on the bigger weapons. Another chimed in. This artillery packs a punch. This is how we deal with zombies. I've piloted attack helicopters before, assisting government forces against insurgents, and I once struck a tank with one. I long for the chance to pilot again. I'm still a main gunner. I could use missiles to turn a helicopter into scrap. By the way, Commander Lu is quite knowledgeable. He seems well-versed in artillery. I assume he has some experience in the military himself? Isn't it obvious? With such high command standards, he must have at least served as a battalion commander. As the conversation commenced, the mercenaries engaged in lively discourse, their banter undeterred by their ongoing tasks, showcasing their adeptness with the weaponry. Not at all. I merely served as a sergeant major, Lu Yu boasted, embellishing his past exploits. That's impressive, akin to our captain, who once held the esteemed position of sergeant major in a renowned brigade. Even the colonel would treat him with utmost respect. Indeed, those so-called officers are merely office dwellers. When it comes to actual combat, it is our sergeant cadre that truly matters. I, too, have served as a sergeant acting platoon leader. Essentially, most members of our Dragon Squad have prior military experience within the Imperial Army. In contemporary military forces, the sergeant constitutes a pivotal profession, serving as the vital link between officers and soldiers, rendering their presence indispensable. Typically, those who ascend to the rank of sergeant major are well regarded by the troops and excel in various performance metrics. Otherwise, their selection would be improbable. Lu Yu's recounting of his credentials immediately bridged the gap between him and the mercenaries. He inquired about their captain. What is your captain like? Oh, he possesses many admirable qualities, though his strong-willed nature is prominent. He prioritizes the mission above all else, regardless of the orders from above. He would go to great lengths to ensure completion, one responded. Another added, to put it kindly, he has a profound sense of military honor, to say it less charitably. He can be rather stiff and unyielding. Take this instance, for example. The zombie crisis falls outside our mission parameters, yet he insists on protecting the mission objective. One comrade quickly interjected, Liangzi, stop your rambling. You talk too much. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with insight, and he chose to remain silent. Instead, reaching for his binoculars, the battle raged on, the sounds of gunfire echoing across the bridge. Undaunted, the zombies surged through the barrage of fire, desperately charging towards the defensive positions. The defenders, in turn, relentlessly squeezed the triggers, creating a towering mountain of corpses not far ahead. On this side of the bridge, a crossfire network of over a dozen machine guns, complemented by rocket launchers, grenades, and mortars, rendered the situation manageable. It was merely a matter of time before the zombies were eradicated. The critical issue lay behind them, as the gunfire attracted zombies from all directions, pouring forth from the nearby streets, overwhelming the beleaguered Brotherhood members with no safe haven. Faced with this predicament, Lu Yu had a sudden epiphany. He commanded his subordinates to maneuver the drone, dispersing barrels of gasoline across the heaps of zombie corpses. Watch this, Zhang Wei exclaimed, leaping forward to unleash a torrent of flames. The inferno erupted, a fierce wall of fire quickly forming. While it could not entirely halt the zombies, it would certainly incinerate some unfortunate ones, causing them to collapse. The fiercer the flames blazed, the more corpses piled up, fortifying the defensive barrier, which, over time, would keep the relentless horde at bay. A mercenary, armed with a rifle, was engaged in a fierce firefight when he suddenly sensed imminent danger. Raising his gaze, he discovered an aberrant zombie plummeting from the sky, poised to crush him. There was no time to evade. A blinding flash of lightning surged forth, swiftly engulfing the mutant zombie midair, reducing it to mere dust, and saving the mercenary's life. Lu Yu retracted his hand and approached the dazed soldier, advising him. There are all kinds of mutated zombies out there. Exercise caution. Thank you, Commander, the soldier finally responded, filled with gratitude. This is the second time you've saved me. I pledge my life to your cause and wish to join your ranks. Consider it done. Lu Yu clapped him on the shoulder and continued to wield his extraordinary abilities against the undead. He primarily targeted the more troublesome mutated zombies, which were best dealt with alongside his companions, Xiao Mingyun and Lung Liyue. Not far away, Chen Feng, who was operating a rocket launcher, witnessed this scene and sighed inwardly, silently making a decision. Chapter 18. Chen Feng joins the fray, unveiling the four great warriors, Lu Yu's plans for the night. With the number of zombies on the bridge diminished, passage was now feasible. Lu Yu lowered his binoculars and promptly commanded, Xiao Wei, Yangzi, lead the team forward. Advancing steadily. Understood. Zhang Wei and Yu Yang immediately rallied the members of the second and third squads, stepping out of their positions to advance. At this moment, sporadic zombies charged toward them, but the threat of a massive horde had dissipated. They could now engage in combat while steadily progressing. Biaozi Wentao. You two take charge of the fourth and fifth squads, providing rear support. Received. Don't worry, brother. The two swiftly relayed the orders and organized the troops. Lu Yue, I entrust the first squad to you. Engage and retreat simultaneously alongside Biaozi and the others. Can you manage that? Do not underestimate me. Leave it to me. Lung Liyue replied coolly, turning to convey the command. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Yu nodded. With her formidable abilities, she would undoubtedly command the loyalty of the first squad's elite members. None would resist her leadership. He then turned to Xiao Mingyun and instructed, Mingyun, have the logistics team begin their work. Search for crystal cores among the zombie remains. Collect whatever you can. Absolutely. Xiao Mingyun had already set the plan into motion. Under her meticulous guidance, the logistics team executed their tasks in an organized manner, performing cranial extractions on the fallen zombies without a hitch, maintaining a flawless operation. Due to the raging inferno in the rear that painted the sky crimson, few zombies were able to pursue them. Before long, they crossed the bridge and reached the opposite bank. Sansha Island, also known as the Sansha District, spans over 200 square kilometers. It is neither too large nor too small, encircled by the Jusui River. The island is adorned with lush greenery, boasting excellent landscaping. Numerous prestigious universities are situated here, alongside a sculpture park, concert hall, and art museum, all contributing to the island's artistic ambience, which attracts many visitors. In addition, the island is replete with an array of star-rated hotels, upscale communities, apartments, and villas, truly making it a haven for the affluent. As night descended completely, Lu Yu and his companions arrived at their destination. Lu Yu inquired of Xiao Mingyun, "Where's your home?" "Filong Mountain Villa," she replied, "but it is quite distant. Situated at the highest point on the island. We can only wait until tomorrow to go." Lu Yu nodded, recognizing the difficulty of confronting zombies in the daylight, let alone at night. The immediate priority was to find a secure place to rest until dawn. "What about that park over there?" he suggested, noticing a nearby green space. "That may not be prudent," Xiao Mingyun cautioned. The park offers no defensible position. If a horde were to approach under the cover of darkness, the consequences could be dire. She gestured towards a street not far off. I propose we first clear the zombies from that street, and then occupy some defensible buildings, like a hotel. We can maintain communication in teams to survive the night. Indeed, a sound strategy, Lu Yu acknowledged, confirming her basic military acumen. Just as he was about to issue orders, Chen Feng unexpectedly approached, prompting Lu Yu to ask, "Chun, is there something you need?" Chen Feng raised his gaze and met Lu Yu's eyes. "Commander Lu, I have given this much thought, and I wish to lead my men to fully join your brotherhood. I hope you will accept us. Now you wish to join?" Lu Yu was taken aback, while Xiao Mingyun subtly nudged his elbow. Lu Yu burst into laughter. "Haha, splendid. Captain Chun, it is my fortune to have you join my ranks. It is truly a stroke of luck. Commander, please do not say that. You have saved us. And the only way we can repay your kindness is through our service," Chen Feng replied earnestly. "I have consulted my men, and they all agree that if you are willing to accept us, we will become your loyal followers. Who would refuse? With your assistance, I feel as though I have gained the wings of a tiger," Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to grasp Chen Feng's hand. "Indeed, in the world of martial valor, I have been dubbed the Flying Jade Tiger. I once felt unworthy of such a title, for I lacked wings. But now, with you and your brothers by my side, this moniker is fitting, for you are my wings. Please, Commander, give your orders." Chen Feng immediately stood at attention, saluting Lu Yu with a precise military gesture. Observing Chen Feng's demeanor, Lu Yu could tell that the military ethos was ingrained in him, and even as a mercenary, he retained the comportment of a soldier. "Commander, let us be less formal. Call me Big Brother." "Why yes, Big Brother," Chen Feng responded, somewhat awkwardly but complying nonetheless. "Good brother," Lu Yu patted his shoulder. "Currently, there are 5 combat teams. I intend to establish a 6th and 7th team, with you as the captain of the 6th. What do you think?" "Whatever the commander and Big Brother instruct," Chen Feng replied. "Furthermore, I wish to entrust your men with significant responsibilities, appointing them as instructors to train the entire unit. Simultaneously, we should establish specialized units, such as those operating armored vehicles and armed helicopters, to take charge of this responsibility. What are your thoughts on this?" "I have no objections." "Very well, you may go and rest with everyone else for now. There will be combat missions shortly, and we shall convene later." "Understood." As Chen Feng departed, Xiao Mingyun furrowed her brow and inquired of Lu Yu, "Oh, do you not think this is rather hasty? He has just joined, and you are already separating his subordinates. Might this pose a problem?" Observing Chen Feng's receding figure, Lu Yu clasped his hands behind his back and replied leisurely, "Ah, Mingyun, you may possess numerous virtues that surpass my own, such as your ability to mobilize, organize, and coordinate. However, there is one aspect in which I am confident you cannot compare to me." "What?" Xiao Mingyun's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to discern how Lu Yu believed himself superior. Lu Yu smiled enigmatically, offering no response. "Do share," Xiao Mingyun urged, growing impatient at his silence. "I shall not divulge it unless you promise me that we shall consummate our union tonight." Lu Yu smirked, seizing the opportunity to tease her. "Oh, you incorrigible man." Xiao Mingyun's cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted him twice. "Since I have chosen you, it is only a matter of time before you become mine, is it not? The night is long and fraught with dreams. We must act tonight." "Very well, I concede. I agree." Lu Yu acquiesced, a grin on his face. Xiao Mingyun shot him a playful glare, yet she understood all too well that a man like Lu Yu could not be easily satisfied. He would not rest until he had what he desired. "Ah, my dear wife," Lu Yu exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. "I have a keen eye for discerning character." "Discerning character?" Xiao Mingyun nestled against him, pondering these words. "Indeed," Lu Yu mused. "Over the years, I have traversed numerous lands, slept among the graves, danced with death, and navigated through the chaos of war. The experiences I have endured are countless. Because of this, I have encountered a multitude of hearts, some dark, some light, some a mixture of both, and others that are entirely black with but a hint of white, or entirely white, yet swiftly tainted black." He continued his boastful narrative in the presence of the woman, seeking to convey that his extensive encounters had granted him an extraordinary insight into people's true natures. However, the reality was that exceptional individuals often possess extraordinary experiences. His time as a soldier before his journey into mercenary life had remained stagnant, but once he ventured into the tumultuous seas, he encountered a new realm of existence. Having traversed various war-torn regions, he had met all sorts of people. Yet, those who live on the edge of danger, who thrive amidst bloodshed, often do not meet favorable fates. As the saying goes, if one frequently walks by the river, how can one avoid wetting their shoes? In the absence of a fortunate twist of fate, should he find himself destitute, those who besiege their team would undoubtedly leave him no mercy. Consider those around me: Xiaowei, Yangzi, Biaozi, and Wentao. Why did I bring them out from the dark factories? Lu Yu continued his narrative, while Xiao Mingyun listened with a smile, quietly enjoying his bravado. Xiao Wei, once a reclusive individual, found himself ensnared by unscrupulous intermediaries and forced into a dark factory due to his financial constraints, becoming the target of relentless bullying. Yet, his innate kindness shone through. Despite his meager means, he would purchase sausages to feed stray dogs and cats. Such a compassionate heart indicates a certain naivety regarding societal intricacies. By taking him under my wing, I could guide him, molding his character and instilling a profound sense of loyalty within him. Initially, I pondered whether I had made a misstep by introducing him to this tumultuous world, but with the impending apocalypse, such doubts have dissipated. Yangzi, adorned with tattoos and a history of altercations, found himself barred from legitimate employment. His infamy burgeoned when he hospitalized the nephew of a company executive during his tenure as a security guard, ultimately relegating him to a dark factory. This young man exuded a rebellious spirit, and I found myself compelled to discipline him, administering a thrashing on 29 occasions within a month. Eventually, he realized he could not withstand my strength, and from that moment on, he acknowledged me as his sole elder brother. Individuals like him resemble eagles, once tamed. They seldom betray, embodying unwavering loyalty. Biaozi, having stirred trouble at home and entangled in legal disputes, found refuge in a dark factory, evading the wrath of his adversaries. He possessed a ruthless disposition and approached tasks with a resolute determination. Initially, I harbored reservations about him, but I soon discovered his profound filial piety. Despite his financial struggles, he diligently sought to send whatever little he could to his blind mother. Thus, I resolved to lend him a helping hand. Such individuals, if they survive, will undoubtedly carve out their own niche. Extending assistance during their lowest moments will earn their eternal gratitude. Wen Tao, in fact, is 2 years my senior, and I ought to refer to him as Lao Song. This man gained fame in his youth through stock trading, seemingly destined for a prosperous life. Yet, the stock market is akin to a battlefield. Like many others, a single misstep led to his downfall, resulting in familial disintegration and overwhelming debt. Dejected and wandering, he stumbled into the Flower City, finding himself in a dark factory, living a soulless existence, spending any spare cash on alcohol. It was only when I discerned his potential that I decided to engage him. After administering a beating, I treated him to a drink, whereupon I listened to his tale and invited him to join my endeavors. The first lesson he acquired while aligning with me was the importance of composure. Having previously faltered due to hubris, he is remarkably astute. As long as I maintain my advantageous position, he will have no inclination to betray. There was another individual I initially intended to recruit, adept at socializing, articulate, and thorough in his dealings, with a penchant for discretion. However, I frequently observed his impatience during phone conversations with his parents. While it may not be labeled as unfilial, an indescribable unease lingered, prompting me to abandon my intentions. After all, how could one who treats their own kin poorly genuinely regard their comrades with sincerity? Time has proven my judgment to be sound. I possess an uncanny ability to discern character. After establishing my foothold in the Flower City's underworld, I meticulously orchestrated plans, employing wealth, allure, and power to test the mettle of these 4 individuals, discreetly scrutinizing their responses. The 4 of them are truly remarkable individuals. Even the least among them, Old Song, firmly refused any attempts at persuasion, driving the intruder away. In fact, the most temperamental one, Yangzi, nearly tore apart the person I had sent for evaluation. Xiao Mingyun lay quietly in the man's embrace, attuning herself to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She understood that the man was not merely showcasing his ability to assess character, but also providing an introduction to the personalities of his 4 capable subordinates, which would aid her in future command. Moreover, this reflected the man's own life experiences. From the slightly magnetic tone of his voice, one could discern the life encounters that shaped such depth of character and insight. After a long detour, I conveyed that I excel in discerning character, intending to inform you that Shen Feng, having chosen loyalty, is likely one who would never betray, even unto death. Furthermore, it is unnecessary to mention that I have reassigned his subordinates. He tends to view matters from the overall perspective of the team and contemplates accordingly. Hence, he harbors no resentment. This individual is very collective, likely shaped by his prolonged military career. If my intuition serves me well, upon realizing the inability to contact the central office, he must be yearning to return to the military, to the official ranks. However, his subordinates are eager to join us, and his desire to repay kindness while not rejecting us ultimately led to his decision to ally with us. As Lu Yu recounted this, Xiao Mingyun was both astonished and elated. She was astonished at how profoundly this man comprehended human nature. How many individuals could he truly understand? She was delighted that she was not his enemy, but rather an ally. With such a man at the helm guiding the future direction of the ship, it could not be better. Xiao Mingyun's eyes twinkled with mischief as she asked, "Well, based on your understanding of me, what kind of person do you think I am?" "I've only just begun to know you," Lu Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. "Ah, so you're aware that we've just met. Yet you're already eager to share a bed with me? Your mind must be consumed by those primal instincts. I'll strangle you." "Ah, ouch, please don't. Spare my life. Regardless, you must answer me." "All right, I will, but first, release your grip." Xiao Mingyun loosened her hold around his waist, her face brimming with anticipation as she urged him to speak. Lu Yu gently placed his hands on her shoulders and said earnestly, "If you were a man, I would not hesitate to eliminate you, regardless of the cost. For a flower cannot accommodate two exceptional minds. If you were an unattractive woman, I would similarly act without hesitation. In this unique, chaotic era, ambitious women are no less formidable than men. If you were an average-looking woman, I would order your encirclement, leaving no chance for escape. For individuals of your temperament, as long as they survive, may rise and become my future adversaries. But fortunately, you are a beauty. Indeed, a great beauty. Thus I must become bait, shedding tears as I employ my charm, transforming you into my ally." At the beginning of his discourse, Xiao Mingyun's brows furrowed in anger, her delicate face radiating fury. During the middle of his speech, her expression shifted to one of displeasure, her lips pouting in discontent. As she listened to the words spoken, Xiao Mingyun's face lit up with joy, her laughter bubbling forth as she covered her mouth. "A beauty trap? How dare you claim to be wronged when I become your woman? Oh, I wouldn't dare to say such a thing. It is indeed a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. With a smile, Xiao Mingyun remarked to Lu Yu, "If I were in your position, my thoughts would mirror yours. You cannot fathom the shock I felt upon witnessing your ability to rally such a formidable force. Had my strength surpassed yours even slightly, I would have taken action. Oh, this is what we call kindred spirits among heroes. If we are to speak of fate, it seems the heavens are reluctant to allow us, this pair of talented individuals, to meet on the battlefield, urging us instead to unite in harmony. I am no hero, I am but a modest woman. Yet, a woman can indeed rival men, making them blush with shame. You possess a way with words. I suspect you have deceived many women, haven't you? Alas, the past is like the wind, better left unspoken. We shall focus solely on the present. However, the modern lady does not appreciate flowery language. That is not a skill that will win many hearts. Then I shall showcase my rustic charm and my remarkable endurance." "Pa, how shameless." After a playful exchange, Xiao Mingyun suddenly inquired, "You are leading the 6th squad for Qinfeng. Who will take command of the 7th? It wouldn't be Ru Yu, would it?" Lu Yu replied, "Let her lead my 1st squad. It's best to entrust the elite troops to someone close to me. As for the 7th squad, I intend to hand it over to your brother, Xiaolong." "What? Can he manage?" Xiao Mingyun was well aware of her brother's capabilities. "If I say he can, then he can. If I say he cannot, then he cannot." Lu Yu chuckled. "Moreover, in this world, we cannot have him merely living off his family's name, can we? He must learn gradually. Is that true?" Xiao Mingyun gazed intently into Lu Yu's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu continued, "Furthermore, since we are united, there cannot be a faction within our ranks that lacks your presence. Ru Yu does not count. Once she becomes my woman, she will have her own following." "You truly dare to speak so candidly?" Xiao Mingyun was slightly taken aback. "Ah, we are playing a game of authenticity. After all, sincerity is the finest weapon," Lu Yu asserted, shaking his head. "Thank you." A warmth spread through Xiao Mingyun's heart. The man laid bare such private matters of power and strategy, which reflected his attitude. "We are one. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. From this moment forth, there shall be no room for discord between us. It is better to express gratitude later tonight." "Hiss, why are you pinching me? I have heard that the first time can be quite painful for women. I shall collect a bit of interest first." "Goodness, you are incorrigible. Enough already. I fear that in my excitement, my powers may surge uncontrollably and shock you, delivering a treatment you cannot withstand. Oh, then my surging telekinetic energy may soon become unmanageable as well." "Cough, stop, stop, do not speak of such things. Do you not see those rascals casting glances our way?" Lu Yu cleared his throat and then bellowed, "Xiao Wei, Yang Zi, Biao Zi, Wen Tao, Xiaolong, Qinfeng. Coming, big brother. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Make haste." With a single call, the 4 stalwarts, along with the newly joined Xiao Minglong and Qinfeng, promptly gathered. As the group had now sufficiently rested, Lu Yu began to issue commands. "It is time to take action. Xiao Wei, Yang Zi, Biao Zi, Wen Tao. I shall distribute some flares and flashlights to you. Aim for 1 flashlight per person. If we fall short, we shall resort to torches for illumination. You will each lead your respective teams to eradicate all the zombies on this street. Afterward, we will not scour the entire street, but will instead select certain hotels and apartments to cleanse the buildings within of any remaining zombies. We will establish our base of operations tonight." "Understood, big brother," the four replied, nodding in agreement. With a wave of his hand, a pile of flares and flashlights emerged beside him, resembling small mountains. He then turned his attention to Chen Feng and Xiao Minglong. Chen Feng, Xiao Long. Each of you will select 150 individuals from the logistics team to form the 6th and 7th combat squads, with you both serving as captains. Make sure to choose those who joined us early this morning. They have proven themselves capable through observation. Come to me to collect their firearms. Chen Feng, your team will benefit from your guidance, while Xiao Long, I shall assign a few individuals to assist you. You will lead your teams alongside Xiao Wei's 4 squads in the initial street-clearing operations, allowing your subordinates to practice their marksmanship on the zombies, swiftly mastering the use of firearms and becoming combat-ready. What? I'm a captain too. Thank you, brother-in-law, thank you, exclaimed Xiao Minglong, his face lighting up with joy. Old Chun is still with us, congratulations. From now on, we shall all work under Big Brother's command. I knew Old Chun wouldn't abandon us. His presence is truly invaluable. Come, let us shake hands. The others had little to say regarding Xiao Minglong's promotion to captain. None regarded him as particularly formidable, given that he had not yet awakened any special abilities and was reluctant to engage with him. However, their attitude towards Chen Feng was markedly different. His capabilities were evident, having been observed during the day, and he too had awakened abilities. His inclusion would undoubtedly bolster the Brotherhood, much to everyone's delight. Please continue to support us, Chen Feng stated, his usual silence giving way to the most courteous of remarks. Haha, Old Chun, with you on board, we shall surely thrive. Indeed. Old Chun is a skilled hand, we can't go wrong. All right, enough pleasantries. I must immediately take residence in that 5-star hotel, the Caesar Palace. You have half an hour to get it done, so hurry and get to work. Xiao Long and Chen Feng, go select your teams while I distribute the weapons. Once the others had departed, Lung Ryue frowned and inquired, what about me? What of your first squad? Lu Yu recognized this as his second wife seeking a position of authority. He responded with a smile, from now on, you shall be the captain of the first squad. This evening, the first squad shall remain here to protect the logistics team, especially since we have gathered so many along the way. I am not your second wife. You speak nonsense. Lung Ryue retorted, crossing her arms with an air of disdain. Yet internally, she felt a flicker of delight. Humph. The insufferable man still possesses a modicum of conscience, not forgetting about me. Appointing Ming Yun as the logistics chief and now making me the captain of the first squad. He clearly values and trusts me. Indeed. The sensation of commanding those warriors in battle was undeniably exhilarating, far surpassing the experience of directing office staff. This legacy cannot solely rest upon Dream Yun. I must contribute my share. Wait, I have only known him for less than a day. Why am I beginning to contemplate matters from the perspective of his partner? Cold as the moon, I was taken aback, sensing an unsettling dissonance, yet upon reflection, I could not discern the source of my unease. Chapter 19. The Clamor of the Goddess Alliance. Lu Yu's wishes fulfilled. Beneath the cloak of night, the undead howled, and gunfire echoed ominously. Within half an hour, all sounds had largely subsided. The officers gathered before Lu Yu, and Song Wentao reported, Brother, we have cleared this street. The zombies within several buildings have been eradicated, and we have established defensive lines to repel those drawn in. However, during the operation, we lost over a dozen brothers, ambushed by the zombies. Casualties. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. The day's battle had seen no deaths, yet now there were losses. Indeed, in warfare, fatalities are an inevitability. He sighed softly, recognizing that the nighttime operations had contributed to the misfortune, thus solidifying his resolve to rest and recuperate. He then inquired, do we know the names of the fallen brothers? Yes, Song Wentao nodded, knowing he could inquire with those close to the deceased. Lu Yu instructed, that is good, write them down. Once we are stabilized, we must establish a memorial for the heroes and a temple for the meritorious. Their names must not be forgotten by future generations, but rather become revered exemplars. Brother, you are benevolent. The officers all expressed their agreement. The camaraderie forged in the crucible of shared strife is something many who have not borne arms cannot comprehend. It is a bond forged through shared suffering and bloodshed, a trust that allows one to turn their back to another without fear. Furthermore, are there any relatives among the ranks? I will inquire shortly. Very well, Wentao, I entrust this matter to you. If there are relatives, the accolades must be directed toward them, and we must not forget to issue rewards accordingly. Understood. Let us proceed. While the zombies are being held at bay, we should assess the cleared buildings and plan our encampment. There were dozens of buildings that had been cleared, and Lu Yu divided his 7 combat teams into numerous groups, assigning the logistics team similarly. Each combat unit was paired with a logistics unit, and thus they took residence within the buildings. Lu Yu settled into a hotel, specifically the Caesar Palace. Finally, a semblance of stability, a chance to rest properly. In a presidential suite, he plopped onto the soft sofa, lazily closing his eyes. Hey, What are you doing here? Upon seeing him enter, Xiao Mingyun, who was about to change and bathe, halted her actions and questioned him. Huh? Is it not permissible for me to enter my own home? Lu Yu opened his eyes and smiled. This is not your home. Stop your nonsense. Xiao Mingyun's cheeks flushed as she retorted. Indeed, Lu Yu said, reclining with crossed legs and lighting a cigarette. No smoking in here. She protested. I shall smoke regardless. What will you do about it? Do you dare to throw me out? Previously, I developed a new skill, capable of reducing hundreds of zombies to mere fragments. How dare you threaten me? Do you believe I won't electrocute you? I have indeed devised another technique, one that melts hundreds of zombies with electric heat. Very well. Let us see who is truly formidable. I fear you not, but if you strike, stand at attention, and the loser must accept punishment. We must agree beforehand. Whoever loses will face consequences. You are shameless. I possess teeth. If you doubt me, you shall soon find out just how effective they are. The exchange between the two was filled with sharp wit and repartee. While Lu Yu remained relatively unfazed, Xiao Mingyun's cheeks flushed crimson. All right, you are impressive. Hurry along now. You must check the perimeter, or I shall be uneasy. Indeed, my lady's words resonate deeply with me. Within the apartment where Zhang Wei and his team resided, excitement surged. Look, it is indeed our esteemed Wei Shun. The video's likes soared over 1 million in just one afternoon. The captain is truly remarkable. An exemplar for us all. Everyone was extolling Wei Shun's prowess, clamoring for his guidance with laughter. Observe how these lesser women fume, yet aside from those from afar. Hardly any local women dare to voice dissent. Naturally, they are aware that our captain wields a firearm. Who would dare challenge him to a real-life duel? A group of subordinates, clutching their phones, commented on Xiao Menglong's video release today, expressing a myriad of opinions. I do not claim that all women are the same. The majority are commendable. However, those engaged in the so-called female empowerment movements are nothing but shameful. If their parents were aware of their misdeeds, they would have long since disciplined them. They can only pretend to be superior online. Would they dare in reality? Of course, many men are involved in this disgrace. And they are even more detestable. Woe betide them should I ever catch them. Zhang Wei, arms crossed and a proud expression on his face, proclaimed, let me tell you, aligning with my elder brother is a surefire path to success. While others struggle for survival in this apocalypse, we shall indulge in luxuries, capturing a few foolish individuals to share among ourselves for amusement. Really? Captain? One subordinate's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Wei boasted, is there any doubt? With a gun in hand, follow me. I, Wei Shun, never speak falsehoods. That is splendid. In the past, I could scarcely afford a dowry. In these chaotic times, who needs a dowry? A simple bowl of porridge will suffice. Many, who do not appreciate peace and prosperity, will now learn the true value of what they have lost. All right, splendid. Let us capture a few for entertainment. Wei Gu, wait, there is indeed a local woman daring to challenge you. What? Who is it? Let me see. Zhang Wei immediately leaned forward. Before him appeared a woman in a selfie video, not ugly, yet far from beautiful. Her face was nondescript. Surrounding her was a group of women, seemingly her followers. She performed before the camera, showcasing her awakened abilities, and declared her intent to flay Zhang Wei alive. She subsequently proclaimed the establishment of the Goddess Alliance, urging all women to join her cause, which advocated for female supremacy and subjugation of men. What nonsense is this so-called Goddess Alliance? With your appearance, you are no goddess, but rather a specter. I shall not rest until I eradicate her. Zhang Wei fumed, his expression darkening. Indeed, she must be eliminated. Lu Yu's voice resonated as he entered, prompting everyone to rise and greet him. Brother, what brings you here? I came to assess the fortifications you've established. Quite impressive. Both the interior and exterior of this apartment are well organized, and the sentries are effectively positioned. There are no flaws to be found. Lu Yu stepped inside, gesturing toward the video. However, I surmise that you need not intervene. They will meet their demise soon enough. Brother, what do you mean? Zhang Wei inquired. His curiosity piqued, while the others in the room wore expressions of perplexity. It's quite simple. Just observe the mission statement of that organization. They are effectively sealing their own fate. Lu Yu chuckled, crossing his arms as he elaborated, women ruling all. Where does that place the bureaucrats and military leaders? I challenge you to find a single female among the political and military elite. And how many of those armed soldiers are women? It's sheer folly. Even with extraordinary abilities, one would not dare pursue such a path, especially not broadcast it through video. She has already been sentenced to death. Even if the authorities are currently preoccupied, it is only a matter of time before she is branded a heinous rebel and swiftly eradicated. This conclusion stemmed from Lu Yu's analysis of the current circumstances. Did they truly believe it would unfold like the absurd narratives found in many apocalyptic novels, where the court and military inexplicably vanished? A frail camel is still larger than a horse. A dying centipede does not easily succumb. This is reality, not an intellectual challenge posed by fiction. In these tumultuous times, Anyone daring to stand out will undoubtedly be suppressed by the powerful. In chaotic periods, stringent measures must be employed. Thus, in Liu Yu's strategy, once he secured Sancha Island, the next step would be to find ways to integrate his forces into the official structure, cloaking his militia in legitimacy, ideally establishing direct contact with the military, thereby transforming into a bona fide imperial army. This way, at the onset of societal upheaval, he would not become a primary target for elimination, avoiding the risk of being ousted in the initial power struggles. So that's how it is. You truly think ahead, brother. You're remarkable, Zhang Wei exclaimed, employing his usual flattery. The others in the room also began to echo his sentiments. You all can keep the food. I must take my leave and check on other locations, Liu Yu declared, leaving behind a substantial array of provisions, including sausages, canned goods, and chicken legs. Before departing their company, upon exiting the apartment, he unexpectedly encountered a wandering zombie. After a flash of lightning enveloped the area, the zombie, its head pierced by the electric force, collapsed. Liu Yu then conducted a thorough inspection of his subordinates' quarters, returning to his presidential suite just before midnight. Have you been waiting long? He asked, locking the door behind him and rubbing his palms together. Who has been waiting for you? Hurry up and leave, Xiao Mingyun retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she urged him away. I'm already prepared, Liu Yu said, moving toward the grand bed. Prepare for what, you big-headed fool? A telekinetic barrier formed, blocking Liu Yu's advance. Oh, you spoke so confidently during the day, yet at this crucial moment, you hesitate? She chided. I don't care, you go on out. Then I shall remain, and we can simply linger here, he countered. All right, quickly take a shower. You're quite pungent. Very well. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu eagerly dashed into the washroom. Unknown to him, a thunderstorm began to brew outside the window. Chapter 20. The formal establishment of the Steel Brotherhood. The following day, at dawn, the thunderstorm of the previous night subsided only at the hour of the tiger. The spirited Xiao Mingyun was at her vanity, meticulously arranging her appearance. Ah, Mingyun, do you know that our surnames share a remarkable connection? Liu Yu, equally invigorated, entered with breakfast and engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Mingyun. How so? Xiao Mingyun inquired, her gaze catching the reflection of her partner in the mirror, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Are you familiar with Xiao He? Liu Yu replied, his head nodding in enthusiasm. Of course. As a distinguished scholar, my knowledge of history is impeccable. Xiao Mingyun rolled her beautiful eyes, delivering him a playful glare. Well, let me tell you, Liu Yu continued, back in the day, when Emperor Gao of Han, Liu Bang, conquered the Qin and vanquished the Chu, he established his reign and rewarded his loyal subjects with titles. The foremost among those he honored was not the brilliant strategists Zhang Liang and Qin Ping, nor the valiant warriors Guan Ying and Zhou Bo, but rather the ever-reliable Prime Minister Xiao He, who managed state affairs and ensured the supply of provisions and soldiers, bestowing upon him the title of Marquis of Zhang. Xiao Mingyun's brows arched, a smile illuminating her face. You wish for me to be your Xiao He? Naturally. Who else, but you could shoulder such a significant responsibility. And not only must you be my Xiao He, but also my sagacious strategist, akin to Zhang Liang, Liu Yu declared, as he approached her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders. Moreover, he added, during the Liao, Jin, and Song dynasties, the founding emperor of Liao, Yalu Abaoji, greatly admired Emperor Gao of Han. He even adopted the surname Liu for his own lineage and changed his wife's clan name to Xiao, hoping for harmony between their two tribes, much like how Xiao He assisted the founding emperor. Xiao Mingyun retorted, I have discovered yet another flaw in you. What is it? He asked, intrigued. Your extreme narcissism. She exclaimed. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. We have arrived at Sancha Island. As I previously suggested, we should establish a base at the center of the island and then expand outward, clearing out the zombies and ultimately securing the entire island. You mentioned that your family's Phylong Mountain Villa is an ideal location, correct? Are you reconsidering? Liu Yu asked. Yes, I feel that would be excessively time-consuming, and navigating with a team would be quite cumbersome, Xiao Mingyun acknowledged with a slow nod. Consider this, Liu Yu proposed, squinting thoughtfully. What if we base ourselves here? This location is quite favorable, situated on the island's edge and adjacent to the bridge, allowing us to gradually expand inward while also facilitating quick returns to the city for resource gathering, both by water and land. Xiao Mingyun contemplated the map of Sancha Island in her mind, sketching a rough plan, and immediately concurred. This is entirely feasible. It is far superior to expanding outward from the island's center. It is indeed a viable strategy. Excellent. Since you believe it is a sound plan, once we rise, we shall reorganize the team and distribute all my weaponry, thus formally establishing our base. Liu Yu declared. However, could you please fetch my sister? She requested. Of course. We cannot allow her to remain in danger. I will personally go to retrieve her, he assured her. What is happening on the street? Wasn't it cleaned up last night? It seems they have wandered in. What should we do? The residents of the other shelters are also awake, gazing out at the multitude of zombies that have once again emerged onto the street, their faces reflecting a palpable dread. There are simply too many of these undead. Some are from other realms, while others are locals transformed by infection, creating a seemingly endless horde. Fortunately, their leader's stockpile of ammunition is abundant, appearing inexhaustible. Otherwise, panic would undoubtedly consume everyone at this moment. Eliminate all these zombies. Soon, Lu Yu's command crackled through the intercom. Received. Understood. The leaders of each outpost responded in unison, instructing their members to extend their firearms out of the windows and commence firing upon the zombies in the street. In the next instant, gunfire erupted. Indeed, the zombies were plentiful, but the firepower of humanity was far superior. Within 5 minutes, hundreds of corpses littered the street, with not a single living creature left standing. Next, the Brotherhood's members began to emerge from the building in a steady stream. Be cautious. There may be zombies lurking in the corridors or at the entrance. Let me tell you, some mutated zombies are quite cunning and will set ambushes. Form into groups of 3. Keep your ammunition ready. But be mindful not to harm your comrades. Team 1, gather here. We're Team 6. Why are you over there? That is Team 7's assembly point. Get over here. Team 2, come here as well. Stop dawdling. You all look so lackadaisical. After just one night of rest, you're already worse than yesterday? Tighten up your spirits. Once the combat and logistics teams had all descended, thousands of people filled the street, nearly crowding it entirely. Lu Yu directed Teams 2 and 3 to allocate some members to the side streets to establish rudimentary defensive positions, ensuring they were prepared for any incoming zombies. Then, he climbed atop a vehicle, brandishing a megaphone to address the crowd. Everyone, come, look at me. Yes, all eyes on me, for I am handsome. Turn your faces this way. This remark elicited a wave of laughter and chatter from below. The people realized that their leader possessed quite the gift for humor. Lu Yu, noticing this, waved his hand with a smile, encouraging everyone to continue listening. My dear brothers and sisters, among you are my former subordinates, employees of my past, workers under Director Xiao, and those who joined our ranks yesterday. Lu Yu enumerated the diverse backgrounds of the gathered individuals. But irrespective of our previous identities, we now share a singular identity. We are survivors. At this point, his expression shifted to one of gravity, and his voice lowered. Reflect on the lives we once led. As long as we had hands and feet to seek work, there was always food on the table. As long as we spent wisely and lived well, there was always hope on the horizon. Although life is fraught with disappointments, the passage of each year brings with it the inevitable trials and tribulations, rendering the mundane existence of most individuals. Initially, the multitude showed little interest in Lu Yu's voice, dismissing his speeches as inconsequential. However, out of deference to his authoritative position and the presence of armed combatants, they reluctantly remained, half listening. Among them, aside from the armed fighters, the majority belonged to the logistics team, lacking any real sense of belonging to this group. Yet, Lu Yu's voice possessed an inexplicable enchantment. As he continued to speak, the audience gradually became entranced. But now, what wretched days are these? Almost overnight, our lives transformed dramatically. Death lurked everywhere, corpses littered the streets, and at any moment, one could be devoured by the undead, becoming a mere shadow of existence. Reflecting on the life once lived, juxtaposed with the current calamities, a profound heaviness enveloped the hearts of those present, casting a pall over their spirits. Indeed, they were survivors, fortunate not to have succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies, lucky to have outlived others who perished in the days prior. In just a few short days, they bore witness to the myriad forms of existence under the apocalypse, navigating the treacherous waters of survival amidst disaster, and experiencing an unparalleled despair. At this moment, empathy blossomed among all. No longer did anyone yawn or gaze aimlessly. The air was thick with attention and emotion. Some perked up their ears, others had reddened eyes, and many clenched their fists. Is there no path to escape? Is there no door to respite? Is this a dream? If it were but a dream, I would wish for us to awaken swiftly, yet alas, this is reality. Opening one's eyes reveals a scene reminiscent of hell on earth, a heartbreaking tragedy, an unprecedented catastrophe. Lu Yu's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the street, constricting the hearts of all who heard it. Shall we simply await our demise? He then posed a poignant question, stirring the hearts of everyone present. Indeed, enduring such hardship only to succumb to death is the most foolish of choices, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. I believe this query resonates within the minds of all here, perhaps even elucidating why they chose to follow Lu Yu into this blood-soaked struggle. As his inquiry transformed into a declaration, his voice reached a crescendo. Lu Yu slowly turned, casting his gaze upon every face before him. After a pause of nearly a minute, he suddenly raised his fist and bellowed, "We must survive." This proclamation thundered, reverberating within each individual's soul. We are not cattle to be slaughtered. We are not ephemeral mayflies destined to perish. We are not weeds that can be severed yet regrow. We must resolutely refuse to await our end. With a thunderous roar, everyone raised their fists and began to chant in unison, "No, no, no." It was as if a fierce blaze ignited within them. A torrent of rage surged forth as they shouted hoarsely at the figure on stage, a cathartic release, tinged with melancholy, and perhaps a sense of allegiance. Humans, being inherently social creatures, possess an innate tendency to conform, which is also a crucial mechanism for individual adaptation within society. For instance, in a military setting, one moves in pairs, trios, or quartets. Uniformity prevails, and any deviation from this norm renders one conspicuous, as a soldier must adapt accordingly. Conversely, should one return to civilian life and continue to march in perfect cadence, they would appear utterly out of place, drawing strange glances, compelling them to abandon such habits in favor of a more socially acceptable gait. Consider, too, those ensnared in pyramid schemes. Ordinary individuals often regard them as foolish for their susceptibility to brainwashing. Yet, is it merely folly? No. A significant part of their predicament stems from prolonged conformity, gradually leading them to surrender their autonomy. Returning to the present, Lu Yu's discourse and methodology were deeply significant. Addressing the prevailing threats of the environment, the fear of death, and the tumultuous circumstances, guiding his audience step by step into his rhythm, while the collective nature of the crowd further amplified their emotional engagement. As the fervor began to wane and fatigue set in, Lu Yu seized the loudspeaker once more, declaring, as the ancients said, "Heaven helps those who help themselves. To sit idly by is the folly of a fool. We must take action to carve out a path for survival. Relying on others is futile. If we do not depend on ourselves, who else can we turn to for assistance?" At that moment, a voice from the crowd suddenly cried out, "Boss, you can help us. You are the one who rescued us, who brought us here. No one cares for us but you. Without you, we would likely be dead, or at the very least, awaiting our demise. You are our savior." This proclamation incited a chorus of agreement from the throng. "Yes, you are our savior. We will follow you." Lu Yu raised his arm, signaling for silence. Once the clamor subsided, he continued, "You are correct. We must rely on ourselves, for we can only depend on ourselves." His voice rose again. "If we do not wish to become mere corpses, forgotten in the shadows, we must unite as one. We must forge ourselves into a single fist, directing our strength towards a common goal." The crowd fell silent, their voices subdued as they fixated on their resolute and determined leader. "We shall stand united, facing life and death together, navigating this treacherous world. Without unity, there is only death. Without unity, there is no path forward. Though we may not be bound by blood, as long as we unite, we are brothers even closer than kin. Thus, we are the brotherhood of steel. The strength we muster together should never be underestimated. We shall be harder than steel and more resilient than iron. Those who seek to impede our existence shall face their demise, be they zombies or any adversaries." The Brotherhood of Steel is a name lifted from a game Lu Yu once played before his journey began. He found it quite fitting, especially in this moment. "Well said. My brother, we are of one mind. We must rally around our leader, and those who oppose us shall be dealt with. Anyone who dares to stand against us will be vanquished." In an instant, the crowd erupted with countless voices, all fervently shouting and roaring in support of Lu Yu's assertions. From the window, Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ryue observed the scene unfold. Hearing the thunderous roar and witnessing the fervor of the crowd, Lung Ryue gasped in astonishment. "My goodness!" Xiao Mingyun, radiant with joy, turned to her friend and remarked, "Did you see that? In just a few words, he has won over so many people. Such a talent is rare indeed." Her gaze returned to Lu Yu, and the brilliance in her eyes intensified. "What an extraordinary individual he is." Lung Ryue regarded Lu Yu with a complex expression. "He is a born leader, indeed." Xiao Mingyun, contemplating the man before her, mused, "Such charisma is innate, honed through adversity, and individuals like him often lack merely a fitting stage. At this very moment, a grand stage has been set for him. Are you not also one of those?" Lung Ryue questioned her friend, perplexed. "You navigate the business world with prowess. Having built such a vast enterprise, and after the calamity struck, you devised numerous strategies. Surely you belong to this category as well." "I do not," Xiao Mingyun replied, shaking her head. "I once believed myself to be, but witnessing his actions has made me realize my limitations. It is not a matter of gender, but rather an ineffable charisma that I lack. Upon reflection, my skills are better suited for a stable environment with a robust system, but in the face of such chaos, I acknowledge my previous assumptions were misguided. He is right. I should play a supportive role. Thoughts evolve. What we envisioned last year diverges from this year, and our perspectives shift as we mature." Xiao Mingyun gained a deeper understanding of herself. This represents a transformation in thought, perhaps stemming from within or influenced by external factors. I hope our choices prove wise, she mused. Lung Ryue's eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks puffed with anticipation. I believe that with your support, he will undoubtedly achieve something monumental in the future. My man should command the storms. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was resolute, her voice imbued with an unprecedented firmness. I, along with my brothers, though we can only ensure our own survival at present, firmly believe that our future prospects are bound to be exceedingly bright, and our path ahead will undoubtedly be illuminated. Lu Yu, still delivering his speech, exuded confidence. His words resonated with strength, captivating the attention of all present, who gazed at him with eager anticipation. The ancients proclaimed, in times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of wealth, one should assist the world. Each generation bears its own mission, and our generation, confronted with this chaotic situation, possesses no choice but to confront it head-on. Thus, I, Lu Yu, boldly declare before my brothers today that I harbor an aspiration, a goal, to restore everything to its rightful state. This may seem like a fanciful dream, a mere delusion. Yet I am acutely aware that both goals and dreams are inextricably linked to the unwavering support and loyalty of my brothers. At this juncture, Lu Yu's tone softened, and a smile graced his lips. I can unequivocally assure my brothers that as long as I have sustenance, none shall go hungry. As long as I have water to drink, none shall suffer thirst. Should I fail to uphold this promise, any member of the Brotherhood may boldly confront me, pointing a finger at my nose and delivering a resounding slap. It is noteworthy that he referred specifically to members. Should the Brotherhood flourish in the future, not everyone will be permitted to join, for it represents a core interest group akin to a noble class. If all those subjugated were to join, who would be left to exploit? Who would occupy the lowest rungs of society? In summary, as Lu Yu spoke, his mind raced with myriad thoughts, subconsciously steering his rhetoric in that direction. Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet each individual internalized the message. Indeed, there is no assurance more reliable than a leader conveying such promises in front of the assembly. With these words, a sense of tranquility enveloped the hearts of all present. Life is not a game. Mere slogans are insufficient. Sustenance is paramount. After all, people's primary concern is food, indicating that the roots of all turmoil in this world ultimately trace back to the matter of sustenance. Long live the elder brother. Upon sensing Lu Yu had seemingly concluded his speech, Zhang Wei leaped up, shouting fervently. Lu Yu cast a glance of appreciation at Wei Shan, but sensed a need for a different expression, raising his fist and proclaiming, "Long live the Brotherhood! Long live the leader! Long live the Brotherhood!" Once again, it was Wei Shan, causing frustration among the cadre members who had been poised to shout. This lad's flattery is truly remarkable. Long live the leader! Long live the Brotherhood! Long live the leader! Long live the Brotherhood! Long live the leader! Long live the Brotherhood! The resounding chorus drowned out all else, propelling the fervent atmosphere to its zenith. The sudden onset of the apocalypse cast a shadow of slaughter and death over the entire world. For all survivors, confusion and fear prevailed. They found themselves adrift, uncertain of their next steps in this chaotic and tumultuous reality. After all, those who awaken to extraordinary abilities are but a minority, and some possess powers that scarcely surpass those of ordinary individuals, facing the same trials of survival. Perhaps, at this moment, the appearance of a figure to guide and lead them is precisely what they yearn for deep within their hearts. Brothers, our voices have drawn the zombies towards us. We can no longer boast. Everyone, arm yourselves and eliminate the undead. After we vanquish them, we shall have breakfast. It's already late. The defensive positions on both sides of the long street have been engaged for a minute, felling the relentless tide of zombies, and now we await reinforcements. Move, move, move. Greet them with bullets. What of lacking abilities? With our elder providing us with firearms, we need not fear these insignificant zombies. Forward. The name Iron Brotherhood is quite splendid, possessing a certain gravitas. We are among the first members of this brotherhood, and shall henceforth be considered its elders, correct? Surviving makes one an elder. Failing to survive renders one a martyr. Observing the high spirits of the crowd, Lu Yu exhaled deeply. This moment, where he felt like a monkey on display, also made him apprehensive about delivering a flawed speech. After all, such opportunities come but once, and missteps could lead to a significant loss of prestige, making it difficult to find another way to win hearts. Fortunately, all went smoothly. Chapter 21. The War King unleashed, the team reorganized. Little zombies. Grandpa treats you to a big pineapple. A high-defense mutated zombie, impervious to machine gun fire. Bring forth the rocket launcher to eliminate it. Damn it. How can this mutated zombie jump so high? Thankfully, we have established fire points on the upper floors, allowing us to take it down in advance. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. 2 recoilless rifles on the way. Another swarm of fast-moving mutated zombies has emerged. Grenade launchers, prepare to fire. Call for artillery support. It will ease our burden. Nearly all the zombies in the community where this street is located have been drawn here, including many mutated ones, continuously charging towards the front and rear positions of the Brotherhood, putting immense pressure on the defending members. In light of this situation, Lu Yu immediately summoned a dozen of Chun Feng's brothers to his side, along with those who already possessed artillery experience. With a wave of his hand, 5 heavy mortars and 10 light mortars appeared before him, along with crates of shells. Get moving. Within 3 minutes, I want to see shells raining down on the zombies. Lu Yu shouted. The artillerymen, brimming with enthusiasm, sprang into action. Dozens of elite warriors swiftly set up and adjusted the mortars, while the remaining trainees secured them for firing. As shell after shell ascended and fell, the zombies suffered greatly, resulting in significant casualties. With the support of the mortars, the defensive pressure on both fronts was greatly alleviated, and the members of the Brotherhood erupted in cheers, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Everyone, gather around. Lu Yu then called dozens of warriors to his side, subsequently unveiling his 5 self-propelled howitzers and 5 self-propelled rocket launchers. Wow, the boss not only possesses mortars, but also howitzers? That must be a 155mm self-propelled howitzer, right? I can't be imagining things. That looks like a self-propelled rocket launcher. Good heavens! The mercenaries exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, one might have thought that Lu Yu's possession of a mortar was already quite remarkable. However, it was astonishing to discover that he also had self-propelled artillery and self-propelled rocket launchers at his disposal. In comparison to the formidable nature of mortars, these 2 weapons were even more powerful and impressive. You might tell me he was once part of a gang. It seems he is not merely an arms dealer, but rather a substantial one with considerable strength and connections. Even in regions rife with conflict and rampant weaponry, acquiring such formidable equipment is an arduous task, particularly the latter. With these assets in hand, even the combined might of a gang would pale in comparison, and he could easily contend with the local garrison forces. Thus, one might wonder why he dabbles in gang activities. The soldiers regarded Lu Yu with perplexed expressions, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. Lu Yu interjected, "Stop staring. I must ask, do you know how to operate these 2 pieces of equipment?" Reporting, "Sir, I can, but I need to see the specific models." "Sir, I can as well. My requirements are the same." Indeed, the distinctions between various types of equipment are vast. It may take time to familiarize oneself. Most individuals can operate artillery, yet few would dare to guarantee proficiency. Allow me to demonstrate a few times. Lu Yu understood this, as modern warfare evolved. Artillery increasingly leaned towards rapid deployment and mobility, thereby escalating the operational complexity of many artillery systems. Moreover, differences between countries further contributed to their hesitance in assuring competence with unfamiliar artillery types. Nevertheless, Lu Yu himself was adept with the American-made equipment and commenced his operation. Oh, it appears quite familiar, resembling Western standard weaponry. Indeed, it is Western. Can you not even recognize the English inscriptions? It resembles the weaponry used by the traders across the ocean. Though I have not encountered this specific model of self-propelled artillery. Yes, it bears a striking resemblance to the craftsmanship of the American Federation. The mercenaries observed Lu Yu's demonstration, engaging in animated discussions, their eyes wide with anticipation, not wanting to miss a single detail. Lu Yu nearly chuckled to himself. How could it be otherwise? Although this is a parallel world, the presence of the American influence still lingers, albeit in a hybrid form, with a level of advancement in modern weaponry comparable to that of the pre-transcendence world. Before long, Lu Yu had imparted his knowledge to these seasoned warriors, after which 10 pieces of artillery began to unleash their fury, producing a thunderous cacophony. Artillery, the undisputed monarch of warfare, the nightmare of infantry. Once amassed, this formidable force could obliterate not only zombies, but also steel torrents formed by tanks. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonade resounded, and though there were only 10 pieces, the sound was still earth-shattering, evoking a visceral tremor within all who heard it. Everyone bore witness to the terror of the king of warfare. The sounds of battle not only attracted more zombies, but also caught the attention of other survivors on Sancha Island. Goodness, is that thunder? Yet, I see no clouds in the sky. Upon closer inspection, indeed, there were no clouds. Thus, what could this be? It certainly did not sound like thunder. Within a certain villa, members of a small group of survivors engaged in fervent discussion, their expressions tinged with confusion at the sounds permeating the air. Only their leader's countenance shifted dramatically, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. The island's guard battalion is not equipped with such weaponry, and as for the police, they are even less likely to possess it." "Boss, are you suggesting this is weaponry?" one of the younger members inquired, having overheard the leader's murmurs. This remark prompted others to chime in, one exclaiming, "Goodness, could it be artillery?" The younger members all turned their gazes toward their leader. Indeed, it is artillery. The leader replied, maintaining a grave demeanor as he nodded. Having served as a commander for 5 years and participated in monthly drills, I am all too familiar with that sound. I cannot be mistaken. It is artillery fire, specifically from a 155mm cannon. And I believe I can even detect the sound of a rocket launcher amidst it. Could it be that the military has come to the island to purge the zombies? Have they arrived so swiftly? I've seen videos stating that armies worldwide have suffered significant losses. Yet it appears that the military surrounding our city has not sustained much damage. That would be splendid. Splendid, my foot. Are you truly pleased at the arrival of the military? Is this apocalyptic world not to your liking? Each of us possesses extraordinary abilities, enjoying a life previously unattainable. Do you long to return to being a mere mortgage slave? Do you wish to resume your role as a security guard, enduring daily scorn from women while being helplessly bound by laws that protect them? Exactly. This is utterly dreadful. In a nearby stadium, the atmosphere was electric. It is undoubtedly the National Defense Army. I knew it. The Empire would not abandon us. Huadu is the foremost stronghold in the south, and Sansha is of utmost importance. The military must take action, indeed. Quiet down, and let us hear what the captain has to say. We are uncertain if there will be a retreat this time. Numerous soldiers from the guard battalion buzzed with excitement upon hearing the cannon fire. What are your thoughts, old friend? In stark contrast to the soldiers' enthusiasm, the deputy captain's expression remained somber. The captain, frowning deeply as he smoked a cigarette, whispered to him, "Did the National Defense Army not state that they currently lack the manpower for rescue, advising us to endure for a spell? This is why our entire city's guard battalion is retreating to the safe zone. Could it be that this is not the National Defense Army?" The deputy captain speculated. The captain's face paled at the thought, quickly responding, "If it is not the National Defense Army, then who could it be? My friend, I hope your speculation is incorrect." "I too hope it is not. Otherwise," the deputy captain glanced outside, his face contorted with dread. "Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. A mysterious force wielding artillery?" Not far from the conflict zone, atop a towering building, a young man with blonde hair observed through binoculars. "Brother Donkey, do you see? It is indeed the military. My goodness, that artillery is truly frightening." "I can see it without your incessant chatter," replied the man known as Brother Donkey, his age evident as he slowly lowered his binoculars. The blonde, scratching his head, pondered aloud. "Brother Donkey, if the military has arrived, does this mean our days of fortune are drawing to a close? We have taken many lives in recent days. Curse you, shut your crow-like mouth." Brother Donkey shot him a glare, grumbling, "Can you not say something more pleasant? Ahem, what shall we do now? How shall we proceed? We must inform the elder brother. Yes, indeed, we need to relay this to him. Let us make a hasty retreat, for we are besieged by both machine guns and cannons." "Silence." Brother Donkey, nearly overwhelmed with rage, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? What is it that we fear the least?" "Women." Brother Huang hastily replied. "Damn it. You think they are easy prey, do you? Huh, it's amusing. Have you forgotten what our elder brother's unique abilities are? At this moment, our greatest fear is not firearms. Come, let us return and inform him. He will surely be elated upon hearing this news. If we can seize these weapons, we shall prosper." Half an hour later, the advancing zombies had been eradicated, leaving only a few stragglers, which became live targets for the novice infantry as shooting practice. Liu Yu estimated that not only had the zombies within the community been dealt with, but likely those in the surrounding areas were also significantly diminished. Subsequently, as many of the buildings on this street had not been cleared the previous night, the Brotherhood members who were now free began a thorough sweep, scavenging a vast array of resources and uncovering numerous survivors. After surveying the battlefield and assisting the logistics team in collecting zombie cores, Liu Yu entered a building alone, sought out a room, and began to assess the quantity of equipment at his disposal. This included what remained in the spatial ring and what had already been distributed. 2,000 assault rifles, 800 handguns, 300 submachine guns, 200 light machine guns, 30 heavy machine guns, 100 sniper rifles, 100 shotguns, 100 grenade launchers, 100 rocket launchers, 50 recoilless rifles, 20 flamethrowers, 20 portable surface-to-air missiles, 20 portable anti-tank missiles, 5 heavy mortars, 10 light mortars, 5 self-propelled howitzers, 5 self-propelled rocket launchers, 5 tanks, 10 armored vehicles, 5 armed helicopters, 2 transport helicopters, 2 surface-to-air missile vehicles, 2 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 2 armored mine-clearing vehicles, 10 field kitchens, 10 ammunition supply trucks, 5 fuel supply trucks, 2 armored repair vehicles, 6 comprehensive supply vehicles, and 20 off-road vehicles, along with 5 heavy trucks. As for ammunition, shells, rockets, flares, incendiary devices, armor-piercing rounds, grenades, landmines, hand grenades, rifle grenades, explosives, fuel, entrenching tools, drones, bayonets, military rations, bedding, raincoats, uniforms, helmets, canteens, magazines, protective masks, military radios, backpacks, and various other supplies. The quantities were simply overwhelming, to the point where Lu Yu could not keep track. It sufficed to say that the inventory was abundant. He had consumed less than 1/10 of the ammunition thus far. Though described as the equipment for a reinforced regiment, it far exceeded that designation. Having assessed his own assets, Lu Yu then began to evaluate the personnel under his command. The Steel Brotherhood had previously established 2 divisions, one for combat and one for logistics. The combat division comprised 7 combat teams, totaling exactly 1,000 individuals. The logistics division had yet to be formally organized, currently consisting of over 3,000 members, rounding up to a neat total of 3,500. After a period of contemplation, Lu Yu had formulated a concrete plan in his mind. Upon exiting the building, he summoned his associates, instructing them to gather the vice president and the cadre members for a meeting. Once everyone was assembled, Lu Yu articulated the purpose of the gathering: to establish the rules and regulations for the Steel Brotherhood, outline the internal governance framework, and address various matters regarding the restructuring of the forces. The assembly engaged in a collective brainstorming session, identifying gaps and addressing deficiencies, ultimately finalizing everything within the span of a single morning. Foremost among their considerations were the rules. Just as a nation has its laws and a family its traditions, a standard quasi-military organization devoid of regulations would be no different from a disorganized rabble. Lu Yu certainly desired that the Steel Brotherhood not resemble those apocalyptic gangs and bandits. Thus, he instituted numerous stringent regulations. Failure to heed commands would result in punishment. Possession of confiscated goods would incur severe penalties. Disobedience to orders could lead to execution. Insubordination on the battlefield would be met with death, and betrayal of the organization would be met with the ultimate consequence. Next, they addressed the internal structural changes and additions. The 2 primary divisions remained the Combat Division and the Logistics Division. The Logistics Division would encompass departments such as medical, equipment, supplies, catering, construction, and security, responsible for battlefield cleanup, food supply, management and maintenance of equipment, safety inspections and guarding, as well as resolving conflicts among members. In truth, the functions of this division extended far beyond mere logistics, making the designation of Administrative Division more fitting. However, Lu Yu deemed it prudent to retain the current nomenclature to avoid provoking the authorities and attracting unnecessary trouble. Xiao Mingyun, the vice president of the Steel Brotherhood, also served as the head of the Logistics Division, overseeing all its affairs. As for the Combat Division, Lu Yu assumed the ministerial role himself. The 7 combat teams that originally fell under this division were reorganized into 7 infantry battalions, each increasing its personnel from 150 to 300, fully structuring them according to the battalion, company, platoon, and squad hierarchy. Although 300 personnel per battalion is relatively modest, the current shortage of firearms necessitated this arrangement, with plans to expand once sufficient equipment becomes available. Additionally, a new artillery battalion, a tank battalion, an air cavalry battalion, an air defense battalion, and a communications support battalion were to be established, each varying in scale. A training unit would also be created, with Lu Yu serving as captain, comprising the elite soldiers previously under Chun Feng's command. Their primary duty would be to assist Lu Yu in selecting personnel to establish the 5 specialized battalions. In this manner, the division of roles resulted in 4,000 individuals becoming part of the Combat Division, leaving only 500 for Xiao Mingyun's Logistics Division. However, this was inconsequential. The apocalypse had only just begun, and despite the significant casualties among the city's inhabitants, many survivors remained. At this juncture, the collective of 4,500 individuals was already considered formal members of the Steel Brotherhood. Lu Yu had assured them that they were kin, vowing to share both joys and hardships, ensuring their sustenance and warmth, and promising that even as more survivors were rescued, priority would be given to these members. From this moment forth, any newly rescued survivors seeking the protection of the Brotherhood must adhere to their duties and follow instructions. The path to formally joining the Brotherhood and becoming a member is fraught with obstacles, requiring rigorous scrutiny. This marks the inception of Lu Yu's ambition to forge a military-political interest group centered around himself, much like the historical evolution of the Northern Wei's 6 towns into the Guanzhong Group, or the transformation of the Northern expatriates during the Eastern Jin into the Northern Army Group, and the emergence of the Hedong Group from the regions of Hedong and Hebei during the 5 dynasties. Lu Yu finds himself in a realm previously known as the Beiyang Group during the Republic era, which no longer exists in this world. The future trajectory of this group remains uncertain. Will it be a fleeting moment or burgeon into a formidable entity? Lu Yu is unsure, yet he possesses unwavering faith in his success. Chapter 22. As the villains grow old, the soul-summoning sorcerer? Very well, let us send you down to accompany your old partner. Following the reorganization of the troops, the Brotherhood promptly commenced their cleansing operations. With the majority of the surrounding community's zombies having been lured and exterminated, the Brotherhood found their task in this particular neighborhood remarkably effortless. This also provided Lu Yu with valuable experience. Armed with such formidable power, he realized the necessity of consolidating the zombies to eradicate them efficiently, significantly enhancing productivity and minimizing casualties among his subordinates. "Hey, what are you doing? On what grounds are you denying me entry?" shouted a voice. "Yes, on what grounds? Just because you are soldiers, does that make you superior? This supermarket is not your private property. Why should you be allowed to carry out bundles of goods while we are barred from entering? Step aside. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I am starving." At the entrance of a large supermarket, hundreds of individuals were being obstructed by the Brotherhood soldiers, clamoring and shouting incessantly. These distressed souls were survivors from the nearby vicinity. Upon witnessing the eradication of zombies from the streets by the Brotherhood, they mistakenly believed a military rescue was at hand. Impatiently waiting for the Brotherhood to clear their buildings, they boldly emerged, hoping to seize the opportunity to scavenge for food. Although they had the audacity to rush forward, they lacked the courage to invade shops still infested with zombies. Seeing some shops already cleared by the Brotherhood and supplies being transported out, they set their sights on those resources. However, the Brotherhood soldiers would not permit anyone to take advantage of their hard-fought gains. Despite having been survivors only yesterday, they had since donned their uniforms, armed themselves, and undergone the crucible of battle. With the assurance of shared prosperity from Lu Yu, they had undergone a transformation. "Oh, we toiled tirelessly to eliminate the zombies, and you wish to waltz in and take advantage? Were you there during the fight against the zombies? Furthermore, these supplies are the resources of our Iron Brotherhood's esteemed elders. They represent our collective interests. Why should we share with you outsiders who contribute nothing?" Thus, tensions erupted. Even though they faced hundreds, the Brotherhood stood resolute with only 5 individuals guarding the entrance. Unfazed, one of them coldly declared, "On what grounds?" "Simply because we are the ones who fought for this." Another soldier boldly exclaimed, "Why didn't you fools come down to take it earlier? If you wish to acquire supplies, then devise your own means. Do not disturb us, or else do not blame us for being unkind. Do you expect to reap without sowing? I am afraid that principle does not apply in our realm." Another soldier sneered repeatedly. In response to the soldier's mockery, the crowd of hundreds erupted in outrage. "Is this how you treat the common people? Are you no longer soldiers of the Empire? How can you bully the populace? This is utterly unjust. I will report you. I will file a complaint." Little did they know that what came next from one soldier left them utterly bewildered. What nonsense about being soldiers of the Empire. "We are not. If you wish to complain, then go ahead." "What? You're not soldiers? Then who are you?" The survivors exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. If they were indeed soldiers of the Empire, they might have had the moral high ground to attack. However, if they were a band of unruly armed civilians, the situation shifted. Upon closer inspection, someone noticed that the soldiers' uniforms were indeed different from those of the Imperial Defense Forces or the Imperial Guard, and a look of fear spread across their faces. Yet, some remained skeptical. A young boy stepped forward, defiantly addressing the 5 soldiers. "This supermarket belongs to my family." "By what right do you claim it? Your family owns it?" The soldiers scrutinized him, some doubtful. "Yes, it's mine. I am the heir of this supermarket. Who gave you the authority to take from my home?" The boy raised his chin, speaking boldly. Of course, he was no heir. He was merely deluding himself, thinking he could deceive the soldiers. Yet, a child is but a child. Their worldly experience cannot compare to that of an adult. One soldier quickly discerned that the boy was feigning composure and suspected he was lying, sneering. "Oh, is it yours? Well, now that we've taken it, it will no longer belong to you. You can leave." The boy was momentarily stunned, and after a brief moment of shock, he quickly retorted, "You can't just take things by force. And what of it? Little brat, do you have any objections?" The soldier raised his weapon, aiming at the boy. "And no objections." The boy stammered, his legs trembling, cold sweat trickling down his back as he stiffly retreated into the crowd, no longer daring to act bravely. Just when it seemed that the crowd would come to terms with reality, unexpectedly, there emerged another dissenting voice. An elderly woman, stout and plump, pushed her way to the front. The old crone began to berate them. "I say, you youngsters, why are you so thoughtless? Don't you know to respect your elders and care for the young? Hurry up and let me through, or else you better fetch me some good food and drink." The 5 soldiers exchanged glances, astonished as if they had discovered a new world, utterly at a loss for words. "This old lady is quite audacious, isn't she? I say, madam, did you not hear what we just said? This is not your domain. If you seek supplies, figure it out for yourself." Perhaps the soldier's tone was too mild, leading the elderly woman to mistakenly believe they were not so formidable. The elderly woman retorted with fervor, "With so many supplies, you cannot possibly use them all. What harm is there in giving a little to an old lady? Will it cost you your lives, or take a piece of flesh from you? Such stinginess. Beware, you may find your sons born without anuses. One of the soldiers, enraged, raised his rifle butt, ready to strike her. Sensing the danger, the old woman collapsed onto the ground, rolling and shouting, "Help! Come quickly, everyone!" The soldiers are bullying an old woman, bullying those of us who contributed in our youth. Ah, truly, in a vast forest, one finds all sorts of birds. I wonder, could you possibly be one of those notorious old villains? Another soldier recalled unpleasant memories and coldly retorted, "You are undoubtedly the type who stands on moral high ground on the bus, urging young people to give up their seats, while your dance troupe blares music at maximum volume to disturb the peace. Ah, I cannot bear this. At my age, I am being slandered." The old woman, undeterred by the chaos, was confident in her time-tested tactic. Indeed, the 5 soldiers found themselves in a dilemma. To strike her felt inappropriate. Yet not doing so was equally vexing. Just then, Yu Yang approached with his hands clasped behind his back, heading straight for them all. The 5 soldiers promptly rendered him a somewhat awkward salute, having only learned it that morning. Yu Yang acknowledged them with a nod, ignoring their presence as he continued on his path. "Ah, you must be their commander, their leader. You must intervene on my behalf. I cannot endure this." The old woman's eyes lit up at this moment, and she dashed over, clinging to Yu Yang's leg, escalating her tantrum. "Let go, you old hag." The soldiers were taken aback, about to act, but Yu Yang raised a hand to signal them to stand down. There are no good people left in this world. They treat soldiers like dogs. The old woman secretly reveled in her success, yet outwardly she wept louder. Yu Yang maintained a calm demeanor, and as he drew his handgun from its holster, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, sensing impending doom. "Who will stand up for me? My dear husband. Please lend your spirit to take these bullies away." The old woman continued her lament, her tears flowing, even attempting to invoke spirits, an act that was decidedly unsettling. "I heard what you said. Indeed, you should join your departed husband in the afterlife." With a resounding crack, the old woman, her imagination running wild, met her end, eyes wide open in disbelief. "Ah, a murder." The onlookers gasped in shock, some covering their mouths in silence, while others let out piercing screams. The shrill cries caused Yu Yang to furrow his brow as he coolly commanded, "Open fire. Eliminate them all." His authority was palpable upon hearing his directive. None of his subordinates dared to disobey. The 5 soldiers grinned menacingly as they raised their rifles. "Run." The survivors, realizing they were marked for death, scattered like frightened birds. But alas, it was too late. The power of the 5 rifles is undeniably formidable, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. By the time the 5 magazines were emptied, all adversaries lay lifeless in a pool of blood, utterly beyond salvation. Humph, did they think they could take advantage of the Brotherhood? Very well. They shall pay with their lives. Furthermore, you 5 should remember this. While we, the Brotherhood, do not engage in acts of wanton slaughter and pillaging, we certainly will not be naive martyrs sacrificing ourselves foolishly. We do not provoke others unless provoked, and when wronged, we shall retaliate tenfold. If there are those in this world who seek their own demise, facilitating their exit is the most prudent course of action. Indeed. Now, let us maintain our vigil. Summoning spirits? Manifesting apparitions? If they wish to play such games with me, I am the judge who specializes in vanquishing malevolent spirits. Chapter 23. The effects of consuming the zombie crystal core have manifested. Before dusk, the community occupied by the Brotherhood was thoroughly cleansed. A substantial amount of supplies was secured within Lu Yu's spatial ring, with only a modest quantity stored in the warehouse, as it was safest in his possession. Additionally, thousands of survivors were rescued from this community. Originally, there were over 100,000, and having several thousand emerge alive is already a significant achievement. Upon learning that the Brotherhood was not a military force, but rather a civilian militia, most of the survivors reacted with considerable resistance. The prospect of being assigned tasks and following orders only heightened their reluctance. In response, Lu Yu devised a method to manage them. "This is indeed your home. But we have slain the zombies and saved you, thus owing you a debt of life. Since you are unwilling to join the Brotherhood, you may kindly depart. Should you wish to remain in your homes, we could always tie some zombies at your doorstep, recreating the scene of your former entrapment. Choose your path. Either option is yours to select." In truth, those who hesitated to choose the first option found themselves with no real choice. Even without the zombies tethered at their doors, they were left with nowhere to go, as the Brotherhood had scavenged all the resources within the community. Without food, starvation would inevitably claim them. This dilemma also thwarted the ambitions of those brave and capable enough to slay zombies and venture further for supplies. They wished neither to join the Brotherhood nor to forfeit the safety of its territory at night. Ultimately, aside from a few individuals who believed they could survive on their own, the majority of survivors begrudgingly accepted their fate, thereby adding over 3,000 auxiliary members to the Brotherhood. Adjacent to the community occupied by the Brotherhood lies a square. Here, the roar of engines reverberates as a metallic beast moves back and forth, its turret rotating continuously as it undergoes performance tests. This is an M1A2 main battle tank. Lu Yu is well versed in artillery and can operate certain armored vehicles, yet the intricacies of tank operation require the collaboration of an entire crew, which eludes his understanding. Thus, he entrusted it to the training squad under his command for further exploration. Before long, the tank approached Lu Yu and his companions, coming to a halt nearby, and someone emerged from the turret to leap down. How does it fare? Lu Yu asked, clasping his hands behind his back and smiling at Zhao Yong. President, although this tank differs somewhat from the current models used by the Empire, it poses little challenge for us. With just a bit more time for practice, we shall master its operation with ease. Zhao Yong's face radiated a genuine smile, though the scar that traversed his visage twisted unnaturally, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Indeed, he was the former vice-captain of Chun Feng's squad. Previously, he had eagerly wished to align himself with Lu Yu's forces and was the first to quietly express his loyalty after Chen Feng inquired if the members would join Lu Yu's team. Furthermore, he had awakened his extraordinary ability, albeit the most common F-grade variant, which enhanced his strength. Recognizing his potential and fervent ambition, Lu Yu appointed him as the vice-captain of the training squad, entrusting him with the responsibility of training soldiers in his absence. Vice-captain, is it? Allow me to give it a try. It is our turn now. I have served as a gunner before. Let me go first. Zhao Yong's enthusiastic words ignited a spark of eagerness among the training squad members, their eyes glistening with desire as they gazed at the tank. Get lost. We haven't had our fill yet. Tomorrow will be your turn, retorted the two crew members from within the tank, popping their heads out to dismiss the eager volunteers. Very well, Lu Yu mused, observing the tank. To combat zombies, one must unleash a torrent of steel. Alas, I currently possess only 5 tanks. Insufficient to form a significant force. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's eyes glinted as he quietly suggested to Lu Yu, President, the security forces in the city lack tanks. Limited to infantry fighting vehicles at best. However, some military camps outside the city have them. I have heard that many units suffered severe losses, and it is likely those fallen camps are now unattended. We should. Yong, it is indeed commendable that you can conceive such a thought. Lu Yu patted Zhao Yong on the shoulder and began to elaborate grand plans to him and the other training squad instructors. Do not be misled by your current role in the training squad. Solely responsible for training. This is because you alone can bear this significant responsibility. Once our troops are fully organized, you shall have your chance to shine, such as in the Armored Battalion, the Air Assault Battalion, and the Air Defense Battalion, which currently lack appointed commanders. Do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing this, the instructors of the training squad looked at Lu Yu with fervent eyes. Chen Feng had previously been their captain, and whether Lu Yu was simply investing heavily in acquiring talent or genuinely valued Chen Feng's abilities, it was reasonable for him to appoint Chen Feng as the commander of an infantry battalion. The squad members observed Chen Feng's promotion, and any with a hint of ambition would naturally desire to lead a battalion just as he had. This sentiment was especially pronounced in Zhao Yong, the former vice-captain. He yearned to earn Lu Yu's favor and advancement, surpassing Chen Feng, who had long overshadowed him. My subordinates are willing to serve the president with utmost loyalty. From this day forth, I shall dedicate my all without hesitation, Zhao Yong declared resolutely, kneeling before Lu Yu in a gesture of fealty, disregarding his own pride and emulating the ancient customs. Haha, Yong, rise. Quickly get up. Lu Yu helped Zhao Yong to his feet and laughed heartily, proclaiming, Warrior, you are deserving of respect. A soldier ought to possess honor. I have always held warriors in the highest regard, and every one of you present is a warrior. A soldier. I have unwavering faith in your loyalty and bravery, much like the trust one place in my own eyes and arms. Setting aside all else, we are now bound by shared glory and disgrace. In this chaotic world, we shall undoubtedly share in prosperity as well. We are eager to follow the chairman. The chairman commands thousands and possesses formidable strength. He will inevitably become the overlord of this region. To follow such a person is worth dying for. If we are a pack of fierce tigers, then the chairman is our leading tiger king. Henceforth, we shall be invincible. The others present are all talented individuals. Their words pleasing to hear, filling Lu Yu with delight. Rather than calling him chairman, let us refer to him as Big Brother. Haha, Big Brother, Big Brother. As this group of leaders and ministers reveled in their camaraderie, envisioning future glory and discussing their grand endeavors, suddenly Lu Yu's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Big Brother, this is Yangzi. I have apprehended a spy during my patrol. The voice of Yu Yang came through the device. A spy? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu immediately inquired in a low tone, Where are you now? At the Western Front, near the Walmart. I will be there at once. Upon Lu Yu's arrival, Yu Yang waved his hand, and the soldiers dragged a beaten man, bruised and barely able to stand, before him. Please, don't hit me anymore. I've told you everything I know. The man collapsed to the ground, frantically waving his hands, trembling uncontrollably. Yu Yong brandished a dagger before the man, menacingly stating, "Repeat what you said before, in front of my big brother. If there is even a hint of inconsistency, your life will be forfeit." Yes, I will tell you." The man, trembling, began to stammer his account. Su Lao Lu. After hearing the man's tale, Lu Yu furrowed his brow. This name was not merely familiar. It resonated within him. In the realm of the empire, it was plausible for a singular figure to dominate in third or fourth-tier cities, and even in some second-tier cities. However, in a first-tier city, such dominance was utterly unattainable. The powers of law and order would never allow one to reign supreme. As one of the most prosperous cities in the south, Huadu was no exception. With its numerous districts, there existed a multitude of gang leaders, each operating under protective umbrellas, mutually independent and uninfluenced by one another. Su Lao Lu, whose real name was Su Jian, was indeed the gang leader of the Sanxia district. Big brother. It's quite a coincidence. Su Lao Air is operating nearby. Upon hearing the commotion we caused during the day, he sent men to investigate. Not only did he survive, but he has also awakened his abilities and gathered a group of empowered individuals, capturing numerous men and women. His little life seems to be quite prosperous. Lu Yu stroked his chin, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Big brother, shall we eliminate him? Yu Yong grinned savagely, eager to take action. Of course. How dare he send men to spy, attempting to seize my weapons? He truly knows not the limits of his own mortality. Lu Yu's expression turned frosty, and he promptly commanded, "Inform the company commander to send a company with me, and also summon 2 mortar teams. Additionally, have Zhao Yong bring the tanks. I intend to flay Su Lao Lu alive." Upon hearing this, Yu Yong interjected, "Brother, why not deploy my 3rd company instead of disturbing sister-in-law? The 3rd company is responsible for security, why mobilize them? Hurry up." "Understood," he replied. "By the way, what shall we do with this fellow? I have my methods." After Yu Yong departed, Lu Yu retrieved a zombie crystal core from his spatial ring and gestured for his soldiers to administer it to the man. He had been so preoccupied that he nearly overlooked this matter. Now, a perfect specimen for experimentation had arrived. No, I want to eat it." The man, fearing it to be poison, shook his head vigorously and struggled. Lu Yu's displeasure was evident. However, his soldiers understood without needing further instruction. A rifle but struck down hard, and the man collapsed to the ground. The soldiers brandished their bayonets, threatening him, "Refuse to eat, and you shall die. Will you eat or not?" The man wept, nodding in compliance. Under the threat of the bayonet and the gun, he consumed a zombie crystal core. "How do you feel?" Lu Yu observed the man, intent on missing not a single change. I feel so hot," the man admitted, trembling as he lay on the ground. "Continue. There's strength. Such immense strength." The man suddenly perked up, his face flushed, looking up at Lu Yu with a changed expression. "Humph." In a flash, Lu Yu appeared behind the man and shattered both of his kneecaps, followed by breaking his hands. With a command, the nearby soldiers acted immediately, piercing the man's arm joint with a bayonet. "Consume the second one. Express your feelings, and do not dwell on other thoughts, or I shall subject you to a fate worse than death." I want to dare. Please don't kill me. Submit and obey. Do it quickly." 10 minutes later, Yu Yong arrived alongside Lung Ruyue, with Zhang Wei trailing behind. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Lung Ruyue frowned and remarked, "Is such a grand display necessary to deal with a gang?" Lu Yu reached out and encircled her slender waist, stating, "Is it not better to act without pretense? Like a nightingale in splendid attire?" "Rude," she retorted. Being embraced publicly, Lung Ryue's cheeks flushed slightly. She struggled momentarily, but soon surrendered. Though she called him rude, inwardly, she was quite pleased. After physical contact with the man, feelings of security, comfort, satisfaction, and attachment arose within her. All of these changes stemmed from the 2 abilities of the Peach Blossom Divine Body. The Divine Body possesses an unimaginable allure for female beings, and over time, it leads to a profound emotional entanglement. The higher the cultivation of the female, the more susceptible she becomes, with an increasing impulse to seek dual cultivation with the Divine Body. Once a female engages in sparring with the Divine Body, her appearance and cultivation potential will continuously enhance. Moreover, with but a single instance, one can be irrevocably ensnared, as the true spirit binds with the Divine Body, subject to its manipulation, where even the innermost thoughts are laid bare to the divine entity. Henceforth, they shall transcend the cycle of reincarnation, remaining ever by the side of the celestial form. As long as the Divine Body endures, so too shall they. Upon death, they may be resurrected by the matured divine entity, unless the true spirit of the Divine Body perishes, at which point they would succumb to eternal oblivion. While the effectiveness of this phenomenon necessitates that both parties possess certain skills, the absence thereof does not preclude it. Rather, progress may simply be more gradual. Lu Yu addressed the chilled Ru Yu in his embrace, stating, "Furthermore, I have ascertained the capabilities of the zombie crystal core. Humans can ingest it, resulting in an enhancement of physical attributes such as speed and strength. Is that truly the case?" Cold Ru Yu's astonishment was palpable. The consumption of the zombie crystal core can augment one's physical prowess? How splendid. It is essential to recognize that utilizing supernatural abilities demands a significant expenditure of stamina. Yet the average individual's endurance is rather limited, scarcely supporting repeated manifestations of such powers. However, with the emergence of a means to bolster physical constitution and stamina, it inevitably implies that the abilities of the supernatural practitioners will also intensify. Nevertheless, results may vary from person to person. One cannot discount the possibility of adverse effects in different individuals. Lu Yu continued, "Thus, we must capture more prisoners this time. Conducting several hundred experiments will grant us the assurance we seek. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed," he exclaimed. "Listen to the madam. We shall advance and strive for a swift resolution." Chapter 24. Why have you fallen without my exertion? The Imperial Hotel, a 5-star establishment, stands as a solitary edifice along this bustling avenue. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, Su Laolu found himself precisely within these walls. Sensing an imminent and profound transformation of the world, with the order about to be rewritten, he decisively took control of the premises and summoned his surviving subordinates to gather there. Subsequently, Su Laolu relentlessly scavenged for resources, recruiting soldiers, particularly those who had awakened supernatural abilities. Conversely, those devoid of such powers were disregarded. Many survivors were captured and reduced to slavery, serving for the amusement of him and his followers. To date, Su Laolu commands a band of over 500 ruffians and 1,000 male and female slaves. At this moment, within a presidential suite of the hotel, Su Laolu felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Even the ice and fire services were rendered displeased. "Get out of my sight. Bring someone else." With a swift kick, he sent the woman before him sprawling aside. She clenched her teeth, daring not to utter a sound, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Upon receiving the command, one of the women standing by to serve stepped forward cautiously, a young matron intent on attending to Su Laolu's needs. After lighting a cigar, Su Laolu bellowed, "Crazy donkey, are you calling me?" Moments later, upon hearing the call, Crazy Donkey hurriedly entered from outside. Has the mistress been gone for nearly an hour? What could be delaying her return? Perhaps she encountered zombies on her way back? Su Laolu was not satisfied with this response, suspicion gnawing at him as he bit down on his cigar. "I have an unsettling feeling that something has gone awry. She may have been discovered." "Surely not." The mad donkey furrowed his brow. Little San has always been cautious in his endeavors. Just then, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from outside, interrupting the mad donkey's words. Su Laolu's expression turned serious. "What is happening? Where is the gunfire coming from?" Upon hearing this, the mad donkey dashed to the window and peered outside. Brother, something is amiss. Something is terribly wrong." A flustered subordinate burst into the room. Panic etched across his face. "What is it?" Su Laolu raised an eyebrow, reprimanding him. "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling or the earth collapsing?" "Brother, it's the military." "The military?" the subordinate exclaimed in terror. "A military force has arrived on the street, and they are heading this way." "Brother, he speaks the truth. They are clearing out the zombies that have wandered into the street, and they have sent men to block our hotel entrance." The mad donkey turned to Su Laolu. "They must be coming for us. This is dire. That useless little San has truly achieved nothing but trouble. He must have been captured." Though Su Laolu felt a heaviness in his heart, he outwardly displayed no fear. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he scoffed. "So what if the military has arrived? This is precisely what I was looking for. They are here to deliver arms to me." "Brother, they have tanks." The subordinate continued, delivering more bad news. "What?" Su Laolu's face drained of color, and he was momentarily paralyzed by the shocking revelation. He kicked the woman aside and shouted, "Quick! Tell them to stop playing games and organize a defense immediately." "Brother, the zombies have been cleared, and the defenses on both sides have been established. There is no need to worry about attracting zombies with the gunfire." "Well done. Now let us see what tricks Su Laolu has in store for us." Lu Yu gazed upon the magnificent Emperor Hotel, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Brother, let's not waste time talking with them. Let's go straight to combat." "Yes. Let us fire away and give them hell." Yu Yang and Zhang Wei rubbed their hands together in anticipation. As the saying goes, one should show courtesy before resorting to violence. If this old rascal chooses to surrender, I may spare his life. If he opts for stubborn resistance, then he cannot blame me for the consequences. Lu Yu shook his head and instructed his subordinates to take a loudspeaker and address the hotel. "Su Laolu, you have 1 minute to come out with your men and surrender. If not, prepare for utter annihilation." The voice from the loudspeaker echoed far and wide, resonating above the hotel and inciting a commotion within. At that moment, Su Laolu had donned his trousers and gathered his officers on the first floor. Nearly 500 of his subordinates armed themselves and took positions at the windows on various floors, establishing a defensive line on the first floor. Hearing the loudspeaker's announcement, Su Laolu's face darkened, and he called for a loudspeaker of his own. He shouted towards the outside, "Which commander is out there? I, Su Laolu, have not offended you, have I?" He mistook Liu Yu's men for the military, for who else could possess tanks if not the army? The response from outside came swiftly. "Do we need a reason to deal with scum like you? Stop wasting time and come out to surrender." Su Laolu was livid, his teeth grinding in frustration. He retorted loudly, "I believe we can engage in a discussion. There is no need for such a deadly confrontation." Zhang Wei seized a megaphone from one of his subordinates and proclaimed, "We can talk, but you must come out. We have tea and snacks awaiting your arrival." Su Laolu scoffed, "Is this your idea of sincerity? Do you wish to consume me? Rest assured, my men and I are not without our defenses." After uttering these words, he strained his ears for a response, but the outside remained eerily silent. He then took the megaphone and expressed several more sentiments, yet still received no reply. As the 1-minute deadline lapsed, the troops outside launched an assault on the Grand Hotel. Boom. The first to attack was a tank, its shell crashing through a third-floor window, instantly transforming several thugs, who had been brandishing shotguns, into lifeless corpses, while the survivors screamed in agony. Rat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets followed, mercilessly sweeping through the entire establishment, claiming the lives of numerous unfortunate souls. Brother, help. Mom. The lobby of the hotel was particularly targeted, with several individuals sustaining injuries. Su Laolu extended his hands, channeling his extraordinary abilities to halt dozens of bullets mid-air, rendering them motionless. Once he released his grip, the inert projectiles clattered to the ground. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he hastily retreated to the staircase. "Withdraw. Upwards. I refuse to believe that tank can ascend to the upper floors." Enraged, Su Laolu recognized the adversary's unwavering intent to advance, leaving him with no choice but to resist to the bitter end. Surrender? Absolutely not. He had grand ambitions to fulfill and numerous plans to execute, unwilling to relinquish control of his fate to others. However, the crazy donkey interjected, "Brother, that would be tantamount to waiting for death. We must retreat. They have a tank. Confronting them head-on is futile, yet we can employ guerrilla tactics." Just as he spoke, another tank shell struck the hotel, causing the structure to shudder violently. "Very well. Let us withdraw through the back door." Su Laolu accepted the suggestion without hesitation. Though he possessed extraordinary powers and was unafraid of bullets, his subordinates were not so fortunate. Moreover, he sensed that he could not manipulate the tank shells effectively. Thus, in light of the military's assault, he acknowledged the wisdom in his subordinates' counsel. A stubborn defense would undoubtedly lead to their demise. "Hold the line here. If they dare to charge in, shoot." Su Laolu commanded his armed subordinates stationed at the staircase, while summoning the others to retreat through the back entrance. Boom, boom. Just as some attempted to escape through the rear door, they were met with 2 explosive shells, sending them sprawling in horror. Nearby, Lung Ryue crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. How could she not anticipate their flight? She had intentionally stationed a platoon there, waiting patiently. The heavy machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing Su Laolu and his men to hastily retreat back indoors. Damn it, they even have artillery. Su Laolu was taken aback and filled with fury as 2 more shells crashed down at the rear entrance, causing his men to cower in fear within the building. Attack. Show no mercy to those who dare resist. Yu Yang, brandishing a shotgun, was the first to charge towards the hotel entrance. Kill. The soldiers, inspired by his audacity, surged forward like they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. Retreat, retreat. Everyone back upstairs. Upon hearing the enemy's charge and witnessing the relentless barrage of shells sealing off the rear, Su Laolu panicked and hurriedly led his subordinates upstairs. Meanwhile, Yu Yang had already stormed into the hotel lobby, but as he pressed forward and reached the staircase, the foremost soldier was struck in the thigh by a bullet and collapsed, quickly dragged to safety by his comrades. "Damn, they have plenty of firepower," Yu Yang observed, seething with anger but refraining from recklessness. "What is the situation?" Zhang Wei had caught up, inquiring beside him. "These fools have guns, all seemingly from the black market," Yu Yang replied as he retrieved a grenade. Although the Great Xia Empire had banned firearms, a substantial number circulated among the populace, including improvised weapons, modified guns, and hunting rifles, with many handmade black market firearms, especially military and police-style pistols crafted in local workshops. Do they dare resist? Let me treat them to a grand surprise. With that, Yu Yang pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it upward. A resounding explosion ensued, accompanied by screams from above. "Hold on, let me show you." Zhang Wei halted Yu Yang, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. As anticipated, more cries of anguish echoed from above. "Brothers, follow me and fight." At last, Yu Yang led his men in a vigorous charge. Yield or face annihilation. The only outcome for those who resist is death. I surrender. I surrender. Please, don't kill me. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, Su Laoyo's gangsters could not withstand the assault, lacking the resolve to fight to the last breath. Even those with special abilities found it impossible to survive the onslaught of machine guns and grenades, leading to a swift surrender as they raised their hands in defeat. Yu Yang's forces achieved victory after victory, nearing the top floor, while Lung Liyue's contingent mirrored this success. Leading her soldiers upward, she required no assistance from her men. Her formidable abilities instilled a profound sense of helplessness in the gangsters. As she advanced, some were impaled by ice spikes, others crushed by colossal ice pillars, and some beheaded by razor-sharp ice blades, with an entire corridor encased in ice, transforming everything within into lifelike ice sculptures, an exquisite display of Wan Laoxi's craftsmanship. Amidst the throng of his followers, Lu Yu scrutinized a handgun, reaching a conclusion. The rifling is somewhat lacking, but it will suffice for dispatching zombies. He casually tossed the pistol to a subordinate before ascending the stairs. "Brother, Su Laolu is hiding up there. His abilities are intriguing, and bullets and grenades may prove ineffective." Yu Yang pointed toward the top floor. Though he may be mad, it does not equate to foolishness. After a brief surge, he halted, awaiting Lu Yu. Unwilling to squander the lives of his soldiers to display his own merits, particularly as this was the 1st Battalion of the cold and unyielding Long Ryue. Indeed, that was precisely my intention. Lu Yu let out a cold laugh just as he was about to ascend the stairs when Lung Ryue arrived. These individuals must all perish. Her face, frosted with disdain, emanated an aura of chilling cold, causing the surrounding soldiers to retreat in trepidation. "Did you observe this?" Lu Yu referred to the men and women enslaved within the hotel by Su Laolu and his gang. It is truly vile of Su Laolu to deny both male and female slaves the dignity of clothing, leaving them exposed for his and his underlings' indulgence. Upon hearing this, Lung Ryue's delicate features grew even colder. She was well aware of the malice lurking in the hearts of humanity amidst the apocalypse. But she had not anticipated that these people would resemble beasts, exhibiting such cruel malice towards their fellow countrymen. "Let us proceed." Lu Yu and Lung Ryue ascended the staircase together. With a graceful wave of her hand, a thick ice shield coalesced from the air, standing resolutely before them, intercepting the bullets that had been unleashed from the opposite end of the corridor. "Continue firing." Su Laolu, both astonished and furious upon witnessing this display of power, roared die. Simultaneously, he clenched his fists tightly, directing the specially collected throwing knives towards the ice shield, which caused metallic constructs embedded within the corridor walls to erupt forth. Lung Ryue reinforced the ice shield, rendering some incoming projectiles impotent against it. Lu Yu, too, took action, channeling his abilities to summon the elemental forces of lightning from nature. Crackle! Ugh! The bolts of lightning erupted, instantly rendering those on the opposite end of the corridor in a state of agony, their screams piercing the air. Lu Yu intensified the release of his power, allowing the lightning to blaze even brighter. Aside from Su Laolu and a few of his trusted subordinates, the rest were reduced to charred remains by the overwhelming force of electricity. When he finally ceased, Su Laolu and a few others lay sprawled upon the ground. "Do not move. Stay still, or I shall blow your head off." Yu Yang rushed forward, aiming his weapons at these incapacitated contestants. Lu Yu approached Su Laolu slowly, looking down upon him and speaking flatly. "Why have you fallen before I even exerted myself? What? Who are you?" Su Laolu weakened, lay on the ground, unable to turn his head. "Who am I? Heh, did you not wish to seize my weapon? I have now graciously presented it to you. Do you fancy it?" Gazing upon this vanquished foe, Lu Yu felt his supreme form stirring with an insatiable desire to devour this man's abilities. "Why you Laohu? Is that you?" The deranged man lying down recognized Lu Yu's visage and gasped in terror. Chapter 25. Devouring and Plundering New Abilities. SS Level Control of Metal. Among those who traverse these paths, while one might claim camaraderie, in truth, they are not friends. Merely renowned figures in the underworld of Huadu who have crossed paths on occasion. Su Laolu had once taken his men to the heaven and earth establishment, and the mad donkey, his trusted confidant, naturally recognized Lu Yu, the notorious figure of Jing'an district. "Lu, is it truly you?" Su Laoyo's voice, frail yet filled with astonishment, echoed in disbelief. "You Laohu, you have shown a complete disregard for the code of the underworld. We harbor no enmity towards you. Why then do you assault us? If you possess true courage, challenge me to a one-on-one duel instead of relying on superior weaponry to bully us. Spare my life. Lu Laoda, I implore you. Do not kill me." The remaining subordinates of Su Laolu joined in, some shouting defiantly, others pleading for mercy. Zhang Wei kicked one of the men fiercely, cursing as he did so. What honor do you speak of? Who among us would uphold honor with scoundrels such as you? The deeds you commit do not merit the title of underworld man. Ha ha ha. Mad donkey, do you still recognize me? Yu Yang taunted, stepping on the mad donkey's chest with a derisive laugh. What do you intend to do with us? The mad donkey stammered, trembling as he recognized Yu Yang, the terror of Jing'an district and the fiercest warrior under Yu Laohu. I thought we were fellow townsmen, yet your judgment is utterly lacking. Yu Yang mocked loudly. I heard your former boss was killed by the Gao brothers, and you fled to Huadu to follow Su Laolu. And this is what you've become? You couldn't even withstand a single blow from my brother. TSK. Lu Laoda, please spare my life. The mad donkey, fearful for his existence, quickly began to plead for mercy. From this day forth, I am willing to ally with you. Enough talk. Take everyone except Su Laolu down for experimentation. Understood. Stand up and move. At Lu Yu's command, all but Su Laolu were apprehended. You too, go down. Lu Yu gestured to his other subordinates. All immediately exited the upper floor, save for Lung Ryue, who puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms with a questioning gaze directed at Lu Yu, clearly reluctant to leave, eager to witness his intentions. Of course, Ryue, you may stay. Lu Yu flashed a mysterious smile at Lung Ryue, then crouched down, extending his finger. In an instant, a flash of electricity erupted, and Su Laolu met his demise on the spot. Lu Yu then pressed his palm against Su Laolu's lifeless body. The supreme chaotic body could no longer contain its power, unleashing its might. It was reminiscent of the last time he had absorbed the lightning abilities. Lu Yu felt an immense gravitational force within him, extracting a source of power from Su Laolu's body that was invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, his mind was flooded with new information. SS-level ability element, metal manipulation. 1. It allows the user to control any metallic substance by expending physical energy. 2. As one's essence of life and physicality enhance, so too does the strength of this ability, with the potential of SS-level powers ranking just below SSS level. An SS-level ability. How delightful. Lu Yu laughed heartily. Metal manipulation. Does this mean I can henceforth proclaim myself the King of Iron? And with my Steel Brotherhood, we can truly live up to our name. The most crucial point is that this dominating metal can complement thunder control. The simplest technique involves manipulating conductive metals to launch attacks, resulting in a dramatic surge in damage. What has come over you? Cold Ryu was utterly perplexed by his evident joy. Ryu, look at this. Lu Yu refrained from explaining, opting instead to demonstrate through action. He extended a hand and grasped at the air. In an instant, the bullets and shell casings strewn across the corridor, along with the metal firearms, began to levitate. Simultaneously, the metallic constructs that had burst forth from the walls under Su Laolu's full control began to move once more. This. Cold Ryu slowly parted her lips, her beautiful eyes widening as she gazed at Lu Yu, engulfed in unprecedented astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Could this be Su Laolu's doing? Indeed, it is his supernatural ability, yet now it belongs to me, and in my hands. This power is far greater than he ever exhibited. Lu Yu interjected as she spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly as he expended more physical energy to wield his ability. In the corridor, the various metallic constructs floating in the air began to rotate slowly, while the metal creations that had broken through the walls became pliable and swayed as if welcoming their sovereign. It was utterly astonishing. Cold Ryu gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, and hurried to Lu Yu's side, her face alight with anticipation as she inquired, "Please tell me, what is happening?" "Actually, it's nothing extraordinary. It is merely my first supernatural ability, which allows me to absorb the powers of others," Lu Yu replied with a light chuckle, unabashedly revealing the truth. To absorb the abilities of others. My goodness. Cold Ryu was completely taken aback. Is it truly so hard to believe? Lu Yu ceased his manipulation of the ability, pulling Cold Ryu into his embrace. The metallic constructs plummeted from midair, and the swaying metallic objects instantly became rigid and motionless. After a considerable pause, Cold Ryu regained her composure, regarding Lu Yu with a gaze filled with intricate emotions. Then why would you reveal such a secret to me? Being an exceptionally astute woman, she understood the sheer might and terrifying nature of such an extraordinary ability, one that would undoubtedly invoke trepidation. In her estimation, had she possessed this power, she would never divulge it to anyone, not even to her closest confidant. "Because I love you," Lu Yu said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at her affectionately. "If I cannot trust you, then how lonely and heartless would I be? Wouldn't you agree, my dear?" In truth, it was not merely the case of trust. There existed a distinction in weight. Lu Yu's most clandestine possession was his golden finger. With the presence of this golden finger, he was poised to gain even more extraordinary advantages in the future. Thus, the effects of this supreme chaotic body, what he referred to as the ability to absorb powers, seemed less significant, one he could share with his beloved. Had he lacked the golden finger, he would undoubtedly keep this secret from everyone, including her. Another reason is that in the latter half of last night, Lung Ryue had already become his companion, and Junling had completely bound herself to him, her body and soul utterly enraptured, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lung Ryue was greatly moved and instinctively nestled closer into Lu Yu's embrace, resting her delicate head against his chest. You know this before Mengyun. I haven't even told her, she remarked. Lu Yu caressed the exquisite figure in his arms, while his thoughts inevitably drifted to his esteemed wife. To speak of Xiao Mengyun's figure, it was undoubtedly the most flawless and alluring he had ever encountered. Her curves reached their peak, both front and back, achieving a perfection that could not be surpassed. Her slender waist and long legs seemed like the handiwork of a divine creator, akin to a heroine emerging from a Korean comic. Although Lung Ryue's physique may not quite match Mengyun's, in comparison to other women, she stood as the epitome of perfection. Her ample bosom was of the highest caliber, and her rounded, pert figure was nothing short of exceptional. Particularly, her long, powerful, and elastic legs were truly eye-catching, earning her the title of leg goddess. Have you thought about how to tell her? Upon realizing that she was informed before Xiao Mengyun, Lung Ryue's lips curled into a subtle smile, inexplicably delighted. To be honest, what else is there to do? Lu Yu shrugged, embracing her as they made their way down the stairs. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that we didn't confront each other that day. Otherwise, did you entertain the idea of absorbing my and Mengyun's powers? If I were to deny such thoughts, your cleverness would surely render you skeptical. Thus, I must admit that I did consider the possibility of seizing your abilities if you two were to change your minds. Oh, can't you just lie to me a little? Honestly, I am a man of virtue and wisdom, who would never deceive my own wife. Bah, I see you're a shameless, brazen man. Shortly after their playful banter, their haul from the venture emerged. First and foremost were the supplies. Su Laolu had dispatched people over the past few days to gather provisions, amassing a considerable stockpile in the hotel's warehouse, including food, cigarettes, and beverages. As for firearms, they were naturally of no interest to Lu Yu's soldiers, as they were deemed worthless. Next came the captives. Nearly half of Su Lao's 500 subordinates had been eliminated, with around 200 surrendering alongside over 1,000 male and female slaves. Of course, upon their arrival at the Brotherhood, they would no longer be treated as slaves, but rather elevated to auxiliary personnel under the Brotherhood's governance, serving as laborers. The losses from this operation were minimal. Lu Yu had lost 6 men, all casualties of stray bullets, with about 20 injured. After securing the supplies into his spatial ring, Lu Yu led his troops and captives back along the same route, annihilating numerous oblivious zombies along the way. Mengyun, I leave the arrangement of this group of over 1,000 to your logistics department. Lu Yu relayed the details to Xiao Mengyun, gesturing towards those who had previously been enslaved. He was confident that these individuals would prove to be far more obedient than the survivors rescued during the day. Because these individuals have thoroughly grasped the survival principles in the apocalyptic world, their dignity has been utterly trampled, and they would never resist the Brotherhood that seeks to rescue them from peril. Rest assured, Xiao Mengyun smiled gently and inquired, are those individuals intended for experimentation? She was referring to Su Laolu's subordinates huddled in the corner, clutching their heads. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, acknowledging that while it is known that humans experience enhanced physical capabilities after consuming zombie crystal cores, the potential side effects, limitations, and whether excessive consumption could lead to adverse consequences still necessitate experimental verification. Chapter 26, Another SSS-level ability. The following morning, Lu Yu rose from his bed and gathered his team at a nearby square. Brother-in-law, what is the plan so early in the morning? I haven't even woken up yet, Xiao Menglong protested, still yawning from being pulled from his slumber. Is there a task at hand? Accompanying him were Zhang Wei, Zhao Yong, and several other members of the training squad. Aren't you going to pick up your sister? Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Menglong, who immediately perked up at the mention of his sister. Really, brother-in-law? Let us go, he exclaimed, excitement banishing his fatigue. Not so fast. You wouldn't want to walk there, would you? Lu Yu waved his hand, releasing a helicopter from his spatial ring. This was precisely why he had come to the square, as it was the most convenient location for helicopter takeoffs and landings. Wow, this beast, Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the helicopter. What a prized possession. Zhao Yong and the other trainees rushed over, eagerly touching and inspecting it, circling the helicopter as if they were famished gourmets encountering a feast. Didn't you all boast about having flown helicopters before? Lu Yu teased Zhao Yong and the others. What do you think of this? This model, the Black Hawk, is a universal helicopter secretly developed by a Western nation and has yet to be unveiled to the public. What Western nation? This is clearly the UH-60 that has been in service in the otherworldly Eagle Nation for many years. However, the Black Hawk's performance is indeed exceptional. ranking among the finest in the pre-apocalyptic helicopter arena. Currently, Lu Yu possesses 2 Black Hawks and 5 Apache helicopters, namely the AH-64 attack helicopters, making up the entirety of his current aviation battalion-S equipment. The Apache, being an attack helicopter, accommodates only 2 individuals and is unsuitable for transport or rescue missions, thus necessitating the choice of the Black Hawk for rescue operations. Brother, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. I can tell at first glance that this aircraft is a gem. Please assign me to your aviation battalion in the future. I would be delighted to serve as a pilot. This is my dream machine. Count me in as well. Tanks are uninspiring. This treasure is the ultimate ride, capable of toppling tanks with ease. Zhao Yong and the others excitedly chattered, eagerly exploring every inch of the helicopter, each one brimming with exhilaration and yearning to take to the skies. Come on up. I will demonstrate the operation for you a few times, and then each of you will have a chance to try it out. You only have this morning, just this morning, to master flying. Lu Yu climbed into the cockpit and began his live demonstration, while Zhang Wei and Xiao Menglong hurriedly followed suit. Before long, the Black Hawk's rotors began to spin, and it gradually lifted off the ground. Haha, we're flying. We're really flying, exclaimed Wei Shun and Long Xiao, their voices echoing in the cabin like 2 exuberant children, bubbling with excitement. While Long Xiao was somewhat composed, having experienced helicopters a few times as a wealthy second generation. Wei Shun was a different story. Previously a reclusive nerd, he had never encountered such an experience. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong and several other members of the training team were diligently absorbing Lu Yu's piloting knowledge, determined not to miss a single detail. Everyone understood that the Army Aviation Battalion and the Armored Battalion had yet to appoint officers, merely selecting soldiers for training. This was truly the time to learn. One might question how Lu Yu, a mere mercenary, could command such respect. In the world prior to his journey here, such a role was typically relegated to menial, labor-intensive tasks, often considered the lowest of the low. Yet here he was, mastering advanced artillery, operating infantry fighting vehicles, and piloting helicopters, rivaling even the esteemed Shanghai Leopard team. The answer is rather straightforward. Before his retirement, Lu Yu was a member of a formidable amphibious unit under the 2nd Marine Division of the Chinese Navy. In the military, only the best survive. One must possess a diverse skill set to avoid being dismissed, which endowed him with extensive experience in operating various advanced equipment. Later, during his time as a mercenary, his company contracted tasks from Blackwater, leading him to accompany Allied forces during operations in foreign lands. This experience allowed him to glean invaluable knowledge from American troops, thus making him particularly adept with their equipment. The morning swiftly passed, and with seasoned instructors guiding them closely, Zhao Yong and his colleagues, no novices themselves, grasped the skills quickly. Before long, they were able to take over the piloting of the Black Hawk from Lu Yu. As many soldiers looked on with envy, the helicopter soared into the sky, heading towards the Xiao family villa. In just a few minutes, they arrived above Filong Mountain Villa. Lower a bit, lower, shouted Xiao Menglong from the door of the cabin. The Black Hawk began to descend, revealing more details below. That looks like my family's villa. Xiao Menglong furrowed his brow, uncertain. You don't recognize your own home? Zhang Wei quipped from the side. I do recognize it, Xiao Menglong replied, pulling out his phone and pointing towards a villa within the estate. Lu Yu followed the direction of his finger and narrowed his eyes. The entire villa was entwined with lush green vines, surrounded by towering trees, and encircled by thorny brambles. Various forms of vegetation enveloped the villa, transforming it into a veritable green kingdom, with the villa standing majestically as its castle. Amidst the thorny vines, one could observe numerous dangling corpses of the undead. Such a sight is decidedly abnormal. This is peculiar. Although other areas possess greenery, this is overwhelmingly excessive. Zhang Wei found himself perplexed by the situation. It's my younger sister's extraordinary ability, exclaimed Xiao Menglong after hanging up the phone, his excitement palpable as he turned to Lu Yu. My sister has awakened an SSS-level elemental ability, control of wood. These plants are manifestations of her power, intended to fend off the zombies. An SSS-level ability? Zhang Wei gasped, his disbelief evident, as others on the plane voiced their astonishment. Lu Yu felt a jolt. He had not anticipated that Meng Yun's sister would awaken such a formidable power. An SSS potential is indeed extraordinarily impressive, with the ability to enhance alongside physical growth. Seemingly limitless in scope. How fortunate can one be? Not only did I acquire 2 celestial wives, but my sister-in-law is exceptionally powerful as well. Such an incredible ability must not fall into the hands of outsiders or external forces. The best course of action, Lu Yu mused, was to keep certain matters discreet. Are all your family members this exceptional? Your sister-in-law has awakened an SSS-level ability, and your sister has achieved SSS-level prowess. What a divine family. Zhang Wei clapped Xiao Menglong on the shoulder, still in shock. Huh, just look at that. Xiao Minglong beamed with pride. However, Zhang Wei's next remark instantly extinguished his smile. But you, my friend, are lacking. It's not that your potential is inferior to your sister-in-law or sister. Rather, you haven't awakened any ability at all. Are you truly part of this family? Get lost. Do you dare to tear my mouth apart? Xiao Minglong retorted angrily, brushing off Zhang Wei's hand from his shoulder. Easy now, calm down, Master Xiao. A voice from the cockpit interrupted. Shall we continue our descent? Move to hover over that villa, and then lower the altitude to drop the soft ladder, Lu Yu commanded, having spotted 3 figures on the villa's roof waving energetically. The pilot promptly complied. Thus, the helicopter gradually positioned itself directly above the Xiao family villa, gradually descending until it hovered in midair. The figures waving were none other than Xiao Mingyun and her sister, Xiao Mingyao, along with a couple of servants from the villa. Over here, second brother. I'm right here. Xiao Mingyao waved her small hands incessantly, her joyful leaps revealing her delicate, snow-white calves beneath her white dress. Right here, second young master. It's wonderful, the young master has come to rescue us. The elderly servant couple, aged around 50 or 60, were equally excited, waving at the helicopter above. Xiao Mingyao, the youngest of the Xiao family at 18, had just graduated high school. On the day the apocalypse erupted, she happened to be at home. And that was when her extraordinary ability manifested. Recently, she has been tirelessly developing her abilities to safeguard the villa, which has allowed her and the couple serving in her household to escape calamity. Unlike the unfortunate souls in other villas who met a tragic demise at the hands of zombies, she has inherited the splendid genes of her parents, with her eyes, nose, and facial features bearing a striking resemblance to those of Xiao Mingyun, possessing an exquisite beauty that radiates youthfulness. She is indeed a paragon of purity, though her physique pales in comparison to that of her sister, Xiao Mingyun, who embodies the essence of femininity. However, when measured against her peers, it is evident that her alluring figure surpasses that of many of her contemporaries. Upon seeing this enchanting young lady clearly at the cabin door, Lu Yu's pupils narrowed slightly, and he made an instantaneous decision within his heart. Mine, it must be mine. I am sacrificing myself for the growth and prosperity of the Brotherhood. Well, humanity cannot deceive itself. I acknowledge my baseness. I am drawn to her form. Yet, as Mingyun once remarked, as long as I can satisfy her in Koyuki, seeking out the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th isn't an issue, is it? This simplifies matters. The peach blossom divine body not only enhances appearance, but has also transformed both Lu and his 2 comrades entirely. The numerous encounters they have had over the past few days serve as ample testament to this. Thus, the conditions set forth by Mingyun have been fulfilled. I shall descend now. A subtle smile graced Lu Yu's lips as he eschewed the soft ladder and leapt down from a height of several meters. Remember, swift actions and a stylish demeanor. Chapter 27. A powerful ability like a natural goddess? Xiao Minglong experiences social death, overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing a figure leap down with grace and land securely before rising slowly, the couple serving in the household was taken aback. Goodness! The individuals aboard the helicopter were equally astonished. Though endowed with abilities, none among them possessed the capacity to leap down as Lu Yu did without consequence, forcing them to continue descending and climb down the soft ladder instead. Had they known Lu Yu had consumed the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill and possessed the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, their shock would have deepened. Are you also an ability user? In contrast, Xiao Mingyao felt a surge of joy at the sight of Lu Yu's handsome visage, her heart racing inexplicably, compelling her to draw closer. He exuded an undeniable charm, causing her legs to instinctively tighten and her cheeks to flush crimson. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, surveying his surroundings. The villa, originally flat-roofed, had transformed into a vast platform entwined with vines, likely a result of this young lady's powers. May I inquire who you are? The couple instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of their young mistress, donning expressions of loyalty. Indeed, where's my second brother? And who might you be? Xiao Mingyao hastily dispelled the blush-inducing thoughts that had crept into her mind, her curious eyes sparkling as they roamed over Lu Yu's figure. Lu Yu, with a warm smile, spoke up. I am your brother-in-law, sent by Mingyun to fetch you. Xiaolong is still up there. The young lady's servant couple exchanged glances. Oh, so you are the brother-in-law. I've heard my sister mention you. Xiao Mingyao, filled with excitement, dashed to Lu Yu, observing him closely, her lips chattering incessantly, as if overjoyed by his arrival. Lu Yu could not help but feel that her delight was perhaps influenced by his appearance. I'm coming down. Xiao Minglong and Zhang Wei descended one by one along the soft ladder. Second brother. Upon seeing Xiao Minglong, Xiao Mingyao's joy intensified. Little sister, you've truly endured a lot these past few days. Were you scared? Hee. I've awakened my special abilities, so I'm not afraid at all. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to surprise you and eldest sister. I didn't expect you to come, brother-in-law. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Yu reassured her. By the way, when did you and eldest sister? As they conversed, Xiao Mingyao spoke incessantly about her newly met brother-in-law, causing Xiao Minglong to feel an unsettling sensation in his heart. His younger sister, with her rosy cheeks, was eagerly asking Lu Yu questions, while the amiable brother-in-law appeared to be enjoying her attention. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Xiao Minglong thought, let eldest sister handle her own challenges. As long as I am provided with good food and drink, and live in luxury, I shall remain uninvolved in their affairs. He turned to the couple, Uncle Wu, Aunt Li, second young master, you have finally returned. With you here, we can rest easy. We heard the young lady is doing well. This couple had been serving Xiao Minglong as family for over a decade, and the bond between them had long transcended mere master-servant relations. They were like family, always harmonious in their interactions. Indeed, Xiao Minglong nodded. Everyone, we should not linger here. If there is anything to bring, please gather it quickly. We should return home soon. All right, all right. The servant couple immediately squeezed through an entrance resembling a manhole into the villa. Oh, I need to pack as well. Second brother, come and help me move things. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyao followed suit and called out to Xiao Minglong. Let us go take a look together. Sure, brother-in-law. They then entered the villa, leaving Zhang Wei above. It must be said that Xiao Mingyao had indeed developed her abilities remarkably. The passage into the villa was a staircase formed of intertwining vines, and the interior resembled a floral garden, awash with vibrant blooms and fragrant aromas. This is a photograph of the master and mistress from years past. We must take it. These are the young lady's clothes. They must come too. And this is your gaming console, second young master. It was evident that Uncle Wu and Aunt Li regarded the three siblings as their own children, prioritizing their needs over their own. Uncle Wu, Aunt Li, we are not going on a trip, so there is no need to bring all these things. The base is well equipped, and besides, the plane has limited space, Xiao Minglong observed, attempting to halt the packing frenzy. As he turned his head, he discovered that his younger sister had moved many items out of her room, causing him further headaches. I said, little sister, have you forgotten? I'm here too. Lu Yu promptly intervened, collecting all these belongings into his spatial ring. Feel free to tell me what you wish to take. I have plenty of space. Almost forgetting this matter, Xiao Minglong slapped his forehead and hurried to his room. He needed to take his wine, his figurines, his clothes, and his collection of hard drives, which collectively amounted to nearly hundreds of terabytes. Brother-in-law, witnessing this scene, Xiao Mingyao joyfully circled around him. Brother-in-law, what kind of ability is this? You possess an extraordinary power, don't you? Can you take my little red and little yellow with you? Items are fine, but living beings are out of the question. Lu Yu quickly waved his hands. His spatial ring could not accommodate life forms. Everything placed inside remained in a state of suspension, unchanged upon retrieval. The flowers Xiao Mingyao mentioned would likely wilt inside. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother-in-law. After all, I can still cultivate more little reds and little yellows. Xiao Mingyao, far from being discouraged, seemed to have her own reasoning, as if her only intent was to converse with Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a stir in his heart and asked her, Mingyao, could you elaborate on your extraordinary ability? Why not? Xiao Mingyao eagerly pulled Lu Yu to sit by a tea table, then dashed to the refrigerator. She opened it and retrieved a bottle of soda. Returning to Lu Yu's side, brother-in-law, my wood manipulation allows me to control the power of wood elements and create various plants out of thin air. Look, like a child who had scored full marks on a test, she was impatient to showcase her abilities. With a gentle lift of her hand, a thorny vine burst through the floor tiles, flourishing until she ceased channeling her energy. Or I can induce growth and control plants. She waved her hand towards a flower on the wall, and it grew visibly before their eyes, taking various shapes and poses at her command, transforming the form of plants. As soon as she finished speaking, the flower abruptly changed from a soft pink to a vibrant, deep purple, morphing from harmless to a carnivorous plant with a mouth full of sharp thorns. Additionally, I can utilize the power of wood elements for offense. Xiao Mingyao shifted her gaze to another robust flower, waving her hand towards it. A flash of green light surged into the flower, causing it to tremble as vines tore through it from within, drawing nutrients and rapidly wilting the flower while the vines flourished. Moreover, I've discovered that the power of wood elements is teeming with vitality and can be used for healing. It seems to work on humans as well. She approached a flower, snapped it in two, and with a wave of her hand, channeled her energy, prompting the flower to regenerate its stem. Hee, that's all for now. There may be many more techniques I have yet to develop. Xiao Mingyao turned towards Lu Yu, her face brimming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his praise. Lu Yu was utterly astonished. Could it be that a goddess of nature had descended upon the mortal realm? Or perhaps the reincarnation of the goddess of life? With the ability to manipulate and create flora, wielding the power of wood for both offensive and healing purposes, she was a veritable polymath of supernatural abilities. No, she was a fairy. Indeed, this was what a true fairy looked like. Unlike those who, with misguided confidence, erroneously believe that their beauty is their true visage and continuously bicker online, she was far from that. They were mere pretenders. Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words, utterly astounded by her extraordinary powers. Wait a moment. Thunder control, frost control, wood control, all elemental abilities, each possessing SSS-level potential. It seemed as though an invisible pattern was emerging. This realization struck him suddenly, and he mentally noted it. What do you think? Xiao Mengyao resembled a kitten lifting its head, ready to receive affectionate strokes, her eyes crescent-shaped, filled with mirth. This was truly fabulous, right? I thought so too. It was akin to the magical vegetables from the King of Bandits. Consuming them would grant one the strength of vegetables. I must be a natural vegetable, or perhaps a wood vegetable. By the way, brother-in-law, what about your abilities? Mine is, just as Lu Yu was about to respond. He suddenly noticed Xiao Menglong emerging from the room, a lewd grin plastered across his face, clutching a pile of items. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey Xiaolong, are those all hard drives?" "Indeed, brother-in-law." Xiao Menglong nodded vigorously. Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar as he connected Xiao Menglong's lewd smile with the typical usage of hard drives by normal men, leading him to surmise a possibility. Study materials, study materials. Xiao Menglong hastily composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "You know, brother-in-law, I'm working at the group. Under normal circumstances, barring any apocalyptic events, I will eventually have to bear the responsibilities of the group on my own. Thus, I must study. The pursuit of knowledge is endless." However, his words elicited a disdainful expression from Xiao Mengyao, who retorted, "Study materials? Then let me ask you, do you prefer Fenggu or Hashimoto?" What a perplexing choice. "I like both." Just as Xiao Menglong had begun to respond, he abruptly awakened to the realization, "Wait, how do you know?" Though he was a second-generation wealthy individual, he was usually under the watchful eye of his older sister, with little money at his disposal. He experienced joy, but it was scarce. Naturally, like many men, he admired young women endowed with exceptional beauty and long legs. This hard drive was filled with collections of works featuring Fenggu and models with striking legs. "Of course, I perused your study materials while you were away." Xiao Mengyao pronounced the word study materials with particular emphasis, casting a more disdainful look at her second brother. "I never expected you not only to have a penchant for the young, but also to collect those vintage works of Jingxiang. TSK, TSK, TSK. The once adorable first impression Lu Yu had of her transformed instantaneously into that of a sharp-tongued young woman, leaving her second brother mortified, collapsing to the ground in despair. He was utterly shamed. "Rest assured, I shan't disclose this to anyone, but from now on, whatever I desire, you must provide, as long as you have it." Xiao Mengyao seized the opportunity to assertively threaten him. Xiao Menglong's profile lay against the ground, his eyes vacant, as two streams of clear tears flowed slowly from his face, reflecting an expression of utter despair. "Elder brother, did you hear that? If not, I shall inform elder sister." "All right, let us come to an understanding," Xiao Menglong replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, yet compelled to yield beneath the roof they shared. "Brother-in-law, you need not worry. I shall keep your secret." Observing the tear-streaked face of Xiao Menglong, Lu Yu shook his head, knowing that if this matter were to leak, it would spell ruin for him within the Brotherhood. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had not followed them. However, it was possible that Zhang Wei might not disclose the information, but rather use it as leverage to extort from his collection. "Let us depart. We shall return just in time for lunch." Lu Yu then proceeded to gather all the various items they intended to take, before returning to the top of the villa. Chapter 28. The announcement from the court. Elder sister, Mengyao. Upon the return of the Black Hawk, Mengyao descended from the helicopter and immediately embraced Xiao Mengyun, the two sisters rejoicing in each other's presence. "Elder sister, I missed you terribly. Mengyao, are you unhurt?" No, I am perfectly fine." "That is a relief. I have been worried about you these past few days, fearing for your safety." Noticing the sisters engrossed in their joyful reunion, Lu Yu approached to join the warmth of the moment. "It is evident that the bond between you two sisters is truly strong. Of course, I love my elder sister the most." Mengyao lifted her small face proudly and nestled her head against Xiao Mengyun's broad chest, a gesture Lu Yu found endearing. "Mengyao has always been quite sensible. I cherish her dearly." Xiao Mengyun affectionately stroked Mengyao's little head, a look of fondness gracing her features. Lu Yu cast a glance at Xiao Menglong, who appeared like an outsider, cowering in the shadows, his brow clouded with anxiety, seemingly trapped in the humiliation and threats he had faced. "Has Mengyao returned?" Lung Ryue approached, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Xiao Mengyao. "Sister Ryue." The girl immediately switched her embrace, joyfully leaping into Lung Ryue's arms. Like Xiao Mengyun, Lung Ryue continuously patted her head, inquiring with a smile. "It is wonderful to see you safe. I heard from your brother-in-law that you have acquired remarkable abilities." "Indeed, that is true. I shall demonstrate them for you when time permits." After saying this, Xiao Mingyao quietly asked, Sister Ryua, I heard you and my elder sister have been quite close. Who is the elder and who is the younger? Oh, who told you that? Despite Lung Ryue's cool demeanor, she could not withstand such inquiries from her own sister. Her cheeks flushing as she turned her face away. Just tell me, won't you? Who informed her? With Zhang Wei's big mouth around, nothing could remain concealed. Furthermore, being a social butterfly, she had gleaned all the details during their journey. It was precisely for this reason that she harbored a certain motive to pose such questions to Lung Ryue. Ask your elder sister. Unable to bear her sister's insistence, Lung Ryue, blushing with embarrassment, directly passed the question to Xiao Mingyun. Xiao Mingyao's eyes glimmered with excitement, as this perfectly aligned with her intentions. She turned to her elder sister, Xiao Mingyun, and said, Sister, you and Sister Ryue should join forces together. Xiao Mingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interrupted her directly. Oh, stop it. Why are you asking such childish questions? Mind your own business. Humph. Xiao Mingyao puffed out her chest, causing it to tremble slightly, and placed her hands on her slim waist, her little face pouting defiantly. Am I really that small? I have developed quite well, and I am certainly not inferior to anyone. Just give me a few more years, and even if I can't surpass you, sister, I will definitely outshine Sister Ryue. At this point, she cast a proud glance at Lu Yu and provocatively asked him, Don't you think I'm right, brother-in-law? Cough. Lu Yu cleared his throat. Yet his gaze strayed towards her. You little rascal, always blabbering nonsense. Go play with Sister Ryue. Your sister and I have matters to discuss. With that, Xiao Mingyun pulled Lu Yu aside. However, Xiao Mingyao, having keenly observed Lu Yu's expression when she initially posed her question, felt the shift in her brother-in-law's gaze. Instead of feeling displeased, she secretly reveled in the notion that her strategy was off to a promising start. For some inexplicable reason, within just 2 hours, she found herself contemplating a plan to win over Lu Yu, not to steal her sister's men, but rather to join their team. She felt an overwhelming attraction towards Lu Yu, finding him incredibly handsome and exuding a masculine charm that enveloped her in a sense of security, igniting a desire to be with him. This thought grew stronger, completely occupying her heart and mind, leaving no room for anything else. Talpashanti, am I not impressive? Hia. Though she recognized this was wrong and felt a twinge of guilt towards her sisters, the thrill of it all was intoxicating. Wait, why do I feel guilty towards them? They have formed their own little group. Why can't I join? Suddenly, Xiao Mingyao paused, her mind conjuring justifications that felt entirely righteous. I shall also join the team. Not even Jesus himself could deter me. Yet, she pondered whether Lu Yu could withstand such a situation. That was a matter that needed clarification soon. Xiao Mingyao confronted him. I see that your gaze isn't quite right. Do you have any ill intentions towards Mingyao? Don't say such things. I am a man of integrity, Lu Yu replied, feeling somewhat flustered, trying to maintain an air of righteousness. He was uncertain whether he could keep up the facade. The likelihood was slim, especially since his wife was no ordinary person. Deceiving her was exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, it was a matter of attitude. Even if she were aware, he could not speak the truth, lest trouble ensue. That would be best. Indeed, Xiao Mingyun gave him a meaningful glance. Then, she took out her phone and said, I have something important to discuss with you. Check your phone and search for any official account on the Chuanin app. Oh, let me take a look. Since she had shifted the topic, Lu Yu was more than happy to comply without inquiring further, immediately proceeding to do as she suggested. Upon searching for an official account and opening it, he was astonished to discover that a major incident had indeed occurred. The central authority of the court once again issued a proclamation to the entire populace. Previously, they urged the citizens to place their trust in the court, await rescue, and cooperate with local officials. However, this announcement diverged from the last. This time, it elucidated the characteristics of the zombie virus and various measures for humanity's response. For instance, the virus is averse to extreme temperatures, with high heat capable of annihilating it entirely, while extreme cold can induce a dormant state. Water sources contaminated by the virus can be rendered safe for consumption through boiling, though this does not apply to meat. Additionally, the virus does not spread through the air, but rather through the mouth, nasal passages, and blood. Upon infecting human wounds, the virus rapidly infiltrates the bloodstream and spreads to the brain. If conditions permit, amputation during the initial stages of infection may ensure survival. Next, the announcement detailed various types of mutated zombies. Runners, swift creatures capable of running at full speed akin to a normal human. Crawlers, faster than ordinary zombies. They can sprint at speeds that far exceed that of an average person, displaying remarkable agility. These zombies move on all fours, sport sharp fangs, and are predominantly green in hue, resembling the size of a lion or tiger, with a vulnerability in their heads. The green giant, slightly slower than the runners, yet possessing far greater strength than typical zombies, it can dismantle standard security doors with its bare hands given sufficient time. Its defensive capabilities are formidable, as small-caliber bullets fail to inflict significant damage. It stands around 2 meters tall, with a complexion that is light green and grayish, and its weakness lies in the head. Jumpers. Their forelimbs have mutated into scythe-like appendages, while their hind limbs exhibit explosive strength, allowing them to advance by leaping. A single jump can reach several meters in height, and with accumulated energy, they can leap over 10 meters. Although their defense is not particularly strong, their forelimbs are exceedingly sharp, and they are brown in color, standing at half a human height, with their weakness also located in the head. The Flesh Mountain. Colossal in size, it moves at a sluggish pace far below that of normal zombies, yet possesses astonishing defensive capabilities, making it impervious to typical firearms. Heavy weaponry is required to contend with it, usually towering at 5 meters, with its vulnerability found in the eyes. Big head. With low defense, sluggish speed, and feeble strength, it is akin to the size of a child, boasting a large head and frail limbs, yet it possesses considerable intellect and mental fortitude, enabling it to command ordinary zombies. Numerous other types of mutated zombies were meticulously detailed, accompanied by illustrative images. Furthermore, at the conclusion, the court called upon the awakened individuals among the populace. During this apocalyptic juncture, unity was essential, urging everyone to believe in the court and promptly respond to the calls of the local military and officials, contributing to the survival of humanity and the rise and fall of the dynasty. Lu Yu raised his head, gazing at Xiao Mingyun. Is there something you wish to express? Xiao Mingyun smiled warmly at her partner. Individuals from other realms have made contact with the central authority. Lu Yu declared emphatically. Indeed, we are thinking along the same lines. Xiao Mingyun nodded. It's only been a few days, yet previously we were entirely uninformed about the zombie virus. Even if scientists expedite their research, it is improbable that they would yield results in such a short span. Now, however, we possess a comprehensive understanding of the virus's characteristics and detailed information on mutated zombies. Indeed, Lu Yu stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Mingyun, consider this, the convergence of realms, right? While the other world is plagued by zombies. Does that mean humanity has been completely wiped out? I refuse to believe it. There must be survivors, unless the zombie virus has been rampant for many years, leading to the total extermination of humanity in that realm. Xiao Mingyun nodded in agreement, affirming his perspective. Thus, it is highly likely that the central government acquired this information swiftly due to contact with survivors from the other realm, facilitating communication. Lu Yu lowered his hand and gazed into the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly. However, there exists another possibility. Critical locations in the other realm, such as clandestine research facilities or fallen survivor bases, may have been discovered by the imperial military or officials, yielding valuable intelligence. Xiao Mingyun raised a finger. Lu Yu frowned. Regardless of the reason, the central authority must be aware of the cause behind the outbreak of the zombie virus in the other realm. Yet this announcement fails to mention it. Perhaps they deem it unimportant? It is indeed of little significance. Hence, let us examine these mutated zombies. We have encountered quite a few over the past few days, and thankfully, we have heavy firepower accompanying us. Otherwise, our team would have been overwhelmed by these mutated creatures. Xiao Mingyun remarked. I have meticulously reviewed the information and noted the introduction of zombie overlords. These mutated zombies are rare, yet they represent the pinnacle of evolution, capable of commanding inferior zombies and possessing formidable, terrifying strength. Truly a formidable adversary. Lu Yu responded. Then we must expedite our efforts. We can no longer afford to delay. We must seize every moment to acquire resources and armaments, hastening the growth of our strength. Xiao Mingyun furrowed her brow. According to our previous strategy, we need to secure the entire island before venturing into the city to scavenge for resources. However, given the circumstances, it might be prudent to advance our timeline. She continued. Thus, I will instruct all our subordinates to thoroughly study this information, and I will organize a mission this afternoon to expand our territory. Lu Yu struck his palm decisively, declaring, You shall oversee their command from a central position, while I lead a separate team to search for strategic resources. We will operate concurrently, striving to cleanse the island of zombies and secure those valuable assets. Xiao Mingyun sighed softly. Though I would prefer you not to take risks. This course of action appears necessary. As leaders in the foundation of our cause, it is imperative that we set an example to command the respect of others. After a moment's reflection, Lu Yu added, Moreover, entrusting such significant matters to others leaves me uneasy. It is essential that I partake personally. While one may devise plans, success remains contingent upon fate. Yet, I firmly believe that as a united couple, we will prevail, with no room for failure. Let us strive forward together. Chapter 29. The Metal Frenzy concludes all. After finishing lunch, Lu Yu promptly summoned his subordinates. Initially, he intended to train for several more days before taking action. But time was of the essence, and they could not afford to linger. Addressing his gathered subordinates, Lu Yu began to assign tasks. Biaozi, Wentao, Xiaolong, Qinfeng. You four shall each lead your respective teams to secure the neighboring Xixin community within the afternoon. Do you have any objections? Rest assured, elder brother. No problem. Just watch. Brother-in-law. We promise to accomplish the mission. The four individuals promptly stepped forward, responding in unison to the command. Lu Yu nodded and added, Yangzi, Xiaowei. The vice president will organize our brotherhood's 4,000 auxiliary personnel to construct walls, bunkers, and other structures at the bridgehead. Additionally, a portion will be assigned to scour the banks for vessels and equipment. Your task is to each lead your respective teams in ensuring vigilance and security. Can you manage this? Rest assured, elder brother. We can absolutely handle it. The two exchanged glances, their chests thumping with resolve. That's good to hear. While I am away, you must strictly follow the vice president's directives. Should any issues arise, consult her. Is that clear? Understood. The six responded in unison, though Lu Yu remained unsatisfied and admonished. Raise your voices. I didn't hear you. Understood. This time, their response was loud and vigorous. All right, the meeting is adjourned. With a wave of his hand, the 6 battalion leaders dispersed to mobilize their troops and prepare. What about me? Why am I not assigned a task? Lung Ryue spoke up. Noticing that everyone else had their roles assigned, Lu Yu had indeed planned for her. Ryue, your responsibility is to safeguard Meng Yun here, protecting our stronghold. You will also serve as her reserve force, enabling her to respond effectively to any unforeseen circumstances. Although the community they had occupied was of little value, the vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled artillery that Lu Yu had procured were invaluable and must be preserved. Moreover, most of the 1st Battalion were his loyal subordinates from when he first became their leader, akin to his personal guard, making them the most reliable choice for home defense. Lung Ryue nodded in agreement. All right then. Lu Yu turned to Xiao Mengyun. Mengyun, the home front is entrusted to you and Ryue. Xiao Mengyun stepped forward to adjust Lu Yu's collar, advising, rest assured, with me here, everything will be fine. But do take care of yourself. Okay. Lu Yu replied, proceeding toward the square. 2 Black Hawk helicopters awaited quietly in the square, where Zhao Yong had already assembled 12 instructors from the training team in formation. Among them were 2 pilots, while the rest were fully armed, divided into 2 teams. Lu Yu directed one team to board the first helicopter, while Zhao Yong led the second team to the second helicopter. All personnel board, we are departing. With that command, the silent soldiers swiftly boarded the helicopters, which ascended slowly under the pilot's control. Inside the cabin, Lu Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the map in his hands. This was the latest map of Sanxia Island, far clearer than any enlarged view on a mobile device. He had already circled several targets in red ink. Police stations, hospitals, schools, unlike the small neighborhood precincts. The major police branches on the island were typically armed, often possessing a significant number of firearms, including service pistols, revolvers, and shotguns, with the potential for submachine guns as well. These weapons and ammunition were vital for Lu Yu to acquire. Next, regarding hospitals, should there be any surviving doctors, they must be rescued, as medical professionals are invaluable assets in a post-apocalyptic world, greatly needed by the Brotherhood. Furthermore, hospitals are stocked with extensive supplies of medicine and medical equipment, all of which Lu Yu intended to relocate. Subsequently, one might consider visiting the guard squad stationed on Sanxia Island, although Lu Yu harbored little hope regarding that endeavor. Wherever valuable resources and scarce talents could be found, Lu Yu and his subordinates would venture forth. Help! Help! Someone is here. Save us. Don't go, please. A multitude of survivors, upon catching sight of the helicopters soaring above the city, could not restrain themselves from calling out for assistance, oblivious to the potential draw of the zombies. Regrettably, the 2 helicopters paid them no heed, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited within many. Upon reaching the skies above the Sanxia District Police Headquarters, the helicopters came to a halt, gradually descending until they hovered at an appropriate altitude. The whir of the helicopter blades naturally attracted nearby zombies, which converged around the police station, clawing at the air in a scene that would cause considerable discomfort to those afflicted with trypophobia. I will descend myself. The police station was not particularly large, rendering a full descent unnecessary. After speaking into the radio, Lu Yu leapt from the aircraft. He landed firmly on the police station's rooftop, only to be confronted by a dozen zombies clad in police uniforms rushing toward him. Lu Yu extended his finger, and a series of delicate arcs of lightning erupted from his fingertips, piercing the skulls of the zombies, granting them eternal rest. In recent days, his continuous exploration of his extraordinary abilities had honed his command over the power of thunder. Unlike 2 days prior, when he unleashed vast amounts of lightning energy, even employing plasma, a technique that drained considerable stamina, he was now capable of achieving the same results with minimal expenditure of energy. This technique could be dubbed the Flying Thunder Spear, or rather, the Thunderbolt Spear. Did they flee to the rooftop because the road below was blocked? observing the uniforms donned by the zombies. Along with the firearms and shell casings scattered on the ground, Lu Yu pieced together a narrative of the chaos that had unfolded when the disaster struck. With a thought, he activated his ability to manipulate metal. The handguns, magazines, and remaining bullets on the officers floated into the air, collected into his spatial ring. As he approached the doorway leading inside, the door, shattered by the onslaught of zombies, swung open automatically to grant passage to its master. Upon stepping onto the staircase, he encountered a zombie standing vacantly below. The moment the zombie noticed him, it lunged forward. With a crack, a metal handrail snapped and within a second softened into a sharp spear, instantly impaling the oblivious creature. Lu Yu descended the stairs, and along his path, all metallic objects began to behave erratically. They either detached from their original positions or burst forth from walls and bricks, collectively following their master. These metallic creations, once transformed into liquid metal, reformed into various shapes. Some morphed into clawed metallic appendages, while others became an array of weapons, steadfastly guarding Lu Yu at the center. They moved in synchrony with his advance, as if imbued with a sentient awareness, ruthlessly dispatching any zombies that crossed their path with astonishing speed. The spectacle unfolded before him, surpassing even the most fantastical scenes of science fiction. The immense power represented by the phrase 9 oxen and 2 tigers encompassed not merely strength and velocity, but also a formidable physique, immense vitality, defensive capabilities, explosive power, agility, sensitivity, and dynamic vision, truly a comprehensive enhancement. In essence, Lu Yu embodied the amalgamation of 11 beasts, comprising 9 oxen and 2 tigers. The extraordinary physical prowess of such a robust body required no elaboration. Hence, he wielded his abilities with reckless abandon, unlike other practitioners whose powers would leave them feeble after mere uses. As he descended from the top floor to the 5th, then to the 4th, and subsequently to the 3rd, the only entities he encountered were zombies. No survivors remained in sight. Naturally, he swept through the remnants like a tempest, collecting any resources he came across. Firearms, such as shotguns, likely confiscated from civilians by the police. He would claim them, for even the smallest morsel was worth having. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a series of metallic spikes erupted with fervor, as metallic tendrils relentlessly strangled their prey in the corridors. Heads exploded, viscera splattered, and figures fell in rapid succession. The zombies could not even approach within 3 meters of Lu Yu, all perishing before they could reach him. Thus, he pushed through, a veritable metal storm that annihilated hundreds of zombies, ultimately emerging from the police station's doors. "Come pick me up," he instructed. Received. After putting down the walkie-talkie, he gazed outside at the throng of zombies and slowly raised his arm, opening his palm. A chorus of the undead outside sensed his presence and surged towards him. Desperate for fresh flesh, a lone flea leapt high, while a wave of crawlers rushed to the forefront, with several hulking green giants vying for position. Lu Yu smirked coldly, his outstretched hand suddenly clenching into a fist. With a thunderous roar, pipes buried underground erupted, metallic constructs from nearby buildings crashed through walls, fixed fire hydrants shot skyward, and abandoned vehicles barreled forward, colliding into the horde. Behind Lu Yu, a torrent of liquid metal surged forth from the police station, deftly avoiding him before coalescing. As it approached the chaotic mass of zombies, it solidified into countless sharp spikes. In an instant, the metallic wave swept through, crushing everything in its path. Be it ordinary zombies or mutated ones, all reduced to mere pulp. "It seems the effect is quite satisfactory," Lu Yu remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. The visual impact of this maneuver was overwhelming, rivaling even Brother A's myriad tendrils that brought about an end to all. This was his first time employing it. Furthermore, it must be noted that perhaps, in this scenario of combating zombies, the SS-level ability Metal Manipulation proved more effective than the SSS-level Thunder Control. In this realm known as the Steel Jungle, a human city abundant with manipulable metallic substances, Lu Yu's home advantage is strikingly evident. Observing this spectacle from 2 helicopters, the instructors of the training squad collectively gaped, their mouths agape and eyes wide, utterly astonished to the point of speechlessness. They were aware of their leader's formidable prowess. Yet who could have anticipated his strength to such an extraordinary degree? Gazing downwards, the street before the police station was devoid of any living zombies. The ruins, a magnificent amalgamation of metal and flesh, presented a breathtaking sight. "Is that still human?" a survivor exclaimed from a distant building, peering through binoculars at the unfolding scene. Utterly incredulous. "My heavens, this is simply astounding." Even further away, another survivor, collapsed before an astronomical telescope, murmured in disbelief, grappling with the upheaval of his understanding. All are endowed with abilities, yet why? Why is he so powerful? Within a building near the police station, a survivor, pale-faced and trembling from the awe-inspiring display, was left shaken by what he had witnessed. Chapter 30. No worries, I shall take action. Upon returning to the helicopter, those aboard were still enveloped in astonishment. Silence permeated the cabin, rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie, with only the thunderous whir of the helicopter's rotors breaking the stillness. Lu Yu, however, paid no heed to their thoughts and began to examine his acquisitions. As for provisions and water, how much could the Security Bureau realistically stockpile? Thus, there was little available. The primary hall consisted of various equipment and supplies: computers, desks and chairs, cameras, printers, firearms, law enforcement gadgets, handcuffs, stun batons, riot shields, stab-resistant clothing, ballistic shields, bulletproof vests, SWAT attire, helmets, and more. Among the firearms, there were 5 sniper rifles, 12 submachine guns, 5 shotguns, 62 police pistols, 33 revolvers, 36 riot guns, and 78 stun guns, not accounting for the damaged ones. As for ammunition, altogether, there were a mere 200 rounds, a pitiful sum. Had there been sufficient ammunition, it is likely that the security personnel and SWAT teams would have surged forth, rather than awaiting Lu Yu to gather their gear amidst the carnage. Oh, and there were also some paper documents. Lu Yu deemed these potentially useful and collected them as well. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with his findings. At least his journey had not been in vain. Brother, just now one person could no longer contain their curiosity and began to inquire about the earlier spectacle. In matters of society, it is better to observe than to pry too much. Lu Yu had no interest in divulging the variety of his abilities, preferring to leave them to speculate. Very well. His subordinates promptly fell silent, lowering their heads to organize their equipment. Lu Yu then cast his gaze out the window. Next, we shall head to the Chongning Road precinct. Inform Zhao Yong as well. Understood. The pilot, upon receiving the command, maneuvered the helicopter to ascend and proceed, simultaneously using the onboard communication system to contact the second helicopter. Second unit received. Over and out. Thus, within a few hours, the 2 Black Hawks visited every precinct on the island in succession. The probability of harvest could be considered as 1 in 2. Some branches have already been visited by other brave survivors, while in others, the scarcity of zombies clad in police uniforms indicates that those individuals successfully broke free during the outbreak. As the clock approached 4:30, Lu Yu and his companions commenced their journey toward the hospital, initially selecting the largest hospital situated on Sancha Island. This establishment was not a publicly funded institution of the empire, but rather an expansive luxury private hospital, so exorbitantly priced that ordinary citizens and even the middle class could seldom afford its services, making it a favored choice among the affluent and influential. Upon the arrival of 2 Black Hawk helicopters above the hospital, some survivors within were immediately roused with excitement. A helicopter. A helicopter. Huh. I knew those bastards wouldn't abandon me. I hold their secrets. They dare not. They merely pretended to leave my fate to chance. But here they are, coming to rescue me. You're mistaken. They're here to rescue me. My esteemed Elder's former subordinate called yesterday, stating they would send a helicopter for us. Indeed. Although Elder Qin is retired, his connections within the military remain intact. I concur with this notion. Old General, take me away. As long as you can get me on board, I will. Enough chatter. Signal immediately. Head to the helipad. Right away. The hospital was nestled halfway up a mountainside, overlooking the sea, surrounded by lush greenery, prompting Lu Yu, observing from the cabin, to nod in approval. It is indeed a place befitting the wealthy. The environment is splendid. I have long heard of its reputation. To call this a hospital is perhaps an understatement. It resembles a premier sanatorium, more suitable as a retreat. Remarkably, there was even a designated helipad for helicopter landings. Upon spotting the helipad atop a building, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, it seems there are no zombies there. Shall we land there?" The pilot surveyed the area before responding. "Yes, this time you shall accompany me down. Just wait on the helipad." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yu noticed numerous individuals rushing from the building toward the vicinity of the helipad, waving their arms in a sign of greeting. "Survivors," Lu Yu murmured, then decisively commanded, "Descend, load your weapons, follow my orders, and inform Zhao Yong." With 3 helipads available, it was just enough. Soon after, the Black Hawk descended onto the helipad. As Lu Yu and his team disembarked, the survivors eagerly approached them. "Are you sent by Secretary Zhang to fetch me? Were you dispatched by Old Gu and his group? It must be Vice Governor Lin who sent you." Before they could draw closer, a cacophony of voices erupted, each revealing their hopeful expressions. "Stop right there," Zhao Yong bellowed, as 10 team members raised their weapons, the dark muzzles intimidating the throng of survivors. "Let us speak civilly. There is no need for violence." The survivors before him were all figures of nobility, surrounded by armed bodyguards. Otherwise, they would not have endured to this moment. At this juncture, their bodyguards, noticing the situation, swiftly drew their firearms to confront Lu Yu. However, the weapons in their hands were mere handguns, far inferior in deterrent capability to the 10 automatic rifles wielded by Lu Yu's group. A knowing smile graced Lu Yu's lips as he comprehended the implications of their words. It appeared that these individuals had mistaken them for their rescuers. Make way. Clear the path. A middle-aged man pushed a wheelchair through the crowd, where an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair sat. My father is here. I am Chindihai, declared the man, asserting his identity. You have come to take us away, right? Quickly, assist my father. With that, he and his bodyguards attempted to advance. Bang! Zhao Yong fired a shot into the air, glaring at them coldly. Did I say you could move forward? The bodyguards of Chindihai immediately tensed, gripping their small handguns protectively in front of Chindihai and the elderly man. Chindihai was momentarily taken aback. Then, filled with both fear and anger, he shouted, What are you doing? My father, General Qin, is right here. No, they are not. The elderly man in the wheelchair suddenly widened his eyes and hoarsely interjected, They are not Imperial soldiers. This was easily discernible. Their uniforms differed, which was indeed peculiar. What? The old man's words startled Chindihai. They are not Imperial troops. Then who are they? Other survivors were equally astonished. They possessed a helicopter yet were not part of the Imperial army. Who, then, were these individuals? Well observed, sir. Lu Yu stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the survivors. We are indeed not affiliated with the Imperial military. Rather, we are a spontaneously formed civilian militia, and we are not here to rescue any of you. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the expressions of the survivors turned grim. However, one individual quickly responded, raising his voice, My friend, I am Zhang Wampum, the owner of Wampum Capital. If you can assist me in leaving this place, I am willing to offer a generous reward. His declaration sparked a realization among the others. Indeed, while he claimed no connection, negotiations could still be made. If a deal was struck, wouldn't he that establish a relationship? Thus, they began to speak up in unison. I am Ning Zhenfang, the chairman of Mingyang Group. If you can escort me to a safe zone, I will grant you 10 million. My father is the deputy commander of Jinghai. Take me away, and I will have him provide you with 20 million. I am a major shareholder of Dasan Group. If you can extricate me from this wretched place, I will offer you 100 million. Once they had all voiced their offers, Lu Yu chuckled. It seems you have truly lingered here for too long. Not only have your wits dulled, but your behavior resembles that of simpletons. The survivors were incensed. They belonged to the elite class and had never before been so openly insulted. Yet, despite their anger, they understood the gravity of the situation and could only endure, continuing to deliberate on the matter. Sir, if you find our offers insufficient, spare me your words. In this day and age, what value does money truly hold? As one individual was only halfway through their statement, they were abruptly interrupted by Lu Yu, who declared, It's all mere waste paper. If you could provide me with some military equipment, perhaps I might take an interest. Facing a multitude of eyes struggling to suppress their fury, Lu Yu inquired, Let us dispense with idle chatter. I would like to ask each of you to respond truthfully. Are you the only survivors here? Or have the doctors gone? One person, shifting their gaze, responded, I will tell you, but you must promise to take me to the safe zone. Lu Yu reiterated, I expect honest answers. Not for someone to strike a deal with me. Upon concluding his statement, he signaled Zhao Yong. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Yong raised his weapon and fired. A bullet piercing the man's forehead, causing him to fall, eyes wide open. By the time the bodyguards beside him reacted, they realized their employer was lifeless. You bastard! One bodyguard shouted, immediately aiming his gun at Zhao Yong. Bang! Quick as a flash, Zhao Yong fired again, outpacing the bodyguard and delivering a fatal shot to him as well. This initiated a chain reaction akin to a cascade of falling dominoes, abruptly severing the nerves of the armed guards among the survivors. Gunfire erupted as both sides opened fire, rifles and handguns exchanging bullets. Moments later, the sound of gunfire ceased. Smoke curling from the barrels, and numerous bodies lay in pools of blood. However, all the fallen were from the survivors' side, while Lu Yu's group emerged unscathed. Not a single casualty to be found. This was due to the dozens of bullets suspended in midair before Lu Yu, seemingly frozen in place. Now, only Chindihai and his elderly father in a wheelchair remained among the opposing group, both intentionally spared by Lu Yu. With a flick of his lips, Lu Yu caused the floating bullets to drop to the ground. Extraordinary abilities? Chindihai swallowed hard, his legs feeling weak. Can you answer my previous question? Lu Yu inquired with a broad smile. I can, Chindihai stammered, his face pale. There are still many doctors and nurses in this building. They are on the top floor. We have sealed off the stairs leading down, but I am not well informed about the situation in other buildings. Excellent. Lu Yu replied with a slight smile, then approached Chindihai's father. Fearing for his father's safety, Chindihai wanted to intervene, but, paralyzed by the fear of death, could only swallow his words. Lu Yu slowly crouched before the elderly man, meeting his gaze as he asked, I heard your son mention that you are a retired general? The old man remained silent, his somewhat cloudy eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu. his white hair commanding respect without a hint of anger. Lu Yu did not lose his temper. Instead, he maintained his smile, engaging in a silent exchange of stares with the elder. Sensing his father's silence could provoke Lu Yu, Qin Dihai hastily interjected to answer on his father's behalf. Yes, indeed, my father was a lieutenant general. But he is now retired. Oh, Lu Yu drew out the word, an expression of understanding crossing his face, mingled with a flicker of delight in his eyes. General Qin spoke in a deep voice. Young man, I surmise that you did not eliminate my son and me merely for a trivial matter, am I correct? Pray, enlighten me on your true intentions. What do you seek? You, old man, are indeed a treasure. Naturally, I wish to uncover all the secrets you hold. You are well aware of the military's internal affairs. You know the locations of various military bases. And I suspect you have knowledge of some clandestine arsenals and munitions depots as well. Lu Yu thought that this might be his greatest gain of the day. However, he felt no urgency at the moment, so he addressed General Qin. Old General, we have ample time for discussion. Please, board the aircraft, and we shall converse shortly. What if we do not acquiesce to your wishes? The old man, exhibiting a stubborn demeanor, sensed that Lu Yu might seek to exploit him. He was not one to be used. Father, Qin Dihai urged, fearful of an immediate violent end. Lu Yu shrugged. It appears that the decision does not rest with you or your son. Haha. Brother, something is amiss. At that moment, Zhao Yong suddenly heard a familiar sound. He looked up to see a helicopter appearing in the distant sky and shouted a warning. Surely, that is our ride. Qin Dihai looked up as well, his heart lifting with hope. Brother, we must ascend immediately to confront the enemy. Zhao Yong and the others were quite anxious. If they remained in place under these circumstances, they would be doomed should the adversary choose to attack. It matters not. I shall take action. Lu Yu remained unfazed, his expression calm. And he did not acquiesce to his subordinate's suggestion to ascend and meet the threat. He simply gazed at the sky, watching as the shadow of the unfamiliar helicopter grew larger. That incompetent Su Laolu pales in comparison. He was confident in his abilities to intercept and control the various projectiles launched from the helicopter. Should it draw near, he could even pull it down directly. As Zhao Yong observed closely, he noticed only the machine gun at the helicopter's door, with no signs of hanging rockets or missiles, which eased his tension. After circling above the hospital, the helicopter seemed to assess the situation at the landing pad, perhaps sensing danger. It dared not land, but instead turned to return the way it came, not landing. Upon seeing the helicopter's intention to leave, Lu Yu's expression turned cold. He had hoped for an additional transport aircraft for his aviation battalion. If it had come, it should not depart. If he could not possess it, he would destroy it. With a cold snort, Lu Yu retrieved a portable air defense missile from his spatial ring. This was none other than the renowned Stinger. He personally guided the missile, searching, locking on, and at the moment he pulled the trigger, the missile shot skyward. 3 seconds later, the helicopter exploded midair with a thunderous roar, and its wreckage plummeted to the earth. Now, let us see if you can still escape. Lu Yu casually discarded the launcher and turned his gaze back to Qin Dihai and his father. Qin Dihai, in a state of shock, could scarcely comprehend what he had just witnessed, the entire process of a missile striking an aircraft. However, his father closed his eyes in anguish, for he understood that the helicopter had come for him, and now the entire crew lay dead because of him. Ayong, take 2 individuals to look after General Qin. The rest, follow me. Understood. Lu Yu led 8 soldiers into the building. Chapter 31. Emptying the hospital. A grand gift for the old general. Upon entering the corridor, they encountered 2 women clad in sheer white lab coats, one of whom let out a startled scream. Don't move or make a sound. Otherwise, we will shoot you. They were ordered to stand still, and the barrels of numerous guns were immediately trained upon them. The 2 women, terrified, quickly covered their mouths, fearing they would become targets. At that moment, the soldiers stepped aside, and Lu Yu emerged. With a reassuring smile, he calmed the 2 women, saying, "Do not be anxious. We come from the military and mean you no harm." To be frank, both women were strikingly beautiful, their figures curvaceous and pleasing to the eye, serving as rather appealing distractions. The military? The women exhaled in relief, though tension lingered as the guns remained aimed at them. Tell me, who are the survivors here? Lu Yu continued his inquiry. One woman, uncomfortable with being treated like a prisoner, was about to voice her thoughts when the slightly more mature woman beside her tugged at her sleeve. This more seasoned woman subtly gestured for her companion to remain silent, then answered Lu Yu with a serious demeanor. "Hello, all the survivors in this building are doctors, nurses, patients, and their families. When the disaster struck, everyone gathered on the top floor. I am a psychologist. Are you aware of everyone's identities?" Lu Yu's gaze flickered, recognizing her perceptiveness. "Yes, I am fully aware." The female doctor responded promptly. "Very well, please assist me in identifying them. Lead the way." Lu Yu gestured for them to proceed ahead. "All right, let us go," the female doctor said, not daring to hesitate, pulling her companion along as they moved forward. "Yaching, They seem, do not speak. After guiding Lu Yu and his team to a door, he signaled with a wave of his hand, and a soldier promptly kicked the door open, with the others swiftly entering. Who are you? What do you want? The spacious deluxe ward, originally designed for 3 rooms and a hall, was now overcrowded with people. We are military rescue personnel here to save you, Lu Yu declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, asserting his identity to the panicked occupants of the room. Is it truly the army come to rescue us? That is wonderful. Please take me away from this dreadful place. Let me on the helicopter first. Not so fast. Let me go first. Upon hearing that military personnel were present, the group immediately lowered their defenses and began to argue over the order of departure. Everyone, remain calm. One at a time. I will call you one by one. Do you understand? Lu Yu instructed, then turned to the previously speaking female doctor, asking, You come forward and identify who the portly man is. The female doctor tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, scrutinizing the individual Lu Yu had pointed out, then replied, He is a patient who came here to recuperate. Very well. Lu Yu nodded and pointed to another elderly man with glasses, inquiring, What about this gentleman? The female doctor hesitated for a brief moment before responding. He is our hospital's orthopedic specialist, Chen Mingren. Lu Yu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he promptly addressed the elderly gentleman. Mr. Chen, please come behind me. We will escort you to the safe zone and ensure your safety. Before the somewhat hesitant Dr. Chen could act, the previously disgruntled rotund man interjected loudly. Hey, young man, what do you mean by that? You don't intend to take me with you? Just then, a gunshot rang out, and the portly man collapsed, his eyes wide in shock. Would it not be better to remain silent? Lu Yu gently blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle. The women in the room let out piercing screams, while the men, filled with terror, dared not move. However, the orthopedic expert, Mr. Chun, swiftly positioned himself behind Lu Yu, moving with a surprising agility that belied his age. Who is he? Lu Yu inquired, pointing at another individual. Despite her pallid complexion and trembling legs, the female doctor quickly answered, He is also a patient at our hospital, apparently a real estate developer. Oh, and what about the next one? This individual? Lu Yu asked again. Our hospital's neurosurgery expert. Welcome. Please come this way and wait with Mr. Chen for boarding. Who is this lady? A family member of a patient. And him? The onlookers discerned that this group, claiming to represent the military, was solely interested in medical professionals, showing no regard for the patients. Some felt indignant, others displeased, yet none dared to resist, as they had surmised that the influential figures who had rushed to the rooftop moments ago, along with their bodyguards, were likely facing dire circumstances. I am useful. I have awakened my abilities. I am valuable. A middle-aged man, unwilling to be abandoned here, immediately showcased his potential. He had awakened a D-class mutation ability, enhancing his physical attributes, particularly his legs. After demonstrating his prowess with swift kicks, Lu Yu nodded. Very well. Although space on the aircraft is limited, you may secure a position. Come forward. I have money. I can offer you a fortune. My entire estate amounts to 200 million. Just take me with you. I also have money. Please, let me leave. An older woman, despite her age, maintained an impressive physique and boasted of 2 apartments and a gym. Can I get on the plane? My father is the deputy director of the construction bureau. If you take me with you, he will surely repay you. Seeing that some had succeeded, the others clamored to present their worth. Get lost. I'm talking to you, Auntie. Stop trying to attach yourself. Your face is too large. With that figure, even a barrel would outshine you. What are you staring at? Do you wish to taste a bullet? Lu Yu forcefully shoved the overweight woman aside and bellowed to those present. Listen well. I seek neither money nor these worthless properties. What use have I for your ghost money? I only desire those who have awakened their extraordinary abilities or possess unique talents. Alternatively, if you can procure a significant cache of military arms, that would suffice. If you do not meet these criteria, kindly silence yourselves, or I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. Do you comprehend? Do not invite discomfort upon yourselves. Thus, Lu Yu gathered the talented survivors atop the building. During this time, some attempted to take risks, but all fell victim to his gunfire. Board the aircraft, all of you. Then we shall return. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's variant of the Black Hawk could accommodate 14 individuals aside from the 2 pilots and the mechanic, but in emergencies, it could hold 20. Consequently, he packed all those he had taken with him into the helicopter, which soared towards the Brotherhood's stronghold. After the aircraft departed, Lu Yu delved alone into the zombie-infested building, beginning to collect various medical instruments, pharmaceuticals, and other supplies to store within his spatial ring. The metallic constructs within the hospital served as his finest soldiers. Like the desert emperor returning to the sands, when the metallic tide surged forth, not a single zombie could survive. Upon completing his scavenging of one building, 2 Black Hawks returned simultaneously, and they proceeded to target the remaining structures. The operation continued until around 7 o'clock, and Lu Yu had thoroughly pillaged the entire hospital. extracting all usable talents, instruments, and supplies, save for those devoid of skills and abilities. Yet Lu Yu felt he had been quite fair to them. He had nearly exterminated all the zombies within the hospital, allowing these individuals to depart and forge their own paths to survival. Meanwhile, as he concluded his labors, progress on the Brotherhood's front was also favorable. The main force had successfully taken a community, clearing out the zombies, pillaging supplies, and rescuing survivors, while simultaneously engaging a horde drawn by the gunfire, resulting in a casualty of a dozen or so. The logistics team had gathered numerous vessels, erecting walls and watchtowers at the bridgehead. Come, General Qin, this cup of wine I raise in your honor. Please indulge as you wish. Oh no, I could not possibly accept, came the humble reply. Ah, Mr. Qin, our dear you has always held soldiers in the highest esteem, especially a seasoned general such as yourself who has faced the battlefield against foreign foes. Haha, my wife speaks wisely. In a private room of a hotel, a banquet laden with culinary delights adorned the table, where only 4 individuals sat, Lu Yu and Xiao Mengyun, along with Qin Dihai and his father, Qin Wai. The couple displayed considerable warmth, while Qin Dihai fidgeted uncomfortably, and the elder General Qin maintained a dignified posture, his countenance calm. Throughout the meal, Lu Yu and his wife engaged in conversation, with Qin Dihai responding anxiously, while General Qin remained largely silent. After several rounds of drinks, the elder general sighed, casting a complex gaze upon Lu Yu and Xiao Mengyun, and remarked, "Feel free to inquire about anything. I shall share all that I know." Qin Dihai's expression subtly shifted, as he did not anticipate that his father, who had always been steadfast and principled, would exhibit signs of compromise after remaining resolute throughout their journey. Nonetheless, this revelation allowed him to finally relax, realizing that both he and his father's lives were likely safeguarded. Lu Yu and Xiao Mengyun exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual elation. They had initially believed the old general would be obstinate, yet he seemed to have been easily swayed. Lu Yu then let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "Indeed, the old general is a straightforward man. Now, without further ado, I am prepared to appoint you as our special military advisor and to enlist Mr. Qin into our logistics department. What do you and Mr. Qin think of this proposal?" Qin Dihai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at his father. Upon noticing Qin slowly nodding with his eyes closed, he promptly responded to Lu Yu. "Thank you for your trust. My father and I are willing to accept your offer." Sighing inwardly, Qin reflected on his earlier thoughts while on the plane, pondering the true nature of Lu Yu and his associates, who had managed to acquire a professional military transport helicopter, complete with a pilot. Upon arriving at the Brotherhood, he was utterly astounded. Clad in uniform and wielding standardized weaponry, they not only possessed helicopters, but also artillery and armored vehicles. Although they were still far from the elite forces of the army, they were certainly on par with many second-tier units. He could not fathom how such a formidable military force, certainly not an ordinary civilian organization, had been established right under the nose of the authorities. If it was indeed formed in the aftermath of a disaster, that revelation was even more astonishing. Moreover, their strategic acumen was evident, as they chose to base themselves on Sansha Island, establishing a stronghold in this pivotal location. Their power eclipsed that of the garrison forces within the city, marking them as a formidable entity. Though the old general was a soldier, his extensive military career had endowed him with considerable insight. Following the threads of information at hand, he had begun to surmise Lu Yu and his wife's true intentions in showing such respect toward him and his son. Thus, there were 2 choices, either cooperate or face death. Who would choose death, especially as one ages? The desire to live only intensifies. Just look at the elderly chasing after health supplements. Furthermore, there was his son to consider. Should they both perish, that would truly be the end of their lineage. Very well, Lu Yu clapped his hands, addressing the 2 with fervor. In that case, we shall be like family. Rest assured, as long as the Brotherhood endures, the Qin family shall thrive alongside it. This was not merely a guarantee of wealth and prosperity, but also a veiled threat. Once aboard this ship, there would be no disembarking. Qin Dihai was not naive. He understood the implications. Yet, there was little he could do but nod with a wry smile. No sooner had Lu Yu finished speaking than Xiao Mengyun interjected. "General, having spent a lifetime in the military, you must possess considerable knowledge of the southern theater of the court. Would you kindly share your insights with us? It would greatly enhance our understanding of the military camps and bases surrounding this city." The truth was about to be unveiled. The old man came to a profound realization. Indeed, these 2 individuals harbored intentions akin to his own, seeking to swiftly acquire the military's arsenal amidst the chaos to fortify their power. Yet, given the current circumstances, contemplating the court seemed futile. It was paramount to safeguard his own family first. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I am aware of such matters, including the locations of several colossal armories constructed in the last century. Lu Yu, appreciating the old man's sagacity, gestured for him to continue. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. If the two wished to advance further or navigate the tumultuous future, it would be prudent to establish contact with the military and secure an official standing. The old man harbored a subtle scheme, since they found themselves ensnared. It would be wise to emulate the ancients and advocate for amnesty. This would preclude the possibility of a military crackdown on rebels resulting in the annihilation of both his family and the insurgents, thus avoiding the ignoble label of a criminal. The old man's words unsettled Qin Dihai, who anxiously glanced at Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun were contemplating the very same strategy. Although the zombie plague had erupted, the court remained resilient, akin to a centipede that, though mortally wounded, continued to writhe. The military, despite its injuries, remained the most formidable and terrifying force within the current regime. In times of peace, civil officials wielded power, yet in chaotic times, the military's status soared. Given the military's vastness, even when battered, it stood as the strongest entity within the realm. Integrating into the military, becoming part of its structure, regardless of whether one belonged to a lesser-regarded faction, would yield a plethora of benefits. Not only would one receive logistical support, but the military would also refrain from targeting its own, distinguishing loyal members from rebellious insurgents. Your reasoning is sound. I have entertained similar thoughts. Lu Yu remarked with a smile, easing Qin Dihai's apprehension. The old man's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor as he pressed on, though I have retired. Many soldiers I once trained are presently serving in the Southern Theater. I believe a considerable number of them have survived, and I am willing to facilitate connections for this endeavor. Such a development would indeed be advantageous, Xiao Mingyun interjected, taking Lu Yu's place. However, given the widespread devastation, the surrounding troops are preoccupied with disaster relief. I propose we first assist the beleaguered military camps and bases, thereby establishing a record of merit to present as a token of goodwill during our engagement with the military. Indeed, your perspective is quite valid, Lu Yu feigned agreement. Then turned to the old man. What are your thoughts, General? What can I say? Qin Yi pondered, realizing that the young couple clearly aimed for greater strength, intending to fortify their position before deliberating further. With a metaphorical knife at his throat, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall comply, he conceded. Madam, bring forth the map. Here you go. Xiao Mingyun promptly handed the map and pinned to Lu Yu, having been well prepared. Military bases and troop encampments are not marked on conventional maps, be they physical or digital, save for the specialized military maps used internally. Observing the impressive coordination and preparedness of the two individuals, the elder could only sigh in silence, feeling a renewed sense of resignation before he began to divulge what he knew. Chapter 32. Untitled. On the 8th day after the outbreak of the apocalypse, Lu Yu stepped out of his room in high spirits. Upon rounding the corner, he encountered Xiao Mingyao, whose dark circles betrayed her lack of sleep. Curiously, he inquired, Mingyao, why are you awake so early? Originally, this small villa housed only him and Xiao Mingyun, but due to the girl's insistence on staying together, Mingyun had reluctantly acquiesced. I hardly slept at all last night. Xiao Mingyao puffed her cheeks, looking quite vexed as she glared at Lu Yu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Yu scratched his head and replied, then you should rest early. Oh, if it continues like this every day, I surely won't be able to bear it, she lamented. Before Lu Yu could respond, Mingyao continued, but I don't want to separate from Sister Ryue and the others. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Indeed, a solution did exist. Lu Yu cast a deep glance at her, then shook his head, deciding to move on. Despite his feelings for Mingyao, he had to consider Mingyun's perspective. He could not rush into things and needed to proceed with caution. If only I could join you. That would be the perfect solution, Xiao Mingyao suddenly exclaimed, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. After uttering this, she swiftly retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Leaning against the closed door, Xiao Mingyao's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Her beautiful, large eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Inwardly, she felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation at her bold confession. Lu Yu blinked in astonishment. Is my peach blossom divine body truly this powerful? In less than 2 days, has she succumbed to such depths? He stroked his chin, contemplating that even if he were to burst into her room, she likely would not refuse him. Yet, he ultimately decided against it. The timing was not right. Upon exiting the villa, Lu Yu observed a considerable number of individuals already gathered, having been roused from their slumber. The officers appointed by Xiao Mingyun from the logistics department were preparing to lead them in continuing the unfinished tasks from the previous day, reinforcing the construction of the bridgehead checkpoint. Originally, there were 4,000 auxiliary laborers. After seizing the eastern community the day before, an additional 2,000 had been recruited. At this rate, the number of auxiliary laborers would continue to swell. Consequently, the expansion of the army needed to be expedited. Fortunately, with General Qin, a living map, Lu Yu felt a sense of assurance. He made his way to the outer zone, the military encampment area. The troops had already sounded the wake-up call and were conducting drills within the limited space under the supervision of instructors from the training unit. Lu Yu conducted a thorough inspection and then proceeded to the battle vehicles, visiting the barracks of several aviation battalions. Together with some instructors, he guided the selected soldiers on how to master their equipment, hoping they would soon develop combat readiness. In the following days, he had no intention of continuing the offensive to expand the territory, as soldiers are not automatons. A balance between effort and rest is essential. Even a relentless assault on zombie hordes would lead to fatigue. To expedite the establishment of the logistics department's medical unit and the military hospital, Lu Yu dispatched a group of personnel to board a helicopter in the afternoon, continuing the search for medical supplies and talent. Time flows ceaselessly, and days pass swiftly. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Yu and his helicopter visited all the hospitals on Sanxia Island. By evening, when Xiao Mingyun did not answer the door, Lu Yu immediately grasped the underlying meaning. He arrived at the entrance of Xiao Mingyao's room and gently knocked twice. "Come to my room," Xiao Mingyao said. Her face flushed as she gazed at the man outside, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing, her voice tinged with shyness. "Shoo, keep your voice down and let me in," Lu Yu replied, glancing back as he stealthily slipped inside like a thief. "Oh no, you can't," Xiao Mingyao feigned reluctance. Yet her heart yearned for his presence, overwhelmed with joy. "Quick, close the door." Obediently, Xiao Mingyao gently shut the door and locked it. She looked at Lu Yu and asked coyly, "What exactly do you want in my room?" "What do I want?" "You closed the door and locked it so obediently. Are you not mentally prepared?" This is a rhetorical question. Lu Yu saw through her innocence, but chose not to expose it. Thus, he brazenly declared, "Mingyao, I've been expelled from my home. I have nowhere to stay tonight. Could you perhaps take me in?" The absurdity of his statement was evident. As the esteemed leader of the Iron Brotherhood, governing 2 extensive communities under its rule, how could he possibly lack a place to reside? Yet, the young girl, seemingly lost in her thoughts, nodded sympathetically, saying, "How unfortunate. My sister and Ryue are being too harsh. Don't worry, you can stay here with Mingyao tonight." "But there's only one bed," Lu Yu pointed out. "That's all right. We can share it," Xiao Mingyao replied. "Are you that eager?" Lu Yu felt somewhat speechless, realizing that winning over the young girl seemed surprisingly effortless. After saying this, she suddenly became aware of her own lack of decorum and quickly added, But it's a promise. You mustn't do anything inappropriate. Fear not, I would never engage in wrongdoing. My greatest talent lies in imparting knowledge and assisting others in their transformation. It is a most sacred and righteous endeavor." Lu Yu spoke with an air of righteousness, embodying a sense of altruism and selflessness. As for subsequent events, they would naturally unfold in due course. On the 10th day after the apocalypse had descended, Lu Yu awoke to face consequences. "Don't run. Witness my telekinetic storm. Ice Age. Listen to my explanation." "Oh no, I was wrong. Is that not enough?" With a flurry of activity, Lu Yu found himself in a desperate escape from the villa, his movements frantic and disordered. Once calm returned to the villa, Xiao Mingyun gently grasped Lung Ryue's hand and confided, "I had noticed earlier that this girl harbors feelings for you. It is her choice, and I have no authority to interfere. I remarked that the way she gazes at men seems somewhat peculiar." Lung Ryue suddenly understood, meticulously recalling the subtle hints from the past few days, which now aligned perfectly. "Indeed," Xiao Mingyun continued, "furthermore, her nature is inherently obstinate. Once she has made up her mind, it is unchangeable. Her resolve surpasses even that of little Long, as you well know. Thus, even if I were to intervene, it would be futile. It is better to allow her to bear this burden." "I see." In truth, there was one more thing Xiao Mingyun had yet to express. That is, she had come to understand Lu Yu's character profoundly, perhaps even more so than her own. If Mingyao lacked such extraordinary abilities, the man might have refrained from acting, out of respect for her. Yet, Mingyao possessed those abilities, making it impossible for the man to let her slip away. Simply relying on their connection proved inadequate. The man would not consider it secure. What if Mingyao encountered someone she favored? He would pursue his own agenda, seizing what he believed he could control. Anyone who obstructed him would be viewed as a formidable foe, and any dissent would surely result in a swift and unyielding fallout. Xiao Mingyun pondered that perhaps this arrangement was beneficial, an irrevocable bond with the man, where their fates would intertwine, sharing both fortune and misfortune alike. Chapter 33, Devouring the Core to Gain Strength, Awakening the Spirit Sea and Mental Power. Are you deliberately allowing me some leeway? Very well. Then I shall humbly seek your forgiveness tonight, only to be graciously absolved by your magnanimity, and complete this performance. On a rooftop, Lu Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the vibrant construction unfolding in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Between the cunning fox and the cunning vixen, no secret remains concealed from one another. Meanwhile, Lung Ryue would require time to fathom the intricacies of the situation on her own. As for Xiao Mingyao, the young lady, now a matron, displayed an exuberant cleverness, outshining her brother Xiao Minglong's foolishness, yet falling short of the intellect possessed by Xiao Mingyun. Thus, she would likely remain oblivious. Instead, anxiously joining Xiao Mingyun in facing the evening's challenges. Having such a devoted wife by his side was indeed a stroke of good fortune. He was grateful he had not taken a detour, for he would have surely missed this opportunity. Lu Yu mused to himself before entering a room. With a flourish of his hand, the space filled with an array of zombie cores, some large, akin to a thumb, extracted from the brains of mutated zombies, and others barely the size of a fingernail, taken from ordinary zombies. Previously, Lu Yu had captured more than 200 of Su Lao's subordinates, subjecting them to various experiments. Once their usefulness had waned, they were all executed. The method of execution involved infecting them with the zombie virus, transforming them into zombies, and then examining their brains for cores. This approach not only conserved ammunition but also allowed for resourceful utilization, achieving a commendable balance. Extensive experimentation had demonstrated that human consumption of zombie cores yielded only benefits, with no adverse effects. The consumed zombie crystal cores are rapidly absorbed by the human body, enhancing various physical attributes, such as strength, speed, stamina, and mental acuity. Naturally, the increase in mental attributes is the slowest and least pronounced, perhaps due to the enigmatic nature of mental prowess among human capabilities. Consequently, Lu Yu finally felt a sense of relief and was emboldened to utilize the crystal cores he had amassed, with the military assisting him. His pace in collecting zombie crystal cores was remarkably swift. In addition to those in front of him, many more resided within his spatial ring. Over the course of recent days, he had gathered a staggering number of zombie crystal cores, amounting to tens of thousands. If all ordinary zombies possessed crystal cores, then based on the number of zombies the Brotherhood had hunted in recent days, he could have obtained at least 500,000 cores. Since the court was aware of substantial information regarding mutated zombies, they must also recognize the benefits of consuming zombie crystal cores. Why then had this not been disclosed to the public? As Lu Yu prepared to consume the cores, this thought suddenly struck him. Darn it, what a foolish question. The court must be striving to prevent the emergence of formidable individuals among the populace, or, rather, to delay the growth of their strength. Especially now, amidst the outbreak of the zombie crisis, when various governmental offices were working diligently to consolidate manpower and recruit supernatural beings. The later the public learns of such matters, the more advantageous it is for the court. Lu Yu shifted his perspective and instantly grasped the reasoning. But how can the grand edifice of the court be salvaged in its impending collapse? He chuckled to himself. The wheels of history roll relentlessly forward. No one can halt their progress, and those who attempt to do so will inevitably be crushed mercilessly. Such actions are, at best, akin to placing an infinitesimal pebble in front of the wheels, a futile endeavor. Even if no more worlds were to converge in the future, Lu Yu could already foresee the widespread devastation and chaos that would engulf the land. An era of warlords and fratricidal conflict is destined to arise. The situation here is immutable. One can only ride the tide of the current. Lu Yu swallowed a dozen crystal cores in one gulp, feeling them slide down his throat. Within 3 seconds, he experienced an immediate and profound sensation. The cores within his abdomen began to dissolve, transforming into pure power that surged through his bloodstream, enveloping him in a warm and extraordinarily pleasant embrace. I suddenly feel as if I could strike down 10,000 horses with a single punch. Is this merely an illusion of strength? A consequence of my body not having fully adapted yet? Lu Yu extended his hand and clenched it, feeling the sensation grow increasingly tangible. The reason he did not liken it to a bull is due to the bull's unfortunate fate of becoming a mere unit of measurement. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the changes within his body. After a moment, Lu Yu opened his eyes. It was not entirely illusory. His physical strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement. Then let us continue indulging. Following this, he began to feast heartily. Approximately 3 hours later, Lu Yu had finally consumed all the tens of thousands of crystal cores he had stored, to the point where his taste buds began to resist the flavor of the cores. Correspondingly, he felt an immense and overwhelming power coursing within him. Nearly on the verge of explosion, rising to his feet, Lu Yu gently pressed his finger against the wall. He could swear he exerted no force at all. Yet, with that light touch, his finger pierced through the wall as if it were composed of mere tofu. Thrilled by his newfound strength, he promptly exited the room and ventured onto the street to begin his training. His first focus was strength. Lu Yu targeted a small 2-story building, unleashing all his might. With fists and feet in concert, the structure soon collapsed, bereft of its foundational support. Still unsatisfied, he summoned several vehicles from his spatial ring. A sedan was effortlessly lifted, a van, easily hoisted, and a truck, requiring only a slight exertion to elevate. Next, he turned his attention to speed. Setting up a camera to record himself, he sprinted at full throttle. Reviewing the footage, he found his movements blurred, barely discernible, requiring a significant slowdown to catch a glimpse of his form. Following this, he assessed his neural reactions. This enhancement was a holistic elevation of his entire being, not merely a matter of speed and strength or other attributes. For instance, without a robust physique to support the attribute of strength, his strikes would lead to a catastrophic collapse of his own body. As he continued to evaluate his capabilities, a sudden pain shot through his head, as if his mind had erupted. Yet, this sensation quickly dissipated, revealing to him a novel and unique perspective. He could observe his surroundings in a seamless 365-degree panorama, perceiving details far more intricate than the naked eye could discern. A speck of dust beneath his feet appeared magnified. Crystal clear. It was his mental power. A shiver ran down Lu Yu's spine as realization dawned upon him. He experimented with this newfound mental capacity, discovering that it responded to his will effortlessly. Indeed, mental power operated much like the body's organs. Controlling it posed no challenge. Lu Yu extended his mental reach outward. Through this mental lens, he glimpsed into the neighboring house, observed the deserted street, and even noted the ants busily relocating their abode. He found that he could extend his mental influence up to 50 meters, enveloping everything within a 10-meter radius around himself. Marvelous. Was this not one of the most enigmatic forces within the human body? In novels of cultivation and fantasy, mental power is often referred to as divine consciousness or spiritual awareness. Inspired by these tales, Lu Yu swiftly withdrew his mental energy and attempted introspection. His intuition proved correct. He could indeed explore the innermost workings of his body with this mental prowess. Closing his eyes and immersing himself in focus, he found himself in a vague yet profound realm. This place was indescribable, but instinctively, Lu Yu recognized it as the sea of consciousness, or perhaps the sea of awareness. He surmised that the earlier sensation of his mind exploding was due to the absorption of numerous zombie cores, which had fortified his mental attributes and opened this vast sea of consciousness. A moment of clarity washed over Lu Yu. He continued to explore the depths of the spiritual ocean, where he stumbled upon an ethereal figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. This is my soul. He instinctively recognized this truth. It appeared that this spiritual force, as well as the spiritual ocean itself, enveloped the soul like a cloak, serving as a derivative of the soul. If that were the case, then this zombie crystal core indeed amplified the human body in every aspect, enhancing physical prowess while simultaneously fortifying the soul, which in turn birthed spiritual power. Lu Yu continuously analyzed these revelations, drawing various conclusions from his speculations. Having awakened his spiritual power, it was only logical to conduct a test. After all, didn't the spiritual power in novels have the ability to influence reality? Let me give it a try. After his analysis, Lu Yu conceived a plan. He focused his spiritual energy to move the stones on the ground. The stones were enveloped by his spiritual force, gently floating before him, proving that it was entirely feasible. Indeed, this is spiritual manipulation. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Next, he sought out a larger stone to experiment with. This time, it proved considerably more taxing, as he barely managed to lift it halfway into the air. Thus, Lu Yu began to grasp the extent of his ability to manipulate reality with his spiritual power. Well, perhaps controlling objects to strike others, like my beloved Mengyun, is a bit ambitious. However, condensing this spiritual energy into a projectile to assault someone's mind seems plausible. Let's call it a spiritual impact. That sounds fitting, Lu Yu mused, stroking his chin. Wait, seeking a partner? Indeed, I could consult my beloved Mengyun about this. With this thought, Lu Yu promptly returned to his residence. Upon arriving at the villa, he discovered only Xiao Mingyao, who had transformed from a girl into a young woman, engrossed in a video game. While Xiao Mingyun and Leng Riyue were absent, Lu Yu immediately surmised that the two were likely at work. He hurried to the bridge and, as expected, found them both supervising. What brings you here? Leng Riyue feigned annoyance, her demeanor towards Lu Yu icy, reminiscent of their initial encounters. Stop pretending. Your act is far from convincing. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, turning to Xiao Mingyun. Mingyun, there's an urgent matter. I'll take Mingyao with me tonight to make amends. Huh, did I reveal any flaws? Leng Riyue blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. Xiao Mingyun chuckled softly, glancing at her. You didn't give anything away. He is simply too clever and has already figured it out. Then, with a smile, she turned her gaze back to Lu Yu. All right then, we'll settle the score tonight. Now, what's this urgent matter? Well, I consumed all those crystal cores, and I've become stronger. Lu Yu recounted the situation to the two women. You've grown stronger? To what extent? Leng Riyue inquired, skepticism etched on her face. Just watch. Lu Yu demonstrated what it meant to be faster than lightning. In an instant, he vanished before their eyes, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage for half a second. Lung Ryue was genuinely astonished, her small hand covering her parted lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. See, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Lu Yu blinked and charged back, not even slightly out of breath. Naturally, Xiao Mingyun was delighted to witness her man's growth and strength. However, she teasingly reproached him. You ungrateful soul, did you not consider leaving some for the three of us? Coughing, she added, blame me for it. I'll send the troops out this afternoon to procure some crystal cores. Lu Yu flushed, having genuinely forgotten, as he had instinctively consumed them all. No one holds it against you, she said, casting him a flirtatious glance, before continuing with a smile. Although my psychokinesis is rooted in mental energy, it is still a supernatural ability, and there is a significant difference in its manifestation compared to mere mental power. What do you mean? Lu Yu inquired. His ears perked up, fixated on her explanation. Xiao Mingyun elaborated. When I first awakened my ability, my experience mirrored yours precisely. My mental attributes were enhanced, leading to the emergence of my mental C. The distinction lies in the fact that once my mental energy leaves my body, I can actively alter its characteristics, effectively transforming it into psychokinetic energy. The mental energy converted into psychokinetic energy loses its capacity to invade the minds of others, but becomes more tangible, thus enabling greater interference with reality. For instance, a stream of mental energy can lift a stone, whereas a thread of psychokinetic energy can seize a person. Lu Yu instantly grasped the concept. Her ability functioned as a converter, transforming equal amounts of mental energy into psychokinetic energy, while the quantity remained the same. The effects differed dramatically. A thread of mental energy in a psychokinetic state lost its ability to invade living beings' minds, but significantly enhanced its resilience, strength, and capacity to influence reality. Now it makes sense why your psychokinesis is so formidable. You can effortlessly send dozens of zombies flying, and with full force, you could capture hundreds of them. When your psychokinetic barrier is activated, it is impervious to blades and flames, even capable of fending off my attacks for a while. Previously, Lu Yu had engaged in friendly sparring with the two women. To be fair, without resorting to close combat techniques, the duo, utilizing their supernatural abilities, could nearly match him. Of course, that was when he solely possessed the ability of thunder control. With the addition of metal manipulation, the outcome would surely differ. That's quite unfair. Setting aside the mental invasion and shock capabilities, just the ability to manipulate reality with mental energy, your one thread of mental energy equates to hundreds of others. Lu Yu spread his hands, feeling envious of his wife's versatile ability. Honestly, were she not his beloved, he would certainly covet such a power. It was akin to wielding a hundredfold amplifier. Indeed, cold Liu nodded in agreement from the side. It was evident that she too recognized the strength of Xiao Mingyun's abilities. At least for the moment, Xiao Mingyun possessed a comprehensive array of techniques, including telekinesis, psychokinetic barriers, psychokinetic impacts, and mental binding, rendering her capabilities remarkably well-rounded. Upon witnessing the expressions of the two, Xiao Mingyun rolled her beautiful eyes and said with displeasure, I am merely altering the characteristics of my mental energy. You ability users will, in the future, devour the crystals of the undead to enhance your mental attributes, which is tantamount to possessing an additional method compared to me. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Lu Yu and Lung Ryue exchanged glances, feeling the validity of her statement. So what are you two envious of? Xiao Mingyun remarked, momentarily letting slip some uncharacteristic words. Hee, we are not envious at all. Dream Yun, do not fear, I shall protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I will turn them into a popsicle, especially that certain someone. Lung Ryue quickly laughed and embraced Xiao Mingyun, casting a knowing glance at Lu Yu, her sense of superiority regarding her abilities surging once again. Why are you looking at me? Are you still unconvinced? Hasn't the rivalry of ice and fire already reached its conclusion? The last time, I merely used the electric heat generated by compressing lightning in my palm to break your ice at the lowest temperature. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, Lu Yu brought up the outcome of their previous encounter, to which Lung Ryue retorted, Humph, that was only because your body is so abnormal that it enhanced your abilities. It does not mean that my SSS level power is inferior to yours. If I possessed a physique as robust as yours, I would surely defeat you. Lung Ryue remained obstinate, her only defense being her words. Haha, rest assured, even if you enhance your physical attributes, your abilities still cannot surpass mine. If you don't believe it, we can test it after you consume some crystals. How could frost possibly be stronger than thunder? It is a natural counterbalance. The moment I release electricity, and you unleash ice, you would end up shocking yourself. Lu Yu's arguments were sound, causing Lung Ryue to pout even more. However, she found herself unable to counter his logic and could only cling to Xiao Mingyun, stamping her delicate foot and exclaiming, Dream Yun, look, that obnoxious man is bullying me. With a swift motion, Lu Yu vanished from their sight. Chapter 34. The Guard Corps of Sansha District under Lu Yu's command, after several days of rest and recuperation. The troops, now revitalized, began their assault on the next community. Meanwhile, Lu Yu gathered 2 teams and boarded 2 Black Hawk helicopters, preparing to scour the outer islands for vital supplies. As the helicopters took off and headed towards the outer islands, the pilot in the cockpit suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, it seems there is a large gathering of zombies down that street." Lu Yu took the binoculars offered by a subordinate and began to observe. He discovered not only a significant number of zombies, but also people engaged in a firefight with them. There were many zombies, and it appeared that a considerable number of people were equipped with firearms. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yu issued a command, "Change course and approach to take a look." "Understood," the pilot responded loudly, picking up the communicator to relay, Number two, change course. Change heading." At this time, on Guiping Street east of the stadium, a team was ensnared in the midst of a zombie siege, with both sides locked in fierce combat. The group comprised around 700 to 800 individuals, of which only 400 were armed, all donned in military attire. The remaining individuals were not soldiers. Sheltered in the midst of the formation, the soldiers tasked with protecting this central group were fervently unleashing gunfire upon the encroaching horde of zombies, relentlessly felling them to hold the line. Armored vehicles flanked both the front and rear of the formation, their mounted cannons pouring forth a torrential barrage of ammunition. Although the firepower of this contingent was not insignificant, the sheer volume of zombies besieging them was overwhelming, compounded by the presence of numerous mutated creatures within the relentless tide. Consequently, the formation's line was steadily compressed, with casualties mounting incessantly. "Die! Die!" a soldier shouted, his fingers squeezing the trigger with manic fervor. Lost in a crimson haze of battle. Suddenly, a jet of dark green ichor surged forth, striking the soldier and initiating a rapid dissolution of his form, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. "It's the fat one. Beware of its spittle. Xiao Wu, curse you undead filth." Witnessing a comrade's upper body transform into a skeletal visage in the blink of an eye, the surrounding soldiers' eyes widened in anguish. Yet they could do nothing to reclaim their fallen brother's life. With a sickening thud, a monstrous flea descended from above, pouncing upon a soldier. It scythed like forelimbs piercing his chest, causing his body to convulse before his head lolled to one side. "Squad leader." The eyes of a nearby comrade filled with tears as he redirected his weapon, expending an entire magazine to reduce the beast to a mere sieve. "Help me." A soldier found himself ensnared by the tongue of a mutated zombie, but his quick-thinking comrade drew a machete and severed the appendage, liberating him. "The Green Giant. It's the Green Giant. Target it with the cannon." A soldier spotted several extraordinarily resilient mutated zombies and urgently called for the armored vehicles to shift their focus. "Die." After emptying his weapon, a soldier discarded his gun, channeling his unique abilities to conjure fireballs that rained down upon the undead, igniting them in flames. "What do we do?" "Father, I'm scared. Is this our grave? Hand me a gun. I'll take a few of those monsters with me." Amidst the chaos, the protected crowd erupted in a cacophony of cries, lamentations, and screams, merging into a symphony of despair in this calamity. Observing the despondent throng and the continuous loss of his subordinates, the highest-ranking commander felt his heart bleed. "Hold the line. Brothers, hold the line." He seized a submachine gun and charged to the forefront, shouting with all his might while firing at the advancing zombies. "There is no retreat behind us. We must endure. If we can just hold on, victory will be ours. Captain, watch out." Boom. "Captain, there are zombies that can self-detonate," codenamed bombers. Tragically, one such creature broke through the barrage of fire and knocked the commander down, taking him away from this world. Old Zhong, the deputy commander, who was directing the battle from the rear, felt a surge of dread upon hearing a sound. He swiftly turned around, only to witness the dismembered body of his old comrade being thrown by an explosion, prompting a roar of anguish and rage to escape his lips. "Deputy, are we all destined to perish here today?" he lamented. "With no reinforcements and no retreat, we can only fight to the bitter end. The highest honor of a soldier is to die on the battlefield. If we must die, so be it. The commander has already gone ahead of us. We shall follow suit. What is there to fear? I fear nothing. Yet I refuse to end up like that. How about we help each other out?" He chuckled darkly. "To our fallen brothers on the road to the Yellow Springs, take your time. We shall join you shortly." A helicopter was nearing the battlefield. At the doorway, one individual peered through binoculars, reporting back to the leader behind him. "Brother, it's the Guard Brigade. They are in grave trouble. It won't be long before they are annihilated." "The Guard Brigade? It must be the unit from the Sansha district. We found nothing at their base before. Who would have thought they would be here?" Lu Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. "They may have relocated to hide, intending to evacuate the island today, only to find themselves surrounded by zombies." "Brother, should we proceed?" The pilot's voice came from ahead. "Yes, why not? Fly over and lend them a hand." Lu Yu commanded decisively. He was not a paragon of virtue, nor did he harbor deep patriotic sentiments for the Daxia Empire, which he did not consider his homeland. His only desire was to rescue this doomed unit, much like he had done with Chen Feng and Zhao Yong. Professional soldiers were precisely what he needed at this moment. However, since this was a structured military unit rather than a band of retired mercenaries, winning them over might prove challenging. Yet, where there is a will, there is a way. One must try to know. Deputy, it's a helicopter. A helicopter. As the defensive line of the unit continued to falter, someone spotted 2 Black Hawks and exclaimed with excitement. It's those helicopters that have been flying back and forth over the island. The deputy commander looked up and immediately recognized the aircraft. He and the commander had previously spotted them, but had been cautious, unsure whether these helicopters belonged to their side, and had instructed the troops to remain hidden, refraining from making contact. It's our aircraft. We are saved. Reinforcements are here. At that moment, the rest of the men had no other thoughts. They began to fight with renewed vigor, as the appearance of the helicopters was akin to a lifeline. They understood it might not be useful. The helicopters could not evacuate everyone present, but at least there was hope, was there not? Open fire. Under Lu Yu's command. The pilot swiftly adjusted the helicopter's position, and the M134, affectionately dubbed the minigun, unleashed its fiery wrath upon the horde of zombies. With a staggering rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, and 2 guns in action, they provided immediate and effective support, mowing down the waves of zombies as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Boom, boom, boom. The Hellfire missiles suspended beneath the Black Hawk's short wings began to unleash a relentless barrage, igniting a series of explosive flashes amidst the tide of corpses. Salvation has arrived. Our reinforcements. Hail. Not only do we have the fire god Gatling, but also missiles, inciting an overwhelming cheer from the besieged squadron. However, this merely served to momentarily delay the advance of the undead horde, as the missiles were not inexhaustible and could not halt every approaching zombie. Amidst the exclamations of astonishment, Lu Yu leaped from several dozen meters above. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, shattering the tiles beneath his combat boots. Upon seeing the young man clad in unfamiliar military attire and bearing a stern expression, the deputy commander of the Guard Battalion rushed over. I am He Yun, the deputy commander of the Sansha District Guard Battalion. Thank you for your support. May I ask who you are? Lu Yu had no time for idle chatter. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his extraordinary abilities with all his might. In an instant, everything metallic within a radius of several hundred meters, save for the soldiers' weapons and ammunition, established a unique connection with him, coming under his control. Come. With a commanding shout, the surrounding buildings collapsed, and various metallic objects soared into the sky like a torrent. Indeed, an extraordinary power. My heavens, this scene was truly captivating. Under the astonished gazes of many, the torrent of metallic creations swiftly assembled, transforming into a towering metal giant, resembling the formidable leader Megatron. This foam Megatron was immediately under its master's command, wreaking havoc among the horde of zombies, delivering powerful punches and crushing them underfoot, thus temporarily halting the advance of the undead tide in front of the squad. One more. Lu Yu manipulated Megatron while summoning distant metallic objects again, coalescing them into a massive steel serpent that surged towards the zombie horde at the rear of the squad, ruthlessly trampling through the mass of undead and leaving behind a gruesome slurry of flesh. Is this real? How can such a thing exist? Not only were the citizens sheltered within the squad dumbfounded and gasping in disbelief, but even the soldiers on the periphery of the Guard Battalion were rendered speechless by shock. A metallic giant and a steel serpent. These 2 monstrous creations delivered an unprecedented jolt of astonishment and visual impact, utterly subverting their previous worldview. Yet, Lu Yu realized that despite the destruction wrought by summoned beasts, an even greater number of zombies were converging upon them. An unending tide akin to the waters of the ocean. However, his stamina was finite. Thus, he opted for a different approach. Lu Yu swung his arm fiercely, causing the metal giant and the steel serpent to erupt in a spectacular explosion, transforming into countless droplets of liquid metal. Subsequently, a colossal metallic wall began to rise around him, continuously ascending until it completely isolated the outside world from the besieged area, keeping the zombies at bay while revealing only the sky above. The individuals enclosed within the metallic walls collectively exhaled in relief, their gazes turning towards Lu Yu. At this moment, they gazed upon this man as if he were a celestial being. Who exactly is he? Chapter 35. Conquering the Guard Corps and establishing the 8th Infantry Battalion. Is he a deity? Of course not. He is an extraordinary individual, a being with powers. In a world as it is now, how can one remain oblivious to this? Yet, can such formidable abilities truly exist? This notion is indeed astonishing. Undoubtedly, such power is scarcely distinguishable from that of a divine entity. For the time being, the individuals within the metallic enclosure engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes filled with reverence as they regarded Lu Yu. Their gratitude was palpable. He-yun, with fervor, stepped forward to express his thanks. But the moment his words escaped his lips, Lu Yu raised a hand, signaling him to remain silent. Time is of the essence. I shall ask you only once. Are you willing to join us? Should you choose to accept, I will lead you away. If you decline, I shall not impose. Lu Yu's expression was stern as he surveyed the crowd. The display of his prowess and his unique aura instilled a sense of intimidation in his gaze, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to meet his eyes. Join you? He-yun paused, then his mind raced. To attain the position of deputy captain of the 1st District's Guard Corps, one must be far from foolish. Considering the 2 Black Hawk helicopters that had been circling the island daily and the cannon fire heard days prior, he began to piece together the reality of their situation. Indeed, we have formed a civilian militia, the Iron Brotherhood, for the sake of self-preservation. Lu Yu nodded, adding, let there be no unnecessary words. You face but 2 choices. Join us and embrace a glorious future, or remain here and fend for yourselves. Upon hearing this, He-yun fell into silence. Contemplating the implications of such a stark ultimatum, was this not merely one option? To state outright that those who did not join would be left to face the zombies alone. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Guard Corps nearby fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances laden with unspoken thoughts. In contrast, the civilians they had been protecting exhibited no such hesitation, eagerly voicing their desires. I wish to join you. I want to be part of the Iron Brotherhood. Sir, please summon the aircraft from the sky to take me aboard. Sir, if you are willing to take me, I am prepared to devote myself to you. I am fair-skinned and beautiful, with ample bosom and long legs. Wife, what are you saying? These individuals bore no psychological burdens. Lu Yu was not a member of the military or an official entity. He represented a civilian organization, which merely surprised them momentarily. They were simply eager to preserve their lives by any means necessary. He-yun and his soldiers were not like the civilians. They had remained hidden within the gymnasium. And as the situation grew increasingly dire, they had no choice but to take a risk in seeking retreat to a safe zone. As they were bound by orders from their superiors and belonged to a regular military structure under the Guard Corps, the government had not yet met its end. How could a little-known civilian organization dare to express a desire to recruit them? Such a notion seemed utterly fanciful and difficult to accept in the past. To hear such words would have elicited either laughter or skepticism regarding the speaker's sanity. The current reality is astonishing. The regular army is on the verge of annihilation and must rely on civilian organizations for salvation. If they refuse this condition, they face certain death, let alone the prospect of retreating to a safe zone to report back to their superiors. Moreover, these organizations have indeed saved them, providing a lifeline. Admittedly, this is a psychological hurdle to overcome. However, when faced with the specter of death, concerns about pride become trivial. Yet, the pressing issue remains. By joining them, one could euphemistically call it a pragmatic decision, but less charitably, it amounts to capitulation, a betrayal of the military and the court. Surviving in the present raises questions about the future. If the court and the military were to learn of this, would they not seek retribution? A scapegoat would be needed. And what better than a group of traitors to serve as a cautionary example for all to witness the fate that befalls those who defy the throne in such dire circumstances? What are your thoughts on this? Lu Yu was resolute about incorporating this guard unit. Their addition would bolster his ranks with elite regular troops, significantly alleviating the workload of the instructors in his training team. More importantly, this aligns with the pacification strategy that Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun have meticulously devised. Integrating into the military framework would facilitate the realization of this objective. He-yun instinctively wanted to refuse. Despite his loyalty to the court, it was not unwavering. He simply held little faith in Lu Yu's organization, believing that a glorious demise was preferable to being exterminated by the military and leaving behind a legacy of infamy. Yet, when he turned back to face the eager eyes of his comrades, he understood their unspoken sentiments. Who in their right mind would choose death over survival? He clenched his fists, reiterating the 2 words in his mind. An intense inner struggle ensued, plunging him into a painful dilemma. The relentless moans of the zombies outside the steel barricades filled the air, accompanied by the chilling sound of claws striking metal, a truly terrifying cacophony. You have 1 final minute to deliberate, Lu Yu declared, glancing at his watch before gesturing to the sky, signaling for the Black Hawk to descend and evacuate the civilians willing to labor for the Brotherhood. He-yun gritted his teeth and reiterated his decision for the 3rd time. They are your soldiers. They are your brethren. While you may choose to forsake your life, you have no right to drag them into death alongside you. As this thought crystallized in his mind, He-yun finally reached a resolution, whispering, I am willing to join you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He could discern a palpable sigh of relief from many. Excellent, Captain He. Welcome to our Iron Brotherhood. I assure you and your men will never regret this decision, and I will treat you all with equal respect. Observing the momentary sag of the previously upright major, Lu Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and offered a few comforting words. How shall I address you? As matters stand, there is no turning back. He-yun, with a bitter smile, turned to Lu Yu, curious about the role this individual plays within the Iron Brotherhood. My name is Lu Yu, he introduced himself. He-yun's prudent choice brought Lu Yu great delight, prompting him to jest. I have numerous titles. President Lu? Chairman? Boss? Commander? You may choose as you wish. Though I typically prefer to be called Big Brother, then I shall refer to you as Commander, He-yun replied, somewhat awkwardly. He began to realize that this man might have some experience in the underworld. However, it felt quite strange for a soldier, who had always held disdain for such organizations, to address someone as Big Brother. There's no need to be nervous, Lu Yu laughed heartily. Then, with hands clasped behind his back, he spoke reflectively. I too have called others Commander and led many soldiers who referred to me as such. I harbor no aversion to it. In fact, I rather enjoy it. These words illuminated He-yun's perspective. If Lu Yu was knowledgeable, that would indeed be a boon. The true concern lay in the possibility that the so-called Iron Brotherhood was composed of individuals lacking expertise, leading to a bleak future devoid of prospects. Furthermore, it was time for a more formal approach. Without proper structure, one could never rise to prominence, and such a path would be unsustainable. Lu Yu gestured towards his own organization, contemplating the necessity for increasing formalization in the future. He then turned his gaze towards the guard soldiers, softly addressing He-yun. He-yun, Commander. He-yun had already embraced his role. Upon hearing the call, he straightened his posture and saluted the younger man, his expression gradually hardening with resolve. These are indeed fine soldiers, Lu Yu reflected sincerely as he observed the guards. Could they be anything less? Even in this parallel world, the ruling court lacked convictions. Yet, the historical lineage from the Tang, Yu, Xia, Shang, Zhou to the end of the Ming dynasty remains unbroken, sharing the same ancestors and civilization. The exemplary qualities inherent in the sons of the various Xia ethnicities are unchanged. For instance, most of these soldiers had just sought He-yun's agreement on a request. Yet not a single one spoke up until he did. Lu Yu sensed that should He-yun refuse, these soldiers would follow him into battle without hesitation. Indeed, Commander. Each of them is exemplary, every single one. He-yun's gaze shifted to his own soldiers, particularly those who had already fallen, his eyes welling with tears. Let us move forward. Our future path is still long. Once you come with me, you will comprehend the situation, and many of your concerns will dissipate. As afternoon arrived, after numerous helicopter trips, all those trapped were finally transported to the Brotherhood's stronghold. Upon witnessing the formidable and robust forces of the Brotherhood, He-yun comprehended the true meaning behind Lu Yu's earlier words. His heart was filled with both astonishment and reassurance. He was astonished by the immense strength of the Iron Brotherhood, realizing that perhaps his future fate would not be as dire as he had imagined. The reassurance stemmed from Lu Yu's conversation, which had unveiled some ideas of reconciliation, dispelling his concerns and igniting a newfound motivation to work diligently. This was indeed a substantial gain. Having rescued over 300 ordinary individuals, those with extraordinary abilities were meticulously selected and formally integrated into the Brotherhood, while the remainder were categorized as auxiliary personnel. Originally a battalion of 400 guards, only around 300 remained post-conflict, each armed and accompanied by 5 armored vehicles. Lu Yu divided this force into 2. He retained 30 personnel for He-yun as a foundation and selected 270 from the auxiliary members to establish the 8th Infantry Battalion, appointing him as the battalion commander. The remaining individuals were dispersed among various battalions to serve as core members. The 5 armored vehicles, naturally, were allocated to the armored unit. On that afternoon, while Lu Yu was occupied, the progress of his troops was remarkably smooth. Under the command of Xiao Mingyun, they cleared and occupied a community, thus expanding their secure territory and rescuing over 1,500 survivors, acquiring substantial supplies. By evening, Lu Yu calculated that, including soldiers, the Brotherhood members under his command numbered 5,000, with 8,000 auxiliary members constituting the labor force. Was this not an army exceeding 10,000? What are you laughing at? Silence. The cold voice of Yu Lu interrupted his moment of amusement. Xiao Mingyao, also standing with her head bowed in punishment, pleaded, Sister, Yu Lu, I was wrong. Xiao Mingyun raised an eyebrow, feigning a stern expression as she inquired, what exactly was your mistake? Xiao Mingyao replied candidly, everything was a mistake. Then will you dare to act on your own accord again? I won't. From now on, I will always consult with you first. Only with your approval will I dare to proceed. Oh, so, does that mean you no longer need to consult me? No, I still need to consult you. Yu Lu, that's more like it, Mingyun said, observing Xiao Mingyao's earnest attitude. Let us consider this matter resolved. After all, it has already occurred, and no amount of anger will change that. Yes, yes, anger is harmful to the body. Sister, please forgive me. Sighing, Lu Yu, though keeping his head down, was secretly entertained by the spectacle unfolding before him, observing Xiao Mengyao's bewildered demeanor as she complied obediently. Naturally, he appreciated the stability of the team, which was why he willingly participated in this charade. Chapter 36. Journey to the Fallen Military Camp. Encounter with flying mutant beasts on the 11th day following the outbreak of the apocalypse at a certain military camp. Urgency filled the air. Here. We need to deploy forces for defense. The zombies converging from the northeast have surpassed 100,000. We are directly in their path. We must support Commander Chun to the east. If we do not address the resurrected zombie lord there, we may face catastrophic consequences in the future. Yet we are severely limited in ammunition and personnel. We have no surplus to send for support. Our intentions are noble, yet our hands are tied. In my opinion, we should focus on our own defenses and not concern ourselves with others' troubles. Alas, if we cannot reclaim the lines of Shunin, Dingyao, and Milan, we will be unable to establish a westward route, leading to our eventual entrapment and dire circumstances. I understand. Please draft a report for me, which I will subsequently present to the commander. What is going on? Why have only a few hundred extraordinary individuals chosen to enlist? What? They are reluctant to leave their homes and join the military? Such a pitiful excuse. It seems that the current turmoil has led these obstinate citizens to harbor unwarranted thoughts. The recent annihilation of that foolish alliance of extraordinary beings serves as a prime example. Therefore, convey to them that should they continue to hesitate, we will be compelled to initiate a mandatory conscription order. If it reaches that point and they still resist enlistment, we need not elaborate on the consequences. Within the command center, the atmosphere buzzes with activity. Everyone is engrossed in their tasks. Some are engaged in simulations at the war table, others are conversing on the phone, while a few hastily enter and exit the room. A man, bearing the rank of Major General, stands silently before a wall, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the immense map that adorns it, his expression pensive and mute. Suddenly, a bespectacled colonel approaches, offering a quiet greeting. Noting the Major General's silence, the colonel continues in a hushed tone. The aircraft dispatched to retrieve General Qin has not only failed to return, but has also lost contact. At these words, the Major General's demeanor subtly shifts, a flicker of sorrow evident in his eyes. Alas, he sighs, it appears to be fate. Dear old commander, do not hold it against me for my lack of compassion. I do not intend to be ungrateful. The commander's concern for past camaraderie, even amidst such dire circumstances, is commendable. The colonel, momentarily pausing, proposes, shall we dispatch additional aircraft, perhaps with more personnel and equipped with missiles, to safeguard against unforeseen events? The Major General slowly shakes his head and closes his eyes. I cannot exploit the authority granted to me by the military, nor can I ask my comrades to risk their lives for my personal matters. That would be utterly improper. Moreover, we are quite far from Huadu, and the journey is fraught with peril. If this attempt fails, can we guarantee success in future endeavors? The colonel nods in agreement, responding meticulously, indeed. The uncertainties and dangers of the journey are unpredictable. For instance, this time, the aircraft may very well encounter airborne mutated zombies within Huadu's territory. The previous devastation suffered by the aviation regiment serves as a cautionary tale. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. The Major General interjects, gesturing dismissively. He then turns to address the bustling personnel, stating in a grave tone, summon all battalion level and higher personnel without assignments to the conference room for an important announcement. Yes, Commander. In Huadu, cries for help resonate. Help. Help. Here. There are survivors. Come save me. I'm here. As two helicopters soar overhead, many survivors, filled with elation, risk attracting the attention of zombies to wave desperately for assistance. Don't go. Don't leave. There are still people here. Damn it. Frustration mounts as the survivors, realizing the helicopters show no intention of responding to their pleas, break into a chorus of curses. Since you refuse to save me, then let me perish. Some, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, fire their weapons acquired from the black market into the sky. Though futile, it serves as an outlet for their pent-up rage. Let's treat him to a taste of hellfire. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yu observed this scene, tilting his head before issuing an order to the pilot. Brother, is it worth it? The pilot hesitated, feeling a pang of regret. Even selling that fool below 100 times would not equate to the value of a single missile. Regardless of its worth, I refuse to indulge his bad habits, Lu Yu replied coldly. Very well. Since the boss has spoken, how could a subordinate disobey? Besides, launching a grand firework display could be a feast for the eyes, a tribute to this strike. With the press of a button, a missile was launched from beneath the wing. Damn, don't let me catch you again. The man atop the building emptied his magazine, finally diffusing some of his anger. Yet, the next moment, his fierce expression transformed into one of terror as a missile loomed larger in his sight. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the rooftop, the sound echoing all around. The provocateur was now nothing but ashes. Inside the cabin, Zhang Wei lowered his binoculars and laughed heartily. Huh? Look who's so smug now. This is the fate of those who flaunt themselves. He'd best remember this in his next life. Yu Yang leaned against the cabin wall, crossing his arms with a cold smirk. How long until we arrive? Lu Yu inquired of Zhao Yong beside him. Zhao Yong glanced at his arm, quickly calculating the time before responding. According to the estimated time, we should reach the coordinates within 20 minutes. Excellent. Notify me upon arrival, Lu Yu said, reclining and closing his eyes. Ever since the Brotherhood established a secure base and began to expand outward, the territory, resources, and population under his command have been growing daily. However, as the area of occupied territory increases, so does the necessity for a corresponding increase in forces encircling it. Once the zombies on Sansha Island are completely eradicated, perhaps fewer troops will be needed, merely defending 2 bridges would suffice. But that is not the case for now, and having soldiers without firearms is untenable. One cannot rely solely on cold weapons. In fact, they have already begun utilizing them. Xiao Mingyun, in charge of governance, has diligently organized the logistics department, ensuring that anyone capable can officially join the Brotherhood. Several short video creators, focused on forging cold weapons and armor, have been assigned this task, producing numerous large blades and spears, and selecting many to be armed. This cold weaponry battalion serves as a reserve force for the regular army, training daily like standard soldiers, ready to demonstrate their strength in critical moments, and will be swiftly equipped and integrated into the regular army upon receiving firearms. In summary, Lu Yu's faction is in dire need of an extensive arsenal. Thus, after pillaging the island's police stations and hospitals, he altered his plan to raid the police stations, hospitals, military academies, and docks in the urban areas beyond the island and directly set off towards the coordinates provided by General Qin. Yet, just as they exited the urban area and flew over the outskirts, trouble arose. A dense mass of dark clouds drifted across the sky, pursuing a large shadow. The flight paths of both entities intersected with the trajectory of the 2 helicopters piloted by Lu Yu and his companions. What on earth is that? Goodness! What a colossal eagle! What are those birds behind it? Quickly evade. The trio of Yu Yang, Zhang Wei, and Xiao Minglong, who had clamored to join the mission, were taken aback. Brother, it's a mutated beast. Seeing Lu Yu glance out the cabin door, Zhao Yong anxiously interjected. I see it, how rare. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes but did not command a change in course. Reflecting on the words of the world will, he recalled, the heavens tremble, realms intertwine. The world will bestows primal power upon all beings, granting them the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities. Indeed, this encompasses not only humanity. Flora, fauna, insects, and beasts alike are granted such opportunities. However, their chances of awakening are far inferior to that of humans, while humans possess a 1 in 10 chance. The odds for other beings are even lower. Moreover, among the awakened humans, most acquire only rudimentary powers, akin to slight enhancements, rendering their combat prowess no greater than that of ordinary folk. The same holds true for mutated beasts. In recent days, Lu Yu and his comrades had encountered numerous mutated creatures within the city, mutated cats, dogs, cockroaches, ants, rats, snakes, and more, in considerable numbers. Yet, they were all rather feeble. Their intelligence remaining low, ordinary humans could still handle them, as they always had. There were formidable exceptions, such as cockroaches the size of small dogs and cats as large as tigers, and dogs resembling a lion-tiger hybrid, though such specimens were exceedingly rare. Lu Yu had previously speculated that perhaps these mutated beasts required time to mature, or perhaps the creatures in and around the city were inherently weak, with the truly formidable ones residing in the mountains or seas. Brother, while that giant may not pose a threat, there are many smaller ones. As the 2 types of mutated beasts drew nearer, Zhao Yong felt a chill run down his spine and could not resist urging further. Hover above, directly facing them. Yes. Little Wei, put on a show. Haha, just watch me, brother. Zhang Wei steadied himself, opened his mouth, and unleashed flames at the approaching mutated beasts. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing cries of various birds. The eagle, as large as a helicopter, that was being pursued was engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground. The smaller birds, each the size of a basin, that had been chasing the eagle, also met a dire fate. Their cloud formation ignited, and a significant portion was consumed by fire, scattering the rest in panic. How splendid it is to breathe fire. Not only is it effective against zombies, but it also proves formidable against flying mutated beasts. Witnessing such an outcome, Yu Yang could not help but express a hint of envy. Although his bloodthirsty berserker ability was classified as A-grade, it enhanced individual combat prowess, rendering it less effective than Zhang Wei's B-grade ability in scenarios requiring area attacks. Hehe, do not envy me. I am merely a legend. Zhang Wei placed his hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Ah, Xiao Wei has performed admirably. Lu Yu nodded and was about to command the aircraft to continue its journey when he suddenly noticed the fleeing mutated birds, each one returning to attack the two helicopters with vengeance. What on earth is this? Wei Shun, unleash your flames. These creatures have scattered from all directions, and I seem unable to handle them. Why are you all in a panic? I am here as well, faced with hundreds, if not thousands, of vengeful birds. Lu Yu showed them no mercy. His extraordinary ability, thunder mastery, had grown stronger alongside his physical prowess. Now, he could wield the power of lightning within a radius of several hundred meters in all directions around him. Our previous predictions were indeed correct. As mutated beasts evolve, their intelligence increases, and these little creatures have learned to disperse to evade flames and then launch a coordinated attack. Humanity's future now faces even greater uncertainties. As his words fell, the sky erupted with a dazzling display of lightning. It was as if a colossal net of thunder enveloped a vast expanse of the heavens. Apart from the two helicopters, everything else was ravaged by the storm. Being scorched by flames is unpleasant, and the agony of electric shocks is no less so. With just one strike, the mutated birds plummeted from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, the once scattered shadows that adorned the sky vanished entirely. The mutated beasts lacked crystal cores, a phenomenon seemingly unique to the world of the undead. Thus, Lu Yu and his companions did not linger to collect the bodies, which were merely remnants of roasted flesh, but hastened toward their designated coordinates. Chapter 37, Mastering the Iron Dragon, Ascending the Tower of Iron. A power as majestic as the divine. We have arrived. This is the military encampment. The two helicopters hovered in the sky, and everyone inside directed their gazes downward. Below, a mass of humanity swarmed, shadows drifting amidst an overwhelming horde of zombies. At first glance, it would surely send shivers down anyone's spine. This is the headquarters of the 39th Group Army under the Southern Theater Command, guarded by two combined arms divisions, designated as the 17245 and 17,322 units. The sprawling warehouses, adjacent buildings, slogans on the walls, and vast training grounds painted a picture of a once thriving military base. Gazing upon this fallen military camp, Lu Yu's eyes burned with intensity. Indeed, it was said that these two divisions had undergone reorganization in recent years. Unlike the previous infantry divisions, they belonged to a new type of mechanized infantry division and were considered elite forces within the Southern Theater Command. Zhao Yong also expressed his sentiments. During my service, I had heard of their designation, yet I never knew their location. Who would have imagined that I would encounter them in such a manner today? Zhang Wei pointed into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, "What on earth are those tanks? They must be worth a fortune." Yu Yang picked up his binoculars to take a look. Indeed, they are worth a considerable sum, and those fighter jets as well. My goodness, look at the two of you. Can this truly be measured in monetary value? Xiao Minglong scoffed at the two of them, then turned his attention to Lu Yu, exclaiming, "This is my brother-in-law's grand endeavor. It represents the future of our steel brotherhood." The atmosphere instantly elevated. However, his audacious bid for the title of chief sycophant irked Zhang Wei, who retorted, "Is that all you can do? These are military behemoths." Lu Yu nodded and promptly issued a command. "First, head to the airport and relocate all those fighter jets." Understood. Two helicopters immediately sprang into action, soaring toward the airport. The whirring of the rotors attracted a multitude of zombies gathering below. Upon witnessing the helicopter's departure, they began to pursue. Suddenly, Lu Yu spotted a leaping zombie preparing to ascend into the sky. With a cold glance, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that reduced it to ashes. More zombies sprang up, eager to partake in the airborne feast. "Ascend higher," Lu Yu bellowed, aware that the zombies could evolve, and their abilities varied greatly. He must avoid collisions at all costs. As he commanded, he continuously employed his Thunder God skill, releasing crackling bolts of lightning. Yes, the pilots, startled by the mutated zombies, elevated the helicopters, evading the leaps of the pursuing creatures. "Stay put, I will descend myself." Lu Yu leaped from the aircraft, akin to a gourmand rushing towards a sumptuous feast, salivating at the sight of the warplanes quietly stationed at the airport. "Haha, all mine, all mine. I am about to strike it rich." After melting the brains of several zombies in his path, he began to frantically collect fighter jets, bombers, transport planes, training aircraft. Regardless of type, he stashed them all in his spatial ring. Who could truly articulate the sensation of such a moment? Certainly, none other than the legendary Li Yunlong, who once captured the cavalry battalion in Wanjiazhen. Indeed, this was a treasure trove. Lu Yu was elated, reflecting on his previous scavenging at the hospital, where the acquisition of the retired General Qin had proved to be his most lucrative endeavor to date. Consider a military base. What of the others? Let us not even delve into the distant past. Let's focus on the present. How crucial is air superiority in modern warfare? It is vital enough to have transformed historical combat paradigms. So significant that the king of war, artillery, must retreat at the first sign of enemy aircraft. For to engage would be folly. With fighter jets, one can conduct carpet bombings. With fighter jets, one can exert strategic deterrence. With fighter jets, one can execute surgical precision strikes. Regardless of whether Liu Yu had pilots, his priority was to gather these treasures. With such assets, he would be free to pursue any ambition. Yet, during this endeavor, he discovered that some aircraft were damaged, their zombified pilots revealing the reasons within the cockpits. Even the broken ones will do, they can be salvaged for parts. Liu Yu continued his grand scavenging, rapidly depleting the number of warplanes at the airport. Are they one of us? A soldier, concealed behind a distant window, suppressed his excitement as he observed the unfolding scene. After careful observation, another soldier remarked, "It is unlikely. If they were comrades who had already broken through and established a foothold, they would undoubtedly come here instead of heading to the airport. As we have already reported our position, perhaps it is the brother units searching for survivors?" Another soldier suggested. That could be the case. It seems reasonable. The rest of the soldiers nodded in agreement, finding this explanation most plausible. One soldier frowned and said, "We cannot let them linger like this. If they cannot find anyone and assume our unit has no survivors, they will leave. But you know how terrifying that creature is. If we make any noise, it will locate us. Haven't the previous experiences of our brothers taught us enough?" A comrade shook his head, fear flickering in his eyes. "Damn it. These mutated zombies are truly troublesome. If only we could rush to the ammunition depot, I would gladly fight it for 10 days and nights until I drop." Who could argue with that? At this moment, the only option was to pull back the curtains and attempt to signal their presence. "Hurry. Wait, look. The zombies are starting to gather. It's that monster. It's beginning to mobilize its troops. Brother, zombies are converging from all directions." The mutated zombies congregated with other mutated zombies, while the ordinary zombies grouped with their kind, displaying an unsettling organization akin to that of an army. "We need to lower our height. You must come up quickly." Zhao Yang's anxious voice echoed through the walkie-talkie. "I understand, but there's no need. Just observe." Liu Yu replied, grasping the device before twisting his neck and muttering to himself, "I haven't finished collecting my treasures yet, and you come to disrupt my enthusiasm." Casting his gaze upon the surging tide of zombies rushing towards him, a thought struck him. Could it be a commanding type of zombie? Perhaps that was a possibility. In the next moment, he ceased his musings, extending his hands to grasp at the ground, sensing and controlling the metal concealed beneath the concrete floor. With a roar, the ground split open, the earth heaving. The previously solid airport surface was easily torn apart. Metal pipes, metallic foundations, and countless steel reinforcements surged upwards in a whirlwind of metal, swirling in midair. Simultaneously, many pieces of scrap metal and steel that Liu Yu had previously stored in his spatial ring were released, joining the metallic tempest. "Here, I am the sovereign." Gazing at the zombies, Liu Yu raised his hands, and a massive metal plate emerged beneath him, lifting him into the air. In that moment, amidst the storm of metal in the sky, he appeared as a majestic deity commanding the tempest. "Go!" With a fierce wave of his hand. The torrent of metal surged downwards like a torrential flood, mercilessly crashing into the horde of corpses, instantly engulfing and overwhelming a large number of zombies. "You're the commanding little brother, aren't you? Dare you let me see you?" With another wave of his hand, the metallic storm split once more, like a colossal cutting machine, grinding vast swathes of zombies into bloody pulp. In the camp, the surviving soldiers, hidden in the shadows, erupted into exclamations of disbelief at the spectacle before them. Who was he? An extraordinary being, but how could such a formidable power exist? Previously, the strongest among them, Shaoan, had never approached such heights. He had perished, overwhelmed by mutated zombies, unable to even touch the periphery of this strength. Had Shaoan possessed such prowess, they would have long since escaped together. To unleash abilities to this extent, one must possess an extraordinary physique and boundless stamina. Could he have consumed a myriad of zombie cores? Even 100,000 would scarcely suffice. The surviving soldiers were collectively stirred with excitement. The display of divine strength. Was this within the realm of human capability? Yet, setting that aside, the mere existence of this individual signified their salvation. They needed to make their presence known. Quickly, step forward and shout. Use the loudspeakers. But wouldn't that reveal their position? Reveal? That creature must be terrified. It likely has no time for us. Call for help. In that instant, the soldiers within the camp seized the opportunity, employing various means to attract Liu Yu's attention. Excellent. I knew there would be survivors. They must have been hiding. This is far more effective than mere pretense, Liu Yu thought, elated. What was the purpose of his relentless combat against the seemingly endless horde of zombies, expending energy to exhibit his powers? It was for these surviving soldiers. Finding even one was akin to discovering treasure. If any could operate missile systems, pilot armored vehicles, or fly aircraft, it would be nothing short of perfect. My brother is truly remarkable. Of course, the reason we call him brother is precisely because of his prowess. I heard that consuming zombie cores can enhance one's strength. We too shall have our day. Indeed, I eagerly await the moment I can transform my title from great god to fire god. Get lost. I'm still the war god. Despite their subordinates in the helicopters having witnessed Lu Yu's terrifying fury on multiple occasions, each time was still met with awe. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yu manifested his abilities, coalescing countless metallic constructs into a colossal steel dragon, reminiscent of a mythical sea serpent. He stood atop the dragon's head, arms crossed over his chest. Though beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his expression remained unrestrained. The winds above tousled his hair, causing his cloak to billow dramatically. Soon, the steel dragon arrived before a building, its head gently hovering by a first-floor window. Soldiers, what are you waiting for? If you wish to survive, ascend with your comrades. The soldiers at the window, stunned into silence, quickly regained their senses at his commanding voice and scrambled to climb onto the dragon's head. Secure yourselves, we shall continue our rescue. Thus, the magnificent steel dragon soared through the skies, rescuing one group of surviving soldiers after another, leaving the zombies utterly powerless. Ultimately, before dusk fell, all surviving soldiers were gathered together in safety. Having recovered his strength, Lu Yu led them to a football field within the camp, where he unleashed his extraordinary powers, conjuring a towering iron structure soaring to a height of 100 meters. In Chapter 38, gentle spring rain, silent nurturing, winning hearts, subduing soldiers, charisma at its peak. If, in the past, someone had told these soldiers that deities existed in this world, they would have scoffed, and the more irascible among them might have even hurled a few expletives at the speaker. Yet now, belief had taken root in their hearts. Though everyone understood it to be the work of a superhuman, there existed a distinction between the strong and the weak among them. This was a realm only accessible to the gods of abilities. Gazing at the solid metallic platform beneath their feet and the panoramic sky beyond the fence, who could dare to deny it? As the sound of swallowed saliva echoed, two Black Hawk helicopters landed gracefully atop the colossal tower. Brother, you are truly magnificent. Not just magnificent, but utterly remarkable, simply astonishing, invincible. Yu Yang and his companions emerged from the helicopter, showering Lu Yu with unabashed praise. Lu Yu smiled faintly, accustomed to the flattery from his subordinates. There was no escaping it. His prowess demanded such admiration. I say, you shall respond, but refrain from unnecessary chatter. Lu Yu addressed the still-dazed soldiers. A quick mental tally revealed a considerable number, approximately 800 or 900, nearing 1,000. If you understand, nod your heads. At his command, a multitude of soldiers instinctively acquiesced with nods. Before such a formidable superhuman, no one dared to be indifferent, no one could remain unperturbed. Especially those who had witnessed his cataclysmic power. Zhang Wei and his cohorts stood behind Lu Yu, gazing at the soldiers with expressions of pride upon their faces. They struck poses, attempting to project an aura of authority. Excellent, Lu Yu began. We are a civilian organization, the Steel Brotherhood, and I am the leader of this brotherhood. My purpose here is twofold, to secure the equipment and to rescue those willing to join me. He paused, scanning the faces of nearly 1,000 soldiers. Who among you wishes to join the Steel Brotherhood and stand with me from this day forth? After his question, silence reigned, as anticipated. The soldiers exchanged glances. Some furrowed their brows, others appeared intrigued, while some wore expressions of hesitation. In any case, each soldier exhibited a unique demeanor. Yet a majority showed a willingness to join the Steel Brotherhood. Noticing the lack of response, Lu Yu continued, I consider myself a rather open-minded individual. Whether you choose to join or not, I shall not impose undue difficulties upon you. Not impose undue difficulties? This implied that challenges would still arise. The soldiers in attendance felt a jolt of realization. Simultaneously, I am quite a selfish person. I do not wish to assist those who do not concern me. I trust you understand my meaning? This was a blatant threat. Anyone with a functioning mind could discern it. In any case, if one does not join, there is no need for further discussion regarding the next match. One can discern the means employed by this individual, who just fashioned metallic coffins for countless zombies. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, a military officer adorned with the rank of colonel. He possessed pronounced brows and large eyes, with a square face and broad nose, projecting a robust demeanor that suggested a resolute character. As he stepped forward and spoke, many behind him displayed expressions of delight. At last, we have a leader to rally behind. However, some individuals appeared taken aback. It was unexpected that this imposing figure, seemingly in his 30s, held the rank of colonel. Lu Yu regarded him with a sense of intrigue and inquired with a smile. Very well. What is your name and what was your previous station? Zhou Qingdong. Courtesy named Tyran, staff officer at the command of the 39th Army Group. The officer stood tall and answered Lu Yu's question. Oh, you possess a courtesy name. Lu Yu found himself intrigued by this individual. The most significant distinction between this world and the one Lu Yu hailed from prior to his journey lies in the divergent historical paths taken during the late Ming dynasty. After the Qing army entered the pass, they did not solidify their rule, but were instead overthrown. This led to a series of subsequent differences. For instance, despite having transitioned into a modern society, many cultural customs have been preserved and continue to thrive. The populace still cherishes traditional Han clothing, and conversations often retain an air of classical Chinese, utilizing traditional characters and naming conventions. Naturally, ordinary families now regard such matters with less concern. It is primarily those from scholarly lineages and the aristocracy who continue the practice of naming with courtesy names, as well as those who, upon achieving wealth, indulge in cultural elegance. Given this man's courtesy name, along with his military rank and age, it is reasonable to surmise that he hails from a well-to-do background. As the ancients said, names reflect one's true essence, and courtesy names express virtue. Qingdong symbolizes the mainstay of a household, suggesting stability and resilience in both family and state, and an inherent calmness. Lu Yu, having perused many texts in the past, occasionally indulged in an affinity for elegance, relishing the opportunity to display a touch of sophistication, as he did at this moment. Indeed, a splendid name, and a remarkable courtesy name. You speak the truth. Zhou Qingdong replied with a smile. Since you are willing to join us, it is indeed a fortuitous development, and I extend my warmest welcome. Lu Yu concluded his conversation with him and turned to the others. What say you, brothers? I, too, wish to join the Iron Brotherhood. Count me in. The army has faltered. What do I have left to fear? I, Zhang Dmiao, shall join the Iron Brotherhood. Indeed, our commander has fallen. I believe he would understand our decision. Once the first individual stepped forward, the momentum naturally built. The soldiers eagerly raised their hands, vociferously expressing their desire to become part of the Brotherhood. It is essential to note that this is not akin to joining the National Revolutionary Army in 1949. Such a comparison is unfathomable. With such an impressive leader at the helm, the prospects for the so-called Brotherhood are already promising. Some went so far as to assert, after all, as soldiers, we are merely here to receive our rations. It matters not who we serve. And aligning ourselves with this formidable figure may not be a misstep. Indeed, if it is for the sake of the common people, I find myself somewhat motivated. Yet, to speak of serving the royal family and those affluent nobles, I would rather not devote a single day of my life to their service. Humph, when calamity first struck, those quick to react fled without hesitation. One cannot blame them, for anyone in their position would have done the same. However, it has been many days since. And where are they now to rescue their brothers? Clearly, they have abandoned us. Indeed, we have been forsaken, left to our own devices. Now that someone has come to our aid, we must learn to appreciate and reciprocate their kindness. We shall follow the powerful. The voices grew increasingly fervent. It was evident that the soldiers left behind for so many days, without rescue, were filled with grievances. Yet, a few among them displayed a hint of reluctance. But after much contemplation, they sighed and ultimately joined the majority. After all, better to live on than to perish. To refuse would mean this powerful figure might simply cast you down from 100 meters high, and even if he merely returned you, it would still be a death sentence. It is far wiser to transform one's fate and align with a new force. Silence. Lu Yu's command rang out, silencing everyone and halting their whispers. He scanned the crowd and noted that, aside from Zhou Qingdong, there were 3 or 4 colonels and dozens of lieutenant colonels present. He then addressed Zhou Qingdong, saying, Brother Tai Ran, you shall organize the troops and compile all soldiers' information for me. Upon finishing, he tossed Zhou Qingdong a pen and a notebook. Understood. Zhou Qingdong caught the pen and notebook, feeling a surge of responsibility. He immediately straightened up and saluted Lu Yu with a crisp military gesture. Lu Yu then turned and retrieved a barbecue grill and various meats and beverages from his spatial ring, instructing Zhang Wei and others to prepare. A delightful outdoor barbecue was just what was needed at this time. Armored troops, 179. Army aviation pilots, 42. Artillery, 165. Report concluded. Half an hour later, after each had shared their specialties, Zhou Qingdong reiterated the details, and Lu Yu finally grasped the situation. While he maintained an impassive demeanor as he grilled, internally, he was elated. Remarkably, half of them were technical personnel. He had expected only the usual infantry, so the harvest was unexpectedly bountiful. Now, he could truly establish the armored units. While Lu Yu remained silent, the assembled soldiers stood in line, their mouths watering at the prospect of food. Heaven must pity them. How had they endured these days? Forget about fine dining. Simply having dry rations was a luxury. Some had even gone days without food, surviving solely on water. Had Lu Yu not arrived, one could only imagine the horrific possibility of cannibalism occurring. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes had passed. And Lu Yu continued to remain silent, focused on grilling, while his subordinates exchanged mischievous glances. A glance at the soldiers revealed them salivating profusely. Yet, no one dared to move or speak. This was the formidable deterrent power that strength commanded. Why are you all still standing there? What are you waiting for? I never said you couldn't move or come over. Lu Yu looked up, feigning surprise at the soldiers' frozen expressions. He continued to smile and said, "From now on, we are all one family, brothers in the same trench. If I have food to eat, you all shall have your share. If I have water to drink, my brothers shall not go thirsty. This wine and meat are prepared for you. Who else could they be for? Come, come. Oh ho, long live the chief. Long live the leader. From now on, this 100 or so pounds will be yours." The soldiers surged forward like a swarm, their excitement resonating to the heavens. No need for formality. Everyone eat freely. From now on, we shall share both honor and disgrace, wealth and prosperity. Remember my words. Ha ha ha. Eat, eat, eat. Don't choke. Fill the cups to the brim. Let us drink to our heart's content. Where are you from, Chief? Your abilities are truly remarkable. Could you share your insights with us? Woo-woo, I finally get to eat meat again. How many soldiers do we have in our brotherhood now? Lu Yu excelled at addressing the masses, a talent likely awakened from his youthful pursuit of art. He also had a knack for mingling with the common soldiers, a skill honed through experience. Otherwise, he would not have risen to the rank of sergeant and acting squad leader. He understood clearly that before he could instill a profound loyalty in each subordinate, the best way to command his troops was to earn their affection and support, ensuring no one could lure them away. Evidently, he was succeeding quite well. In a short span, he was laughing and chatting, blending seamlessly with the newly joined soldiers. They perceived their leader as possessing both an air of authority and an approachable demeanor, generous and dignified, a truly remarkable individual. Consequently, many soldiers began to admire Lu Yu, nurturing genuine thoughts of following him. This was both a testament to Lu Yu's own capabilities and the extraordinary charm of the peach blossom divine body, which enveloped others in a refreshing aura. Zhang Wei and Yang were no exceptions, eagerly following the chief's lead, engaging in conversation with the soldiers, appearing quite sociable. Hey, brother. Have you seen Mountain Bandit King? Do you know what episode it's on now? Oh, Card 2. That's my favorite character. A true man indeed. And Lu Sarong. He's quite dashing too. No way. Without Luffy's support, he would have perished long ago. What? You say sit-ups are too overpowered? Actually, I think. Hee hee. My favorite is Feng Ge and that leg. You still know about Dance of Snow and Color Flowers in the army? What? Yuya? That's so outdated. You have no idea how stunning the new generation of ladies can be. Yes, there are indeed quite a few fakes, but also many true beauties. Oh, you're from the cooking team? Wow, you're even a squad leader. That's impressive. By the way, I noticed you look just like someone I know named Biao Ge. Many of the notorious battles in my hometown were led by him. Really, how could I deceive you? You two are remarkably alike, practically identical. Biao Ge was quite the formidable figure back in the day, the fiercest in Liao Bei. I admired him since childhood, or else I would not have ventured into society. He appears to be only about 25 or 26, yet possesses such remarkable charisma, like the gentle spring rain that nourishes everything silently. It is truly astonishing to encounter such extraordinary individuals in this world. Zhou Qingdong is confident in his ability to discern between genuine sentiment and insincerity. He has observed that many soldiers exhibit their true natures, shedding their tension, fear, and vigilance, transforming within a brief span into what seem to be longtime friends of Lu Yuqing, which leaves him utterly amazed. In this matter, he perceives qualities within Lu Yu that are characteristic of ancient heroes. The terms hero and tyrant are indeed neutral, signifying not merely those who perform noble deeds or those who commit atrocities, but rather individuals capable of achieving remarkable feats, making significant contributions, and standing at the forefront of attention, possessing the ability to lead and transform eras. Such individuals are often designated as heroes or tyrants. Furthermore, the ability to win hearts and inspire loyalty is a fundamental trait both heroes and tyrants must possess. Of course, one might argue that even those engaged in dubious enterprises could be considered in this light, but that is a matter of interpretation, often rooted in ancient understandings. Zhou Qingdong begins to ponder whether he should truly dedicate himself to Lu Yu. Some wield power solely through fear, and such individuals are destined to meet their downfall. Conversely, those who are both martial and scholarly, possessing strength and wisdom, are formidable, and one cannot predict how far such individuals may ascend. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Qingdong resolves to follow Lu Yu. Firstly, it is a matter of repaying a life-saving grace. Failing to do so would render him less than an animal. Secondly, given the current state of chaos, he is uncertain about the fate of his family far away in the capital. Preserving his own life is paramount, and choosing a seemingly reliable leader seems to be the wisest course. Brother Tyran, what are you pondering? Drink. Ah, I cannot dare address you as such. Simply call me Qingdong. Very well, then down this cup. Then I shall drink. At your leisure. Haha, splendid. Old Joe, I wish to elevate you. What do you think of that? Time has now reached the 12th day since the apocalypse descended. Lu Yu is not in haste to return everyone, but rather continues his work. He requires everything: aircraft, missiles, artillery, armored vehicles, firearms, ammunition, and fuel. He intends to completely empty this military camp before heading home. Meanwhile, the zombies have ceased their attacks. One reason is their inability to breach the towering iron fortress. Another reason may be that the hidden commanding zombie realizes that continuing the assault only depletes its forces, thus it has chosen to cease hostilities. Eager to rid itself of this calamity, unbeknownst to Lu Yu, diligently harvesting like a cheerful little bee, turmoil has erupted at his headquarters, precisely as he had anticipated, and it is being addressed urgently by Xiao Mingyun from their stronghold. Chapter 39. Have I been too good to you? Protest. Protest. We demand rice and meat. We refuse to subsist solely on steamed buns, porridge, and pickles. Yes, protest. Why should you enjoy better fare while we are left with this? We also want cigarettes and canned goods. In the secure zone governed by the Iron Brotherhood, a multitude congregated before the logistics department's office building, vociferously clamoring and gesticulating in protest, causing the soldiers on guard to feel a twinge of anxiety. Xiao Mingyun had already received word of the commotion and emerged from the office building accompanied by her subordinates. Upon spotting the management, the uproar intensified with fervent cries. The crowd was aflame with indignation. Xiao Mingyun's expression hardened as she addressed the assembly. What is it that you intend to accomplish? We protest. We demand the treatment we rightfully deserve. Yes, why should our toil yield less sustenance than yours? This is utterly unjust. At her words, a voice rose in the tumult, swiftly igniting a wave of dissent. She had indeed been informed by Lu Yu that while enduring hardship together is tolerable, what one cannot abide is inequality. The couple had established a ruling elite centered around the Iron Brotherhood, and while there might not be immediate repercussions, with the passage of time, issues would undoubtedly arise. Once the rescued survivors found stability and escaped the clutches of survival, their contentment would wane. They would inevitably seek their own interests, either organizing spontaneously or being subtly incited to do so. Yet, if complete fairness could not be achieved in times of peace, how could it possibly be attained in a post-apocalyptic world? For the Iron Brotherhood to thrive and expand, a core interest group must exist, namely, all its members. Otherwise, if the community remains united around them without receiving any tangible benefits, why would they toil for the couple? Thus, this looming threat demanded preemptive measures to ensure timely resolution and swift extinguishment when the time arose. Xiao Mingyun was acutely aware of this imperative. However, she was unprepared for the threat to materialize so swiftly. Why? Only just settled, with some rescued just yesterday. Do you seek benefits already? She discerned the malevolent hand of instigators at play, orchestrating discontent from the shadows. Damn it, we saved you, and this is your gratitude? Truly, a grain of kindness met with a bushel of resentment. Beside her, Lung Ryue's countenance turned frigid, her fists clenched tightly, her chest heaving with indignation. Indeed, it is utterly despicable. Xiao Mingyao also raised her tiny fist, glaring furiously at the protesting crowd. Vice President, shall we disperse them immediately? Suggested Song Wentao, adjusting his glasses. No, Xiao Mingyun replied with a slight shake of her head. Elder sister, the troops are all in place, awaiting your command, came the hurried whisper of Geng Biao. Clad in military garb. Excellent, Xiao Mingyun nodded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. After the recent surge of noise, the protesters appeared fatigued. Their clamor significantly diminished compared to earlier. With a deep breath, Xiao Mingyun called out to the crowd. I have heard your protests. Please, share your suggestions, and we will consider them. Her words instantly brightened the expressions of some individuals in the crowd. Was she truly so open to dialogue? One among them, exchanging glances with a companion, shouted, we demand the same treatment as members, food, water, job opportunities, and equality for all. Following his declaration, another chimed in, indeed, we want meat. We want wine. We are weary of arduous labor. We seek fairness. Thus, the protesters began chanting in unison, we demand fairness, not exploitation. We demand fairness, not exploitation. As their voices crescendoed, the demands grew increasingly outrageous. We are entitled to management positions. The safe zone should implement a democratic voting system. Furthermore, firearms and ammunition must be distributed to everyone. Xiao Mingyun scoffed, her laughter laced with disdain. It was becoming increasingly absurd, rendering any attempt to describe their intellect futile. She then declared loudly, I have heard your grievances. When shall we distribute canned goods and cigarettes? Yes, and firearms and ammunition. Indeed, we require them now. Deliver them immediately. Geng Biao, encircle them completely, she commanded, her demeanor icy, a murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Understood, Gung Biao replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he removed the walkie-talkie from his chest. Load the bullets, surround them entirely, not even a fly shall escape. Suddenly, a heavy thud reverberated as a throng of soldiers marched towards the protesters, causing an unsettling tension to rise among them. Ah, you ungrateful wretches! Gung Biao roared at the crowd. That is the sound of soldiers advancing to suppress a pack of treacherous ingrates. In no time, fully armed soldiers emerged from various streets, swiftly surrounding the scene, creating an impenetrable barrier akin to a steel drum. The forces included the 1st Battalion of Long Ruyue, the 4th Battalion of Gung Biao, the 5th Battalion of Song Wentao, and the 6th Battalion of Chin Feng, totaling 5 infantry battalions with a strength of 1,500 men. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion led by Zhang Wei, the 3rd Battalion under Yu Yang, and the 7th Battalion commanded by Xiao Minglong were occupied with perimeter security duties. As their leaders were absent, what is happening? What are they doing? Weren't our demands agreed upon? What do you intend? The protesters, now under the cold gaze of countless weapons, looked upon the soldiers' faces, some cold and mocking, others filled with disdain or malice, and panic began to set in among them. As I cast my gaze upon the individuals before me, observing their current demeanor, Xiao Mingyun projected her frigid voice into the air above the crowd. When I first heard of your disturbances, I was reluctant to believe it. However, upon witnessing your shameless countenances firsthand, I began to ponder. At this juncture, her phoenix-like eyes widened, brimming with a fierce intent. As she exclaimed, have I been too benevolent towards you? Have I allowed you to become so arrogant, so self-righteous, that you have entertained notions that should not exist? Chapter 40. Execution of the Rebels. Insurgents sent to the penal camp. As of today, the Steel Brotherhood's auxiliary members have swelled to approximately 10,000. Yet, the number of protesters gathered here exceeds 1,000. This has incensed the upper echelons, including Xiao Mingyun. The proverbial dam, a mere ant-hole, has transformed into a veritable infestation, infecting 1/10 of the populace. Surrounded by soldiers, the protesting crowd now trembled in fear, with some individuals nearly paralyzed by terror. They had never anticipated such chaos. Thus, one individual, mustering courage, shouted, President Xiao, we merely offered a suggestion. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such forces? A suggestion? Are you certain it is not a coup? If it is unnecessary to rally forces, then what are you doing? Long Ruyue provided a response on behalf of Xiao Mingyun. This retort rendered the loudspeaker's face a tumultuous mix of green and red, leaving him speechless. Excessive chatter serves no purpose. I present you with but one choice. Speak. Who has incited you to act in this manner? Xiao Mingyun demanded furiously. Who has incited us? We have organized spontaneously, came the reply. Indeed, we merely seek equitable treatment. If you refuse, then so be it. We shall withdraw. Yes, we shall withdraw, echoed the dissenters, their resolve faltering. It is too late. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Mingyun declared, I grant you one final opportunity, otherwise, all shall face execution. The soldiers encircling the protesters immediately complied with her command, raising their weapons and taking aim, while 5 cold machine guns were readied. The soldiers harbored no sympathy for the protesters. In fact, they harbored deep resentment and animosity. Firstly, the soldiers were aware of the ungratefulness of those they had saved. Without their intervention, these fools would not have survived. Simply having bread, porridge, and pickles to eat was a luxury. If they desired more, they ought to seek it themselves. They did not require rescue. Without our desperate efforts, you would have long since perished. Yet, after being saved, instead of expressing gratitude, you gather to incite discord and demand a coup. What could be more ungrateful? Moreover, the soldiers were members of the Brotherhood, part of a privileged class. To sympathize with these individuals would be to betray their own interests and class standing. Oh, you wish for canned goods? You desire meat? You long for the cigarettes we distribute only once every 3 days? How naive you are, you shameless little ingrates. If we acquiesce to your demands, what then remains for us? Shall we risk our lives to combat the zombies to ensure your safety? Truly, you are indulging in fanciful delusions. It was Wang Wenzhong, Li Kunggo, Shin Jiqiang, and Li Nian who incited and urged us to protest. Yes, it was indeed them, along with Wang Hong, Zhang Yang, Chen Qingshuang, and Wei Xia. They have no connection to us. We were mistaken, truly mistaken. President Xiao, please show us mercy. We were deceived by them. We were too naive. Under the threat of guns, the protesting crowd did not hesitate. They swiftly exposed the masterminds, casting the small group of 12 into the glaring spotlight. How outrageous. It was them. He Yun's expression shifted dramatically, filled with rage. For these individuals were not strangers. They were among those whom Lu Yu had saved alongside him and his comrades. At that moment, he comprehended why this group was covertly instigating chaos. These people were once influential figures on Sanxia Island, and when the apocalypse erupted, following directives from above, the guards of the Sansha region initially rescued them, gathering them at the stadium to prepare for evacuation to a safe zone. Unfortunately, they encountered a horde of zombies, but were fortunate to be saved by Lu Yu. However, they could not accept the loss of their former social status, nor did they wish to obediently serve as laborers, which led to the unfolding of this incident. Stop. Do not speak recklessly. Such accusations are baseless. We did not do it. In truth, as He suspected, their unwillingness to accept their fate had driven them to orchestrate this event. Now that their names had been revealed, their faces paled in horror, and they hastily denied the facts. As for why they, as the masterminds, did not hide away, well, the protesting crowd was not composed entirely of fools. Did you think we would act just because you led the charge with mere words? We wouldn't have come if you hadn't rallied us. Ironically, now these few masterminds find themselves ensnared. The shift from arrogance to humility is indeed laughable. Xiao Mingyun could not help but smirk at the absurdity. Shifting blame? Certainly futile. If they could not impose a strong deterrent, if they could not employ iron-fisted measures to clarify who wielded power, such incidents would inevitably proliferate, potentially becoming a persistent issue. Was it not preferable to serve as laborers? Would it not be more rewarding to strive towards becoming formal members? Why choose self-destruction? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Mingyun's eyes as she raised her hand to issue an order. They are guilty, and you are as well. Come, bring them all to me. Wait. Lung Ryue anticipated Xiao Mingyun's next words, which would surely be to execute them all. However, with over 1,000 people present, such bloodshed would undoubtedly lead to rivers of blood. Her heart ached at the thought. Thus, she softly advised, Mingyun, could this be too cruel? Xiao Mingyun was not angered. Instead, she explained, Ryue, you must understand, in chaotic times, severe measures must be taken. At this juncture, if we do not punish the offenders harshly, how can we prevent future rebellions? Hence, we cannot show mercy. They must all be eliminated. Her words were chillingly harsh, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard them. Who could have imagined that this woman, with her celestial beauty and regal demeanor, harbored such a murderous intent, daring to issue such a command? Even the bystanders, such as Gung Biao and Song Wentao, could not help but feel a shiver of trepidation. This sister-in-law's methods were certainly no less formidable than those of her elder brother. Furthermore, listening to Xiao Mingyun continue, she declared, Since Yu has entrusted the family to me, allowing me to oversee and manage everything, I must ensure the well-being of this household. Otherwise, how shall I explain to him upon his return? However, Lung Ryue furrowed her delicate brows, still sensing the cruelty of such a decision. Eliminating the leaders would suffice. There was no need to execute over 1,000 individuals. Although her abilities were cold, and her demeanor equally so, she was not inherently a person of brutality and bloodlust. There are no ifs. This is a chaotic era, a time of carcasses piled high and rivers flowing with blood. I must take action where I can, lest such matters fall upon Yu and tarnish his reputation. Xiao Mingyun understood that even if Lu Yu were to return, he would make the same choice as she. One cannot stand firm without a ruthless edge. Compassion and kindness must be reserved for those who exhibit the same virtues. In dealing with villains, one must employ their own methods, even more viciously, to instill fear and dread in them. It was evident that the several dozen conspirators daring to incite rebellion were, in Xiao Mingyun's eyes, the true villains. As for the throngs they had incited, they hardly qualified as virtuous citizens. Fairness is one thing. But can those who have just been rescued and have barely begun to repay their debts of gratitude so quickly forget? To spare such individuals is to leave a threat looming. Mingyun, I have conceived a strategy that will both deter the unruly and uphold our authority, with an even more favorable long-term effect. Lung Ryue's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she formulated her plan. Why not consider this? Let us publicly execute these instigators. Then, we can imprison the remaining rabble in a labor camp, compelling them to wield cold weapons against the zombies as a form of penance. Alternatively, we could assign them the most grueling tasks, even harsher than those of auxiliary workers. What do you think? Upon hearing Lung Ryue's proposal, Xiao Mingyun's eyes lit up. This idea was indeed commendable. It would not leave a reputation of brutal suppression that breeds only fear and hatred towards the ruling class, while simultaneously allowing the other laborers to witness the fate of the rebels. Frankly, facing death daily while wielding a knife under the watchful eyes of the enforcement team against the zombies would be far more terrifying than the immediate pain of death. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. Xiao Mingyun concluded, turning to her aides. Did you hear that? Go execute the plan. With the command given, the ferocious soldiers surged into the crowd, soon filling the air with anguished cries. They apprehended the few key instigators first, then proceeded to beat the rest mercilessly. Dare to resist? Just try, and you shall meet your demise, dragged away to be executed alongside them. Thus, dozens of individuals were taken to the execution grounds. The remainder was herded to a penal encampment, where they awaited relentless bloodbaths against the undead, living in a state of perpetual tension as a means to atone for their sins. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 9,000 laborers, toiling diligently, were summoned to witness an execution. As the gunfire erupted, dozens of nefarious individuals met their demise. Such a spectacle profoundly affected the onlookers, reinforcing their understanding of the current hierarchy. Thus, the incident was deftly managed by Xiao Mingyun. Coincidentally, Lu Yu, utilizing his still-functioning mobile phone, contacted home, where Xiao Mingyun recounted the events and their resolution, receiving Lu Yu's high praise and commendation. Chapter 41. Rescue of the Subordinates on the 15th day of the apocalypse, gazing at the departing helicopters in the sky. A pair of cold eyes reflected a semblance of relief. The wretched scourge had finally departed. The mutated zombie, adorned with a grotesque head, surveyed the mere 100 compatriots remaining by its side, feeling an overwhelming sorrow. Where had the commanding mutated zombie vanished? Lu Yu, seated inside the helicopter, pondered this question. Despite exhaustive searches, it had evaded capture. Did it perhaps sense danger and flee during the extermination of the zombies in the military camp? Such a possibility seemed likely. Shaking his head, Lu Yu decided to dismiss the matter. After all, he had amassed thousands of zombie cores, a significant bounty in itself. However, his most substantial acquisition was the vast arsenal obtained from raiding the military camp, comprising the equipment of over 60,000 personnel from 2 synthesis masters and the 39th Army Group headquarters. Moreover, he had over 900 soldiers who had defected, half of whom were technical troops, thus enabling him to command pilots for the helicopters, resulting in a magnificent display of dozens of helicopters flying in unison. Had he not been away for several days and yearning for home, coupled with Xiao Mingyun's mention of recent troubles at home, Lu Yu would have been inclined to remain outside, striving to scour every known military base and return with a trove of spoils. The helicopter formation flew swiftly, traversing mountains, plains, and villages, soon arriving over a mine not far from Huadu. Commander, are there numerous zombies that require extermination? The pilot inquired of Lu Yu. Lu Yu, after a moment's contemplation, issued a firm order. Relay my command to eliminate all visible zombies within and around the mine. Understood. Calling in, this is the command center. Relay the commander's orders to cleanse the mine of all zombies. Execute immediately. Repeat, upon receiving the orders, execute without delay. Over. Command acknowledged, executing. As the orders spread, the helicopter formation swiftly dispersed to commence their task. Although they were piloting large transport helicopters instead of attack helicopters, and had stripped many weapons to maximize capacity, each helicopter still bore a heavy machine gun at its door. Thus, within moments, the distinctive roar of the onboard machine guns reverberated across the mining site. Brother, did you hear that? A young subordinate, upon hearing the sound, immediately leapt up from his straw mat and exclaimed, Haha, it's the big brother. He's come to take us away. Zhang Wan, who had been languidly lying on his bed watching videos, perked up at his subordinate's words, a smile brightening his face. Just moments ago, Lu Yu had contacted him, stating he would arrive shortly. He hadn't anticipated such promptness. How magnificent. Look at all those helicopters. It's simply extraordinary. Our boss is truly impressive. The younger members pressed against the window, marveling at the rare spectacle outside. Finally, the heavens have opened their eyes. Zhang Wen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Having been trapped there for several days, even rationing their food, they had run out 2 days prior. Had it not been for Lu Yu's promise to rescue him, he could scarcely fathom how he had endured. Quickly, let us go welcome the boss. As dozens of heavy machine guns had neutralized the zombies within the mining area, Zhang Wen hastily urged his subordinates to prepare for the arrival, eager to waste not a moment. What if those guys managed to escape? One subordinate hesitated, pointing at the remnants of the nefarious gang members hanging limply behind them. At this point, what does it matter? Leave half to keep watch, the rest come with me. Zhang Wen made the arrangements and, filled with enthusiasm, led his team downstairs. Upon witnessing the descent of the helicopters and the emergence of hundreds of fully armed soldiers securing the perimeter, Zhang Wen and his crew were momentarily taken aback. Mosquito, be brother? As the familiar voice reached his ears, Zhang Wen snapped back to reality. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure clad in military attire. Surrounded by a throng and exuding an air of authority, it was none other than his leader, Lu Yu. Brother, Zhang Wen felt a rush of emotion, rushing forward like a child wronged reuniting with a parent. Lu Yu patted Zhang Wen's shoulder, a mix of regret and sympathy in his tone. I arrived late. I'm sorry you had to endure this. Indeed, he could have come 2 days prior, but had been delayed by the need to gather equipment. No, it's fine. Brother, Zhang Wen wiped his reddened eyes. The mere fact that he had come to rescue him filled him with joy, reaffirming his belief that he had chosen the right person to follow, unlike those who viewed their subordinates merely as tools. Zhang Wei leaped out from behind Lu Yu, grinning. Mosquito, you're still alive? How could I perish before you, impotent one? Zhang Wen retorted swiftly. Damn, brother came to save you, and you dare to insult him? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. That's the boss, not you. Zhang Wen raised a middle finger at him. In the past, within Lu Yu's team, the four great kings consistently stood by his side, earning his utmost trust. Consequently, the leaders managing Lu Yu's other ventures held a subtly inferior status. However, this did not imply that Zhang Wen and his colleagues, the external heads, were intimidated by certain members of the four great kings, such as Xiao Wei and Yang Ge. After conversing with Zhang Wei, Zhang Wen turned his gaze towards Yu Yang, tempering his demeanor and greeting him with a hint of seriousness. Zhang Wen dared not jest with Yu Yang, known in the underworld as Crazy Yu, the most formidable among the four great kings. Everything is well. Big brother has been thinking of you all. This time, he intends to bring you and Li Hu back, Yu Yang said, smoke hanging from his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Li Hu's name, Zhang Wen's expression shifted dramatically, and he addressed Lu Yu. Big brother. At the very moment the catastrophe erupted, just before you called me, Li Hu had contacted me. However, before he could utter more than a few words, I heard his agonizing screams. He might already be. Lu Yu furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. The construction site is not like the mine. There are too many people. Once the zombie virus spreads, it may be impossible to escape unscathed. Nevertheless, we must still go and take a look. We must see the living and the dead. I will not abandon a single brother. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhang Wen felt a surge of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. In the past, had Lu Yu expressed such sentiments, despite the reputation of the loyal tiger in the underworld, Zhang Wen would have scoffed internally. After all, wasn't it common for older brothers to coax their younger siblings into risking their lives? He regarded himself as a seasoned figure in the underworld, not easily swayed by mere words. Yet now, Lu Yu's actions had validated this sentiment, stirring deep feelings within Zhang Wen and evoking a sense of shame for his previous doubts. Hey, what are you doing? Crying like a woman? Real men bleed, but do not weep. Control yourself, Lu Yu remarked, simultaneously tossing out some bread, sausages, canned goods, and bottled water from his spatial ring. Eat up. Don't say I, as your big brother, am neglecting you. This is merely to tide you over. Your sister-in-law has prepared a grand feast for your return, with delicacies like braised sea cucumber and Buddha jumps over the wall waiting for you. Zhang Wen's younger brother's eyes glistened, and they rushed forward to seize the food. Come on. Don't snatch in front of big brother. Can you show a bit of maturity? Zhang Wen admonished, though he too grabbed a bag of bread, tearing it open and stuffing it into his mouth. Don't choke on it. Oh, by the way, are there still people up there? If so, hurry and call them down. Let's pack them onto the plane. I believe we can bring them all. Observing the dozens of individuals before him, Lu Yu noticed some older men among them, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yes, big brother, there are still dozens up top. We're keeping an eye on some of the nefarious members to prevent their escape. Zhang Wen, while eating, assessed Lu Yu's expression and quickly clarified. Oh, right. Many of our mining employees accompanied me upstairs when the zombies appeared. I thought strength lies in numbers, so I took it upon myself to gather them. This is not a concern. Lu Yu waved his hand, intrigued, and inquired. What was that you mentioned earlier? Chapter 42. The fate of the mad dog. After swallowing a piece of bread with difficulty, Zhang Wen wiped his mouth and exclaimed with excitement. Brother, we have captured the mad dog. He recounted his tale. It was like this, brother. The zombies had been wandering about, and for a while, there were fewer of them at our mine. We quietly slipped away to the nearby resort to gather supplies, only to discover that it was, in fact, the lair of the mad dog. Previously, Lu Yu had issued 2 decrees, one against drugs and another to eradicate evil. Each of these edicts had caused a tremendous uproar in the underworld of Huadu. The former offended the drug trafficking powers, while the latter antagonized the criminal syndicates. In an attempt to preserve their market, the drug traffickers engaged Lu Yu in fierce battles on numerous occasions, yet they were consistently thwarted, ultimately conceding and refraining from extending their reach into Jing'an district, tacitly acknowledging it as a drug-free zone. The criminal elements suffered greatly. Once the major operation commenced, Lu Yu's subordinates launched a relentless assault on all criminal forces operating within Jing'an district. The evil syndicates faced unprecedented devastation. Many were eradicated, and countless were submerged beneath the river, entirely expelled from Jing'an district. Naturally, this turmoil attracted trouble for Lu Yu's backer, Huang Shuren, who had to exert considerable effort to quell the situation and reprimanded Lu Yu in the process. Once the dust settled, the mad dog resurfaced, vociferously declaring an intent to annihilate Lu Yu. The individual known as the Mad Dog was the leader of the Mad Dog Group, the largest drug trafficking organization within the city. The 2 decrees had rendered Lu Yu and the Mad Dog Group irreconcilable enemies. Before the Mad Dog's people could even infiltrate Jing'an district, concerned citizens relayed intelligence to Lu Yu, who then ambushed the enemy, inflicting unprecedented losses on the Mad Dog Group. Following this, guided by further tips from the vigilant populace, Lu Yu systematically dismantled several of the Mad Dog Group's hideouts, nearly capturing the Mad Dog alive. Despite the Mad Dog's continued bluster, he was now reluctant to show his face. If one were to inquire about Lu Yu's most desired target, this individual would undoubtedly top the list. When I spotted them, I immediately instructed my brothers to take action, catching them completely off guard, and within moments, we had apprehended the Mad Dog's gang. Excellent. I commend you for your achievement. Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully. Is everything resolved? Not quite, brother. After capturing them, we've been toying with them for some time now, having eliminated quite a few, but there are still about 10 left. Come, take me to see them. All right. Within the building, numerous subordinates brandished machetes, hunting rifles, makeshift shotguns, and counterfeit handguns, standing guard. Upon reaching the middle floor, Lu Yu and his companions indeed discovered a dozen animals, severely tormented, each bearing wounds and injuries. Some were hung upside down, others bound. Some confined within cages, and a few had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this scene, Lu Yu remarked appreciatively, Mosquito, you have performed exceptionally. I cannot find fault. Hee, brother. You flatter me. Zhang Wen gently rubbed the back of his head, then pointed at a creature suspended upside down, declaring, Brother, that is the Mad Dog. Oh. Lu Yu's interest was piqued. Having only heard of its infamous reputation without ever witnessing it, he was curious to see what this Mad Dog truly looked like. It appeared no different from a typical beast. Initially, I thought it would possess some extraordinary features, but alas, it seems otherwise. Observing the creature, which had lost consciousness and was clearly struggling to breathe, Lu Yu remarked, You are not so formidable after all. Zhang Wen replied, Brother, at first. I too believe this creature to be a tough nut to crack, but it seems the old adage holds true. How so? Zhang Wen grinned wickedly, stating, No brave man survives the butcher's knife. Before we even made a move, this one was the first to beg for mercy and call out for its father. Really? Ha ha. We certainly do not have such beasts among us. This comment elicited a hearty laugh from the group. Lu Yu then waved his hand and said, All right, let's take care of them. Keeping them around is merely an eyesore. Zhang Wen immediately commanded his subordinates to drag out those still clinging to life. No, please. Some of the creatures, awakening during the dragging process, sensed their imminent demise and began to struggle and scream. In a desperate attempt, some resorted to their old tricks, pleading, No, I don't want to go anywhere. I love it here. Love you, damn it. Yu Yang, frustrated, kicked over the creature that was barking and in anger, picked up a nearby wooden stake and drove it fiercely into the creature. We are heading back. After disposing of these former enemies, helicopters began to take off one after another, leaving the area behind. Chapter 43. Affairs upon return. Dream Yun. It must have been hard for you while I was away. As the helicopter fleet returned, Lu Yu immediately embraced Xiao Mengyun, who had come to greet him. Isn't that what I am supposed to do? Their eyes met, brimming with affection. Having you as my lady is truly my fortune, Lu Yu expressed with sincere gratitude. In truth, had it not been for Xiao Mengyun's steadfast presence, he could never have managed so well, even with his trusted subordinates left to guard the house. For instance, dealing with the instigators of dissent. Perhaps Yu Yang and Zhang Wei would have handled it similarly, but their approach would have been to eliminate everyone, showcasing their might and brutality, instilling fear as a means of deterrence. That is not my style. You must give credit to Ryue, for it was her suggestion. Xiao Mengyun understood Lu Yu's sentiments, but did not seek any praise for herself, speaking candidly. Oh. Lu Yu turned to glance at the aloof Ryue. With an air of regal beauty, she folded her arms and turned her face away, clearly miffed that the man had overlooked her presence. Haha. Ryue is also my invaluable support. You are both indispensable. Lu Yu chuckled and extended his arms to embrace her as well. Ryue did not resist, her slightly upturned lips betraying her true feelings. Me too, me too. Xiao Mengyao rushed over, eager to nestle into Lu Yu's embrace. In recent days, I have cultivated a wall of vines around our base, significantly enhancing our defenses against the relentless tide of zombies. This fortification allows us to conserve manpower, enabling our warriors to concentrate on their training. Do you think my efforts are commendable? As I gazed down from the heavens, I noticed the remarkable transformation. Indeed, it is praiseworthy. Continue your diligent work. Lu Yu, upon hearing her claim to merit, was pleasantly surprised and affectionately ruffled her hair. Moreover, you have reminded me that I can also strengthen the defenses of our base using my abilities, which I shall attend to shortly. Nevertheless, the resilience of plants cannot rival that of steel. Thus, Lu Yu plans to erect iron walls in areas of the base that have yet to expand. Once we eradicate the zombies from the entire island, we will envelop the periphery in an impregnable steel fortress. By the way, Mengyun, come here, let me introduce you. Lu Yu turned and brought forth some significant individuals he had rescued. Zhang Wan, who is fiercely loyal to me and has contributed greatly. Greetings, sister-in-law. Zhang Wan, awestruck by his sister-in-law's beauty and poise, felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Throughout their journey, Zhang Wei had spoken of her formidable prowess. Having once served as the chairwoman of the Xiao Group, a true business queen and a guest of countless dignitaries. Thus, standing before her, he could not help but feel somewhat intimidated. "Hello. I often hear your brother speak of you, lamenting your absence as though he has lost a vital limb. I am delighted to witness your reunion today." Xiao Mingyun exuded a graceful presence. Though her aura was striking, it was not oppressive. She possessed a remarkable ability to foster connections, employing her eloquence to reassure Lu Yu's allies. "Do not be anxious. Relax, for you are home. There is no need for formality here. In the future, your brother's endeavors will undoubtedly require your support. Work diligently, and rest assured, your brother and I will never overlook the contributions of loyal comrades like yourselves. Indeed, please, brother and sister-in-law, rest assured, I, as a humble mosquito, stand ready to brave any peril for my brother." Zhang Wen was filled with excitement. His greatest fear during their separation had been the possibility of losing Lu Yu's regard. However, with Xiao Mingyun's comforting words, he felt a sense of reassurance. Lu Yu smiled and nodded in approval before gesturing towards Zhou Qingdong. Zhou Qingdong, a staff officer from the command of the 39th Group Army in the Southern War Zone. Madam, Zhou Qingdong, in contrast to Zhang Wen's apprehension, radiated a natural composure. Having been raised in an esteemed family, he maintained a respectful demeanor, his gaze lowered and not directly meeting Xiao Mingyun's. Indeed, a person of remarkable talent. No wonder he is an elite in the military. Now that you have joined our brotherhood, you are one of us. Xiao Mingyun had her own sentiments regarding such individuals, and she discerned the noble qualities inherent in Zhou Qingdong. Moreover, you need not worry. We are fortunate to have General Qin among us, and I am confident you will find common ground. Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun exchanged glances, a silent communication of appreciation passing between them. Lu Yu bestowed upon his wife a look of admiration. Lu Yu, indeed, one can discern the essence of a person upon first meeting. I can sense the underlying anxieties that linger within, truly deserving of being my esteemed wife. Xiao Mingyun, well, how else could you possibly be worthy of her? Lu Yu, quite right, quite right. Old Qin is relentless in urging us to integrate into the military, fearing that with the passage of time, we might waver in our resolve. Meanwhile, Old Zhou is concerned that the brotherhood may not endure, and upon their meeting, Old Zhou will undoubtedly find solace in our commitment. After a brief exchange of glances, once all introductions were made, Lu Yu boisterously beckoned. Come, come, let us not linger in idle standing. Let us partake in a feast to cleanse the dust of our journey. No one shall escape. We must indulge heartily. Following the meal, Lu Yu began to organize matters. He allocated half of the technical soldiers from the 900 men to their respective positions, such as in the Armored Battalion and the Aviation Battalion. The remaining infantry soldiers were dispersed among various infantry regiments to enhance their combat effectiveness. By the afternoon, the two foremost leaders of the Steel Brotherhood, Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun, sat together, sipping tea while discussing affairs. My dear, our personnel for external expansion and peripheral defense have been stretched thin due to insufficient equipment, which has hindered our military expansion. Lu Yu, cradling his teacup, spoke earnestly. Now that I have returned with the weaponry of 2 divisions and an additional brigade, I believe the time has come. The total force now amounts to 4,500 men, not accounting for the 1,000 in the Felons Battalion and the 2,000 reserve troops equipped with cold weapons. Xiao Mingyun wholeheartedly concurred and offered her suggestions. We could initially select personnel from the reserve battalion to join the ranks. They are individuals who have proven their mettle. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Some units may even be upgraded to regiments. Lu Yu nodded and then inquired, how many personnel do you have in the logistics department? What is the count of the current external personnel? Xiao Mingyun provided an accurate figure. The logistics department currently comprises 763 individuals, with 372 external personnel. Well done indeed. Lu Yu remarked with approval, raising an eyebrow. If I were unaware of such particulars, how could I claim to manage effectively? Xiao Mingyun's lips curled slightly, and though she refrained from displaying overt pride, it was evident that she appreciated this recognition. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled a significant detail and promptly stated, by the way, while surveying the city from above, I observed that numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities have formed groups to hunt down zombies and scavenge for resources. I believe we should establish an elite force composed entirely of these extraordinary individuals. Xiao Mingyun raised an eyebrow. We have consistently selected individuals with extraordinary abilities. Did you not assign them as the backbone of various units? Those with D, E, and F grade potential are merely somewhat more capable than regular individuals. The common folk can also enhance their strength through consuming zombie cores. They may remain within the ranks of ordinary soldiers. Lu Yu raised a finger. As for those with C-grade abilities or higher, from this moment forth, they shall be distinctly categorized and entirely under my command. with the aim of cultivating them into our most formidable weapon. Indeed, you are correct. Xiao Mingyun nodded solemnly. At this stage, although firearms and other conventional weaponry remain at the forefront of dominance, the rapid growth of abilities among those endowed with powers is assured. Provided there are sufficient zombie crystal cores, the future will undoubtedly belong to these extraordinary individuals. Of this, there is no doubt. All right, let us not linger on this matter. I shall make the necessary arrangements now. Lu Yu summoned all officials and announced the new directives. First, all 8 infantry battalions shall be upgraded to mechanized infantry regiments, with appropriate equipment assigned to each regiment. The 2,000 personnel from the reserve battalion will be incorporated into the army, followed by further selections from the auxiliary personnel, striving to achieve a full complement of 3,000 for each regiment. Second, the 9th Mechanized Infantry Regiment will be established, led by Zhang Wen as its commanding officer, with all of his veteran comrades joining this new formation, and recruitment will proceed accordingly. Third, the training unit will be elevated to a training brigade, aiming for a full complement of 1,000, with elite soldiers selected to fill the ranks. Lu Yu will step down from his position as the main officer, passing the command of the training brigade to Zhao Yong. Fourth, a gendarmerie brigade will be formed, also aiming for a full strength of 1,000, with elite soldiers chosen to fill its ranks. The commander of the 7th Infantry Regiment, Xiao Minglong, will lead the gendarmerie brigade, while Zhou Qingdong will temporarily assume command of the 7th Regiment, pending evaluation of his capabilities and performance. Fifth, an extraordinary forces unit, codenamed Divine Might, will be established, with Lu Yu personally taking command. Henceforth, this unit will serve as the principal training force of the Brotherhood. Sixth, every formal member of the Brotherhood will receive corresponding zombie crystal cores, with soldiers receiving a greater share. This initiative aims to reassure all members of the Brotherhood that, despite the majority not having awakened their powers, they too possess opportunities for empowerment. The leader's promise remains steadfast. Seventh, with new equipment acquired and troop expansion underway, a full-scale effort will commence to extend the Brotherhood's influence across the entire island, striving to cleanse it entirely at the earliest opportunity. Following the issuance of these 7 commands, not only were the officials elated, but members of the Brotherhood and auxiliary personnel were equally exhilarated. The members cheered with fervor, their spirits soaring. The distribution of zombie crystal cores to each member signified that Lu Yu's promises were not mere words. Each individual felt valued. As a result, the cohesion of the Steel Brotherhood reached unprecedented heights, with loyalty among its members peaking. They spoke highly of their leader, their faces aglow with joy, and morale remained at its zenith. Auxiliary laborers were equally pleased, for the large-scale conscription offered them the opportunity to join the Brotherhood as formal members. Consequently, a long queue formed at the recruitment office, with individuals eager to officially join the Brotherhood and enjoy its various benefits. Even those who were not selected did not feel disheartened, as they understood that as long as the army continued its offensive and rescued more survivors, they too would have opportunities, and thus they labored with renewed vigor. Lu Yu, despite his ability to erect formidable steel barriers and construct various edifices, still compelled his subordinates to labor. This was primarily due to the Brotherhood's current inability to procure an array of machinery. When individuals are not engaged, their minds tend to wander, complicating management. Hence, laborers were tasked with trailing the troops to scavenge resources and vigorously erect fortifications and gun towers. However, 2 factions remained decidedly discontented, the convict camp and Xiao Minglong. The former, having committed grievous offenses, harbored unrealistic expectations for leniency. It was fortunate they had not yet faced execution. The inhabitants of the convict camp existed under a perpetual shadow of death, plagued by anxiety and regret for their past transgressions, often cursing the leaders who had already met their demise. As for the notion of escape, one glance at the electrified barbed wire and the menacing soldiers wielding submachine guns and shotguns would quickly quell such thoughts. Moreover, the convict camp operated under 2 strict regulations. Any individual harboring treacherous thoughts would lead to the execution of the entire group, and those who reported misdeeds would not only receive rewards but also the chance for release. Thus, the idea of escape was largely thwarted. Instead, the convicts were encouraged to slay zombies and earn merit, with the fortunate few gradually ascending from ordinary convicts to positions of authority, ultimately regaining their freedom. Xiao Minglong, on the other hand, found himself demoted from his prestigious role as a mechanized infantry regiment commander to the captain of the military police. How could this be? I was a well-respected commander. I must appeal to my sister and persuade her to reinstate me. What worth is there in being a military policeman? Moreover, he was incensed by Zhou Qingdong's audacity in usurping his position. When he approached Xiao Mingyun to express his grievances, he was met with a stern reprimand. First and foremost, you must respect your brother-in-law's appointment, regardless of your personal feelings. At home, he is your brother-in-law. In public, He is the leader of the Brotherhood. If you do not uphold his authority, how can you expect others to? She continued, should any misfortune arise, you will bear the blame, demonstrating your brother-in-law's integrity. Secondly, do you perceive this as a demotion? Have you forgotten the lessons I facilitated for you with industry elites? The military police brigade is responsible for maintaining discipline across the army, a position of immense significance and power. You should feel honored that your brother-in-law appointed you to this esteemed role, especially since it is a position of trust within our family. Do not underestimate this role. While it may lack the allure of leading troops in a battle, its importance rivals that of logistical operations and is crucial to the army's integrity. In this capacity, regardless of rank, everyone will respect and defer to you. Your presence serves as your brother-in-law's eyes, allowing you to oversee the entire army and ensuring loyalty. The responsibility rests heavily upon your shoulders. Xiao Mingyun's anger was palpable, her brows furrowed in frustration. At the mention of his plight, she nearly resorted to telekinesis to twist him into a pretzel. Sister, I was wrong, utterly wrong. I completely failed to grasp my brother-in-law's intentions, not realizing how much he values me. With the explanation, Xiao Menglong's gloomy demeanor transformed into one of sunshine, as he sheepishly smiled and admitted his mistakes. Naturally, if he cannot trust you, whom can he trust? We are family, and the burdens you bear will only grow heavier, not lighter. Xiao Mingyun rolled her eyes, continually rubbing her forehead in exasperation. How could such a clever person have such a dim-witted brother? Fortunately, she had been strict with him in the past, preventing him from becoming a wastrel with no prospects. Yet even so, he remained only mediocre, causing her considerable frustration. Sister, grant me a chance, just one chance. Xiao Menglong implored, clasping his hands in supplication before darting away. He was eager to assume his duties, donning the insignia of the military police. Eager to experience the prestige of overseeing the entire army. If only several uncles and relatives were present in the city. Observing her younger brother's retreating figure, Xiao Mingyun couldn't help but shake her head slightly. She understood that her husband had once again made it clear to her, demonstrating through his actions the unity of the Xiao and Lu families. Once her anger subsided, Xiao Mingyun sat down, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as she contemplated. If she could discern the limits of the authorities, she could begin to restructure the logistics department, transforming it into a genuine administrative body, and the title of orderlies could be officially changed to that of police officers. Chapter 44. Zombie fish and mutant fish. Thunderous roars echoed as massive iron walls rose within the city, and towering steel edifices emerged, leaving all witnesses in awe. They could scarcely comprehend how their leader could be so formidable. All other abilities seemed weak. How could he possess such strength? What boundless stamina must he have? It is indeed puzzling. If they could fathom it, they would be the leaders themselves. In a certain district, hundreds of inmates from the sinner's camp gazed at the zombies wandering the streets, gulping nervously. Although they wielded machetes and shields, these weapons offered little reassurance. Do not delay any longer. You know the consequences. A coldly stoic officer stood with arms crossed, his voice devoid of emotion. Beside him stood soldiers with their weapons cocked, ready to execute any who dared defy orders. The sinner's camp was not solely composed of those who had previously protested. Many were recent survivors discovered during the military's operations to cleanse the streets. What defines scum? They are not merely bullies or petty criminals, but those who kill for pleasure and treat their fellow humans as mere playthings, having descended to a level that incites public outrage. Disturbingly, some had resorted to cannibalism due to starvation. Such individuals were all consigned to the sinner's camp, repurposed as expendable resources, and the soldiers referred to this camp as the Den of Scum. Interestingly, the Den of Scum accompanied the military on their cleaning operations daily, and rather than depleting their numbers, they astonishingly increased. Brothers, do not hesitate, charge forth. A criminal gritted his teeth and shouted with a raised blade. The undead are fearsome, yet the firearms behind them are even more terrifying. Their only recourse is to wield their weapons and fight desperately against the zombies, for otherwise, they face certain death. Do not think for a moment that there is an opportunity to escape. There are dozens of snipers positioned at the nearby high ground. During the last encounter, these marksmen delivered a harsh lesson to those who attempted to flee. None from that group who did not escape were spared, as they were subsequently executed. Their heads still displayed atop the flagpole in the sinner's camp. Lu Yu, from the helicopter formation, observed the scene below before retracting his gaze. The establishment of the scoundrel camp is indeed necessary. If the Steel Brotherhood aspires to be more than merely a fragmented armed faction surviving in this apocalypse, and instead wishes to evolve into a governing power that competes for dominance in the future, it must adopt a formalized, organized structure, establishing governmental credibility to gain the support of the populace. After all, those who awaken extraordinary abilities are always a minority. The majority remain ordinary. Without this majority, who will restore production? Who will pay taxes and provide sustenance? The sea of suffering is boundless. All beings endure hardship. Whosoever brings them hope shall earn their allegiance. While the common folk may lack education and understanding of profound principles, they are acutely aware of who treats them well. They are not foolish. Those who disregard the common people shall find themselves disregarded in turn. In prosperous times, the populace yearns for fairness, fearing not scarcity, but inequality. In chaotic times, they crave security. If the vile and detestable continue to live and enjoy the same privileges, no one will wish to be law-abiding citizens. Relay the orders to all squads. Execute the plan. Disperse. Liu Yu commanded in a solemn tone. Dozens of helicopters immediately scattered, following the designated routes towards the island's outskirts. The Steel Brotherhood is launching a full-scale expansion on Sansha Island, and the air assault units shall not remain idle. According to Liu Yu's carefully devised plan, they are to initiate a comprehensive rescue operation. This operation entails rescuing individuals of merit from various locations in the urban area outside the island, including law enforcement agencies, military academies, ports, naval bases, and institutions of higher learning. The squad Liu Yu is part of is destined for the sites of his former enterprises. After an afternoon of searching, establishments such as restaurants, construction sites, sand pits, internet cafes, and TKV were all thoroughly scoured. Unfortunately, some of Liu Yu's former subordinates, including Li Hu, Xuanzi, Guan Feng, and Li Depeo, have met with misfortune, yet many of their younger associates survived and were brought back to the base. Wow, big brother. Look, Zhang Wei suddenly exclaimed from the plane on their return, pointing at the river below. Let me see. Liu Yu leaned out towards the door and beheld a rare sight. A vast expanse of the river was teeming with countless shadows writhing beneath the surface. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that it was a battle between schools of fish. Lower a bit, he instructed, and the helicopter descended as commanded. Now, everyone could see clearly. Two species of fish were engaged in a fierce struggle. One type was the rotting zombie fish, while the other appeared ordinary yet was exceedingly ferocious. Goodness, zombie fish, Zhang Wei exclaimed, knowing that animals could also be infected by the zombie virus and transformed into the undead. However, witnessing the fish in the water morph into zombies was an experience that overwhelmed him. Wait, are even the carp this fierce? A soldier wondered, perplexed. The fish that were fearlessly engaging in battle with the zombie fish were evidently common species, not known for such aggression. They must be mutated fish, Liu Yu asserted, his eyes glimmering with certainty regarding their origin. Brother, are you saying these fish are mutated beasts? Zhang Wei tilted his head in inquiry. It must be so. Look closely at their size, their fins, their teeth. They're all different from what we knew before. Liu Yu observed the scene on the river's surface and continued. Surely the widespread emergence of zombie fish has left these mutated fish without a habitat, prompting both sides to fight for survival. With such a terrifying zombie virus, will we run out of fish to eat? Zhang Wei asked, voicing his concern. Indeed, the zombie virus spreads in the water. How many fish can escape infection? The soldiers inside the cabin shared similar thoughts. Your worries are unfounded, Liu Yu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He held a different perspective that captivated the attention of everyone in the cabin. Even the pilot perked up to listen. The transmission speed of the zombie virus in water is swifter than on land. Since these mutated fish have not all turned into zombies, but have instead evolved. What does that imply? It suggests that within them, there may have developed antibodies against the zombie virus, granting them immunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. And soon one person joyfully remarked, the commander's words hold merit. Some animals indeed adapt to nature more swiftly than we humans do. This could very well be the case. Could we possibly extract such antibodies from these creatures and inject them into ourselves, thereby granting humanity immunity against the zombie virus? That would be magnificent. We could entirely eradicate the zombies. Indeed, in future battles with the undead, we need not fear infection from the zombie virus. The soldiers chattered excitedly, each one brimming with enthusiasm. Liu Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wasn't it reported from the second squad that some seasoned virology professors were rescued from the university? It would be prudent to involve them in this research. He felt a sense of urgency as he suspected that the Imperial Central had already begun addressing this matter. Upon returning to the base, Liu Yu immediately summoned the experts and professors rescued by other helicopter teams. These learned individuals, who had devoted themselves to research rather than engaging in media distractions, expressed their gratitude to Liu Yu and were eager to undertake the tasks assigned to them. But we lack the necessary experimental equipment, they lamented. Liu Yu reassured them, rest assured, we will proceed to gather your required laboratory instruments and other essentials. President, could you possibly bring back my students? They are truly remarkable young men and women, and I cannot bear the thought of their plight. The team goes out daily to rescue those in need, so there is no need for you to worry about that. Just focus on your research, whether it pertains to the zombie virus or other matters. I assure you, I will not neglect your contributions. With your words, we feel reassured. You are all esteemed individuals, and I hope you will devote your utmost energy to contributing to the Brotherhood, thereby aiding all of humanity. Chapter 45. A Summary of Abilities, the Brotherhood's Grand Development. On the 18th day after the apocalypse descended, within Huadu, numerous areas have experienced widespread water and power outages, and Sancha Island is no exception. This is a typical occurrence. Liu Yu's subordinates are already quite capable, having restored water and electricity in no time. However, Liu Yu harbors concerns of another nature, the absence of signal. Most substations in urban areas are unstaffed. There simply aren't enough personnel to manage them, yet team members conduct regular inspections, and there are scheduled checks each year. In the absence of external interference, these machines can operate for at least 2 to 3 years without issue, with the likelihood of failure nearing zero. Yet, it remains uncertain how long the power generation and transmission components can sustain themselves, especially considering that not all zombies are ordinary. Many mutated zombies can wreak significant havoc. Mobile signals rely on base stations, which in turn require electricity. Without power supply, any damaged equipment within the base stations remains unaddressed, rendering them inoperative. One can imagine that while water and electricity can be restored, the re-establishment of signal base stations will prove exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, I have already commenced radio training, ensuring that every unit is equipped with a radio. Liu Yu murmured to himself as he arrived at a playground he had cleared using his abilities. The members of the Divine Martial Corps were fully equipped and assembled in formation. Excellent. They all appear quite spirited. Approaching the front of the formation, Liu Yu observed the vibrant spirits of the team members as he paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. The Divine Martial Corps comprises solely of C-class or higher ability users, meticulously selected from the Brotherhood. The number of personnel present exceeds 300, which meets the minimum standard for a battalion. As the Brotherhood expands and engages in search and rescue operations, the size of the battalion will undoubtedly grow. Each member possesses abilities that set them apart from ordinary individuals, showcasing formidable strength. Some belong to the elemental category, others to the mutation category, and some fall under the special category. These 3 classifications were derived from Liu Yu's comprehensive understanding of all ability users. Elemental. This category encompasses abilities that do not rely on physical or mental manifestations, allowing the user to conjure, control, and manipulate various natural elemental energies without the need for a corporeal medium. This includes Liu Yu's mastery over thunder, the command of metals, the frost control of Lung Ryue, and the wood manipulation of Xiao Mingyao. Naturally, these represent the pinnacle of potential, while many others possess lower-tier abilities within this category. For instance, regarding Song Wentao's Ice Blade, he is only able to expend his physical stamina to materialize the Ice Blade. Even after consuming the zombie crystal core to enhance his physique, he can merely conjure a larger and thicker Ice Blade, which is a lower-tier ability compared to Lung Ryue's cold powers. When facing Lung Ryue, he lacks even the qualification to retaliate. As soon as the Ice Blade takes form, control is swiftly usurped by Lung Ryue, transforming it into a weapon aimed at him. Among the team members Liu Yu observes, some are capable of conjuring fireballs, others wind blades, some stone spheres. And even Liu Yu himself possesses a lower-tier ability to materialize lightning spears. In summary, although their abilities do not reach the heights of SSS-class individuals like Liu Yu, Lung Ryue, or Xiao Mingyao, they still belong to the elemental category. Nevertheless, they all possess at least B-grade potential. Mutation category. This encompasses abilities that manifest through physical and mental mutations, with the body and mind serving as their medium. This category contains the majority of ability users. To delineate further, it includes localized limb mutations, singular attribute enhancements, transformations into beastmen, or physical transmutation into specific materials. Among the team members before Liu Yu, 80% fall into this category. Some have transformed into beastmen, others exhibit extraordinary speed, and some possess the ability to elongate their arms at will. For instance, Yu Yang's bloodthirsty berserker, Geng Biao's corruptive touch, and Zhang Wei's fire-breathing abilities all belong to this category. Furthermore, Xiao Mingyun's SSS-class telekinesis, which converts mental energy into telekinetic force, also qualifies, albeit with top-tier potential. It is also pertinent to mention Zhang Wei specifically. He has mutated an organ in his throat that enables him to expel flames, rather than summoning fire through sheer exertion of stamina, thus categorizing his ability as a mutation type. Abilities such as his, while capable of utilizing elemental energy, do not fall under the elemental category due to the physical and mental transformation involved. Additionally, Zhao Yang's F-grade mutation ability, Strength, is the most common among all ability users. It merely enhances his overall attributes, rendering him slightly stronger and faster than an ordinary person, akin to a one-time boost. Special category. This category is exceedingly unique and contains only a handful of abilities within Liu Yu's divine martial army. For instance, The healing ability of Technician No. 18 allows him to expend stamina to emit healing light from both hands, mending wounds. Another team member possesses a slowing ability, which can be activated at the cost of stamina to create a slowing aura. Whoever falls under its gaze will find their movement speed diminished, albeit only affecting one individual at a time. Furthermore, one team member's ability, dubbed Trip, appears to function like a curse, enabling him to forcefully cause another to stumble. Contingent on a judgment that seems to correlate with the target's strength, Lu Yu once had this member attempt to trip himself, and he easily withstood the inexplicable force that sought to make him fall. Through the characteristics of these abilities, Lu Yu suspects that they are far from simple. He speculates that more formidable powers might emerge, such as those involving devouring, plundering, distorting time and space, spontaneous law manifestation, or even the potential for a system or a tribute panel to materialize, abilities he deems essential to acquire in the future. The levels of psychic potential have been clearly defined, and the classification of abilities has been summarized. However, when it comes to the strength and rank of psychic individuals, and those enhancers who have consumed zombie cores to gain power without possessing psychic abilities, there is truly no standard. The will of the world has not provided clarity on this matter. It is unreasonable to measure data, such as the force of a punch or the distance one can run, and thus delineate ranks. While it is feasible to do so presently, no one has the leisure for such endeavors, nor has the ultimate psychic individual, who has reached the pinnacle, emerged for a proper comparison. Nevertheless, Lu Yu, drawing from his own experience, reflected on having consumed the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill and devoured tens of thousands of crystal cores for enhancement. With full control over thunder, he could transform a vast area into a sea of lightning, and with complete command over metals, he could easily assume the role of a demolition director. He believed that even if there were a hierarchy, he would undoubtedly rank high. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu addressed the members of the Divine Military Corps with a solemn tone. Brothers, today our objective is to locate the 3 divisions under the command of the 39th Group Army, stationed in the distant mountains. Find their whereabouts and bring back the equipment. This will accelerate the development of our brotherhood. Do we have confidence? Yes. The crowd responded with vigor, their voices resounding in unison. Good, everyone board the aircraft. Lu Yu waved his hand, and the team boarded several large transport helicopters. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, the Steel Brotherhood thrived, expanding its scale and reclaiming over half of Sanxia Island. Consequently, the Brotherhood's external workforce had grown to approximately 200,000 individuals. This is not surprising, as Sanxia Island once housed nearly 1 million inhabitants. Moreover, the zombies were a result of the world's fusion rather than a sudden global mutation that transformed a significant percentage of the population. Many had managed to hide and endure the initial catastrophe. The Brotherhood was capable of rescuing such a multitude of survivors. However, as time progressed, more and more unrescued survivors would perish. Some machinery on the islands had been scavenged, and in addition to construction tasks, the external workforce was also assigned to factory work to exchange for food and water. To manage such a vast population, the Brotherhood's logistics department, also known as the administrative department, had expanded to over 3,000 personnel. As for the military, its size was also increasing daily. Not only had the 9 mechanized infantry regiments reached full capacity, equivalent to 3 mechanized brigades and 1 mechanized division, but 2 coastal defense regiments, 1 artillery brigade, 1 armored brigade, 1 army aviation brigade, 1 air defense brigade, 1 missile brigade, and 1 air division had also been established, alongside a command center, airport, and ammunition depot, constructed with Lu Yu's psychic abilities. The number of soldiers had reached an astonishing figure of over 60,000. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Recruitment was ongoing daily at the military enlistment locations on the island, screening new recruits. Of course, apart from the mechanized infantry regiments, the other units were not at full strength, as each could only muster a battalion or a regiment's worth of soldiers. Given that not just anyone could operate the various equipment. Taking aviation as an example, how many individuals possess the capability to pilot a fighter jet? At present, Lu Yu has a limited number of pilots at his disposal, sufficient to deploy merely 3 air combat squadrons. As for the equipment of these forces, with General Qin serving as a guiding light, Lu Yu has diligently visited nearly all the military camps and armories in proximity to Huadu over the past few days. The supply of equipment is far from inadequate, and there are still numerous surviving soldiers. Otherwise, the rapid expansion of the army would not be feasible. Currently, he merely requires personnel, and he could readily assemble an army corps. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The scale of the Center Battalion has swollen to over 30,000 individuals, with an increasing number of scoundrels apprehended. Additionally, a plethora of farming tools has been confiscated on the island. These individuals truly possess an uncanny ability to escape, existing abundantly even in less prosperous areas. and surprisingly managing to survive in a bustling locale like Sancha Island. Their status is even lower than that of the criminals in the Sinner Battalion after being castrated. They are either used for blood training for new recruits or taken into laboratories for experimentation on the zombie virus conducted by the esteemed professors. Notably, during Liu Yu's recent scavenging of the fallen military camps, he encountered surviving military personnel, establishing communication and dialogue between the two factions. Chapter 46. The Shift in Climate. Online girlfriend on the 29th day since the apocalypse commenced. Has it started to snow? Liu Yu approached the window, gazing out at the snowy landscape. A flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Hailing from the Jianghuai region and having spent a considerable time in the northeast, he is no stranger to snow. What perplexes him is the occurrence of snow in this location. In recent days, he has noticed a decrease in the ambient temperature, yet he did not anticipate it to plunge to such depths. It is essential to note that this is Yuezhou, the southern frontier of the empire. While the temperatures may not be the highest throughout the year, snowfall is utterly inconceivable. What could be the reason? Could it be the result of the fusion of two realms, causing a disruption in climate? Perhaps this is the only plausible explanation. Fortunately, due to the recent drop in temperature, the entire army had taken preventive measures by preparing warm clothing. Otherwise, chaos would likely ensue. Wow, it is snowing. Suddenly, Liu Yu felt a weight on his back, accompanied by an exquisitely soft sensation, akin to the touch of two delicate hands, indescribable in its nature. Indeed, it is snowing. A rare occurrence. Liu Yu responded to the woman beside him, expressing, "This weather suits you perfectly. Do you think I am cold-hearted?" Lung Ryue wrapped her arms around her man's neck, leaning her entire weight against his back, her forehead continuously brushing against the side of his head. The intimacy brought forth by their closeness, the fragrant aroma enveloping them, and her playful breath, reminiscent of orchids, ignited warmth within Liu Yu's heart, stirring a desire to act. However, he restrained himself, wary of overwhelming her so early in the morning. It is worth noting that she had previously found it challenging to contend with him, and now she is even less of a match. Liu Yu, with a resigned glance at Lung Ryue, remarked, "What do you think?" This woman has become increasingly tender before him, even more so than Meng Yun. Yet, upon reflection, there remains a significant distinction. Dreamy clouds resemble a home, exuding a maternal radiance, enveloping all in a warm embrace, allowing one to open their heart and share everything, forgetting worries and sorrows, bringing immense comfort. As for Liu, she embodies the innocence of a girl in love, playfully indulging in affection, giggling and longing for closeness, unwilling to be apart for even a moment. One might wonder how such a proud and beautiful ice queen has transformed into this. I still prefer your original self, arrogant, cold, indifferent to all, exuding extreme confidence. With a disdainful gaze, blooming like a solitary flower on a lofty peak. Sister, step on me. That would truly evoke a feeling, wouldn't it? Tears well up. Of course, Liu presents herself as such to outsiders, yet in private, she transforms entirely. However, she feels that she is quite gentle. Liu rests her chin on Liu Yu's shoulder, her beautiful eyes languidly moving, whispering sweet words that convey her love for this man. If love and loyalty could be quantified, Liu's affection and fidelity towards Liu Yu have undoubtedly reached the highest degree, forever sealed. The peach blossom divine body is truly formidable. It is essential to understand that in the realm of cultivation where this divine body resides, prior to the emergence of the original divine body, individuals seldom paid close attention to their female members. However, once the original divine body was revealed, everything changed, and the entire world was tinged with a deep shade of green. Countless people were affected, and it was a true sense of being greened, not just the families, but entire clans. Partners, wives, concubines, descendants, female elders, and even the matriarchs of the family. In the realm of cultivation, regardless of age, those with high prowess are guaranteed to possess beauty. After all, a woman can surpass her male counterparts easily and ascend to the celestial ranks. The original divine body welcomed all, facilitating the primitive accumulation of capital. With the investments of numerous affluent women, it swiftly reached the pinnacle of earthly cultivation, sweeping through the entire realm of cultivation without rivals. Subsequently, it established a sacred ground for dual cultivation, imposing restrictions on many who wore green hats to protect the sanctity of the place. Before ascending to the higher realms with his beautiful wives and concubines, what transpired afterward remains unknown. Perhaps he continued to conceal his prowess until no one realized the might of the peach blossom divine body, stealthily developing and appropriating from others. Replicating the path in the lower realms, growing to establish a sacred ground for dual cultivation, and ascending in this cyclical manner. In any case, his successors have all benefited from his blessings. The sacred ground for dual cultivation has stood resilient, and even when the peach blossom divine body emerges every 30,000 years, It is challenging to eradicate it prematurely, as the sacred ground can sense it immediately, and protectors will often rush to bring their holy child to safety. After perusing the inheritance information once more, Lu Yu felt a pang of longing. If only I possessed a cultivation technique now, it would be splendid. Surely activating the peach blossom divine body to make me adored by all. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lu Yu retrieved it from his pajama pocket and opened the chat interface to type to his conversation partner. Once more, I am still alive. Thank you for your concern. Zifeng, why did you just reply now? Where are you? I will come to get you. Again, Zifeng, why aren't you responding? Again, who are you chatting with? Cold Ryu, filled with curiosity, glanced at Lu Yu's phone screen and noticed that the avatar of the person he was chatting with depicted a cat's head. Is she your online girlfriend? Do you wish to know who she is? Lu Yu replied with a smile. Bang. I don't want to know. Cold Ryu suddenly tapped his head and then climbed down from his back, feigning anger as she crossed her arms. You scoundrel. How can you still think of others when you have us? Honestly, she got to me before you all did, Lu Yu protested, eager to clarify. The user behind the name Come Again was someone he had added when he first traversed into this world, working at a black factory and searching for nearby individuals. Life was tough back then. Without an imperial citizen certificate, he was confined to the black factory, lacking the funds to go out and play. So he sought solace in chatting on his phone. Upon scrolling through Come Again's social media, he discovered her selfies showcased a stunningly beautiful woman. And with the backdrop of a school, he sensed her lack of worldly experience during their conversations, prompting him to flirt excessively, an invigorating distraction, perhaps. However, Come Again was quite wary of requests for offline meetings, only to reveal that she had someone she liked, leaving Lu Yu with no choice but to relent. Yet, he did not give up. Instead, he rephrased his intentions to befriend her and continued their conversations whenever possible. As the first month of grueling work at the Black Factory concluded, after finally persuading his associate Yu Yang, he was rewarded with the 9 bulls and 2 tigers pill. At that moment, Lu Yu, accompanied by his younger brothers, left the Black Factory, immersing himself in the bustling underworld, neglecting the other party for a time. Once Lu Yu established his foothold in the underworld, he resumed chatting with her, even discreetly locating her school to take a peek, confirming her beauty. Lu Yu, still possessing a modicum of pride, refrained from underhanded tactics and planned to confess his feelings at school, putting on airs. Consequently, he had no interest in the ladies of the heavenly realm, and upon discovering Xiao Mengyun, his disinterest only deepened. However, due to his busy schedule, he forgot about his intention to confess at school. Recently, he recalled her and attempted to reach out, but she had yet to respond, even until now. Of course, he did not disclose the intricacies of his time travel to Cold Ryu, only summarizing his experiences in online dating. By the way, I remember her ID wasn't Come Again before. When did she change it? After listening to the story, Cold Ryu's enchanting eyes twinkled as she remarked. I think you should hurry and bring her here. It's perilous for a girl in these times. Look at what kind of impression this has left on the child. With the peach blossom divine body, you still claim you lack magical skills. Lu Yu replied, I did inquire, but she hasn't responded. Let's see. If she replies today while I'm at the military port, I'll bring her back. Cold Ryu leaned against Lu Yu's embrace, gently nodding her head. After sharing a tender moment, Lu Yu departed his home, neglecting breakfast, and headed straight to the military camp. The reveille had long since sounded, and rows of soldiers were engaging in their morning exercises. Thanks to the Brotherhood's ample provisions, the soldiers were invigorated and in high spirits. Their military uniforms are no longer those brought by Lu Yu from the Eagle Sauce family, but rather the official attire of the Empire, distinguished by shoulder epaulets bearing the emblem of the Iron Brotherhood. This adjustment is made for the convenience of future operations, should they encounter the court or military. The Brotherhood has yet to formally sever ties with the Empire, allowing for a swift change of shoulder insignia to create confusion. The emblem of the Brotherhood features a vibrant crimson background, with a sword and a rifle crossed at the center. A clenched white fist raised towards the heavens amid a golden dragon of the Zhuxia heritage encircling the trio of elements. The sword symbolizes extraordinary strength, while the rifle represents technological prowess, indicating that the Brotherhood values both equally and will not easily forsake or lean towards either. They intend to utilize these two forms of power to reconstruct civilization. The formidable fist signifies the unwavering unity among the Brotherhood's members, bound together in purpose and strength. Their fists, glowing white, also evoke the sheen of steel, embodying a resolve and cohesiveness as unyielding as iron. The golden Zhuxia dragon represents the pure lineage of the Zhuxia people, heirs of the dragon and descendants of Yin and Huang, ensuring that the nation remains ever resilient. As for the shoulder insignia, it features the 5 prominent characters of the Iron Brotherhood inscribed upon a reduced emblem, accompanied by the names of military branches such as the Army, Air Force, and Navy. Salute. with the command from the duty officer. The assembled members of the Divine Martial Corps salute Lu Yu in unison. Lu Yu stands before them, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with admiration. Initially, the Divine Martial Corps was established with just over 300 individuals. Now, the force has grown to 1,200, each member possessing a latent ability of at least C grade or above. They enjoy the finest treatment within the Brotherhood, equipped with the most sophisticated gear. Personally trained and led by Lu Yu, with each individual holding at least the rank of lieutenant, thus forming the elite within the Iron Brotherhood. Consequently, members of other units privately refer to the Divine Martial Corps as the Imperial Guard or the Imperial Guard Corps. Some, envious of their exceptional privileges and benefits, even go so far as to call them the Emperor's elite guards. However, the mechanized infantry regiment led by Lung Ryue is decidedly dissatisfied, frequently engaging in verbal sparring, asserting that they are the foremost among the military branches, the most loyal defenders of the leader and the royal guard. Due to Lung Ryue's influence, Lu Yu has allocated a portion of high potential ability users to her, ensuring that the combat effectiveness of the 1st Regiment remains the most formidable among conventional units, even forming a special operations team comprised entirely of ability users. Furthermore, the origins of the 1st Regiment as a combat division filled with Lu Yu's former subordinates lend credence to this claim. Among the 1,200, there are some A and B grade ability users. Lu Yu refrains from recruiting them, partly because they are valuable subordinates, and partly because, while their abilities are enticing, they do not evoke a sense of envy. One possesses thunder control, another metal manipulation. Such prowess is already extraordinary enough, and there is no need to expend energy pursuing others. He understands the wisdom of not biting off more than one can chew. Of course, the most significant reason is that they do not possess top-tier abilities, nor are they particularly exceptional. The ceremony concluded. The duty officer turned and, after issuing the command, faced Lu Yujing with a salute. Report, Commander, all members of the Divine Military have assembled. Please provide your instructions. At ease, Lu Yujing returned the salute. The officer then turned back, gave the order, and hurried back to the ranks. Without further ado, the protocols remained unchanged, based on the achievements of each squad from yesterday. The top 3 were the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th squads. Thus, these 3 squads would accompany me in today's mission, while the remaining squads could operate freely. You are dismissed. Board in 5 minutes. Chapter 47. Reborn Girl, Luo Xian. It began to snow. Luo Xian murmured to herself. Indeed, just like in my previous life. It is at this very moment. She sat on the electric heated Kong she had specially arranged, hugging her legs, resting her chin upon her knees, gazing dreamily at the snowflakes fluttering outside, her demeanor reminiscent of a small cat cocooned in its own protection. At this moment, the future empress of the Great Chu, Xiao Mingyun, must have returned to Sansha Island, developing outward from her family's Filong Villa, with the assistance of the future General Lung Ryue and Princess Xiao Mingyao. She likely has already driven away the future Steel Lord, Su Jian, becoming the most powerful force on Sansha Island. Luo Xian continued to speak to herself softly, the last of the 3 SSS-level superpowered beings hailing from Huadu, the future Thunder Emperor, is probably already discovered by the authorities and has thus joined them. In the future, he will betray the officials, leading the other races to obliterate the Huadu Bureau, only to be eventually expelled by Xiao Mingyun, establishing his own Thunder Emperor city in the north. The Blood Queen, the Shadow Emperor, and the Valkyrie, along with the other 9 SSS-level superpowered beings, are likely embarking on their own stories now. But what of me? Luo Xian raised her palm and examined it closely, faintly perceiving a world within. This was her SSS-level extraordinary ability, World of Growth. As the name suggests, she possessed a world of her own that she could enter at will. It was fragrant with earth, marked by distinct seasons. Everything present in the external world existed within, along with beauties absent from the outside, albeit currently somewhat diminutive. However, as time passed, this world would continue to expand, already measuring the size of a 3-dimensional basketball court. Within, she had planted various seeds and stored abundant resources. In her previous life, she had not awakened this ability. She had merely manifested an E-level power. To her astonishment, the ability awakened in her rebirth was this, and it was SSS level. She must be the 4th SSS level superpowered being from Huadu, right? This time, my path will surely be extraordinary. Even if my ability does not aid in combat, I believe I can succeed. Luo Xian clenched her small fists, her beautiful eyes radiating a resolute determination. Indeed, she was a reborn individual. In her previous life, like countless others, she had been at a loss in the face of sudden calamities, surviving by sheer luck while languishing in school. The campus was overrun with zombies, and the shadow of death loomed over all survivors. Although the authorities have been engaged in rescue efforts, their priority has never been the insignificant foot soldiers. but rather the powerful, the affluent, the scientists, and the elite. For someone like her, merely surviving that harrowing period without succumbing to starvation was nothing short of miraculous. It was only when the extraordinary individuals from her school led the way out, returning to the nearby community predominantly inhabited by students, that she finally found a moment of respite. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, the true horror does not stem from the zombies, but rather from the human heart. She discovered that the scoundrel she had long admired was utterly hypocritical, deceitfully robbing her of all her provisions through lies. She realized that the seemingly virtuous woman, akin to a white lotus, was infuriatingly contemptible, as everyone else lived like dogs, while she continued to bask in the glory, enjoying the resources offered by her devoted admirers. Eventually, when food ran out, she was compelled to muster her courage and step outside, battling her way through perilous encounters until she finally reached a safe zone and joined the official ranks. However, possessing only an E-level ability, which was just marginally superior to an F level, she found herself hardly regarded as significant even within the official circle. After enduring numerous bloody battles alongside her comrades, she gradually earned their acceptance and recognition, rediscovering the sense of honor and responsibility that comes with being a soldier. To her astonishment, the scoundrel and the contemptible woman reappeared. The latter maneuvered her way into the upper echelons of the safe zone, becoming a renowned socialite, while the scoundrel thrived alongside her. When the Lightning Emperor rebelled, this duplicitous duo promptly chose to align themselves with the new power, continuing to live comfortably. Meanwhile, she wandered like a stray dog, bereft of a home, navigating a constantly merging new world, all alone. Fortunately, she encountered some heartfelt companions, an adventuring group that embraced her as family. Although they hailed from another realm, their smiles and kindness nourished her weary and shattered spirit. Yet, why must fate be so cruel? Just as she joined this new adventuring party, they were ambushed by a formidable slave-capturing force under the command of the Lightning Emperor. One by one, familiar comrades fell before her eyes, as dear friends were captured amidst their desperate cries, and the leader bravely stood in front of her, sacrificing himself to use the last teleportation scroll to ensure her escape. Surviving once more, yet utterly alone, her heart felt irrevocably extinguished. She aimlessly wandered the desolate wilderness, ultimately succumbing in battle against a monster. In that fleeting moment of closing her eyes, she believed she could finally depart from this bleak world. To her astonishment, however, her eyes opened again. Upon investigation, she discovered that she had been reborn 7 days prior to the advent of the apocalypse. Thereafter, she meticulously followed the strategies outlined in novels, hoarding supplies on a grand scale. Not only did she utilize her savings, but she also borrowed extensively from various online lending platforms, reasoning that after the apocalypse, money would merely be worthless paper, and creditors would have no time to pursue debts. As for school, naturally, she avoided it altogether, disregarding her counselor's invitations. Instead, she secluded herself at home, patiently awaiting the disaster's arrival, employing various tactics to slay zombies and acquire their crystal cores. A few days ago, the extraordinary beings on campus broke free from the confines of the school, with many survivors scattering in different directions. The scoundrels and their equally despicable companions naturally returned here, following the trajectory of their previous lives. However, this time, when the rogue sought to borrow provisions from her, she brandished a kitchen knife, sending him fleeing in terror. Notably, several classmates who had treated her kindly in her past life were preemptively persuaded by her to relocate to this building, where they stockpiled some supplies. Furthermore, just 5 days before the apocalypse descended, a man with a stern countenance and a detached demeanor moved in next door, exuding an air of mystery. Recently, it became apparent that this man had discovered through some channel that slaying zombies could yield crystal cores, and he, much like her, stealthily ventured out by night to hunt the undead in search of these cores. Xian, are you in need of food? If so, Qian, and I can bring some over. You know, just before the end of the world, someone carelessly sent our family a dozen bags of rice. As her phone vibrated, Luo Xian picked it up to find a message from a close classmate. A smile crept across her face as she typed a reply. I still have some here, thank you, and Qian. If I need anything, I will reach out to you. That careless person, who could it possibly be if not herself? No matter how reasonable the rationale for stockpiling supplies may be, it was implausible to convince them to hoard excessively, hence the emergence of this careless individual. Oh, by the way, I noticed there's quite a commotion downstairs again. Should we take a look? Upon recalling the selfish and self-serving creatures in the building, Luo Xian's expression shifted, and her fingers swiftly typed. It's best not to. Let them make their noise. As long as they don't bother us, they can do as they please. All right then, we will heed your advice. After her counterpart concluded the conversation, no further messages were sent. What could that fellow be up to now? For some inexplicable reason, Luo Xian's thoughts drifted to the man next door. Though their acquaintance was limited to nods of recognition, she found herself harboring a modicum of curiosity about him. Suddenly, she noticed Zifeng in her chat list, and her brow furrowed in perplexity. Who was this Zifeng? She recalled that in her previous life, she had been infatuated with that wretched scoundrel, easily misled by him and unable to recognize the truth, making it utterly impossible for her to engage in prolonged conversations with another man. Upon reviewing their chat history, she discovered that this man possessed a remarkable ability to flirt. His words charming and humorous without being excessive. Indeed, he was a master of wooing women, which explained why she had yet to delete him. Wait, that isn't the matter at hand. What she should consider is that, in the months leading up to the apocalypse in her previous life, she had never added this person as a friend, had she? How did he suddenly appear? Just like the stoic man next door. He hadn't lived there in her past life. Why, then, were there two discrepancies in this incarnation? Luo Xin pondered quietly. After a moment's reflection, she opened the chat interface with Zifeng. I'm still alive. Thank you for your concern. Zifeng, why did you reply only now? Where are you? I'll come to get you. Again, she thought. Zifeng, why aren't you responding? As Luo Xin continued to input text, the interrupted conversation resumed. Chapter 48. It is well known that Lu Yu is a man of the moment. My residence is at room 1201, Unit 3, Building 19, Hanyang Community. If you can come, then please come and pick me up. After sending this string of text, Luo Xin closed the chat interface. She let out a long breath and shook her head. If he were merely a man seeking to flirt, he would surely not risk his life to come, like this fellow named Zifeng. She estimated that upon reading her message, he would voluntarily fall silent and cease to respond. To her surprise, not long after, her phone vibrated, and Luo Xin, momentarily taken aback, instinctively opened the chat interface. Zifeng. All right then, you just wait there and don't wander off. Wait, are you really coming to find me? Luo Xin was somewhat bewildered. She wanted to decline his good intentions, but as her finger hovered over the screen, she found herself unable to press it down. She gently bit her lower lip, her expression fraught with conflict. Initially, she intended to use this as an excuse to halt further communication with him, not anticipating that he would deviate from her script. What should she do now? The helicopter soared through the sky, and within the cabin, Lu Yu set his phone down. Room 1201, Unit 3, Building 19, Hanyang Community? Excellent. After completing his task, he could make a trip there to retrieve his online girlfriend. Lu Yu mused to himself, closing his eyes and extending his mental energy outward, reaching beyond the cabin to observe the scenes below. In some areas, hordes of zombies were relentlessly pursuing survivors venturing out in search of supplies. In others, conflicts erupted as humans engaged in fierce battles for unknown reasons. And in yet other locales, unceasing bloodshed ensued as humanity retaliated against the zombies for their very survival. In short, on the 29th day following the apocalypse, the sprawling city of Huadu was engulfed in utter chaos. The news of the establishment of a safe zone in Jinghai district must have already spread, otherwise, the streets would not be in such disarray. Almost everywhere, battles raged, as those who had awakened their abilities believed they could make a breakthrough and fight their way out. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The zombies that had been cast into the city after the merging of two realms, along with the vast population that had transformed into zombies due to the infection, continued to increase in number, including a growing population of mutated zombies. Meanwhile, the disorganized survivors, akin to a pile of loose sand, had little chance of breaking through to the safe zone. To say that survival was unlikely would be an understatement. As the helicopter formation flew overhead, many temporarily safe survivors gazed up at the sky, cursing the authorities in their hearts but daring not to voice their grievances. After all, these helicopters flew overhead daily, and regardless of how fervently they waved, they would not descend to rescue them. Anyone who shouted curses would risk being rewarded with missiles. Could one blame them for their resentment? In truth, the survivors had misjudged the government. Given the current state of the devastated Huadu government, military support had yet to arrive. And with only the Guard Forces and Public Security Bureau at their disposal, how could they possibly deploy military helicopters? These were the aerial forces of the Steel Brotherhood. At the government side, there were merely a few civilian helicopters. Previously, when Lu Yu discovered that these helicopters dared to compete with him for scientific talent, he issued an order to eliminate any encountered, resulting in the complete eradication of helicopters at the government end. The reasons for their demise were varied: destroyed by rockets, obliterated by aircraft cannons, annihilated by surface-to-air missiles, decimated by anti-aircraft artillery, and even brought down by supernatural abilities. Such a plethora of endings vividly illustrated the formidable strength of the Steel Brotherhood. Brother, we have arrived, Zhang Wei reminded Lu Yu, who had his eyes closed. As he gazed outside, Sis-in-law, let us get started, Xiao Minglong exclaimed with excitement. Hearing their words, Lu Yu extended his mental energy, and confirmed that the military port indeed lay before them. Speaking of these two beloved mischief makers, they were even more troublesome than Yu Yang. At least Yu Yang had some sense of responsibility. He rarely wanted to go out and typically remained home to work diligently. Yet, these two, one a mechanized infantry regiment commander and the other a gendarmerie battalion commander, persistently clamored to accompany their leader on outings, shamelessly insisting on tagging along and leaving their duties to their subordinates, to the extent that the Divine Martial Corps began to regard them as one of their own. Everyone, get moving. Lu Yu stood up and shouted, waving his hand as the steel within his spatial ring was instantly released, forming a massive steel skateboard outside the cabin. Once the helicopter hovered, he was the first to leap onto it, followed closely by the supernatural team members from the cabin who landed steadily on the steel skateboard. Hurry, hurry everyone, they urged. The boss is about to begin. Get on quickly. Those who lag behind will be tasked with cleaning the entire squadron-S restroom tonight. The squad leaders from the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th battalions shouted in unison. One helicopter after another approached, and over 300 empowered individuals, having consumed zombie crystal cores, exhibited remarkable jumping abilities as they gracefully landed on the steel skateboard. Haha, we're off, Liu shouted, maneuvering the steel skateboard like a fighter jet as it sped towards the military port. It is well known that Lao Wan is a man of flair, and Liu Yu, possessing abilities akin to the cinematic Lao Wan, was equally impressive, always remembering the principle of making a grand impression. As for how he was able to fly with iron, do you know how electricity generates magnetism? This was a technique developed by Liu Yu, but specifics need not be elaborated, as the viewers likely have no interest in the details. Oh ho, here it comes, it's the boss's iron flight. What the hammer? Such a cool move. It should be called board flight. The sky pirates have resurrected. Hee hee, I can already envision the astonished faces of the survivors. Hee hee, so can I. The empowered individuals on the steel skateboard cheered exuberantly. As for the helicopter pilots, they helplessly rolled their eyes as they flew their aircraft, trailing behind them. Flying has always been one of humanity's dreams. Even after the advent of airplanes, this dream has never ceased. To stand high in the sky and embrace the wild winds is an experience that ordinary people cannot fathom. Most importantly, it is all about showcasing one's prowess. Previously, they had visited universities, factories, research institutes, and other locations in search of talent and vital resources. Liu Yu's strategy had proven to be remarkably effective, granting them immense psychological satisfaction. As expected, the survivors both inside and outside the naval port were astounded by the scene that gradually unfolded before their eyes. Look over there, shouted the survivors at the naval base, beckoning their companions to come forth. Keep your voices down and save some strength. This is my heaven. The comrades stepping out were momentarily taken aback. Am I imagining things? The survivors aboard the warship widened their eyes, even rubbing them to ensure they were seeing correctly. Those approaching us are fully prepared for battle. The officer beside them wore a grave expression, raising his rifle in response. Although the remaining soldiers were astonished, each followed orders without hesitation, despite their firearms being devoid of ammunition. Should the newcomers prove to be unwelcome guests, these weapons remained their sole means of resistance. Chapter 49. The Divine Martial Troops display their might. Rescuing the naval officers and soldiers, the steel skateboard disassembled above the massive destroyer, returning to Liu Yu's spatial ring. Liu Yu and his more than 300 subordinates landed smoothly on the deck. Roar! The zombies on the ship, drawn by the scent, charged towards them. 3 minutes. Liu Yu remarked, glancing at his wristwatch, uttering just 3 words. Haha, what are we waiting for? It's time to warm up. Fearless, the team members, upon seeing the incoming zombies, surged forward as if they were encountering beautiful maidens, treating the adversaries as mere prey. Divine Blade Slash. One team member, wielding 2 combat knives, leaped into the air, shouting a dramatic battle cry, and with a swift descent, decapitated 2 zombies. Watch my meteor chasing the moon. Another exclaimed, swinging a meteor hammer, sending 1 zombie's head flying. Heavenly Halberd Strike. Twilight of the Gods. Ah, chop, chop, I shall chop again. Path of Infinite. Every strike beheads. This band of team members, each a talent in their own right, exhibited a hint of youthful exuberance. Indeed, each possessed an innate potential at least at level C. Their combat prowess was inherently high. After special training and the consumption of zombie crystal cores, they became capable of traversing through hordes of ordinary zombies with ease. Even those who initially lacked such exuberance were gradually influenced upon joining this unit. Moreover, the majority of them dismissed the use of firearms, firmly believing in the supremacy of extraordinary beings. They maintained that the future belonged to the extraordinary, who would rely on cold weapons at most. The weapons in their hands were forged from specialized steel. With Liu Yu, the metal master, at the helm, any form of cold weapon could be crafted, allowing for mass production that enhanced his subtle control over abilities. There were even more extreme perspectives, such as this one, To rely on weapons in combat is cowardly. True manhood lies in hand-to-hand combat. Behold my deadly scissor kick. This individual possessed a C-level mutation ability known as Iron Man, allowing him to transform into iron from within. Although Lu Yu's abilities countered him, his combat strength was not to be underestimated. With a powerful flying kick, he sent a green giant crashing to the ground, subsequently locking the creature's head between his iron legs and exerting force to twist it off. The deadly scissor kick truly lived up to its reputation. However, my steel legs shall not allow you to bask in glory alone. Another individual possessed a C-class mutation ability known as Skin Hardened upon activation. He charged into the horde of zombies like a war machine, recklessly colliding with two crawlers and reducing them to mere pulp. Haha, your mighty legs are quite impressive as well. As the scissor kick dispatched zombies, he took a moment to commend his companion. Come on, you two commercial talkers. Is that what you call combat? That's just brutishness. Battle is an art. Wielding weapons is not the only way to triumph. True victory is the ultimate path. Witness my gunplay. This belongs to a select few who favor firearms, as his ability is a B-class mutation known as bullet time. Don't overthink it. Just recognize it as a mutation type, devoid of any connection to temporal powers. It merely places him in a state of heightened neural response. Nevertheless, he is nothing short of a sharpshooter. After leaping into the air, he executed a 365-degree Thomas spin shot, firing both guns in rapid succession. And the surrounding zombies fell instantly, each shot finding its mark. Haha, indeed, art is explosive. Another fellow possessed a C-class special ability known as Precision Throw. Upon activation, he could ensure that anything he threw would hit its target unless his opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Thus, he particularly relished explosives, frequently pestering a skilled demolition specialist within the unit for lessons when not on missions. Boom. A grenade exploded directly in a zombie's mouth, sending blood and guts flying. Damn you, you fool. You're getting me all dirty. Shrimp, you're right. You should keep your distance. That's quite filthy play. Haha, shrimp, silence. Or I'll pluck your shrimp line. Fool, you'll be in trouble if you damage the boss's ship. Ah, thanks for the warning, chicken brother. I won't act recklessly, haha. With over 300 ability users facing merely a handful of zombies aboard a ship, despite some being mutated, this was hardly a challenge. Before the various talents could fully showcase their powers, the zombies were annihilated. In precisely 2.5 minutes, you've shown improvement. Lu Yu glanced at his watch, smirking. Haha, a strong general commands no weak soldiers. With a formidable leader like you, we cannot afford to be lackluster. Absolutely. This is hardly satisfying, brother. Let us move on to another ship. A group of subordinates, grinning, approached him to claim credit. Xiao Gang, release the water. Quickly, give me a dousing. Faster, Gongzi. I'm dying of discomfort. I know. I'm almost your personal water gun. That's because your combat power is the weakest. Indeed, Xiao Gang is the weakest. The young man, named Xiao Gang, unleashed his ability, conjuring spheres of water that splashed down upon his filthy comrades. B-class elemental ability, water bomb. Boss, here are just a dozen crystal cores, all right here. The captain of the 2nd Squadron presented the spoils with both hands. Lu Yu directly took them and stored them in his spatial ring. Although distributing the rewards to his subordinates would appear more generous, he had established a rule that all acquisitions must be publicly shared. A rule is a rule, and he could not set a bad example in this regard. Look at them. What have they become? It's merely a matter of dispatching a zombie. Must it be so chaotic? Lu Yu waved his hand in front of his nose, somewhat dissatisfied with their inability to kill the zombies without sustaining injuries. However, while he harbored this dissatisfaction, the naval officers who witnessed everything on the bridge were utterly astonished. Who are these formidable individuals? Must they be so fierce? The zombies aboard this ship had previously been an insurmountable obstacle for these surviving officers. Yet they were effortlessly dispatched now. Fighting such enemies, it seemed, offered not a shred of hope. The surviving officers swallowed hard, their hearts beginning to race with anxiety. Below, Lu Yu had already noticed them. He smiled slightly in the direction of the bridge. In the next moment, he appeared within the bridge itself. The hatch creaked as it swung open, and the glass remained intact, confirming that Lu Yu had burst in from outside in a mere second, so fast that the officers present had yet to register his presence. Don't move. Who are you? It took a heartbeat for the officers to realize what had happened, and they quickly surrounded Lu Yu with their rifles, some trembling at the knees, others dripping with sweat. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Lu Yu scanned the sailors before finally fixing his gaze on a middle-aged officer adorned with the insignia of a colonel. To put it bluntly, had my intentions been malevolent, you all would have perished in that fleeting second. Lu Yu spread his hands, speaking candidly. Yes, I believe that. The colonel replied with a nod, then spoke in a grave tone. I surmise that your restraint stems from a desire not to harm us, and you are clad in our military uniform. As he concluded, the colonel's pupils constricted. Indeed, Lu Yu was dressed in a tailored, stylish general's uniform, albeit without the flowing cape, which would have added to his presence but was omitted for practical reasons. Furthermore, he had adorned himself with the rank of lieutenant general, a title obtained from the commander of the 39th Group Army, discovered in the wardrobe of the old general. Naturally, the former owner had turned into a zombie, and Lu Yu had graciously delivered him from his plight. Our objectives are clear. We seek the warships in the naval port and the surviving naval officers. What do you say? Will you join us? Lu Yu extended the invitation with a smile directed at the colonel. Previously, he had been preoccupied with plundering the army, neglecting the naval port, which resulted in fewer naval survivors accounted for, but it was not too late. Upon hearing the invitation, the colonel took a deep breath and, gazing at Lu Yu, asked solemnly, "May I inquire as to the capacity in which you extend this invitation? Me? As the leader of the Steel Brotherhood, perhaps? Or, you might consider me the commander of the 39th Group Army," Lu Yu replied, the latter assertion bearing a kernel of truth. Firstly, the entirety of the equipment belonging to the 39th Army Group has been entrusted to him, granting him the legacy of the army. Furthermore, numerous surviving soldiers from the 39th Army Group have been rescued by him, now all united within the Brotherhood, including a few who had managed to break through and linger outside the barracks, who were also reintegrated upon their encounter with him. To refer to his Brotherhood, it is essentially the resurrection of the 39th Army Group, is it not? Gazing at the familiar interior of the bridge, Lu Yu added, "Indeed, it can be likened to that of a veteran with profound affection for the Navy." This statement was uttered from the depths of his heart, for prior to his crossing, he had served as a member of the Navy, and if compelled to choose a branch of the military once more, he would still opt for the Navy. Standing in the east, the heroic fleet was born amidst the smoke of battle. To safeguard the maritime territory, fearless warriors construct a maritime Great Wall. Even after the passage of considerable time, whenever he reminisced about all things naval, this song would inevitably resurface in his mind. His goodwill towards the colonel stemmed significantly from the sheer handsomeness of the military attire he donned. However, the past is the past, and it is best left unconsidered. Lu Yu gently shook his head and then looked at the colonel. "What have you decided? All present, lower your weapons and salute the commander." The colonel, without hesitation, stood at attention, issuing the command while saluting Lu Yu, his gaze sharp and focused. The emaciated soldiers immediately straightened their posture and saluted in unison. "Report. Captain of Ship 1154, Colonel Zheng Weifeng." The colonel enunciated his name clearly, fixating his gaze on Lu Yu. His decisiveness was fueled not only by Lu Yu and his subordinates being formidable superhumans, but also because it was not merely Lu Yu's military garb or rank that inspired respect, nor the so-called Brotherhood or Army Group. It was the palpable passion for the Navy that he perceived in Lu Yu's eyes. This sentiment resonated deeply, as fellow naval personnel could readily identify with it. Lu Yu also gradually returned the salute, softly stating, "Ship 1154, returning to formation." To clarify a point of knowledge, in film and television, when soldiers wish to return to formation or rejoin after an outing, they often report with phrases like requesting to return to formation, which is unnecessary. There is no need for such formalities. Simply standing at attention and stating report suffices, as superiors comprehend the intent. Just as in this moment, the colonel had clearly articulated his intent, and Lu Yu consented to his request. As the words left his lips, the colonel's eyes welled with tears, slowly lowering his arms, collapsing in place, his head bowed as he stifled a sob. The surrounding soldiers, in an instant, burst into tears, each weeping profusely, as the well of tears that had once run dry now overflowed once more. The calamity had struck with unanticipated swiftness, leaving no one prepared. Witnessing the tragic demise of comrades, witnessing the transformation of fellow soldiers into emotionless zombies attacking their own, retreating amidst gunfire to this very spot, their ammunition depleted, their rations exhausted. The awakened superhumans risked their lives to procure food from the kitchen, only to fall just steps away from the entrance, desperately tossing the provisions to their comrades. If it were not for the longing for family and the mutual encouragement among comrades, they might have long succumbed to despair. They have waited far too long. It is over. It is all over. You have been saved. You are returning home. I am truly sorry for you. I arrived too late. Yet, even when faced with dire straits, you did not forget to take up arms. The warriors of the sea are indeed remarkable. Lu Yu patted one soldier's shoulder and comforted another by gently patting his back. Since his arrival in this world, it was the first time he felt such intense emotional fluctuations. Previously, he had maintained his composure and wisdom, viewing this world merely as an expansive replica, a rare challenge, and a game on the path to leadership, deep down perhaps regarding all beings in this realm as NPCs. Now, however, upon witnessing these soldiers clad in naval uniforms, a wave of empathy surged within him. You have brought them through to this moment. You are commendable as well. Lu Yu leaned down and patted the colonel's shoulder. while simultaneously gazing at the oceanic view beyond the glass, retrieving provisions from his spatial ring. Eat up, do not choke. What is my elder brother doing? Why hasn't he come down yet? Is something amiss? Time is of the essence. We must board the next warship, or we shall fall behind the other squads. The people on the deck murmured. Silence. Zhang Wei's commanding shout silenced the crowd. Although Wei was often seen as a jovial figure, and his combat prowess was not particularly formidable, his status commanded respect. Wei good, do you know? A teammate close to Zhang Wei whispered to him. Zhang Wei gestured and informed them. My elder brother originally served in the Navy. Do you think his feelings towards the Navy and other branches could be the same? Upon hearing this, the crowd realized with clarity. Some of the soldiers from the army and the guard unit glanced towards the bridge, their expressions revealing complexity. Indeed, it was precisely because of the military aura that enveloped their leader at their first encounter that they had decisively chosen to follow him. With this understanding, the group felt a sense of relief. Waiting nearly a month for rescue had not been easy. Chapter 50. The meeting of the bigwigs in the safe zone after escorting the remaining naval personnel off the ship. Lu Yu promptly stored the 10,000-ton destroyer within his spatial ring. They then continued their efforts to rescue other vessels. With the formidable divine martial troops at his disposal, Lu Yu need not exert himself. He merely served as a vessel recovery station. Furthermore, as this military port was merely one of many bases under the Southern Theater Navy, the number of ships docked here was not substantial. Additionally, some vessels had been fortunate enough to escape the outbreak without encountering zombies, allowing for a timely withdrawal. 3 hours later, gazing at the desolate expanse of the sea, Lu Yu began to assess his bounty. A total of 18 vessels, comprising destroyers, large supply ships, amphibious assault ships, medium frigates, landing ships, and minesweepers. Additionally, there were slightly more than 50 smaller craft, including patrol boats, torpedo boats, missile boats, and submarine hunters, all weighing under 500 tons. Among the survivors aboard these ships, the total number of officers and soldiers exceeded 600. These individuals were invaluable assets, difficult to cultivate, and their presence was essential alongside the ships. They must be properly accommodated. He ordered a team to escort them back while they continued their mission. Lu Yu commanded the helicopter squadron to set sail, transporting these naval personnel back to the headquarters on Sancha Island, before heading to the naval base camp, where more shore-based officers and their families awaited rescue. The Jinghai district, situated on the eastern edge of Huadu, was, in previous years, scarcely recognized as a district, merely a desolate wilderness. However, due to the rapid urban development, changes became increasingly pronounced, prompting the Huadu government to plan and establish a new area here, colloquially referred to as the development zone. Today, what was once a quiet region frequented only by construction workers and their families has transformed into a bustling hub. Towering walls have risen, segregating Jinghai district from the urban area of Huadu, ensuring security by keeping the wandering zombies at bay. The skyline is dotted with watchtowers, where soldiers stand vigilant, and the contrasting scenes inside and outside the walls are stark. Despite the relentless efforts of construction workers and the continuous operation of various machinery, the completed buildings still fall short of accommodating the growing number of refugees. Within the safety zone, makeshift tents erected by the refugees stretch endlessly, with countless temporary shelters sprawling as far as the eye can see. The area is alive with noise. Officers fortunate enough to maintain order are mediating conflicts among the crowd, while some refugees have set up stalls to barter goods. Newly formed civil militias are diligently undergoing training. The most secure and orderly place within this safety zone is undoubtedly the sector housing the government offices. This area, once a community constructed by builders, boasts not only elegantly furnished apartments, but also exquisite villas. In the conference room, the last helicopter lost contact, leaving us devoid of any aerial support. Statistically, the likelihood of encountering flying mutated zombies or avian mutants is rather slim, leading me to believe that this was no mere accident. I concur with this assertion. This was not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate attack against us, resulting in the downing of our dispatched helicopters. Just 2 days ago, a group of extraordinary individuals fortuitously arrived at the safety zone. Reports from below indicated that these individuals fervently claimed to have witnessed numerous military helicopters traversing the skies above the city and even observed missiles being launched to obliterate our aircraft. This is utterly outrageous. It must be the work of a nefarious faction, a group of rebels seeking to exploit the chaos and betray the regime. Who could possess military helicopters? Could they be affiliated with the military? However, this conjecture evidently lacks validity. How could the military possibly assault us? According to our deductions, they are advancing from the west, likely survivors from the military contingent. The leaders of the safe zone convened to deliberate on this matter, their brows furrowed in concern as they voiced their opinions. From the front row, Huang Shorin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly had a thought. Could it be that he was reminded of someone? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, If they were indeed military survivors, why would they target our helicopter? What could be their motive? At one side of the conference table, another prominent figure posed a question. The others fell into deep contemplation, struggling to provide a reasonable explanation. Indeed, the current situation was dire. Even if a faction of military survivors had defected and dispatched military helicopters to the city to scavenge resources, there seemed to be no need for an attack. The resources in the besieged city were plentiful, and there was no vested interest conflict between the two parties. Moreover, the helicopters were merely dispatched to retrieve key individuals, not to plunder supplies. This matter need not be debated further. Fantasizing held no significance. One of the leading figures at the front waved his hand, declaring, "The Central Command has responded, emphasizing that Huadu is a vital area and will not be easily abandoned. They have mobilized an airborne brigade that has suffered minimal losses, en route to our location." Upon hearing this, the leaders present felt a surge of excitement. An airborne brigade. It was said to be an elite force. Their arrival would undoubtedly fortify the safe zone. Yet, one must be strong to forge iron. The leader continued. Central Command has also lifted restrictions on local governments forming militia forces and has granted us a designation. We must expedite the development of our own armed forces, striving to establish combat readiness in order to reclaim Huadu alongside the military. Someone raised a finger, presenting a rather troublesome issue. What about Commander Chin? He intends to come to our safe zone for sustenance. Previously, he was occupied with eradicating the zombies surrounding the base, and now his troops have already departed. The leader in charge of supplies immediately contorted his face in distress, remarking, "We cannot refuse Commander Chin's goodwill, but providing provisions for an airborne brigade, along with our own militia, is already our limit." The safe zone currently accommodates not only numerous officials, but also a vast number of refugee survivors. Not to mention supplying the military with food. They themselves are struggling to make ends meet, and many are suffering from hunger. A voice of concern arose, but the airborne brigade is already en route. We cannot allow them to return empty-handed, nor can we afford to offend Commander Chin. Huang Shoren contemplated for a moment and proposed his idea. Given that they all belong to the military, let them negotiate among themselves. As long as they assist us in reclaiming the city, they may take whatever supplies they desire. Nods of agreement spread throughout the assembly, and soon someone suggested, "By the way, I heard that Commander Chin's daughter is studying at a school in the university town. Should we send someone to rescue her? This could also serve as a favor to Commander Chin, ensuring he does not place us in a difficult position upon his arrival." It is indeed a splendid idea. Yet we currently lack aerial capabilities. Organizing a rescue mission is no trivial matter. Therefore, let us assemble an elite task force. This endeavor must be executed with utmost precision and grace. Agreed. Agreed. Within the naval base, aside from the guard duty battalion, the communication battalion, the reconnaissance battalion, and the speedboat brigade, which possess combat attributes, the remaining units, such as the naval port maintenance team, the logistics supply station, the naval support team, the fuel depot, and the vehicle fleet, are typically not equipped with firearms, as they are technical units primarily responsible for logistical support. Additionally, there are extensive areas within the base housing numerous military families. Consequently, when disaster struck, much of the base succumbed to chaos. Only a handful of combat-capable soldiers managed to access the armory, retrieving weapons and ammunition to secure advantageous positions while awaiting reinforcements, although some survivors remained scattered elsewhere. At this moment, outside the main gate of the naval base, a formidable steel wall stood defiantly in the center of the road, effectively barring the incoming horde of zombies. The undead relentlessly battered against the iron barrier. Alas, no matter their ferocity, the wall remained steadfast as a mountain, impervious even to the varied tactics of the mutated zombies. Within the confines of the wall, helicopters were landing and taking off, frequently ferrying passengers to safety. "Board quickly, do not waste time," exclaimed an officer. "We are immensely grateful to you all. Please take care and secure yourselves upon boarding." Members of the Divine Military Force were diligently maintaining order, continually ushering rescued naval personnel and their families onto the helicopters. Lu Yu, having completed his task of securing all the supplies within spatial rings, strolled over to this location. He glanced at the time, noting that his team had eradicated the zombies in the base in less than 2 hours, with 0 casualties. "Brother, just 2 more trips back and forth, and our mission here will be complete," Zhang Wei exclaimed, bounding over to Lu Yu's side. "Indeed, you have all performed admirably," Lu Yu replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Brother-in-law, where shall we head next?" Xiao Minglong also approached. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "There is another naval port to the east. Let us scour that area as well. I anticipate there may be more fuel in the depot there." Just as he spoke, Lu Yu's brow furrowed suddenly, as he sensed a gaze upon him. Ever since awakening his mental prowess, his perception had significantly heightened. And this awareness had only intensified with the consumption of zombie cores, strengthening his mental faculties further. "Brother-in-law?" Noticing Lu Yu had fallen silent, Xiao Minglong and Zhang Wei exchanged puzzled glances. Continue your work here. I must attend to a matter that I believe will yield a surprise. Lu Yu abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on the distant skyscrapers, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 51. Class: A Supernatural Mutation, X-ray Vision. Has he discovered my presence? Zhang Xiaojun shifted his gaze away from the telescope, muttering in confusion, but that doesn't make sense. It's so far away, unless he possesses the ability to see for miles. Wait, the ability to see for miles. Zhang Xiaojun's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly filled with a sense of trepidation. In the past, the notion of possessing the ability to see 1,000 miles would have been met with skepticism. However, the present is unlike the past. With a plethora of extraordinary powers emerging, it is conceivable that such abilities truly exist. For instance, his own power is the A-level anomaly known as X-ray vision. Zhang Xiaojun, a 15-year-old boy, is an avid recluse with a deep fondness for the world of anime. He typically shuns the outside world, ensuring his home is stocked with supplies, which has allowed him to remain pleasantly plump even a month into the apocalypse. Since awakening his extraordinary power, he has taken to standing on his balcony, using a specialized telescope to observe the world beyond. He finds little appeal in the sight of female zombies, whose pale skin and protruding, dark veins lack any semblance of allure. Instead, he is captivated by the survivors, particularly the young women who have awakened their own powers, displaying grace and vigor in their battles against the undead. This morning, he rose early, discovering that something amiss was occurring at the naval base, with a multitude of helicopters arriving for rescue. Just as he began to observe, he noticed an individual who appeared to be a leader. To his shock, this person seemed to have detected his gaze. Upon glancing again, the figure had vanished. Where could they have gone? Zhang Xiaojun was left in a state of bewilderment. Adjusting his telescope, "Are you looking for me?" A chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind him, causing Zhang Xiaojun to turn pale with fear. He spun around to find a stranger standing directly behind him, and he gasped, "Why you?" The stranger was none other than Lu Yu. Sensing the probing gaze directed at him, Lu Yu had swiftly locked onto its source and, with remarkable speed, made his way to the building, spotting the telescope on the balcony from a distance. "How did you get up here?" Zhang Xiaojun's face turned ashen. He could scarcely believe that the person he had been observing through his telescope had appeared behind him in less than a minute. "Are you surprised by my arrival?" Lu Yu smiled faintly, his fist clenched as he mused. "I'm not entirely sure of my current strength, but I know you could certainly withstand a punch from me. Stay back. Don't come any closer." Zhang Xiaojun retreated, only to find himself against the balcony's railing. Where could he escape to? Day after day, he had indulged in voyeuristic pursuits with his X-ray vision, and now he found himself face to face with the consequences. "I have always been fair in my dealings, so I will grant you the opportunity to resist," Lu Yu said, slowly advancing toward him. "Don't come any closer. I'm an awakened one. I'm powerful." Zhang Xiaojun stammered in fear. The sight of this man, who had appeared as if conjured from thin air, was terrifying. The disparity in size between a child and an adult only heightened his dread. Lu Yu, who had merely intended to teach the boy a lesson, paused at the mention of Zhang Xiaojun's awakening. "What power do you possess?" he inquired, his tone sharp, revealing a hint of menace. He had little patience for idle chatter. "I'm not intimidated by you just because you're an adult. If you dare to come closer, I want to hold back," Zhang Xiaojun shouted defiantly, mistakenly believing he had instilled fear in Lu Yu. "I will ask you once more, what ability have you awakened?" Lu Yu's gaze darkened with intensity. He had no time for frivolous exchanges. "Do not come any closer. Please, do not approach." Zhang Xiaojun screamed desperately, resembling a frightened maiden as Lu Yu advanced towards him. "An innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. This is of your own making." Lu Yu restrained his strength, intending to probe Zhang Xiaojun's extraordinary abilities. The outcome was swift, snap. Zhang Xiaojun's neck was effortlessly broken, his eyes remaining wide open in death. "So weak?" Lu Yu was taken aback, not expecting the boy to refrain from showcasing his powers even in his final moments. Why was he so tightly guarded? Then, Lu Yu sensed a subtle stir within himself. It was the supreme body craving to devour. Merely a fleeting impulse, far less intense than when he had acquired thunder mastery and metal manipulation. Thus, it seemed this boy's powers were not of SSS rank, nor even SS rank, perhaps only at S rank. Lu Yu murmured to himself while a gravitational force emerged from his palm, absorbing the boy's abilities. They fell short of S rank, merely classified as a rank. With a furrowed brow, he released his grip, allowing the boy's lifeless body to thud to the ground. Abilities of A and B rank potential were commonplace among some members of his elite divine martial army. They did not reach the threshold necessary for his ambitions of murder and plunder. Nonetheless, an unexpected gain was still commendable. X-ray vision? Suddenly recalling the information about the newfound power, Lu Yu glanced back at Zhang Xiaojun's corpse, feeling somewhat speechless. It appeared he had wrongfully judged the boy. It was not that he lacked the will to resist, but rather that his powers were utterly incapable of combat. Do we share such a peculiar connection? Lu Yu shrugged, amused. The initial Thunder Mastery had also been acquired from a youth, and now the former owner of X-ray vision was yet another boy. His spirits lifted. This ability was promising. Though it offered little in terms of combat enhancement, it was a boon for those with ulterior motives. No wonder you indulged in telescopes. You were a voyeur at heart. Gazing at Zhang Xiaojuan's remains, Lu Yu contemplated one final utility. Activating X-ray vision, he immediately perceived a shift in his visual perspective, rendering the boy's clothing transparent. Excellent. His physique analysis technique was nearing perfection. One glance would reveal anyone's physical form, exposing them in their entirety. Just as Lu Yu intended to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly realized the ability was more complex than he had anticipated. Increasing his focus, he was astonished to see the deceased's flesh, organs, bones, and even the intricate networks of veins and cells. X-ray? Lu Yu was somewhat taken aback. Was this not the rightful application of X-ray vision? To become a doctor? No. Where was my mind wandering? In a world of martial arts or fantasy, this ability would be remarkable. One could easily discern an opponent's energy pathways and subsequently master their techniques. Lu Yu turned and exited, eager to experiment further with the zombies. Confirming his suspicions. Indeed, in the presence of these eyes, no garment could conceal the truth. Chapter 52. Do not let desire shatter your will. As Lu Yu mysteriously reappeared, Zhang Wei hurriedly approached to greet him. So how's it going? Lu Yu, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast his gaze upon the members of the divine martial troops and the rescued survivors. We're almost done. Just one more visit, and this place will be deserted. Zhang Wei responded. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded. Having just acquired a new ability, he instinctively sought to demonstrate it. However, the result was rather shocking. A group of naked men compelled him to promptly deactivate his powers. Yet, when he glanced at some of the female team members and the women survivors, the spirit of temptation within him stirred anew. Should I? As Lu Yu wrestled with his thoughts, two miniature versions of himself suddenly appeared beside him. One, adorned with a halo and white wings, radiated a pure light, representing the angelic notion. The other, bearing sharp horns, black wings, and a tail, wielded a fork and emanated an aura of malevolence, embodying the demonic notion. The angel tugged at Lu Yu's ear, exclaiming, "Hey, you are a virtuous man. How can you even consider such indecent actions?" Lu Yu's expression turned grave as he nodded, acknowledging his virtuous nature. The demon, displeased by this, shouted into Lu Yu's other ear, "Ignore him. Don't you wish to take a look? I know you're tempted." Lu Yu hesitated upon hearing this. After stroking his chin, a look of intrigue crossed his face. Sensing this, the angel glared at the demon and flew in front of Lu Yu, waving its arms and declaring, "You are a married man. Moreover, they are your subordinates. How can you do this without feeling guilty?" A flicker of struggle crossed Lu Yu's face as he recognized the validity of the angel's words. He could not act so unscrupulously, especially knowing that many of these women had husbands. Seeing his resolve falter, the demon swiftly flew over, delivering a kick that sent the angel flying, and then exuberantly proclaimed, "Conscience? What is that worth? Don't tell me you possess such a thing. That is for the weak. A strong man like you shouldn't be burdened by such notions." Lu Yu clenched his fists, seemingly on the verge of a decision. The demon, sensing an opportunity, continued to tempt him. "Besides, you're merely testing your powers. There is nothing wrong with that. And apart from the onlookers, no one else will know." With a swoosh, the angel returned, delivering a forceful blow that sent the demon reeling. Then, with a compassionate look, the angel addressed Lu Yu. "One must not, at least not in such a manner." The demon retaliated, spearing the angel and causing it to dissolve into a wisp of air. Then, the demon exclaimed fervently, "Listen, kid, do whatever you desire. Don't let your will suppress your desires." Lu Yu's eyes brightened. He immediately activated his X-ray vision. The ensuing thoughts echoed, "This is good. This is splendid. Hee, no harm done. I'm merely experimenting with my powers. I am justified in my actions. I shall do as I please." "Exactly. Ha." The demon, with a glimmer of approval, laughed maniacally before departing. "My friend, what are you so engrossed in?" someone asked. "Oh, nothing much. Come, let us first explore the dock over there." The scale of the military dock at another naval base surpassed that of the previous one. Lu Yu and his companions toiled throughout the afternoon, concluding their efforts only as night fell. After bidding farewell to the last group, Lu Yu resolved against returning and instead chose to establish camp in the now desolate base. Hot pot. In the rapidly descending temperatures of a snowy evening, it was the finest of delicacies, with the formidable steel walls, conjured by their leader's extraordinary abilities, providing an impenetrable barrier against the zombies. Over 300 members of the Divine Martial Army commenced their joyous revelry. After completing a thorough inspection of the sentries, Lu Yu returned to the steel abode, reclining on his bed with his arms crossed behind his head, his eyes gently closed. In truth, with his current vitality, he could remain awake for 3 days and nights without feeling fatigued, yet old habits die hard, and he was not inclined to alter this routine just yet. As he drifted into slumber, Lu Yu found himself transported to a familiar locale. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly, and gun barrels spewed flames. He was amidst a battlefield. Another foe downed. Curse those mercenaries, why are there so many of them? His fellow snipers, while eliminating enemies, muttered incessantly. Die, you scoundrels. Ha ha. Casting his gaze aside, Lu Yu observed a robust soldier operating a heavy machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage at the mercenaries outside, armed with AKs. Glancing down, he discovered himself clutching an M4, grenades dangling from his chest, and an abundance of specially prepared magazines at his side. Dreaming? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback before enlightenment dawned upon him. Yes, he realized he was indeed dreaming, a manifestation of his formidable mental prowess. This familiar scene mirrored a moment from his life before his extraordinary journey began, executing missions with his team, safeguarding a gold mine, and vanquishing the approaching mercenaries. My leg. John, help me, grant me a swift end. Damn it, we are surrounded. The number of these mercenaries exceeds our expectations. They have bombarded our artillery position. Our gunners are finished. It was inconceivable for the mercenaries to possess such intelligence. How could they locate their artillery? Look, drones. They must have professional assistance. Surely they have enlisted our competitors. Snipers. No, they really have hired competitors. The battlefield shifted dramatically. Lu Yu witnessed his comrades falling one by one. Those mercenaries were not as formidable as they appeared. At best, their stray bullets caused some chaos. But the true peril lay with the opposing mercenaries. They not only boasted snipers, but also targeted artillery strikes. Boom. Lu Yu watched in horror as a member of the Scorpion team was obliterated. Curse it, 40 caliber. Scorpion cursed vehemently, leaving Lu Yu utterly speechless. It was common knowledge which nation produced such weaponry. Damn, this deal is a bloodbath. Tiger. I'm making a break for it. May fortune favor you. The Scorpion, a fellow countryman, patted Lu Yu on the shoulder before swiftly departing. Us too. Old Cat shouted, rallying his team towards another escape route. Lu Yu remained silent. Not to mention this was merely a dream, even in the most authentic of circumstances. He had little to say. They were merely a haphazard assembly, not a cohesive unit. So what reason did they have to include him? At that moment, everyone beside Lu Yu had perished, including the gunner operating the heavy machine gun. Fortunately, he possessed a golden finger. Otherwise, considering the original conditions, there would have been no escape for him. Lu Yu muttered to himself, then took up the heavy machine gun, relishing the thrill of the past, and began to eradicate the shadows with fervor. The sound of gunfire echoed as he became invincible in his dream, shaping the dreamscape to his will. Thus, he transformed into an immortal warrior, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter upon the shadows, forcing them to abandon their armor and flee in terror, ultimately laying waste to their stronghold and decimating the entire tribe. After a night of exhilaration, as dawn broke, Lu Yu awoke, marking the 30th day since the apocalypse had descended. Everyone rise. Today we shall visit the military academy. Get up, Lu Yu shouted, rousing his team within the camp. The city of Huadu not only boasted numerous schools, but also harbored a plethora of military academies, such as the Imperial Naval Command Academy, National Defense Military Sports Academy, Huadu Naval Academy, and Huadu Military Academy, among others. Although the number of students in these military institutions had dwindled, they were all exceptional talents, not to be overlooked. Chapter 53. I bet a crystal core above the city, an immense formation of transport helicopters soared through the sky, heading in a singular direction. Lu Yu and his companions departed the desolate naval base en route to the military academy, undoubtedly not on foot. Firstly, that would be too cumbersome. Secondly, even with the formidable strength of the War God Brigade, they risked suffering casualties in battle. After all, the tide of zombies, composed of countless undead, was something only Lu Yu dared to confront without trepidation. Suddenly, a creature resembling a grotesque gargoyle from a Western fantasy tale, with fleshy wings and a completely bald body, spotted the helicopter formation and immediately took flight towards them. What on earth is that? Even from a distance, the members of the War God Brigade aboard the helicopters recognized this rare, flying variant of a mutated zombie. What luck, a pre-battle warm-up. Haha, let me at it. The superhumans of the War God Brigade were all experts, not prone to despair like ordinary people when encountering mutated zombies. Quite the contrary, they were filled with excitement. Hey, what's your intention? No lethal force, we need it alive. This is a rare specimen for research, to be handed over to the scientific department. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Xiao Menglong relayed the message promptly. Understood, young Master Xiao, just watch me. A superhuman gestured, cracking his neck, preparing to take action. As the flying zombie approached, two arms suddenly extended from the cabin, resembling elongated rubber, creating a remarkable spectacle. The arms ensnared the unsuspecting flying zombie, causing it to emit a strange cry and flap its wings in a desperate struggle, shaking the helicopter in the process. "Come here." The superhuman, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted as he yanked the flying zombie closer. As the airborne zombie was about to collide with the helicopter, another chopper swooped in, its cabin door exuding a visible chill that instantaneously encased the flying zombie in ice, causing it to plummet heavily to the ground. Fortunately, two arms grasped it, resembling ropes that held it aloft. "Hey, you fool Chong, what kind of aim is that? You've frozen my arm. It's freezing, bear with it. Damn it, was that intentional? Haha, rubber man, serves you right for always showing off. Just wait until I deal with you. Haha, if you have the guts, come at me with sit-ups." Upon arriving at the military academy, the superhumans descended, unleashing a massacre upon the zombies on the playground. An array of extraordinary abilities flourished, with dazzling and formidable techniques continuously on display. The team selected by Liu Yu from nearly 300,000 individuals enjoyed the finest provisions and equipment, all thanks to his rigorous training. How could they not be formidable? In less than 10 minutes, the zombies on the playground had been exterminated, and the helicopters began to descend. Still the same time limit, half an hour. "I'm giving you all half an hour," Liu Yu stated, glancing at his watch to confirm the task's deadline. "Boss, where's the prize?" "Indeed, what are we wagering this time?" The crowd eagerly gathered around him. Zhang Wei brought out a chair and placed it behind Liu Yu, who sat down, while Xiao Minglong presented a cigar, placing it between Liu Yu's fingers and lighting it for him. These two were truly the embodiment of sycophancy. "Shall we wager?" Liu Yu puffed on his cigar, grinning at them. "Let us bet. Last time, we were unhappy losing the wager when you claimed you could kill 1,000 zombies in 5 minutes. Let us have it. Let us have it." To the ordinary eye, zombies were terrifying creatures, yet to the organized squad of superhumans, they were mere tools for gambling. "All right." Liu Yu held a zombie crystal core in his hand, weighing it as he declared, "I wager 1 crystal core. You will lose. If I win, each of you owes me 1 crystal core. Conversely, if you manage to eradicate all the zombies within half an hour, I shall give each of you a crystal core. Oh yeah, let the slaughter competition begin. This time we shall prevail. Haha, my great blade is itching for action. I intend to be first. No one can compete with me. I concede your great sword is impressive. But if, and I mean if, our captain unleashes his powers, I wonder how you will secure first place. Look down upon us, do you? We have a captain too. Brothers, charge. Our 3rd squad heads west. Our 5th squad takes the south. Our 2nd squad covers the north. The eastern gate is up to the boss. Let us move." The game Blue Star OL has undergone significant updates over the past month, rendering the previous gameplay entirely different from the revamped version. Many former high-ranking players have fallen from grace post-update, while numerous previously unknown players have risen to prominence, adapting to the new version. However, even for the latter, navigating the updated version requires meticulous caution in monster grinding and quest completion. Only this group of individuals has begun to form teams to tackle dungeons, doing so with effortless grace, as if it were an everyday occurrence. They possess a harmonious team synergy, abundant real-world experience, top-tier protective equipment, and are guided by a master far superior to anyone else at this stage, living a life of unparalleled ease. To their astonishment, the survivors at the military academy heard a commotion and looked outside, only to witness a scene that left them utterly shocked. The zombies, which they had feared like the plague, appeared as fragile as plastic before these individuals, who dispatched them with ease. "Who are these people?" One military cadet murmured in disbelief. "Can't you see they're in military uniforms? They are one of us. They must have come to rescue us." Another exclaimed, clenching their fists in excitement. The other survivors, invigorated by the prospect, felt a swell of hope after waiting a month for rescue. Yet, some among them furrowed their brows in contemplation, whispering, "An organized special abilities unit." Regardless, they were human, and their mission was to eradicate zombies, which was reason enough for celebration. "We are the 39th Group Army, here to save you all. Don't hide anymore. By the way, gather all your equipment, supplies, and anything else you can carry," shouted a team member awakened to sound-related powers, his voice echoing through every corner of the campus. Whether they believed or not, it did not hinder the rapid decrease of zombies on campus, as most military cadets, after a brief moment of hesitation, emerged from their hiding places. After all, that military uniform was undeniable, a natural sense of belonging. Had disaster not struck, all of them would have donned the same uniform upon graduation, receiving their ranks and moving on to various positions. Hurry, hurry, no time to waste. Get on the helicopter, and once aboard, sit tight and behave. The helicopter was at full capacity, and this particular team was instructed to wait aside, provided with food and water, 1 portion per person. If we aren't from the 39th Group Army, then who are we? doubting this and that. Disobedience will get you nowhere. Didn't your instructors teach you what a soldier's duty is? Look at our armbands. After the disaster, our unit restructured with a new flag. Isn't it splendid? Military cadets, unlike those from ordinary schools, are notably more obedient. Aside from a brief initial stir, they quickly calmed down and accepted orders and arrangements. This is quite normal. Many military cadets, in addition to their academic studies, maintain rigorous training. They are trained in the same manner as their grassroots units, with strict management. Compared to their daily training, university military training is child's play, which is why their execution is strong. Half an hour has passed. You've lost. Lu Yu, sitting in a rocking chair and attracting the curious gazes of many female cadets, smugly raised his wrist to tap his watch. What about the zombie leader in the east? Aren't you going to handle that? Exactly. Wei Shun and Xiao Xiao are at their limit. Don't play tricks like this. The members of Team 3 lamented. Feeling aggrieved, losing a crystal core was trivial, but they had never won a bet against Lu Yu. Alas, it is unwise to speak frivolously. I never claimed responsibility for the zombies at the East Gate. That assumption is solely yours. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, resolutely denying the truth of his reluctance to save face. Remember, each of you owes me a crystal core. The leader cannot afford to play games. Employing different tricks each time is simply tiresome. I have been wounded by gambling, and my pockets are utterly bare. Henceforth, I shall refrain from such vices. My team is a merry bunch, always spouting nonsensical quips. Damn it, stop dawdling. I can barely hold on. Over there, Zhang Wei, intercepting the zombies surging from the East Gate, turned his head and bellowed, his voice almost smoldering with fury. Despite his considerable strength and enhanced abilities gained from consuming numerous zombie crystal cores, the sheer number of zombies drawn to the campus was overwhelming. Hurry up and come to our aid, or I swear I won't take you along next time. Xiao Menglong, lacking any powers, had also ingested a fair share of crystal cores, greatly enhancing his personal attributes. He had transformed into a human weapon, adorned with belts of ammunition, wielding a heavy machine gun in one hand while launching grenades with the other. Here they come, here they come. Can you hear Wei's voice? It must be effective. Indeed. With Xiao there, how could we bear to watch our beloved team member meet his demise? Come on, lend our cherished companion a helping hand. You lot are the cherished ones. Once I return, I shall certainly summon our troops to deal with you, and my military police unit, patrolling daily, will specifically target your brainless lot. As helicopters continuously took off from the military academy, Lu Yu swept through everything, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, from a distant building on campus, a pair of somber eyes glimmered with unprecedented greed. What splendid helicopters! They ought to belong to us. Chapter 54, The Shadow Gang of the Apocalypse. Morningstar community. The zombies here have been thoroughly eradicated, and the entrance to the community is securely barricaded with an array of obstacles. Occasionally, one can spot young men patrolling with makeshift weapons such as knives, guns, and clubs. Suddenly, a gaunt silhouette emerged from the air. Almost instantly, the figure materialized into that of a man. Brother Guang, is that you back? A few patrolling personnel, upon witnessing this sight, were neither surprised nor alarmed. Instead, they promptly greeted the man. The man known as Brother Guang replied, his expression shadowed, as he nodded. He inquired of his subordinates, where are the older brothers? What are they up to? Hearing this, one subordinate broke into a lewd grin. Brother Guang, they are, of course, up to the usual business. Yes, they are all having fun at the main villa. Another subordinate, also wearing a rather lascivious smile, eagerly added, next time we venture out, I shall slay more zombies to earn the chance to join in the revelry. This faction has grown considerably, capturing numerous women, who are now gathered together. Only the leader and his lieutenants may indulge freely, while the subordinates must earn their opportunities to partake in the pleasures. Then let us strive hard. Brother Guang stated as he made his way toward the several villas within the community. Upon arriving at the main villa of their formidable leader, Brother Guang was immediately enveloped by an array of sounds emanating from within. Miss, after all this time, are you still pining for that green-haired turtle of a boyfriend? I imagine the grass has already grown on his grave. Ha ha ha. Madam, you ought to take your work seriously, after all. You wouldn't want little Jiang to go hungry, would you? And you, the internet sensation, aren't you usually quite flirtatious in your videos? Bring out that flirtatious charm and keep serving it up. Just from the sounds alone, one could discern the revelry taking place inside. Brother Guang, good to see you. A gun-wielding lackey stationed at the villa's entrance promptly saluted him. As per custom, Brother Guang relinquished his sidearm before stepping into the villa. Upon entering the grand hall, he was greeted by a spectacle that could make one's nose bleed. There stood 4 men, along with a captive they treated as a mere plaything. One was the leader of the faction, and the other 3, alongside Brother Guang, were the top 4 officials within the organization. All of them were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Ah, Guang, you're back. What news do you bring for us and the boss? Pray tell, it must be something substantial. the four men inquired in unison. The only one who remained silent was the middle-aged man reclining on the sofa, eyes closed, savoring a cigar while enjoying the services rendered to him. Indeed, Brother Guang had much to share. After addressing them, he turned his gaze toward his superior, Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu, in his 30s, had once been the proprietor of a hardware store. When the apocalypse struck, he fortuitously evaded the most perilous moments by staying home, thereby escaping the random onslaught of zombies. Shortly thereafter, he awakened an SS-level ability. Cautious by nature, he refrained from reckless abandon with his newfound powers, opting instead for a prudent approach to develop and hone his abilities gradually. Once he had fully mastered his strength, he began utilizing his powers to eradicate zombies, cleansing entire buildings of the undead. His formidable abilities quickly attracted a following of survivors, leading to the establishment of the Shadow Phantom Gang, a bandit organization born of the apocalypse. After securing one building, the Shadow Phantom Gang proceeded to eliminate the zombies within the community, ultimately claiming the entire area as their own. During this process, those willing to join were welcomed, while those who resisted were fed to the zombies outside the community. Furthermore, they conducted experiments on human subjects, unveiling the remarkable properties of crystal cores. Bai Tianyu believed that, at this juncture, firearms remained the most dominant weapon, posing a significant threat to those with powers. For their faction to flourish and expand in this post-apocalyptic world, merely recruiting new ability bearers would not suffice. They also needed firearms. The few decrepit guns obtained from dispatching a rival gang were woefully inadequate. Thus, Bai Tianyu set his sights on a military academy not far from the Morningstar community. Though it was an educational institution, its military designation implied the presence of firearms, possibly even powerful automatic rifles. This place, he believed, was far superior to local police stations or security offices. Before any action could be taken, they observed the helicopters soaring above through binoculars, landing in the military academy. Consequently, Bai Tianyu dispatched Li Guang, one of his four formidable subordinates, to conduct reconnaissance. This was due to Li Guang's awakened ability, classified as a B-level variant, invisibility. At that moment, upon hearing Li Guang's words, Bai Tianyu opened his eyes, revealing a fierce glint that betrayed the numerous lives he had taken. He languidly remarked, "Li Guang, elaborate on what you have seen." "Yes, elder brother." Li Guang promptly approached him and recounted the intelligence he had gathered. "This is unacceptable. Indeed, the helicopters have evacuated the personnel, and they surely would not leave behind their firearms. Our plans have been thwarted. Precisely. We cannot allow those helicopters to transport everyone away." As Li Guang finished speaking, the other three executives erupted in protest, slamming their fists on the table and glaring intensely. It was indeed critical to prevent their escape. Bai Tianyu scoffed. Not only must they leave their weapons behind, but the helicopters must remain as well. "Elder brother," Li Guang exclaimed in surprise, "those are armed helicopters. And there are quite a few of them. Given our current strength, charging in would be reckless." Although he had not witnessed the situation after the helicopters landed within the military academy, he could easily imagine the terror of an armed helicopter battalion. Furthermore, the recent days had left vivid impressions in his mind, as armed helicopters unleashed missiles upon provocateurs or bombarded zombies with rockets. Engaging such formidable weaponry head-on would be akin to an elderly person consuming arsenic. "Do you think I am foolish?" Bai Tianyu shot Li Guang a glance. "Of course, we must employ cunning strategies." "Very well," Li Guang sighed in relief, thinking that his elder brother remained unchanged and had not become arrogant due to their current achievements. Caution is indeed wise. However, elder brother, what method do you intend to use for this cunning strategy? Have you devised a plan? The three executives inquired eagerly. "Certainly. I have already conceived an excellent idea," Bai Tianyu replied with a sinister smile, gesturing for them to come closer. "Listen carefully. This matter requires meticulous planning, with not a single mistake allowed. If we succeed in acquiring these armed helicopters, our Shadow Demon Gang will undergo a transformative change, and the entire city will bow before us." Chapter 55, Brother-in-Law. Military Academy. Splendidly, the operation concluded in less than 2 hours. After placing the final instruments into his spatial ring, Lu Yu glanced at his watch, feeling quite satisfied. He then returned to the playground, observing the helicopters continuously loading personnel, and was filled with profound sentiments. The acquisition of equipment and instruments from this military academy was inconsequential. The real prize was the capture of over 1,000 military academy cadets. Though referred to as cadets, they surpassed the newly enlisted soldiers in both personal qualities and military skills. Especially noteworthy were these military students, all of whom were professionals, prospective officers, or technical troops, who required no further training and could be immediately deployed into the ranks. This will undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Brotherhood. At present, it is likely that the Jinghai district is also intensifying its recruitment of new soldiers and training its forces. Isn't it? Lu Yu pondered as he stroked his chin, contemplating matters of concern. If those leaders from the safe zones were to learn that I have reclaimed over half of Sansha Island and assembled an army of more than 60,000, what would their reactions be? In the past, to put it charitably, he was a formidable figure presiding over the underground forces of District 1, but unflatteringly, he was merely a pawn for the authorities. The reality was as such. Without Huang Shoran as his backing, this interloper would not have dared to be so brazen, having been hunted down by both the underworld and the law long ago. However, Lu Yu was no longer the same. He speculated that, given the nature of politicians, if those individuals were to discover the extent of his current power and the formidable armed forces at his disposal, they would surely come crawling to curry favor upon encountering him. Frankly, Lu Yu eagerly anticipated such a scenario, reflecting upon himself, who among people does not harbor vanity, who does not relish posturing, who does not wish to be as unabashed as Wang Duiyu, declaring their true intentions. Humanity is fundamentally alike, often exhibiting double standards. People tend to be strict with others, yet lenient towards themselves. Those who do not engage in such hypocrisy are indeed saints. At that moment, Zhang Wei rushed up to Lu Yu, exclaiming, "Brother, the last batch of military academy students has boarded. Where's our next target?" "The next target? Let me think." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu began to calculate in his mind. Over the past 10 days, the Divine Military Corps had continuously launched assaults, successfully raiding numerous important targets including universities, factories, and research institutes in Huadu. The remaining objectives were already in the plan. It was still morning, with ample time before nightfall. He could visit his little girlfriend in the afternoon, so he decided to select a few more from the predetermined targets for this period. Thus, he instructed the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th squads to take a brief rest before gathering for their next mission. Brother-in-law, Lu Yu was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Minglong, who was yelling from the rooftop. "What is that fool doing?" Zhang Wei remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Minglong. "Let us go check it out." Lu Yu led Zhang Wei over. Upon seeing them approach, Xiao Minglong swiftly descended from the rooftop. Though jumping down looked cool, he dared not, as it was the 15th floor. Xiao Minglong reported to Lu Yu, "Brother-in-law, I saw some survivors calling for help in a nearby building. They must have spotted us." "Survivors?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. In recent days, the Divine Military Corps had consistently conducted operations, and each time, they would rescue some accompanying survivors, thereby augmenting the Brotherhood's external labor force. "Is this the reason you interrupted me, brother-in-law?" "That is unacceptable." Zhang Wei chuckled, signaling Lu Yu to reprimand his younger brother-in-law. "I didn't know, brother-in-law." Xiao Minglong quickly protested his innocence. Xiao Wei is right. Though it was unintentional, a mistake is a mistake. You deserve a smack on the head. Hey, brother-in-law, don't be like that." As Xiao Minglong was struck and jumped up, clutching his forehead, Zhang Wei felt a sense of relief. "Haha, brother. I'll go fetch those survivors." "Ouch," Xiao Minglong muttered, retreating to the side while still grumbling. "This brother-in-law is quite ruthless." "What did you call me?" Lu Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he clenched his fist, ready to strike. Indeed, Meng Yun and Meng Yao were his intimate companions. But that did not grant this young man the right to address him as brother-in-law. "I said nothing, brother-in-law. I'm going to help Xiao Wei." Startled, Xiao Minglong hurried towards Zhang Wei. Lu Yu jokingly scolded, "You rascal, next time you dare to misspeak, I shall hang you up and have someone strike you 100,000 times. Chapter 56. What shall I shout after you? Zhang Wei and Xiao Minglong had consumed numerous crystal cores, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Thus they faced ordinary zombies with no fear. Soon, the duo traversed the street, eliminating all the zombies that obstructed their path. Upon their arrival, a daring man hurried down from the building. He excitedly shouted, "Officers, we have been waiting for you with great anticipation." Zhang Wei looked up and noticed several individuals peering down from the building, narrowing his eyes slightly. Xiao Minglong inquired of the survivor, "Are you among the survivors?" Yes, officer, I reside in this community," the man quickly replied. "Not only those in the building, but there are many more in our Morning Light community." "How many more?" "Previously, we all worked together to eradicate the zombies in the community. Now, there are still over 300 of us remaining." "Impressive. You managed to clear an entire community of zombies?" "It was merely luck, but that is of little use now." "Officer, we are on the brink of starvation, waiting for your rescue. You are heading back to safety, right? Could you show some mercy and take us along?" Xiao, bring him back so that the elder brother can make a decision," Zhang Wei urged Xiao Minglong. "All right," Xiao Minglong responded, though uncertain of Zhang Wei's intentions. Nevertheless, seeing Zhang Wei's serious expression, he turned to the survivor and said, "We are not in charge. If you wish to be rescued, it requires the consent of our superior. Come with me, and we will discuss your situation with him." "All right then." The man hesitated, but, upon seeing their resolute expressions, ultimately agreed. Their strength should not be underestimated, especially with so many armed helicopters present. If they were caught off guard, it would be perilous. Upon being brought into the military academy, and witnessing the numerous corpses of zombies along with the elite troops, the man could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. He soon met Lu Yu. You are the officer, right? The man recounted his earlier conversation with Xiao Menglong to Lu Yu. I see. Lu Yu nodded, just as he noticed Zhang Wei behind the man, signaling him subtly. Let us take a moment to rest and discuss. Hey. After Xiao Menglong led the man away, Zhang Wei whispered to Lu Yu, Brother, this fellow is deceiving us. I am aware, Lu Yu replied calmly. You know? Zhang Wei appeared perplexed. Indeed. Lu Yu smiled faintly and explained, according to this individual, he is a survivor, and they have been without food for 5 days. Indeed, that is correct. Zhang Wei is a suitable comic foil. Now, I must ask, does he appear to be someone who has been starving for an extended period? Truly. If one intends to deceive, one might at least put on a more convincing act. Is he not treating me as a fool? Lu Yu spread his hands. Oh, my dear brother, you are indeed astute. How did I not think of that? Exclaimed Zhang Wei, his eyes widening in admiration. Lu Yu shook his head, chuckling. Well, you rascal, from this day forth, I shall bestow upon you the title of Lickspittle. Do you accept? No. Zhang Wei replied awkwardly, waving his hands. Lu Yu continued. Then refrain from flattering me, and tell me how you discerned that something was amiss. Zhang Wei replied. I just lifted my gaze to observe the survivors upstairs and noticed something was off in their expressions. A typical survivor, upon seeing a rescue team, would exhibit an unmistakable glimmer of excitement in their eyes, yet I saw none of that fervor in theirs. You've made progress. You surpassed Xiao Long, Lu Yu remarked, glancing toward Xiao Menglong with a hint of exasperation. If Xiao were to hear this, he would likely be quite disheartened, Zhang Wei mused, then inquired, So, brother, what do you reckon this group is planning? The survivors are indeed genuine, Lu Yu speculated, but they are not ordinary survivors. They belong to that kind of doomsday gang that should be cast into the depths of infamy. What audacity! Have they set their sights on us? Zhang Wei's mind raced, quickly grasping Lu Yu's implication. There was no other explanation. Lu Yu sneered, Gather everyone. Let this man lead the way and reveal what kind of den of beasts the Morning Star community truly is. With you around, even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, we shall shatter it, Zhang Wei declared before moving to assemble the team. During this process, he discreetly used sign language to alert the members of the third squad, urging everyone to prepare. We're going straight there, without flying the aircraft? The man was taken aback upon hearing that Lu Yu's group intended to head directly to the Morning Star community. If you don't fly the aircraft over, how can we seize the opportunity to rise up and commandeer the helicopter? What's wrong with that? Zhang Wei stared intently at the man, his gaze penetrating as if to read his innermost thoughts. Oh, nothing, just feels a tad too risky. There are quite a few zombies outside the community. A direct drop into the area would be easier. The man quickly attempted to explain, continuing to persuade Lu Yu and his team to fly the aircraft over. We enjoy a bit of trouble. No worries. You lead the way, and we will ensure your safety. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, the man was left with no retort. He could only lament internally. With such an approach, even if they managed to eliminate these soldiers, it would still be impossible to obtain the armed helicopter. As expected, as they approached the Morning Star community, many zombies, drawn by the scent, began to attack them. Yet, under the overwhelming firepower, any zombies that dared to approach were swiftly annihilated. Thanks to Zhang Wei's warning, the team members refrained from revealing their abilities in front of the man. They utilized firearms instead, and even the slain zombies were left unharvested for their crystal cores. Upon witnessing the formidable power of firearms, the members of the Shadow Gang in the Morning Star community were visibly envious. As the main force drew near, they promptly cleared away all obstacles blocking the entrance, each one eager to display their skills. At last, the commanders have arrived. Oh, how I have longed for your presence. National Defense Force, my family. Seeing you fills me with joy. The man leading the way hurried to Bai Tianyu's side to quietly report the situation. Understood, Bai Tianyu nodded, quickly donning an expression of excitement as he moved forward to greet them. Esteemed commanders, I am immensely grateful for your arrival. Just as Bai Tianyu was performing, a nearby officer, upon seeing Zhang Wei's face, instinctively exclaimed, Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei's expression shifted, and with a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, You know me? Bai Tianyu felt a jolt of anxiety, cursing his subordinate for being foolish. Hadn't they agreed to maintain a facade until the very end? Were they now on the brink of exposure and confrontation? Bai Tianyu braced himself, ready to shout the rallying cry at any moment. I don't know you. The officer beside Bai Tianyu quickly realized his blunder and waved his hands in denial. If you don't know me, how do you know my name? Zhang Wei glared at him, raising his voice. I know, the officer stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. So do you know or not? Of course I know you, Brother Wei. I once associated with Brother Kuan and saw you from afar, but just now. I couldn't be certain. Oh, so you have been in the underworld as well, Zhang Wei remarked, glancing at Lu Yu, who was struggling to suppress his laughter. With such antics, are they truly attempting to deceive? Surely only a fool would fall for their ruse. Ah, I never imagined the commander knew Little Wong from before. That makes it even better. Bai Tianyu thought, relieved that the situation was less dire than anticipated, his smile broadening. His plan was to lure Lu Yu and the soldiers into the community before making a move, rather than engaging at the entrance. However, the script was not unfolding as he had envisioned. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Lu Yu finally burst out laughing, waving his hand. Brothers, let us make our move. Bai Tianyu's expression changed drastically in an instant. This was supposed to be his rallying cry to his subordinates. Having shouted, what was he to say next?